Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 97, The Declining Malfoy Family. Lucius forced himself to stay composed as he set down his knife and fork. Dobby, bring me another set of cutlery. Yes, Master Malfoy, Dobby replied quickly from where he was serving dishes. Only after the house elf presented a fresh set did Lucius speak again, his voice trembling slightly. So, have you made any discoveries? His feelings were a tangled mess. Once, he had been among the Dark Lord's most devoted, well, perhaps not the most loyal, but certainly one of the most capable, followers. And now, faced with the idea of the Dark Lord's possible return, he found himself unsure how to feel. By logic, he should have been thrilled, longing for the Dark Lord's comeback, for the day when the Death Eaters would again rise to power and dominate the wizarding world. The Malfoy family could shed its slow decline and bask once more in glory. But fear twisted beneath that hope. 12 years ago, he had escaped trial and punishment only by renouncing his allegiance to the Dark Lord. Worse still, not long ago, he had treated an important object entrusted to him by Voldemort as a burden, passing it off to the youngest Weasley girl just to get rid of it. If the Dark Lord returned, Lucius knew exactly who would be first on the list for retribution. He couldn't even tell what he truly wanted anymore. Watching him wrestle with his thoughts, Tver said lightly, results. Quite a few. I've mastered Dumbledore's most advanced transfiguration spells, and even learned to weave powerful magic into them. As for other forms of magic, the headmaster even demonstrated Gobrathian fire to me. It burns eternally unless willingly extinguished. He's also an expert at clever teaching tricks. With the right setup, he can make. Lucius interrupted suddenly, the part about the Dark Lord. Narcissa and Draco froze mid-motion, their forks suspended in the air as they stared at him wide-eyed. Forgive me, Lucius said, aware of his impropriety, but you must admit, the Dark Lord's affairs are of greater concern. At that, Tver's teasing expression faded. For the first time that afternoon, his face turned serious. Dumbledore believes Voldemort isn't truly dead. On the contrary, he's been seeking a way to return. So you're saying? I'm saying it's only a matter of time before he comes back to the wizarding world. It could be now, or it could be 10 years from now, but one way or another, he will return. Lucius's face remained calm, but his hands clenched tightly around the silver cutlery. The fine metal bent slightly under the pressure, and deep imprints formed in his palms. If I remember correctly, Mr. Malfoy, Tver said evenly, you claimed during your Wisingamot trial that you were acting under the Imperius Curse, didn't you? His gaze locked sharply onto Lucius's flickering eyes. I wonder, when the Dark Lord returns and hears about that, how do you think he'll react? Lucius's eyes darted briefly, then, unexpectedly, he smiled. That's something you'd have to ask the Dark Lord himself. Tver grinned and raised his wine glass toward him. Not exactly something we can know for sure right now, he said after taking a sip, then paused, looking down at the glass in surprise. This must be from a Muggle vineyard. It's actually quite good. At that, Lucius lifted his chin with a touch of pride, the gesture almost identical to Draco's usual smugness. I still maintain a few connections with Muggle aristocrats. Our family owns quite a number of antique artifacts from their world, he said. They may not be as wondrous as magical items, but I'm told they're worth a great deal among Muggles. In truth, most of the non-magical items decorating the house had been acquired from Muggle nobility centuries ago. Nearly 1,000 years earlier, the first Malfoy had come to England, drawing immense wealth and influence from the Muggles around him, including this grand and lavish manor. To preserve those symbols of past glory, Lucius had even set aside an entire room just to display them. Every object in that room, he often thought with satisfaction, was worth more than the entire Weasley family's belongings combined. Tver set down his glass with an expression of mild admiration. Uncle Lucius truly lives up to his name. I've heard the Malfoys built mountains of wealth from the Muggles centuries ago. Our family's not so lucky, these days, we can hardly earn anything in the wizarding world. We're just sitting on what little we have left, watching it dwindle. The pride drained from Lucius's face, replaced by a faint shadow. Because sitting on dwindling wealth was exactly the Malfoy family's reality. He had once hoped that serving the Dark Lord would secure their fortune, that their family's glory would finally begin. But before that dream could take shape, Voldemort had been defeated by a mere infant. Instead of profiting, Lucius had lost a fortune trying to escape punishment. Now the Malfoy family had fallen so far that even the Ministry of Magic dared to raid their ancestral manor. 20 years ago, even the minister himself would have bowed his head in respect. Unfortunately, the family's accumulated wealth had dwindled to less than a third of its former glory. Most of the treasures from 3 centuries ago were now nothing more than unsellable Muggle antiques. Unless we find a way to profit from the Muggle world again. As if reading Lucius's thoughts, Tver spoke in a calm, tempting tone. Lucius stiffened, immediately checking his own mind for intrusion, but found nothing. He stared warily at Tver's unchanged expression. The International Confederation of Wizards would never allow such a thing. Then we'll make them allow it. How could they possibly? Dobby suddenly apparat before them, trembling. Master, the ministry people are here again. Damn it. Lucius slammed his utensils down, irritation flashing across his face. Them again. Narcissa frowned. Who else? This is their third search this month. Lucius took a few deep breaths before forcing a polite smile back onto his face. Bring them in, Dobby. He turned to Tver. My apologies, you'll have to witness this unpleasant scene. I understand. Tver gave a last, regretful glance at his plate before following the Malfoys to the entrance. He really had been enjoying Dobby's desserts. Moments later, a group of people marched briskly into the hall. At the front was the short, stout Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge himself. But Tver's eyes went straight to the woman behind him, Cynthia. It had been half a year since they last met. She still wore that same dark red trench coat, but the youthful softness in her face had vanished. Her steps were confident, sharp, the click of her heels echoing decisively against the marble floor. Among the entire group, she carried herself with more authority than even the Auror trailing behind her, who was grinning and winking as if to lighten the mood. Her eyes swept once across the four people standing in the doorway, then settled briefly on Fudge and Lucius as they exchanged polite greetings. Ah, right, allow me to introduce someone, Fudge said, stepping aside to reveal Cynthia. This is Cynthia Visaika, Barty Crouch's most trusted assistant. From the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Lucius's brow furrowed. And what business brings you to my home? Expressionless, Cynthia stepped forward, her tone cool and professional. We're currently investigating a shipment of dark magic artifacts recently smuggled into the country. Rumor has it that Malfoy Manor contains quite a number of such items, so we thought we'd pay a visit. Lucius let out a low, cold laugh as he looked her over. How considerate of you to invent all these reasons to search my home. And what about that Weasley? What excuse did he use this time? Because we have evidence you're hiding things that shouldn't see the light of day. Mr. Weasley's voice rang out from the back of the group. We all know there's nothing here, Lucius, Fudge interjected awkwardly. It's just a routine inspection. Once we're done, we'll be on our way. He looked caught between two sides, his ministry duties and his ministry's biggest financial supporter. Lucius gave the group a long, icy look before stepping aside to let them in, not bothering to hide his disdain. That, however, brought Tver fully into view. And who might this be? Fudge asked in surprise. Tver Folly, Tver replied warmly, extending his hand. From the Folly family. Ah, of course. Fudge clasped his hand, realization dawning. Hector Folly would be my grandfather. Well, your grandfather's leadership, yes, I've always admired him, Fudge said hesitantly. Tver didn't linger on the small talk. Fudge and his team had official business, and he was still a guest in the Malfoy home. At last, Tver gave Lucius a meaningful look, then, under Draco's reluctant gaze, took his leave from the manor. Chapter 98, Another Year's Start of Term Feast. September 1st, evening. When the students returned to school in a noisy rush, they were stunned to find a massive circular building standing between the castle and the Quidditch pitch. The white structure clashed somewhat with the castle's ancient, weathered aesthetic, yet it was strikingly grand. It spanned nearly half the size of the Quidditch pitch, its outer walls covered in intricate relief carvings. The fading light, however, made it difficult to see the details clearly. On the path to the castle. How about we sneak over and check it out? George suggested. Fred immediately nodded in agreement, but Hermione shot them both a sharp look of disapproval. Can't you two be worried about Harry and Ron for once, she scolded. We haven't seen them since we got on the train. They're not first years anymore, Fred said, shrugging. They know how to get to school. Hermione's raised voice drew attention from nearby students, killing any chance of slipping away unnoticed. Seeing her still frowning, George tried to reassure her. Ron's an idiot, sure, but Harry isn't. If something really happened, he'd at least send us a message or something. Maybe they're planning to jump out and surprise us. Fine, Hermione sighed, a little calmer. At that moment, Davy strutted over with a self-satisfied grin. Guess what that is? He pointed dramatically at the white building. Go on, take a guess. You went inside? George asked, eyes wide. Of course I did. Davy said proudly, hands on his hips and chin tilted up. George and Fred exchanged mischievous glances, then pounced together, trapping him between them. Talk. Or we'll tickle you till you die laughing. The twins jabbed at his sides mercilessly as Davies burst into helpless laughter. All right. I'll tell you, he gasped, surrendering instantly. They released him, and after catching his breath, Davies leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, "It's an arena." The twins inhaled sharply, exchanging looks of disbelief, both recalling Professor Folly's words from the summer. "So what, you mean we're going to fight like gladiators this term?" "Professor Folly would never do that," Hermione said indignantly. "Maybe it's for combat training," she reasoned after a moment. "Makes sense, Professor Lockhart can focus on theory and exploration, while Folly handles the practical side." Her expression softened into an eager smile. "If you mean that, Lockhart," George muttered, grimacing, "I'm not exactly excited." They entered the lively Great Hall, immediately spotting Lockhart himself, resplendent in bright robes, loudly singing his own praises. Even over the chatter and clatter, his booming voice carried clearly. "When I was in France, I visited a castle even more magnificent than this one. The owner was so delighted he insisted I stay. Well, who could refuse after I saved his entire family's lives?" Meanwhile, the other Defense Against the Dark Arts professor kept a much lower profile. Tver stood beside Professor Flitwick, discussing the new arena. "You're planning to host a dueling competition at Hogwarts?" Flitwick guessed, eyes sparkling with interest. "A formal tournament probably isn't possible," Tver replied. "But I can still use class time to let the students spar." He had originally wanted to follow Durmstrang's model of holding monthly matches, but Hogwarts simply had too many students. It was impractical, for both staff and students, to keep up such a schedule. "In that case, I look forward to seeing how much the students improve," Flitwick said, then glanced toward the center of the hall. "Ah, the sorting ceremony's starting." This year's first years followed closely behind Professor McGonagall, whispering nervously among themselves, a familiar sight every September. Tver watched the wide-eyed newcomers with amused interest. Professor McGonagall, however, looked preoccupied. As soon as the sorting ended, she hurried off with Snape, whose expression was oddly grim. A short while later, Dumbledore approached and quietly beckoned Tver to follow him. Trailing behind the spry old headmaster, Tver entered Snape's office for the first time. Harry and Ron stood in a corner near the fireplace, though its warmth did little to comfort them. Professor McGonagall was scolding them in a sharp, echoing voice, while Snape leaned in the shadows, watching with a faint, knowing smirk. In his hand was a newspaper featuring a perfectly ordinary car, except that this one was flying through the sky. Under McGonagall's relentless questioning, Harry and Ron haltingly began explaining what had happened at the station. "Then why didn't you send us an owl?" Professor McGonagall demanded, glaring at them sternly. "If someone deliberately sealed off the platform, they could have intercepted the owls too," Tver said suddenly. Snape paused. "What do you mean?" "We all know platform 9 3/4 is protected by multiple enchantments. It wouldn't have been blocked for no reason," Tver explained evenly. "The only logical conclusion is that someone did it intentionally." Snape's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing in them. "Or," he said smoothly, "they're lying. They just wanted an excuse to drive that ridiculous flying car and make a spectacle of themselves." "It sounds exactly like something they'd do, doesn't it?" Harry and Ron's tempers flared instantly, and both stepped forward. "It's true. If you don't believe us, go check the platform yourself," Ron shouted. Harry's eyes blazed. "We wouldn't risk getting expelled just to show off." A quiet snort broke the tension. Everyone turned to Tver, who was clearly trying to suppress a laugh. "I just remembered something amusing," he said casually. Harry flushed. "All right, maybe we are a bit reckless sometimes," he admitted, "but this time, it really was an accident." "Regardless," Dumbledore said, his tone calm but disappointed, "you should never have done something so dangerous." Ron's face fell. "Fine," he muttered, dejected. "We probably deserve to be expelled." "What nonsense," Professor McGonagall said, her expression softening slightly. "The school won't expel you for this. But if it happens again," Dumbledore added quietly, "I'll have no choice." When the boys' faces brightened with relief, he went on, "Still, you must understand how dangerous your actions were tonight. I'll be writing to your families about this." Snape opened his mouth to add something, but McGonagall cut him off sharply. "And detention, you'll both serve detention for this incident." "Not the Forbidden Forest again, right?" Ron asked miserably. Their experience there last year was one they hadn't forgotten. "I'll handle it," Tver volunteered, taking the responsibility without hesitation. Dumbledore cast him a brief, thoughtful look. "Then it's settled," he said at last. "Let's return to the feast. Tver, I still need to make the announcement about you and Lockhart." Chapter 99, The Feast Continues. Back in the Great Hall, dinner carried on undisturbed. If anything, the excitement had only grown. With all the students gathered, word of Harry and Ron's latest escapade had spread through the hall within half an hour. All I can tell you is that they weren't expelled, Tver said quickly in response to Hermione's anxious questioning. If you want the details, ask them after the feast. If he waited any longer, the pudding would be gone. The small witch puffed her cheeks in frustration and relayed the professor's words to the table, which in turn confirmed to everyone that Harry and Ron had indeed caused trouble again. The atmosphere immediately turned livelier. Nearly every student was talking about the daring duo while continuing to eat with gusto. Tver, however, found the pudding far more interesting than the gossip. Headmaster, would you like to try the pumpkin pudding? No, I've already. Mind if I try some? Lockhart suddenly appeared beside him, nearly knocking poor Professor Flitwick off his seat. No. Tver pulled the pudding back before Lockhart could touch it, flatly refusing. Lockhart's dazzling smile froze mid-expression. Remembering the suffocating pressure Tver had exuded during their meeting in the headmaster's office, he wisely swallowed any irritation. Even if Tver hadn't earned a single award, he wasn't someone to provoke. No problem at all, Lockhart said smoothly, giving Flitwick a friendly pat on the shoulder. I suppose you must really enjoy these student desserts then. Dumbledore, quietly eating his own pudding, paused mid-bite, ? If you have something to say it, Tver said, setting his spoon down. I'm not like you, I don't have time for idle chatter with people who don't matter. Lockhart ignored the jab, shifting immediately to business. Ahem. I've been thinking, it's not ideal to split defense against the dark arts into pure theory and practice. So, I'd like to make a small adjustment. Tver, of course, understood the logic, but wasn't that division because of Lockhart's incompetence. If the men were remotely capable, Tver would have happily offloaded more of the practical work onto him. And what brilliant idea do you have in mind? Hearing what sounded almost like a compliment, Lockhart's confidence soared. He gestured animatedly, looking rather pleased with himself. I managed to capture, a group of nasty little pixies. In the spirit of good education and not wasting resources, I plan to demonstrate how to deal with them in class. Tver looked at him with open amusement. In the story he remembered, Lockhart had indeed unleashed a swarm of pixies on the students, and chaos had followed. He hadn't dared attempt another practical lesson since. Despite multiple warnings during the hiring process, he still hadn't learned his lesson. Still, Tver thought, perhaps it was best to let him fail spectacularly once. After that, he'd likely behave himself. Lockhart, meanwhile, was still rambling, trying to sound persuasive. You see, if we just focus on theory. I agree. Lockhart blinked, caught off guard. I know it goes against what we discussed, but, wait, did you just say you agree? Of course. Tver smiled pleasantly. Your first class is tomorrow afternoon, isn't it? I do hope you don't mind me attending. Mind? Not at all. Lockhart's grin returned, brighter than ever. You're more than welcome to observe. I promise it'll be a class no one will ever forget. Like an overexcited bird, he flapped his hands and practically skipped back to his seat. You really plan to sit in on that lesson? Flitwick asked, unable to hide his skepticism. Forgive me for saying so, but even after just a short time around that best-selling author, it's clear he's a bit excessive. I still ought to see it for myself, Tver said, a faint, knowing smile tugging at his lips. Just then, Dumbledore stood and began his customary start-of-term speech. As usual, he reminded everyone of the rules regarding the Forbidden Forest and certain restricted corridors. Then, to the delight of many of the female students, he introduced Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. This year, we'll be joined by a new professor, Professor Lockhart, who will handle the theoretical portion of defense against the dark arts, Dumbledore announced. Professor Folly will be responsible for the practical instruction. The details of the course will be explained to you by both professors once classes begin. According to the schedule, Tver and Lockhart would alternate teaching each week. In other words, Tver would teach half the students this week, and the remaining half the next. That meant only 6 classes a week, about the same workload as when Professor Quirrell held the post last year. Lockhart rose to his feet with a gleaming smile, accepting the applause that rippled through the hall. Thank you very much for the introduction, Headmaster. I'm absolutely thrilled to have been invited to this wonderful school and to share some of my professional expertise with all of you. He turned slightly, the smile never leaving his face. However, it seems our esteemed headmaster made a small mistake. My portion will also include practical demonstrations. Think of it as a perfect opportunity for your young Professor Folly to observe a master at work. The Weasley twins exchanged glances and mimed retching in unison. Several boys booed openly, though the disapproving glares from the girls quickly stifled them. Professor Lockhart probably just wants to show off his skills, Hermione said uncertainly, torn between her admiration for both professors. That explanation seemed to satisfy most of the girls, who nodded in agreement. Lockhart, however, hadn't expected Tver to be so well liked. One tiny jab at his colleague and the students had immediately turned on him. Sensing the shift in the room, he hastily ended his remarks, sat back down, and fixed his smile in place as Dumbledore led everyone in the school song, pretending nothing awkward had happened at all. The feast ended with the hall filled with laughter and song. Tver bid his colleagues good night and returned to his office. The decor was much the same as last year's. After a quick bit of tidying, he sat down in his chair and rolled up his sleeve. On his wrist, the curse he had long kept suppressed was stirring restlessly again. "That bastard Marvolio," he muttered. "Would have been nice if he'd mentioned that the defense against the dark arts curse grows stronger every year." Sure enough, with the start of the new term, the curse's power had intensified. No wonder past professors never lasted more than a year, its strength clearly increased in the second. Still, Tver's vitality remained abundant, suppressing it posed no real difficulty. Even so, the secret behind the badge needed to be uncovered soon. If he let this drag on for years, the curse's strength would one day become truly dangerous. Chapter 100, the first advanced class. When Tver entered the Great Hall early that morning, a group of young wizards immediately surrounded him, eager to ask about the newly built arena. Rumor had it that someone had flown up on a broom the day before and gotten a clear look at the entire setup. "That's the venue we'll be using for lessons this term," Tver said. "We'll go over the details once class begins. We're not going to lock you in there to fight each other. The layout is meant for teaching. This is a school, not ancient Rome. It won't just be dueling, either, we'll also be studying magical creature combat. So, don't worry about your OWLS or NEWTS." It seemed like every school year began the same way. After a bit of effort, Tver finally managed to redirect their enthusiasm toward Lockhart and slip away from the overly curious crowd. Lockhart, who had been sulking, immediately brightened at the attention. Straightening his robes, he flashed his practiced, dazzling smile. But his confidence didn't last long. "I wouldn't be surprised if the school expelled you. Just wait until I get my hands on you." Mrs. Weasley's voice thundered from a scarlet envelope, echoing through the Great Hall and shaking the candles suspended above until they nearly fell. It was a howler, one that conveyed its sender's fury with perfect clarity before bursting into flames and crumbling into ash. The entire hall winced under the noise. Tver quietly cast a Muffliato charm, allowing Ron and Harry to enjoy the full experience of the reprimand on their own. When the shouting finally died down, laughter rippled among the students. With that disturbance out of the way, Tver could finally focus on his breakfast. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't actually gone to see the new arena yet. The speed of its construction was remarkable, but then again, such things were to be expected in the wizarding world. Before his first class, he decided to sneak over and take a look. In truth, it wasn't much of an arena, more like a small sports hall. The stands formed a single ring around a large open space in the center, dotted with humanoid statues and massive stone blocks. Protego tot alum. Tver cast a few protective charms to prevent the students from damaging the place. Not that they could, really, none of them were powerful enough for that. Their opponents, on the other hand, might be. Satisfied, Tver made his way to the classroom, where his first group of students awaited. "Good morning." He took attendance quickly, then began outlining the plan for the year. "First of all, I'm very pleased to see you all here in the 6th year advanced course. As you can see, there are 60 of you, more than in any previous year. Looks like last year's lessons must have been quite the success," Tver said with a self-satisfied grin. The students straightened proudly, cheering and laughing, filling the room with energy. "However, that does bring a problem," he continued. "Our little classroom can't exactly fit so many excellent students. So, most of our lessons will be held in the new arena." Excitement spread across the room. "That's right," Tver said. "Since you 6th years have a bit more free time, our classes will be a little more entertaining. What about Professor Lockhart's classes?" A boy named Charles Mig raised his schedule, showing that defense against the dark arts alternated every other week. "As you can see, you'll only have my class once every 2 weeks, Tver said. "And as I told you last year, your theoretical knowledge is just as important. I don't want to see your NEWT scores suffer the year after next." A wave of disappointment spread through the room. Unlike the younger students, these 6th years had begun to notice the emptiness behind Lockhart's polished words. If classes had already started, they probably would have voiced their complaints openly. After all, if not for Lockhart, Professor Folly could be teaching them more himself. "Don't underestimate these bi-weekly lessons," Tver said, wagging a finger. "What you'll learn here will be worth revisiting and practicing for a long time. All right then, what are you waiting for? Grab your wands and come with me." At his signal, the students burst into cheers, tossing their textbooks, Lockhart's self-authored ones, of course, onto their desks. Chattering excitedly, the group hurried after him, their noise cutting through the calm of the morning campus. A few students without class looked on in surprise, some even tempted to follow. Unfortunately for them, Tver had no plans to open the stands to spectators. When they reached the arena again, he stopped the onlookers at the entrance. "Sorry," he said lightly, "you'll have to wait until the official lesson." Inside, the students taking the class were busy examining their surroundings, whispering to one another as they pointed at the statues and stones scattered across the floor. The setup was simple enough, and thanks to rumors from the previous day, they quickly surveyed the whole place. The only things that really drew their attention were the strange statues and the evenly placed stone blocks. The statues were humanoid, each a head taller than Professor Folly, dressed like ancient warriors in heavy armor, weapons gleaming in their hands. Some held swords and shields, others wielded long spears, and a few carried flails that looked particularly menacing. Tver clapped his hands to pull their attention back. These aren't for you to use, at least not yet. For now, let's focus on today's lesson. As sixth years, you've all had years of magical training. By now, your strengths and aptitudes should be becoming clear. Anyone know what that means? It means the ones without talent are starting to fail their classes, a silver-haired girl said dryly. The smiles on the students' faces froze. By sixth year, except for Percy, the only one still excelling across every subject, most of them had already failed a few classes. Some had only this course left to salvage their grades. Lack of talent. She was obviously talking about them. Well said, Crystal, Tver said with a helpless sigh. But maybe don't say it out loud next time. He revealed the real answer. It means your individual combat tendencies are beginning to take shape. We always talk about playing to your strengths in battle, but someone once told me, Professor, my greatest skill is standing on the sidelines and cheering. So, what should someone like that do? Percy, what do you think? Professor, Percy said confidently, I think the key is teamwork. Working with partners who complement your abilities so everyone in the group can perform at their best. Exactly, Tver said with a sly grin. I'm sure you all figured that out when you fought me one-on-one. Every year except the first and second had already received his special training sessions. They'd all gotten a taste, whether they liked it or not, of what true cooperation meant. But it was only the beginning. This year, Tver planned to strengthen that skill properly. After all, he had bigger plans for them in the future. Chapter 101, Dividing Responsibilities. The students were, of course, deeply impressed. Their once proud strength had been completely crushed by the professor, but the battle had taught them plenty. Now, instead of fear, excitement burned in their eyes as they looked at the professor. Please push us again, Professor. In a team, the most important thing is finding your role and making full use of your abilities, Tver said. To help you understand your place in a group, I usually divide the team into 3 roles, the supporter, the disruptor, and the attacker. The attacker, as the name suggests, is mainly responsible for offense. This role is typically taken by someone with the strongest magic and the best accuracy. The disruptor uses various spells to interfere with the opponent's movements. This requires solid control of transfiguration and a wide range of magic. The supporter is the team's all-rounder, often acting as the strategist. They also cover the other 2 roles to keep the team from falling apart. As for defense, that's something everyone must pay attention to. Of course, an attacker can leave that to trusted teammates. So, the goal of today's lesson is to help you figure out which role you're best suited for in combat. What if we're not good at any of them? Crystal asked. Support, Tver replied immediately. This role doesn't necessarily require brilliant decision-making. You can focus on observing your opponents, gathering information, and creating openings for your teammates. And don't underestimate yourselves. Anyone who made it into my advanced class has a strength somewhere. The students, who had been nervous a moment ago, suddenly felt encouraged. They began eagerly thinking about which role suited them best. I think I'd be an attacker. Back in Charm's class, I hit Professor Flitwick right on target. I don't know if you're an attacker, but you're definitely not a supporter. Why not? Because you don't have a brain. Letting them choose on their own was impossible. From their chatter, it was clear most wanted to be attackers or supporters. In reality, the disruptor was the hardest role, demanding, exhausting, and offering the least personal gain. It required constant effort and often meant sacrificing for the team. After explaining the pros and cons of each role, Tver led them to a set of statues. Here are 3 statues. You'll each face one, and I'll evaluate your performance to assign you the right role. The Sword and Shield statue has strong defensive power, it'll test your offensive skills. The second one, as you can see, wields a halberd. It's extremely agile, so you'll need to disrupt its movements or you'll lose quickly. And the last one, Tver said with a grin, is me. I'll use all kinds of spells to attack you, and your job is to escape from them as best you can. Seeing their stunned faces, he added, come get your badges, then split into 3 groups and show me what you can do. Don't be discouraged if you lose, just move on to another opponent. This lesson isn't an exam. It's to help you understand your strengths. All right. A minute later, Tver looked around. No one stood in front of him, while the other 2 statues had long lines. I'm not a demon, you know. Is that really necessary? He sighed. Percy, you come here first. Percy froze. But with everyone's encouraging looks on him, he slowly walked to face Tver, glancing back every few steps. After all the private lessons he'd had last year, he knew better than anyone just how deep the professor's power ran. Relax, Tver said, twirling his wand with a knowing look. Let's see how much you've improved. Percy's face hardened. There was a hint of meaning in his words. To the rest of the students, it looked like just another test of skill. But in his eyes, this was the professor gauging his abilities, determining how much he could contribute in the professor's future endeavors. Gritting his teeth, Percy solemnly raised his wand, his gaze hardening with resolve. Professor, then watch closely, I haven't wasted this summer. Quite confident, aren't you? Tver was pleased with Percy's attitude. Weakness and power mattered little, under his guidance, one would inevitably grow stronger. But a poor mindset could cause even someone as powerful as Dumbledore to falter. After exchanging formalities, Percy immediately cast the shield charm upon himself. Because the professor's attack was coming. A red beam shot toward him, blindingly bright like a miniature sun. The shield charm only blocked the first spell, but he was prepared. His body darted swiftly to the left rear, narrowly evading the next two streaks of crimson light. This attack tests your perception of magic, Percy thought to himself. Before he could analyze further, he sensed the ground surging beneath him. He immediately cast a reinforcing charm to halt the shifting earth while simultaneously shattering the extending arm. He darted right again, evading the palm sweeping in from behind. In less than half a minute since the battle began, Percy had dodged 3 attacks. His classmates stood dumbfounded. The professor's attacks were not only sharper than anything they'd faced before, but surpassed even the level of his duel with Professor Flitwick. Last year's scene remained vivid in their minds, and they had long yearned to wield such exquisite magic like the two professors. But the problem was, that was just a dream. At their current skill level, forget matching Professor Flitwick's back-and-forth exchanges, even lasting more than a minute required the kind of genius Percy possessed. But Percy didn't last long either. After a minute, he was bound by ropes under their admiring gazes. Thankfully, there was no ceiling here, he thought with relief. The students would eventually face the Dark Lord themselves. With Percy's demonstration, their hearts felt a little lighter. Before class ended, Tver finally finished summarizing every student's performance. See, he said, handing each student a form. Your scores will be recorded here. You may choose one function from those with similar scores. But don't force yourself to pick one with a poor gap. Then, based on your chosen function, select suitable teammates from your classmates to form a 3-person squad. This will be your team for the entire year, so choose carefully. Once you've made your choices, record them on the form. This is your assignment for the next 2 weeks. Got it. Receiving the students' enthusiastic affirmation, Tver dismissed the class. Chapter 102, The Purpose of the Lesson. Unsurprisingly, the 6th-year students spread word of the class discussion during lunch. Students gathered in the Great Hall, chatting and laughing as they speculated about which roles they might take on. Even the professors found themselves considering the 3 categories of roles. If they encounter enemies alone, won't they be at a disadvantage because of differing abilities? For instance, wouldn't a disruptor lack offensive power? Professor Flitwick was the first to pose the question to Tver, though several other professors at the staff table were also watching him with interest. The division into 3 roles is only a general guideline, Tver replied. Once they've gained experience, they can learn from their teammates' abilities and gradually master other aspects of combat. In the end, they can become both versatile and highly specialized. He deliberately raised his voice so not only the professors but also the students sitting in the front rows could hear him clearly. After all, in the wizarding world, focusing too narrowly in one area could be dangerous. A fighter with obvious weaknesses would only make it easier for opponents to exploit them. And Tver had no intention of making such a naive mistake. Once the children graduate, they won't be able to gather like this again, Professor McGonagall said, following Flitwick's lead. Does this sort of team-based structure still hold meaning for them? It's mainly to help them get used to working in teams, Tver explained. You know as well as I do how wide the power gap between wizards can be. For skilled aurors, defeating several times their number of ordinary wizards is easy. But for Headmaster Dumbledore, the number of aurors he could defeat simply depends on his mood. Please don't put it that way, Dumbledore said with a bashful wave of his hand. I'm just an old man. Of course, not a single professor at the table took him seriously. Tver continued in a clear, steady tone. That's why improving the students' teamwork skills is essential. It allows them to cooperate with anyone at any time, not just their regular teammates. This way, when they encounter stronger enemies, they won't be left powerless. The professors exchanged looks of sudden understanding. Strength was never absolute, it was always relative. As long as stronger opponents existed, whether wizards or magical creatures, cooperation was the key to survival. If every student learned to work together, the bonds they built at school would strengthen even after they entered society. When danger came, they'd be better prepared to stand against it. I think you're just fear-mongering, Professor Burbage from Muggle Studies said suddenly. The wizarding world has been peaceful for so long, what danger could these students possibly face? And you keep going on about enemies, enemies, enemies. The only foes these children ever deal with are gnomes in the garden. Believing that Durmstrang discriminated against Muggles, Burbage had long been at odds with Tver. However, there was one belief of hers that he truly respected, her conviction that wizards and Muggles were fundamentally no different. That kind of belief in equality had drawn heavy criticism from many in the wizarding world. Even wizards who rejected pureblood ideals often still considered themselves inherently superior because of their magical abilities. As a result, Burbage was a frequent contributor to the Daily Prophet, where she and others often debated these issues in print. Still, that respect didn't mean Tver would tolerate baseless accusations. Staying within the school walls year-round, the only danger you've ever faced is a gnome. But that doesn't mean the students graduating and stepping into the wider world won't encounter far greater threats, even deadly ones. Then perhaps Professor Fawley could show us what exactly a deadly danger looks like. As it happens, I have one in my office. All right, that's enough, both of you, Dumbledore interrupted, ending their argument. Anything that benefits the students can be part of the curriculum. Tver's intentions are good. And Tver, he added mildly, Burbage has a point too. Don't neglect the standard coursework. With the headmaster stepping in to mediate, the professors dropped the matter. But the students certainly didn't. Fred, remember to be more respectful next time, or I'll lead you straight into a trap. George, acting like a commander, patted Fred on the shoulder with a self-important air. As you wish. Fred bowed like a servant. Then allow me to help you with your meal. He snatched George's drumstick and bit off a large chunk without hesitation, completely unfazed by the bite marks already on it. George stared blankly at his now empty hand for 2 full seconds. You idiot. Let this great supporter teach you a lesson. Hermione sighed and pushed her book further away, making sure to dodge the bits of bread flying through the air. You haven't even started class yet. How do you know what role you're suited for? Whatever role it is, I can't take it now, Ron groaned, pulling out his wand, looking utterly miserable. His already battered wand had snapped clean in half. Even taped back together, it was useless for casting spells. He'd already realized the problem during Transfiguration that morning. But after the trouble he'd caused at home recently, he didn't even have the courage to write a letter, much less ask for money for a new wand. Professor Fawley seems to know a bit about wands, Hermione suggested. Why don't you ask him? Forget it. To a professor, a few galleons isn't worth the effort, Ron muttered. Though his relationship with the professor had improved last term, Ron still couldn't help feeling intimidated around him. Huff, Harry sighed as he slumped down beside them. Hear anything interesting? Defense Against the Dark Arts as new content, Hermione said, placing a roll in front of him. What about you? Why are you only showing up now? They'd been stopped at the Great Hall entrance by a first-year named Colin Creevey, or rather, Harry had. So Ron and Hermione, in the spirit of self-preservation, had slipped away early to catch the latest gossip. Don't get me started, Harry groaned. That Colin kid wanted an autograph, and then Malfoy showed up. That would have been bad enough, but Lockhart suddenly appeared, like my autograph was some kind of summoning spell. He dragged me over and made me take a picture with him. Did you sign it for Colin? I mean, the photo. Ron teased, smirking. Hermione shut her book, smiling as she watched Harry's expression darken. I did not. Harry shouted, half outraged, half exasperated. All right, Hermione said, glancing at the clock, signed or not, we still have class. She carefully tucked her textbooks into her bag, giving it an affectionate pat before standing up, excitement practically radiating from her. The 3 of them headed toward the classroom. Ron glanced at Hermione, who was practically skipping ahead. Are you really that excited about Lockhart's class? I just want Professor Fawley to be the one teaching us. It's Professor Lockhart, Hermione huffed, cheeks puffed out. Professor Fawley's lessons are great too, but Professor Lockhart's class is something to look forward to. No need to argue about it, Harry said, pointing to the back of the classroom. As long as both Lockhart and Fawley are teaching this class, we're set. Tver smiled and gave them a friendly wave. Chapter 103, Taking Over the Class. Before Harry and the others could respond, they were forced to return to their seats. Lockhart entered the classroom, dressed as flamboyantly as a peacock, gliding in with a flourish. Good afternoon. He launched into his self-introduction with polished ease. It was identical to the one he'd given during his interview with Tver, not a single word different. Does this guy give the same speech every time he introduces himself? Tver muttered under his breath. Lockhart, of course, couldn't hear the remark, but his gaze found Tver all the same. Today's lesson will be a little different, he announced, gesturing toward Tver seated at the back. Yes, as you can see, we have a special guest student joining us, your Professor Folly. Although I'm the new professor here, I dare say my experience in adventure is a bit more extensive. He raised his eyebrows proudly, but the students didn't seem impressed. Instead, they kept sneaking glances at Tver, who smiled back at them. Ahem. Lockhart cleared his throat and straightened his posture, finally drawing the students' attention back to him. This is an important class, so I expect you all to take it seriously. With that, he began passing out a stack of papers. Unlike Tver's usual magical efficiency, Lockhart handed them out one by one. Maybe the professor just likes doing it this way. Some other professors do too, Hermione said, trying to defend him when Ron and Harry scoffed. Still, the students were used to starting class with a written test. Tver had trained them well, so no one complained. They quietly picked up their quills and looked down at the questions. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Even Hermione started to feel uneasy. She skimmed further down the page. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? All the way to the final question. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? And what would his ideal birthday gift be? By Merlin's beard, is this really defense against the dark arts? Hermione whispered. She had, of course, memorized Lockhart's books inside and out, so the questions were easy for her. But after experiencing Tver's lessons, she immediately sensed how little this exam truly meant. Maybe he's testing how well we've read the assigned texts, she tried to reassure herself. Harry and Ron, meanwhile, could only stare at each other blankly, 6 bewildered eyes blinking in sync. Have you even read any of Lockhart's books? Harry whispered. Even if I had, I wouldn't remember what his greatest achievement is supposed to be, Ron grumbled. At the back, Tver chuckled as he looked over the test paper Lockhart had courteously handed him. The questions themselves weren't worth commenting on, but the structure was impressive. Lockhart had somehow managed to frame a simple topic in countless ways. That alone was a mark of a capable test maker. Once Lockhart realized his shortcomings, Tver thought he'd step in to give some guidance, and perhaps an outline. After that, Lockhart could handle the exams and grading himself. He made a quiet mental note. 30 minutes later, Lockhart collected the papers. As expected, only Hermione managed a perfect score. The young witch looked proud yet faintly disappointed. But when Lockhart pulled out a cage full of Cornish pixies, her face immediately brightened again. I knew the professor wouldn't make things that simple. This lesson actually has a practical component. Because of the high risk involved with his magical creatures, Tver hadn't demonstrated this kind of lesson to the first years last year. This was their first time ever handling magical creatures in class. But they hadn't expected that, when it came to disappointing people, Lockhart never disappointed. The Cornish pixies went completely out of control in the classroom. Before Lockhart could even cast a spell, his wand had already been snatched away by the mischievous creatures. As the chaos grew worse, he forced himself to look calm and shouted loudly toward Tver, I suddenly remembered something urgent I must attend to. Professor Folly will take over the rest of this class. Without waiting for Tver's response, he bolted from the classroom in a panic. The moment he was gone, the students noticed the rampaging pixies had suddenly frozen in midair. One by one, they flew back into their cage in perfect order. Books, teaching tools, and even the portrait of Lockhart hanging on the wall slowly floated back to their original positions, neatly arranged as if nothing had happened. Harry, you're sitting on that book, Hermione said, pointing to the wriggling magical me under Harry's seat. Harry quickly jumped up, and the last book floated back to the table where it belonged. Only after everything was back in place did Tver lower his wand and stride toward the front of the classroom. That was bloody brilliant, Ron breathed in awe. Thank you for the compliment. Now, everyone, back to your seats, Tver said clearly. The students quickly sat down. I imagine most of you already know what the 6th years studied this morning, Tver continued, but I must remind you, you're not yet ready for that kind of lesson. The classroom immediately erupted in protest. Professor, we're strong enough. That's not fair. We want to learn how to fight too. Even Hermione, usually the most obedient of them all, muttered, you haven't taught us much magic yet, of course we're not ready. All right, Tver raised his hand, silencing the complaints. I understand your frustration. That's why, this year, I'll be teaching you as much magic as I can. If you study well, by next year you'll naturally experience lessons that are more intense, and far more exciting. As the students' expressions shifted from irritation to anticipation, Tver pointed toward the cage. Now then, let's begin today's lesson. Who can tell me about the characteristics of these Cornish pixies? As expected, Hermione's hand shot up first. Cornish pixies are very mischievous creatures. Although they don't have wings, they can fly. Also, they have remarkably long lifespans and stay young for many years. Tver nodded approvingly. Correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. He placed his hand on the cage and gave it a light tap. The pixies, now fully recovered, began hammering the bars restlessly, producing a sharp crackling noise. I'm sure the earlier commotion gave you a clear idea of just how troublesome these Cornish pixies can be, he said. Don't underestimate them. They're incredibly strong, able to lift objects more than 10 times their own size. Seeing the nervous looks on the students' faces, Tver's lips curved into a faint smile. And now, he said, I'm going to release them again. Chapter 104, Dealing with the Cornish Pixies. Tver watched the growing panic among the students with clear amusement. Some hurriedly drew their wands, staring nervously at the Cornish pixies in the cage. Others gripped their textbooks, ready to use them as weapons. A few simply turned pleading eyes toward Tver. Professor, you're not really going to do that, are you? They hadn't forgotten how much trouble the Cornish pixies had just caused. Of course I am, Tver said, lifting his hand from the cage and picking up his wand. But only after I've taught you how to deal with them properly. Realizing it was only a false alarm, the students let out sighs of relief and focused on the lesson. The best spell for dealing with Cornish pixies is the freezing charm, Tver explained. First, it immobilizes them and stops their movement. Second, it covers a wide area. But, he continued, there's a problem with that approach. Has anyone figured it out? This time, it wasn't Hermione who spoke. Area spells are more likely to hit your teammates. If the Cornish pixies get too close, we might end up freezing ourselves, said a well-behaved girl named Alyssa Green. Correct. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Tver released a single Cornish pixie. The moment it burst out of the cage, the creature darted straight for him, its sharp little face twisted into a vindictive grin. It moved so fast that, to the students, it was only a blur. Just like when it had attacked that peacock earlier, it was determined to take down this foolish wizard. But before the thought could even form, the Cornish pixie froze midair, completely immobilized. Tver gave a bored shake of his head. Cornish pixies had many traits worth studying, but their lack of intelligence made them far too dull for his interest. The Cornish pixie's size is about the same as a Quidditch snitch, he said. The only difference is that pixies are faster and far more agile. With your current skill level, you're more likely to hit your teammates than one of them. But as you can see, they're not very bright. You can use that to your advantage, think strategically, set traps, and guide their movements to capture them. At least it's easier than Professor Lockhart's method. The students burst out laughing, openly mocking the memory of Lockhart's earlier retreat. Their pride grew even stronger once they successfully learned the freezing charm under Tver's guidance. For the first time, they'd get to face real opponents in class. I imagine you're all eager to begin, Tver said with a faint smile. So, wands ready. Prepare for battle. The cage flew open completely, and the Cornish pixies shot out in a blue blur. Immobilis. A chorus of spells filled the air, some mispronounced, some too weak, but a few pixies were successfully frozen mid-flight. The rest, however, swooped into the crowd, unleashing havoc. Anne. I'm sorry, Ron. Hermione cried, staring in horror at her immobilized classmate. I didn't mean to, I didn't think you'd move in front of me. What do we do? The professor didn't teach us the counterspell. She spun in a panic. Unlike the petrification curse, Ron's eyes could still move, but only his eyes. Why are you glaring at me? She asked helplessly. To her confusion, 2 Cornish pixies were tugging hard on Ron's ears, one on each side, trying to lift him off the ground. Enough. Harry shouted, pulling Hermione beneath Ron. We need to help him now. Ron. Hermione screamed, clutching his leg to keep him from being carried off. Harry seized the moment and cast another freezing charm, which hit Ron squarely on the head again. Fortunately, Neville and Alyssa each managed to freeze one of the pixies holding him. Realizing they could use the students as shields, the remaining pixies dove into the crowd, hiding behind desks and tossing stolen books at anyone who tried to cast a spell. Chaos erupted instantly. The Cornish pixies, as if venting all their earlier frustration from being trapped, tore through the classroom with even more destructive energy than before. More crucially, the number of frozen students now exceeded the total number of Cornish pixies. 10 minutes later, thanks to a random explosion caused by Seamus, they finally managed to stun 2 of them. Calm down. You call this dueling practice? You'd be better off playing hide-and-seek, at least then you wouldn't hit your teammates. Tver shouted helplessly. Use non-elemental light orbs to scare them. Drive them into a corner and deal with them one at a time. Tver's words jolted Hermione back to her senses. With clear instructions and Harry leading several capable students, they worked together and managed to capture the last 3 Cornish pixies just before class ended. When it was over, the dozen remaining students collapsed into their seats, drenched in sweat and grinning in exhaustion. Tver restored the classroom to its original state and dispelled the spells from the students who'd been accidentally hit. See. This is what real combat looks like, Tver said, handing out chocolate to the class. That's why casting accuracy is so important. One mistake, and your teammate could end up dead. The word dead made everyone freeze, they forgot to even eat the chocolate in their hands. For homework, write an essay on how to force your opponent's movements to improve your casting accuracy and safety. Professor, I heard you and Professor Lockhart take turns teaching. So, who's teaching next week? Harry asked before leaving. Tver smiled. Harry, this was actually Professor Lockhart's class. I was just filling in. Woohoo. The students cheered and bounded out of the classroom. Tver glanced around the room once more, restoring the last few items and covering the pixie's cage with a black cloth. But as he stepped out, he ran into an unexpected person. Professor Lockhart. Weren't you dealing with an emergency? Lockhart looked embarrassed. He blinked rapidly and gave a stiff smile. It's already been handled. I just came to thank you for covering my class. Should I make it up next week? Colleagues should help each other, Tver replied with an easy smile. I'll take care of next week's class myself. Though. I do have a small favor to ask, if you've got the time. Lockhart's eyes lit up. Of course. Well, Tver said, taking out a notebook, this has the key points I've compiled for all 7 grades. I want to create some quizzes for them, but the questions aren't finished yet. Could you help me with that? Absolutely. Lockhart eagerly grabbed the notebook, flipping through it. The more he read, the more excited he became. 1 week. Give me 1 week and I'll have it all done. I really appreciate it. You said it yourself, we're colleagues. Helping each other is only natural. I've always thought your books were fascinating, although. The two walked toward the Great Hall, exchanging compliments, while passing students looked on in confusion. Why did Professor Folly's smile seem so sinister? Chapter 105, The Proud Marvolio. Lockhart proved remarkably efficient, completing exam papers for all 7 grades in just 1 week. Yet this achievement did little to salvage his rapidly declining reputation within the school. On the contrary, by the end of the week's lessons, especially when compared to the 2 Defense Against the Dark Arts professors' performances in the Cornish Pixie class, Professor Folly utterly outshone Lockhart. This overwhelming sense of déjà vu made students recall last year's Professor Quirrell. Back then, Quirrell had also been completely outclassed by Professor Folly in teaching performance, forcing students to spend the remaining half of the school year revisiting content they had already learned in Folly's class. But Quirrell had only taught 4th years and above, whereas Lockhart now had to handle all 7 grades. Soon, half the school was grumbling, especially since their classmates were enjoying Professor Folly's creative and engaging lessons. 1st years. Nothing to say there, they were still learning to conjure sparks. Even if they managed it, the most they could do was play light ball games. 2nd years had Tver's opportunistic Cornish pixies, while 3rd years and above were busy with spectacular functional scoring drills. Students who'd suffered through Quirrell could only sigh, at least Lockhart's classroom doesn't stink. Those who hadn't experienced it yet, well, they were already beginning to understand. Even Lockhart's most loyal fans could only defend him weakly. Professor Lockhart is a great adventurer. He might, perhaps, just not be very good at teaching. The thought that half their classes this year would be taught by Lockhart sparked a wicked idea in their minds. If they got rid of Lockhart, Professor Folly would have to take over all the classes himself. So that's why you finished the exam questions so quickly. Tver took the thick stack of papers from Lockhart's hands, flipping through them as he spoke casually. Lockhart instantly recalled the malicious stares from his students and the constant whispering that followed him whenever he entered the Great Hall. If you really want to get rid of me, you shouldn't be discussing it so loudly, he roared inwardly. Outwardly, though, his expression calmed slightly. Tver's office did give him a certain sense of safety. How could that be? They're just a bunch of students who haven't even graduated. Me, afraid of them? Ridiculous, haha. Just a reminder, Tver said, last year, Professor Quirrell got hit in the head twice, and both times were accidental. Ha, Lockhart's smile froze. Is your class really that cursed? That depends on you. Tver sighed, placing the stack of papers on the desk. The questions are well made, but please refrain from mentioning your name in half of them, and subtly hinting at it in the rest. Setting that aside, Lockhart's exam questions were actually impressive. They lacked depth, perhaps, but covered a wide range of material. Was he hoping to redeem himself through this? Lockhart gave a sheepish laugh and took the papers back. Since I wrote these questions, putting my name before the author should be fine, right? In just 1 week, he had realized how immensely popular Tver was within the school. Despite being a new professor who had only been there for a year, Tver's authority rivaled that of veterans like Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. So Lockhart planned a small trick, placing his own name first and Tver's after it, to subtly boost his own image. This kind of quiet one-upmanship. He'd been doing it long before he ever started writing books. Tver shrugged with amusement. Doesn't matter. As long as you follow my requirements, you don't even need to include my name. No way. Absolutely not. Lockhart's sudden outburst startled Tver. Blinking twice in confusion, he said, "Well, whatever you say, then." Lockhart looked at Tver with the expression of a disappointed mentor, speaking earnestly. "This is your hard work, how can you treat it so lightly? Not only will I put your name on it, but I'll make sure it's front and center." With that, he grabbed the large bag and dashed out of the room before Tver could say another word. "What a mystery," Tver muttered, closing the door Lockhart had left open and making a point of locking it. He returned to his seat, checked the time, and pulled a badge from his drawer. It was identical to the one he'd given Cynthia last Christmas. Actually, the two badges were a matching pair. They functioned like two-way mirrors, allowing their owners to communicate with each other at any time. "Right on schedule," Cynthia's cautious voice came through. "Tver, are you free right now? Please, aside from Dumbledore and Grindelwald, there's no one in the wizarding world who could make him in. Convenient." A smug voice cut in at the same time. Even through the badge, Tver could picture Marvolio's lazy, irreverent grin. "Ugh." After a moment, Cynthia's voice returned, sounding apologetic. "Sorry about that. He's been a little off lately. Sounds like he's enjoying the Auror job." Tver asked, amused. Enjoying it is an understatement. Every day he's either buried in wanted lists or running all over the place with his investigation squad. He spends less time in the ministry than he ever did in Nocturne Alley. Tver's expression turned strange. He had originally hoped that Marvolio's achievements might help him gain control of the Auror office, or even the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement. But that was more about giving Cynthia support within the ministry. He never truly expected much, since Marvolio's soul was still Voldemort's. Even under Tver's control, he wasn't exactly obedient. And now he's suddenly in love with hunting dark wizards. Wait, he's not just killing people at random, is he? At first, yes, Cynthia sighed. For several days in a row, every suspect in his cases turned up dead under mysterious circumstances. Even an idiot could tell something was wrong. So Kingsley launched an internal investigation right away. If they'd found any magical traces on his wand, or if his squad hadn't vouched for him, he'd have been fired. Luckily, he got the message and toned it down. His methods became, well, a little more restrained. Missing limbs and such. It still stirred up quite a bit of controversy, though. But after that speech he gave at the office about good men bearing the burden while villains run free, he actually won a lot of Aurors over. The members of his investigation squad, especially, they're completely loyal to him now. How could they not be? Marvolio's voice broke in again. They get the credit without any of the risk. Anyone with half a brain would take that deal. So, Tver said smoothly, how about earning yourself another bit of credit? Oh. Marvolio perked up immediately, his tone curious. He'd gotten addicted to this role-playing game of his. The two began whispering through the badge. 5 minutes later, Marvolio's voice turned sulky. This is boring. There's not even anyone to fight. Be patient. Once you've made a name for yourself, the more dangerous missions will be yours, Tver said, coaxing him like a child. After a bit more persuasion, Marvolio finally agreed, albeit reluctantly. Chapter 106, The Three in Detention. As soon as they finished discussing, Cynthia impatiently shoved Marvolio aside and snatched the badge back. What about me? I've already gained Barty Crouch's trust. I'm not only his assistant now but also hold a position in the International Magical Law Enforcement Office. Her excited voice came through the badge. It was no wonder she was so thrilled, being a newcomer with less than a year at the ministry and already achieving such a position was remarkable. Especially for a Durmstrang graduate like her, it had taken no small effort to overcome her colleagues' prejudice. Still, the issue was obvious, her authority extended only within the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Any updates on Lucius Malfoy lately? Especially regarding him and Fudge. Understood. Cynthia paused briefly before her tone shifted to something sharp and professional. Malfoy has complained to Fudge several times about the search operation. Of course, nothing came of it, since the investigation turned up no damaging evidence. However, he's been trying to contact your parents through the ministry and has been in more frequent communication with other pureblood families. Looks like the crocodile's taken the bait, Tver thought with satisfaction. After a moment's reflection, he instructed, keep an eye on his dealings with Fudge, especially anything connected to Hogwarts. They chatted a bit more about ministry matters, and near noon, Cynthia reluctantly ended the call under Marvolio's teasing. Tver lingered, absently rubbing the badge as his thoughts wandered. Before Muggles invented things like the telegraph, two-way mirrors were practically divine tools for wizards. But now that Muggles had mobile phones, fewer and fewer alchemists bothered to master the craft. After musing in his office for a while, he calmly made his way toward the Great Hall. The wizarding world was full of problems like this, that was exactly why he was here to fix them, wasn't it? But for now, he had a more pressing task at hand. At the entrance to the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall intercepted him. Tver, I should remind you, Potter and Weasley's detention needs to be carried out soon. Especially Potter's, before it interferes with his Quidditch training. Tver blinked. I thought he had training on the weekend. Am I supposed to lock him up afterward? Professor McGonagall gave a look that was half a grimace, half exasperation. Tver had never seen her so displeased before. Not today. A certain house decided to cut in line under some excuse. She explained the morning's incident at the Quidditch pitch. Gryffindor's practice time had been snatched by Snape, who claimed he needed the field to train new players, which of course led to a scuffle between the two teams. Tver nodded knowingly. So it was about Quidditch, no wonder she was upset. Then I'll have them serve detention tonight. Oh, and let Malfoy know he's to come as well. Malfoy. Yes. He deserves punishment too. Tver nodded with a faint smile, his tone leaving no room for doubt. And since Professor McGonagall had no objection to Malfoy being punished, she certainly wouldn't oppose him. That evening, Harry and Ron were surprised to find Malfoy waiting outside the office. Malfoy stood there, shoulders slumped, looking utterly dejected. He didn't even have the spirit to mock Ron, who was still spitting out slugs. After shouting mudblood on the Quidditch field, he'd nearly been mobbed by the Gryffindors. Then, when he ran into Head of House Snape in the Great Hall, the man's cold stare had terrified him so much he'd lost his appetite entirely. Now, dizzy with hunger, he was here to serve detention with Professor Folly. Malfoy had only one thought, regret. If he could turn back time, he would never have said that word to that girl. Oh, so you bought 7 Nimbus 2001s. I knew the professor, ugh, wouldn't let you off that easily. Ron's face was a little pale, but that didn't stop him from taunting Malfoy. Unable to resist his son's pleas, Lucius had splurged on new brooms for the entire Slytherin team. On the pitch, they moved like a green blur. Malfoy was now so famished he saw stars, he merely glanced over, too weak to retort. Seeing this, Harry tugged at Ron, and they obediently continued waiting. They'd been standing outside for 5 minutes already, as Professor Folly had specified they could only enter at exactly 8 o'clock. The office door opened precisely on the dot, not a second off. Tver nodded with satisfaction. This was a form of timed magic. But as everyone knew, magic only reacted to real-world conditions, and time was a human-made concept. Magic wouldn't treat it as a trigger. To achieve timed magic, Tver had to meticulously calculate the magical energy expenditure, resorting to the archaic method of burning a rope to measure time. Seeing the smiling Tver, Harry and the others, misreading the situation, assumed tonight's punishment would be light and instantly relaxed. Tonight, you'll experience the joy of Muggles doing manual labor. Thud. Suddenly, Malfoy collapsed onto the floor. Seriously? Fainting just from manual labor? Tver exclaimed in astonishment. Harry glanced over. Professor, he probably just fainted from hunger. After a long while, Malfoy slowly stirred from the soft bedding. His eyes flickered dazedly before gradually regaining their sharpness. A soft bed, the professor's office. Wait, this couldn't be. If you're awake, kindly get off my notebook and come eat something, Professor Tver's voice drifted softly. Only then did Malfoy gradually hear the sound of chewing. But it wasn't coming from the professor, it was Harry and Ron, wolfing down food not far from him. Especially Ron, who'd been spewing slugs all day. Just healed by Tver, he was finally able to stuff himself. The sight of the steaming feast made Malfoy's stomach growl immediately. He scrambled off the bed. Compared to the weakness before his unconsciousness, his body felt much stronger now, not at all like it had been drained. The bed Malfoy had been lying on transformed back into a notebook and flew into Tver's hand. He gestured toward Harry and Ron's table, where a mountain of roasted meat and bread was rapidly diminishing under Ron's assault. I gave you some potions, but they can't compare to a proper meal. I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare food for you both. Go eat now. Malfoy swallowed hard, but first bowed to Tver. Thank you very much for your help. Only then did he scamper over to the table and start fighting Ron for the roast meat. Aren't you usually so elegant? Why so rough now? Aren't you usually so refined? Why are you being so rude now? Though Ron's words were slurred, Malfoy understood his meaning perfectly. That's for the professor. You're not worthy of my elegance. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Snape's Suspicion. By the time the three of them had finished eating and drinking their fill, half an hour had passed. After tidying up the place, Tver glanced over at the trio, who were now sitting there burping contentedly. Seems you've eaten your fill. Since that's the case, tonight's punishment begins. What you'll do is grab brooms, mops, rags, and buckets. Tver gestured toward the corner where he had specially borrowed a full set of cleaning tools from Filch. Every kind of cleaning implement imaginable was there. And clean the entire first floor. The trio immediately turned their heads toward the corner, eyes widening in disbelief. The entire first floor? With those Muggle things? Their voices cracked with shock, becoming shrill and piercing. Tver frowned at the noise. This is just tonight's task. The castle has 8 floors. Detention won't truly end until you've cleaned the entire thing. Oh, and one more thing, Tver suddenly added, make sure to sweep before you mop. Then use the rags to wipe down the railings, windows, and so on. Do it properly, I'll be inspecting your work afterward. Harry and the others stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief, as if seeing this Professor Folly for the very first time. Hey, snap out of it. Get moving and start cleaning. If you miss curfew, that's on you. At Tver's reminder, none of them dared argue. They scrambled toward the corner, fighting to grab what looked like the easiest tools. Just a heads up, Tver said casually, if even one area fails inspection, no matter who messed up, all 3 of you will face detention again. The 3 exchanged pained looks, then immediately became polite and cooperative. Mr. Malfoy, this rag seems perfect for you. Thanks, Mr. Weasley, but the mop looks like a fine choice too. Could I take the broom? Harry asked tentatively. No. Asterisk. After a round of noisy bickering, the 3 finally left the office, hauling their cleaning supplies down to the first floor. But when it came time to fill the water buckets, another argument broke out. Watching Ron and Malfoy glare stubbornly at each other, Harry had no choice but to intervene. Listen, we need to put our differences aside for now. Whatever it is, we can deal with it after detention, all right. I'll agree if he does, Ron muttered, turning away. He has to agree first. Malfoy huffed, lifting his chin and turning his head in the opposite direction. Ron scowled, glaring at the back of Malfoy's head. You agree first. You first. I won't. Perhaps you should be discussing why you're not in your common rooms at night, a cold voice interrupted, instead of bickering and disturbing the castle. At some point, Snape had appeared silently behind Harry, his icy eyes sweeping over them one by one. His gaze stopped on the broom in Harry's hand. He hesitated for a moment, seeming to assess it, then realized it was just an ordinary broom, one that couldn't fly. You have such hobbies? He asked with a frown. No, Harry said quickly, hiding the broom behind his back. Professor Folly's detention is for cleaning the first floor. That's why we're carrying these. Ron and Malfoy, both uneasy under his gaze, nodded rapidly in agreement. Snape narrowed his eyes, scanning their faces coldly. Just as Harry and the others felt the tension suffocating them, he finally spoke. But Folly didn't instruct you to make such a racket, did he? Head of house, we. Malfoy tried to step forward, but Snape's icy glare silenced him instantly. 10 points from Gryffindor, and 10 from Slytherin. But there are 2 of them. Malfoy protested angrily. Snape turned away without hesitation, his parting words sharp and final. That means you're worth 2 of them. Malfoy. Under normal circumstances, he would have been thrilled, but right now. Pfft. Harry and Ron couldn't help bursting into laughter, slumping against each other as they tried in vain to stifle their grins. You 2 idiots dare laugh at me. On the other side, Tver stood in his office, holding the map of precise locations and studying the figures moving across it. With the help of the Weasley twins, the map had been greatly improved in just a year. Thanks to their first-hand exploration, many of the old maps' inaccuracies had been corrected and supplemented. Knock, knock. Come in. Tver set the parchment down and looked up in surprise at the visitor standing in the doorway. Do I need to come out to greet you myself, Professor Snape? Snape entered without expression, his calm eyes drifting across the room as he silently took in its layout. Books. Nothing but books. He immediately noticed several volumes on dark magic, or those making veiled references to it. He knew them all too well, having once spent countless hours reading such works. And yet, there was something unfamiliar about it now. It had been a long time since he'd touched books like these. Come to think of it, this is your first time here, isn't it? What do you think? A bit brighter and healthier than your office, wouldn't you say? Tver gestured lightly toward the bookshelf behind him, his tone a touch teasing. No matter how sinister the contents, they were still more pleasant to look at than the animal specimens in Snape's classroom. Quite wholesome, Snape said with a rare, cold smile. If only their owner were as upright. Tver raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on Snape. His expression was strange, behind the mask of indifference, there was mockery, but beneath that, a faint trace of unease. By any measure, I'd say I'm more transparent than you, Professor Snape. At least in Dumbledore's eyes, I don't keep nearly as many secrets. Snape walked over to the bookshelf behind Tver, his fingers gliding across the spines from left to right. I've read all of these before. Just from that alone, I can tell your mastery of dark magic far exceeds mine. As the defense against the dark arts professor, I need to understand dark magic before I can teach students how to defend against it, Tver said casually, spreading his hands. Snape's cold smile grew faintly triumphant as his fingers came to rest on a single book. More precisely, on one specific volume. He slowly drew it out. But I wasn't aware the defense against the dark arts professor also reads Muggle books. Tver's eyebrows lifted slightly as he glanced at the title. It was A Brief History of Humankind, a book he read to understand history and the pace of human development. He owned quite a few like it and occasionally leafed through them in his spare time. After all, he was a transmigrator, not a historian. If he wanted to strengthen his ideals with solid reasoning, reading such works was invaluable. When Tver didn't respond, Snape's smirk faded. Perhaps the heir of a pure-blood family simply enjoys Muggles. Or maybe, his voice dropped slightly, you, a genius in dark magic, are studying Muggles to achieve some secret goal of your own. Chapter 108, The Unheard Voice. To be honest, ever since their first encounter last year, Tver had more or less figured out Snape's intentions. Smugly confident, he'd never taken the professor too seriously. But to his surprise, Snape had nearly uncovered his secret, from a single book. A secret he absolutely couldn't allow Dumbledore to learn. Truly, Snape lived up to his reputation. It seemed Tver really had underestimated him. Silently, he adjusted Snape's importance in his mind, though his expression betrayed nothing. He accepted the book from him and flipped through a few pages. His old notes were still there, though the writing was faint with age. It was just an introductory science book, one he'd read several years ago. Honestly, I never expected Professor Snape to have such a deep interest in Muggles. Or is there another motive behind it? Tver smiled faintly as he raised the book, throwing the question back. Snape's face darkened visibly, a spark of anger flashing in his eyes. That reaction puzzled Tver. Snape was always so cold and composed, how could a simple remark provoke such fury? Wait. Muggles, could it be? Had Snape studied Muggle history for Lily's sake? Author's note, this isn't part of the original story. I added this to give Snape some depth regarding his understanding of Muggles. You're supposed to be clever, Snape said, his voice turning sharp and cold as a winter draft. Why don't you guess whether I have ulterior motives? At that tone, Tver knew he'd guessed correctly. But he didn't dare press further. Everyone had their untouchable wounds, and prodding Snape's was crossing a line. Besides, if Snape lost his temper and drew his wand, Dumbledore's attention would be drawn instantly, something Tver had no desire to deal with. We all have our reasons, don't we? Tver said lightly as he set the book aside, careful not to further provoke him. You have yours, and naturally, I have mine. Then what's yours? Would you reveal yours? Snape froze, realizing he'd asked a foolish question. But you're staying at Hogwarts, he finally said, his tone low but steady. That means I have a duty to protect the students here. Tver blinked, momentarily surprised. Hearing such words from the men who terrified nearly every student in the castle was unexpected. At least compared to you, I haven't shown any signs of wanting to harm them, have I? He spread his arms, completely unguarded, letting Snape see for himself. Snape's cheek twitched slightly when he found nothing in Tver's expression. Not now, he said slowly, doesn't mean not in the future. He stepped closer, until he was standing directly before Tver. Don't think that because Dumbledore tolerates you, I'll let my guard down. On the contrary, I'll be watching you closely. Every move. Every word. And if I find anything suspicious, I won't hesitate to deal with you myself. So you'd best stay in your place as the defense against the dark arts professor, Snape continued through clenched teeth, and stay away from that boy. Tver couldn't help but laugh softly. He could understand Snape's sense of duty, to maintain order in the castle and protect Harry. But really, Dumbledore was still here. Even if Tver lost his mind, he wouldn't dare attempt anything foolish. Not that he ever intended to. He had no desire to disrupt the castle's peace, much less harm Harry Potter. If you really plan to deal with me, Professor Snape, you might want to work on your skills first. As you are now, you're nowhere near ready. Mockery glinted in Tver's eyes. Snape's pupils contracted sharply. He knew full well, it had been years since he'd fought anyone. His dueling skills had dulled, his mastery of dark magic long left untouched. These past years, his focus had been entirely on potions. That he'd refined his secondary gift to such perfection was already proof of his exceptional talent. But unless his opponent willingly drank one of his special brews, there was little he could do to strengthen his combat ability, especially against someone like Tver. A faint chill of danger crept into Snape's chest. In that moment, he quietly ranked Tver's threat level second only to Voldemort himself. Forgive me, he thought bitterly. This time, it's for their protection. Just wait. I'll show you my true strength. With that, Snape angrily flicked his robes and swept away like a bat toward his office. But just outside the door, around the corner, he ran into Harry and the others, 3 nervous figures clutching their cleaning supplies. Malfoy's mop was dripping water, and Ron's rag hadn't been wrung out properly. They huddled in the shadows as if hoping the darkness could hide them. Such a tactic, of course, was an insult to Snape's intelligence. Failing to greet a professor, 5 more points from Gryffindor and Slytherin, Snape said coldly before striding off without another glance. This time, Malfoy didn't dare protest. He kept his head down, muttering at Ron under his breath. "This is all your fault. I told you we should have wiped the windows one more time. I offered you the rag, and you didn't want it. What's the point of complaining now?" Harry sighed helplessly. He'd long since gotten used to the two of them arguing while they worked. "Hurry up and get inside, or we'll miss curfew." The two finally stopped bickering and followed Harry into the office. "Professor, we've finished cleaning the first floor. You can check it now." Tver glanced at the clock. It was 9:30. Exactly an hour. That was about what he'd expected. Thanks to magic, the castle barely gathered any dust or grime. A quick scrub was all it needed. "In that case, put everything back where it belongs and head back." "Huh," the 3 of them exclaimed at once. "You're not going to check?" Malfoy asked, wide-eyed. Tver gave them a bright, reassuring smile. "I've always had an unusual amount of faith in you 3. I'm more than willing to trust your word." The trio, moved almost to tears, nodded vigorously and thanked him all at once. "Thank you for your trust, Professor." Asterisk. "All right, then. Put the things away and get going." They hurried to return the tools to their corner, then bid Tver farewell before heading out of the office. On the way back to their common rooms, the 3 walked in silence for a while. "Does this mean our detentions might be a bit easier from now on?" Ron asked, his eyes lighting up. Malfoy's face brightened for an instant, but the moment he realized the idea came from Ron, his expression soured. "That would betray the professor's trust. How could you even think that? It's not like I said we shouldn't clean at all, just relax a little." "Enough. Stop arguing," Harry suddenly shouted. Ron and Malfoy froze, staring at him in surprise. "Didn't you hear that?" A voice, cold and vicious. Harry turned toward the source of the sound. It came from a nearby wall. "What? What voice?" Ron asked, scratching his head. "It's coming from this wall." Harry pointed toward it. The plain stone wall now looked strangely sinister under the flickering torchlight, his words only making it feel more eerie. But I don't hear anything." Malfoy stammered, his teeth chattering. "How can you not? It's there," Harry said sharply. "It's saying things like, tear you apart, and kill you." Even Ron began to tremble. "Stuff like that, normal things don't say that, right? Are you stupid? Talking walls aren't normal either." Malfoy snapped, pointing at the wall. "My father always said, if something talks and you can't see its brain, stay far away from it." "Funny, my dad said the same thing," Ron said, startled but oddly pleased. "Then what are we waiting for? Run!" Malfoy shouted. Harry watched as the two bolted off in a panic, then scratched his head in confusion. The sound, it's moving in their direction. Chapter 109, Ginny's Unease. Ron and Malfoy had been running for a while before they realized, with alarm, that Harry wasn't behind them. "Oh no. What if some monster's taken him?" Ron cried, clutching his face in panic. "Then, do we keep running?" Malfoy asked uncertainly, torn between fear and hesitation. "No. I have to go back and save him." "Or perhaps," came a weary voice from the shadows, "he's waiting for you to return." Tver stepped out, looking faintly exasperated. If he hadn't happened to notice on the map of precise locations that the 3 hadn't returned to their common rooms, they would have likely run straight into the basilisk by now. Yes, he'd known the moment Harry described the voice that it could only have come from the basilisk, the creature hidden in the Chamber of Secrets by Salazar Slytherin, which only his heir could open. Truth be told, Harry's shout had nearly made his heart stop. He hadn't expected the chamber to open this early. He'd thought the basilisk wouldn't appear until Halloween. In the movie, it was Halloween, but in the original book, Harry first heard the basilisk's voice on the Saturday night of the first week of term. That was why he'd rushed here, to make sure none of them got hurt. "Professor." Seeing Tver, Ron and Malfoy both let out a breath of relief just as Harry jogged up to them. "How did you?" "Professor. Curfew is in less than 20 minutes. If you keep stalling, I'll have to put you all in detention again," Tver said calmly, though there was a trace of amusement in his tone. But, Harry started, only for Ron and Malfoy to grab him by the arms and drag him along. Once they were far enough away, Harry pulled free from their grasp. "Why didn't you let me tell the professor? What if that voice hurts him?" Malfoy glanced around nervously and lowered his voice. Potter, even in the wizarding world, hearing things no one else can isn't exactly a good sign. For once, Ron didn't argue. Yeah, as much as it pains me to agree with Malfoy, he's right. That's not normal, and saying it out loud won't do you any favors. But what if the professor's in danger? Harry protested, anxiety written all over his face. Oh, please, Malfoy scoffed. Think about how he handles everything. With his power, do you really think our warning would make a difference? Ron tugged on Harry's sleeve. Let's just go back to the common room. With how strong the professor is, he'll be fine, and so will we. Reluctantly, Harry nodded and followed them down the corridor. The hallway soon fell silent again, lit only by the flicker of torches, and then, from the shadows, Tver reappeared. His form shimmered into view, solidifying as he watched the 3 students disappear from sight. He glanced down at the parchment in his hand. Fortunately, Ginny had attended his class earlier that week, giving him a reason to distribute the enchanted badges to the first years. And, thankfully, she'd been wearing hers ever since. Sure enough, he could see her name moving slowly toward his location on the parchment. Drawing his wand, he cast another disillusionment charm over himself. His arms relaxed at his sides, and his eyes slid shut. Behind that calm expression, magic surged and pulsed within him, spreading outward until it replaced his senses entirely. He had no intention of testing the basilisk's gaze, or discovering firsthand how lethal it truly was. He wasn't foolish enough to make that mistake. To him, the creature's eyes and venom were the only real threats. As long as he avoided those, the basilisk was little more than a toy snake in his hands. 3 minutes later, Ginny's footsteps echoed softly through the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. But to his surprise, his senses detected no sign of the basilisk. Not on the walls, the floor, or the ceiling, there wasn't the slightest trace of it anywhere. Did it just take a stroll and go back to sleep? Tver let out a quiet breath of relief. He wasn't ready to deal with the basilisk yet. He still needed it to follow the story's progression until his objective was achieved. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ginny moving like a puppet, her eyes vacant and lifeless. Aside from the diary clutched tightly in her hands, her body hung limp, as if stripped of all strength. She looked like the walking dead. The badge fastened to the waist of her robe glowed faintly with a soft blue light, preserving the last thread of her soul. Guilt tugged at Tver's chest as he quietly strengthened the magic within the badge, ensuring Voldemort's influence wouldn't leave any permanent scars on her spirit. It was, after all, the first time he had ever used a child like this. He'd known from the beginning that this path would be steeped in blood and darkness, but when it came to children, he still couldn't harden his heart. Following Ginny's light footsteps, he watched as color slowly returned to her cheeks. Her eyes grew clearer, and life began to flicker within them once more. Looking around in confusion, she finally realized she was standing at the entrance to her common room and gave a small, dazed shake of her head. Sword. After Ginny disappeared inside, Tver began to wander through the castle halls. Hogwarts at night held a peculiar kind of beauty, quiet, mysterious, almost serene. Only the occasional creak of a moving staircase disturbed the silence. He stood for a moment in the corridor, listening to the whisper of wind rustling through the trees outside. The peace of the moment eased something within him. The basilisk had emerged. But reality was not a movie. Tver couldn't assume it would simply follow the same pattern. He couldn't risk believing that no one would meet its deadly gaze. It had so many chances, and the kind of power even he would hesitate to face, and yet, after 1,000 years, its only confirmed victim was Moaning Myrtle. The rest had all survived as petrified statues. He wasn't foolish enough to bet that the creature would remain that predictable. If someone died because he'd turned a blind eye, he wouldn't be able to justify his position as a professor any longer. Given that, he'd need to keep a close watch on Ginny, and, if possible, intervene each time the basilisk struck. Tver rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The best line of defense was the shield charm badges, but their current strength wasn't nearly enough. They couldn't withstand a basilisk's lethal gaze. He would have to reinforce them, layering the shield charm until it formed a golden film, something akin to an advanced Protego barrier that could block direct eye contact. He mulled over the idea late into the night. One by one, the castle's torches went out, leaving him swallowed by darkness before he finally turned back toward his office. Above him, faint golden light shimmered across the ceiling, so weak it could only be seen in the dark, devoid of any magical ripple. Or perhaps it wasn't gone at all, but had simply merged perfectly with the castle's own ancient enchantments. Chapter 110, The Rhythm of Battle. Over the next 2 weeks, students began to notice some unexpected changes in their defense against the dark arts classes. After realizing how utterly hopeless he was at teaching practical lessons, Lockhart finally gave up on the idea altogether. Instead, he brought out exam papers and textbooks approved by Tver and began explaining the key theoretical points through written instruction. As for the exam's authorship, his own name appeared first in large, bold letters, while Tver's name, slightly smaller but still very noticeable, was placed just below it. Beside it was a neat line of text, with thanks to Professor Folly, whose assistance made these questions possible. Lockhart made a point of emphasizing that line, proudly boasting about it to every student and spinning countless stories about how Tver had assisted him. What he didn't realize, however, was that this only made the students despise him even more. Unbelievable. Lockhart must have used his fame to force Professor Folly to write these ridiculous questions for him. Just look at this. 20 questions, all about the same topic. Exactly. There's no way Professor Folly would make something this cruel. Lockhart is insufferable. Down with Lockhart. Save Professor Folly. Percy, who often attended Tver's private lessons, felt a strange sense of familiarity as he looked over the exam. Why does this look so much like the notes in the professor's notebook? Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. He had no intention of losing the privilege of those lessons. With that thought, Percy slung his bag over his shoulder and followed his classmates toward the dueling arena. This time, however, something was different. To his surprise, a faint golden line ran horizontally across the entrance door. Remembering the rumors that had been circulating all week, he stepped through it curiously. The golden thread immediately wrapped around his body in a quick loop, and as it faded into his skin, a new one appeared at the entrance, ready for the next student. It's a protective spell, Professor Folly explained with a smile. It strengthens the enchantment on your badges. The students looked down at their waists, where the badges now shimmered faintly, covered by a thin transparent layer glowing with soft golden light. Confirmed, Percy thought. Recently, the professor had handed out badges to every student in his class, even reinforcing the older ones. According to him, it was because of the higher risk involved in their lessons, an added layer of safety. But Percy wasn't fooled. He could tell this was more complicated than it looked. Still, since the professor hadn't said anything more, he wisely decided not to ask. Everyone, take your positions according to your assigned teams, Tver instructed. From left to right, attackers, disruptors, and supporters. Once they had lined up in 2 neat rows, Tver waved his wand, and the badges on their robes instantly changed color. Attackers' badges glowed red, disruptors turned green, and supporters became yellow. Why isn't there a blue one? A Ravenclaw student asked, sounding a little disgruntled. House pride was deeply rooted in every student. Those whose badge colors matched their house cheered excitedly, while the others teased them good-naturedly. The Ravenclaws, however, could only look on enviously as their classmates celebrated. Because blue is etched into my heart, Tver replied helplessly. The class burst into laughter, and even the Ravenclaw students chuckled, dropping the question. Once the room had quieted down again, Tver continued. I assume you've already divided into teams. But the real question is, how will each of you play your part within that team? The first question, how do you make the most of your team's strengths? Take turns casting spells, offered Charles Mig, one of Percy's teammates. Tver raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to reach that idea so quickly. Care to explain your reasoning? Charles thought for a moment before answering slowly. That was something you mentioned in last year's teamwork lesson. In my opinion, as a team, attacking in rhythm and in layers doesn't just stop the opponent from resting, it also gives your teammates time to think and defend. Excellent. 10 points to Ravenclaw, Tver said, applauding appreciatively. So, within your teams, not only must each of you fulfill your roles, but you must also grasp the rhythm of attack. In fact, even when fighting alone, rhythm is just as important. But, Professor, asked Crystal, another of Percy's teammates, raising her hand, isn't attacking faster always better? If you were 5th years, I'd tell you yes, Tver said, summoning a stone statue armed with a spear. But now that you're in the advanced class, it's my responsibility to tell you. The rhythm of battle matters even more. The students exchanged puzzled looks as Tver activated the statue, enhancing its strength and speed. In an instant, the statue lunged forward, spear thrusting fiercely toward him. But the next second, a transparent shield appeared before Tver, blocking the blow. Almost simultaneously, a flash of red light shot back at the statue. The statue twisted aside, its spear changing from a stab to a downward strike. With a shrill whistle, it swung straight for Tver's head. Oh no, one student shouted, squeezing his eyes shut. His classmate calmly patted his shoulder. Relax. The professors already countered it. A massive stone arm jutted out before Tver, catching the spear's tip in its grasp. On the other side, another stone hand seized the statue's head, fingers tightening around its stone skull. One thought from Tver, and the head would have shattered. Of course, he didn't. Instead, he cancelled the transfiguration, letting the statue return to its original form. See? That's the rhythm of combat. The very same statue that had tormented them for 2 grueling weeks now looked like nothing more than a toy in the professor's hands. Effortless. That was the only word that came to mind. The students were still gaping when the realization struck. Wait, we only saw him trade 2 moves. What were we supposed to learn from that? Still, one student managed to pick up on something. A Slytherin named Bulstrode stepped forward. Professor, do you mean attacking before the enemy has time to recover from their own strike? Correct. Attacking again while your opponent's still in an offensive or defensive posture. In simple terms, fast, continuous offense. But in practice, it means each spell doesn't just serve its basic function, it gains an extra layer of effect, reaching 120% of its potential. This creates multi-layered offense and defense, forcing your opponent to react to you, exhausting them until they expose a fatal weakness. The students' eyes shone with excitement. With that explanation, they finally understood what the professor had demonstrated earlier. If they had to describe it in one word, it would be graceful. To defeat an opponent with such composure and poise, wasn't that the kind of duel every witch and wizard dreamed of? But our spells can't even reach 80% of their potential yet, Crystal said dryly. Chapter 111, The Demonstration. Tver watched with amusement as the students' smiles stiffened. He knew their magic was still stuck at basic use, anything deeper was out of reach for now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have split them into 3 roles or made them form teams. Don't worry. Magic's full power takes practice, and you can't manage that yet. But since you're in teams, you can use cooperation to achieve much stronger results. His reassurance finally lifted their spirits, and they looked at him with renewed excitement. All right then, same as before. I need one team to demonstrate, Tver said with a smile. The moment he finished, everyone turned toward Crystal. Percy and Charles exchanged helpless looks, while Crystal wore an apologetic expression. Sorry. I think I keep saying the wrong thing. It's fine. We'll do it, Charles said, trying to comfort her. Of course. We're the strongest, after all. Percy shot a glance at the classmates snickering nearby, then led the other 2 to stand before Tver. So, Professor, what do we do? He asked, tilting his head. Just don't die. Tver gave a low chuckle. His figure vanished, replaced by a new statue. It held a chain hammer in one hand and a shield in the other, and its face looked a little like Tver's. On top of its head crouched a nasty-looking little imp, staring down at them with a cold grin. Oh no. This is the smartest and strongest statue here. Percy shouted before the cold sweat on his forehead could even fall. He'd seen the training dummies last year and had talked privately with Tver. He knew the strongest form was the one with a tiny imp made from a wisp of soul perched on its head. Which meant this statue had a full 30% of the professor's power until it ran out of magic. Charles and Crystal didn't need the reminder, they could already tell this statue wasn't something they wanted to mess with. Because it had already started attacking. Silently. The chain hammer looked ferocious, but in the statue's hands it spun like a ball of yarn, light and effortless. To Percy and the others, though, it came down like a killing curse. Protego. Asterisk. The hammer crushed the first shield instantly, slowed at the second, and only stopped after hitting the third. They didn't get a chance to breathe. The chain hammer twisted like it was alive, looped once in the air, and came crashing down again. Percy tried to raise a block, but his teammates yanked his robes and dragged him backward. Only when the statue's shield swept past his face did he realize the previous strike had been a feint. If he'd tried to block that with Protego, they would have been finished on the spot. Thanks, Percy muttered, still rattled. Charles used Transfiguration and the impediment Jinx with practiced ease, slowing the statue just enough for them to recover a moment. This isn't the time for that. We need to figure out how to beat this thing. Percy abandoned his attacker role and helped Charles hold the statue back. Crystal had been watching the statue closely from the very beginning, every part of its body, every tiny motion, trying to find a weakness. But as it drew closer and closer, she still found nothing. Its attacks are too tight, she said as she dodged out of its range with the others. It keeps enough strength in reserve to defend at any moment. It doesn't leave a single opening. And I'm certain it's not even using its full speed. It's just waiting for us to slip. Her words instantly made Percy and Charles realize the same thing. Could the professor be going easy on us? Charles guessed hopefully. Instead of hoping he'll hold back, think about how to beat him. Percy snapped. This was only 30% of the professor's strength. If he couldn't even handle this statue, how could he ever hope to serve the professor? With a sweep of his wand, the soil under the statue's feet softened into mud, making its movements heavier and slower. That's the statue's weakness, actually, the weakness the professor left on purpose. It can only fight at close range. Crystal's eyes lit up at Percy's realization. We spread out. Attack from 3 directions. No matter who the statue goes for, the other 2 can hit its back with everything they've got. They rushed to their positions around it. By the time they were set, the statue had already dragged itself out of the mud. The spell had only been temporary, and deforming ground that Tver reinforced himself had taken everything the 3 of them had. But instead of picking one of them to attack, the statue planted itself firmly in place, shield raised and chain hammer ready, blocking spells from all three sides. After several rounds, Charles stared at the statue, now resembling a giant turtle shell, with growing frustration. Just holding his wand was making his arm ache. What do we do? We can't even. Don't stop casting. Percy shouted. What? Before Charles could lift his wand again, the statue suddenly vaulted high into the air, blotting out the sun like a dark cloud. The chain hammer in its hand expanded in his vision like a falling star. The roar of wind and the terrified gasps from their classmates left his mind blank. Wingardium Leviosa. Charles, Accio. Boom. Both spells hit at once, just barely yanking Charles out of the hammer's crushing path and sending him flying toward Crystal. A spiderweb crack spread across the ground where he'd stood. Seeing the statue frozen mid-recovery, its back still turned, Percy immediately fired a blasting curse. With its previous strike spent and its next attack not yet ready, the statue took the hit cleanly. Smoke burst from its back and it staggered forward. Charles and Crystal regained their footing and didn't waste the opening, unleashing a relentless volley of spells. As some of the strongest sixth years, their combined power wasn't something to take lightly. Dust and stone fragments burst from the statue as the barrage disrupted its movements. It turned with difficulty, its stone shell peeling away at the back to reveal an even tougher inner core. But the imp atop the statue finally showed anger for the first time. It flicked its tiny hand toward Charles and Crystal. The statue lunged forward with explosive force, pounding across the ground like a furious erumpent. Even its swing carried the same destructive force as an erumpent horn going off. From a distance, the statue slammed its chain hammer into the floor. A quake rolled straight toward Charles and Crystal. This time, they were the ones staggering. That moment of imbalance kept Percy from reaching them. The statue's shield swept across the ground and slammed both of them away. The shield charm absorbed the damage, but it couldn't stop the impact. They were thrown like cut kites, drifting helplessly toward the edge of the arena. They hit the ground beside Tver. Now it's just you, Mr. Weasley. All right, Percy exhaled sharply. I can handle this on my own. Chapter 112, back in action. 2 minutes later, Percy drifted down beside Tver, drenched in sweat. He would have collapsed if his two teammates hadn't held him up. The statue, meanwhile, had a large chunk missing from its shoulder, but the rest was nearly untouched. Seeing Percy's stubborn expression, Tver offered a bit of comfort. Reaching this point is already impressive. But a statue isn't a real person. Until its magic runs dry, it won't feel fatigue. Percy took a huge, angry bite of his chocolate bar and mumbled, "Next time, I'll make it pay." "It's all of you," Tver corrected. "Teamwork is what lets you unleash your true strength." With Percy's group in tow, he led them back to the rest of the class. The moment Percy appeared, propped up by his friends, the students erupted into applause, showering the trio with high fives as they returned to formation. Their performance had completely stunned everyone. They had assumed the statue was just a standard-level opponent. Though the trio had been beaten badly earlier, the class still felt confident this time since they had two strong teammates. But the instant the battle started, they realized something was very wrong. The statue was outrageously strong. Especially when it leapt into the air, the chain hammer felt like it slammed straight into their chests. Their hearts were still pounding wildly. Wait, hearts are supposed to pound, aren't they? Whatever. The fight had been so spectacular that their minds could hardly keep up. Thank you to Percy's group for the demonstration. 5 points each to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, excluding Slytherin. Crystal was from Hufflepuff, Charles from Ravenclaw. But let me remind you, what they did was practically the definition of what not to do. They lasted this long purely because they're strong. Do not imitate them. Laughter broke out immediately, but behind the laughter was confusion. Professor, if that's wrong, then what would the correct approach be? Tver glanced at the still unconvinced Percy trio and smiled slightly. The biggest mistake was spreading out. If your memories haven't faded, you should remember that the statue's attack could be blocked with a triple-layered shield charm. Meaning the three of you together were capable of defending against it. But you split apart and handed the statue the chance to take you down one at a time. But there was one highlight, the spell sequence used to save Charles. That was excellent teamwork. Not only did it rescue a teammate, but you followed up immediately with an attack. That's something everyone should learn from. Crystal still looked dissatisfied. But Professor, even if we blocked its attacks, we still couldn't counterattack. We'd just be stuck defending and letting it control the whole fight. Tver raised his brow slightly, surprised that she'd applied his earlier words so sharply. You're right, but that doesn't mean you had no way to take the rhythm back. If you look closely, you'll notice the statue uses a chain hammer, it has to swing its arms to attack. So we should target its arms. Crystal said, finally understanding. Exactly. Even when attacking its back, You should have aimed for weak points like the arms and knee joints. That would have been far more effective than simply kicking up dust. Now all the students understood what Tver meant. Their calm hearts began to stir with excitement. From the professor's tone, it sounded like they might, possibly, maybe, be able to defeat the statue. Seeing their faces, Tver knew exactly what they were thinking. With a wave of his wand, the chain hammer statue returned to its original state. The cracked ground repaired itself as well, becoming even sturdier than before. "Looks like you're all eager," he said after checking the time. "There's still an hour before class ends, so line up in order. Each squad will take a turn against the statue." While the rest of the class buzzed with excitement, Percy's trio slipped off to the side with guilty expressions. They understood exactly what the professor meant, and they realized their earlier strategy had been wrong. But they overlooked one thing: the only reason they managed what they did was because the three of them were strong enough. With that kind of power gap, even if the other students learned the correct method, they wouldn't be able to pull it off. "Bulstrode, stop attacking. All your teammates are down already." Percy laughed. "Ahem. Karina, if your shield charm isn't strong enough, even 3 layers won't stop the chain hammer," Charles reminded kindly. Crystal kept things simple, giving straightforward advice to every squad. "Ajax," the professor said, "aim for the arms, not the shield. You'll land a hit most easily when the arm swings widest. And go for the joints, other spots are too tough for you to crack. If you want to restrict its movement, make use of the terrain. Its knee joints are incredibly hard, we can't damage them easily." The students sent flying across the arena wailed, "But we can't do that." Half an hour later, all 29 remaining squads had been wiped out. Aside from a handful of top performers, most couldn't even survive the statue's first chain hammer strike. "Tisk." Tver shook his head as he walked up to them. "There's still half an hour before class ends, and you're all done already." The students puffed up their cheeks, stewing with frustration, until they glanced at the statue beside them. That frustration vanished instantly. This statue specialized in crushing pride. "From now on, this statue will be your standard. Our goal this semester is to make sure you can put up a proper fight against it. For the rest of today, practice coordination. Start with the basics, taking turns casting." Tver conjured 20 familiar light orbs, lining them up neatly before the students. It's the same orb game. Red, green, and yellow shifts. But this time, only the person with the matching roll gets points for hitting an orb. Anyone else who hits one loses points. "We're 6th years. We still have to play this game," a student complained immediately. "Then feel free to fight the statue instead." Every student's expression soured at once, and they obediently joined their teammates to play the very game they just dismissed. The result was even more devastating: they couldn't even play the orb game properly. The orbs changed color far too quickly. Each flash lasted less than a second, and once spellcasting time was added in, there was no time to think at all. Before one teammate even hit an orb, the other 2 had to be ready to cast instantly or the whole sequence collapsed. By the time class ended, they suddenly realized they had more penalties than points. For homework, work on improving your coordination so you can build layered offensive patterns. This time it's a group assignment, so each squad only needs to submit 1 paper. Their gloomy faces lit up instantly, and they left the arena beaming alongside their teammates. Completely unaware that group assignments were the real nightmare, just settling on one shared opinion would be enough to give them headaches for a week. But this would help each squad quickly settle on a decisive voice and keep their teams more organized. Tver nodded in satisfaction at the arrangement. Not because he now had 2/3 fewer papers to mark. "If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 113, The Dark Arts. By October, Britain had entered the most unbearable stretch of the year, weeks of unending drizzle. The damp, penetrating chill crept into the castle and into the students. When Tver noticed more and more of them trying to attend class while sick, he teamed up with Madame Pomfrey to make a batch of chocolates that could ward off or treat colds, and handed them out. With that settled, and as the days went by, classes finally fell into a steady rhythm. Armed with last year's slacking experience and with Lockhart's overly eager assistance, Tver managed to secure a fair amount of free time. He spent some of it on Dumbledore, some on Marvolio and Cynthia, some on the Basilisk, occasionally on detentions for Harry's trio, and finally tutoring Neville and Percy. To his surprise, this year was somehow even busier than the last. Fortunately, Lockhart was enthusiastic. Far too enthusiastic when it came to marking tests and essays. He seemed determined to sign his name on every assignment, then add Tver in parentheses afterward. He had no idea this was only ruining his reputation even further. Still, Tver was grateful. Without that help, he wouldn't have had much time to study the diadem. Ever since realizing the diadem was absorbing life force, he'd kept it beside the Philosopher's Stone. The diadem behaved itself, quietly drawing energy until it had nearly drained the stone. Of course, the stone clearly had self-recovery abilities, otherwise Nicholas Flamel wouldn't have been able to use it for centuries. But the diadem was a little too obedient. No matter how Tver tested it, nothing unusual happened. After examining it for half a day, all he could sense was that the diadem had become more alive. It felt like an embryo, there was life inside, but not enough to be called a complete living being. And because that life relied entirely on the stone, even the short time he spent studying it caused the embryo to show signs of weakening. It drained the stone relentlessly, giving it no rest at all. After carefully putting away both the diadem and the stone, Tver looked around his dull office. Only the mischievous Cornish pixies made the occasional thump. He had expanded the pixies' cage slightly, just enough for them to actually live in it. He'd enlarged the cages of the other magical creatures too. With no grating mannequins around, the office stayed very quiet most days. So quiet that even someone who enjoyed peace like Tver found it boring. He stepped out of the office, planning to pick up some extra reading in the library. It was evening, the sun giving off its last bit of light, and young wizards were squeezing in a final moment of fun, laughing and chasing one another around the castle. Some students, however, were still working. When Tver reached the library, a few small groups were still reading or finishing homework. Most were 5th and 7th years. Even if Tver's class was considered easy, exam preparation was never simple. But among them was one 6th-year student. Percy Weasley. Penelope, who usually sat with him, wasn't there, and his expression looked unusually strained. Percy. Tver sat beside him. I heard you've been dating lately. Don't tell me you're having a library date. Startled by the sudden voice, Percy quickly shut the book he was reading. Professor Folly, I'm just waiting for Penelope. She went back to the common room for something. Something was definitely wrong. Tver glanced at the cover. Though only, of malicious control, was visible, he recognized it immediately. One of Durmstrang's required extracurricular books for first years, Malicious Control of Dark Magic. You're studying dark magic? Tver stared at Percy in disbelief. Percy glanced at the exposed title and gave an awkward smile. I was just curious. I wanted to understand dark magic a little. Tver didn't believe that for a second. If Percy simply wanted general knowledge, Tver could recommend dozens of overview texts. But this book was unmistakably an introductory dark magic manual. It was meant for learning dark magic. Tell me, he said gently, showing no anger at Percy's lie. Why this sudden interest in dark magic? Realizing he'd been caught, Percy hesitated before finally speaking. Do you remember that night? I sensed dark magic in your office. Tver thought back. The night Percy sensed it must have been the first time he took out the Horcrux to study it. The aura leaking from Voldemort's twisted soul would indeed stand out to someone as sharp as Percy. That was also why he later continued the research only in Nocturne Alley. He didn't want Dumbledore to notice. A Horcrux was sinister enough, let alone studying the soul inside it. Yes, I was studying dark magic. To be honest, I've never really stopped learning it. He didn't go into detail. Horcruxes were not something Percy should be exposed to. Percy took a deep breath and finally looked up at Tver. But dark magic it's ultimately fueled by malicious intent. He knew that studying dark magic was normal for adult wizards, especially powerful ones. But the book made it clear that the twisted intent required to cast dark magic could erode a wizard's mind, and its raw power made it dangerously tempting. What he didn't expect was how readily Tver admitted it. You're right. Any successful use of dark magic carries hostility. The stronger the spell, the stronger the hostility. But remember this, when Aurors fight dark wizards, they also carry intense hostility. Even if they don't use dark magic, that malice can be just as strong as what dark magic brings. So as long as you can control your intent, you can study and research dark magic. Tver didn't disturb him as he fell into deep thought and was just about to find a book to pass the time when Percy suddenly snapped out of it. Professor, could you teach me dark magic? Tver lifted a brow in surprise. Meeting Percy's determined gaze, he could feel the force behind it. You don't need to learn dark magic. If you simply want to grow stronger, I can teach you enough normal magic to defeat most opponents. But Percy shook his head. Professor, I want to learn dark magic not just to get stronger, but so I can face it more calmly. He didn't dare meet Tver's eyes, because he hadn't said the real reason. I just want to be closer to you. Tver stroked his chin, thinking. When Percy looked like he might crumble under his own nerves, Tver finally smiled. Of course. I'll add some dark magic into our tutoring sessions when appropriate. But if you can't handle it, I won't let you continue. Of course I can. Percy's face lit up. Chapter 114, Percy's Insight. At 8 o'clock sharp, Percy appeared in Tver's office. Only this time, he felt a bit nervous. Both his parents had been members of the Order of the Phoenix, and his father worked at the Ministry of Magic. During holidays at home, he'd heard plenty about the cruel methods of dark wizards. And now, he was about to learn those very methods. This stirred a rebellious excitement within him, yet also an uneasy sense of moral transgression. He took several deep breaths at the doorway before his trembling hand knocked on the office door. Knock knock. Before he could finish the third knock, a sudden chill washed over him, as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over him, from head to toe, right down to his very soul. Before he could process the sensation, the door creaked open a crack. Percy blinked his small eyes in confusion. Usually, this door opened fully, not just a narrow slit. Had something happened to the professor? Recalling that icy chill, he sensed something terribly wrong and pushed the door with all his strength. But he couldn't budge it. Even straining with everything he had, he could only inch it open, as if someone behind the door was shoving back. He felt the magic inside him slowly draining, each tiny push consuming a bit more power. Realizing the trick, Percy increased his magical output. The door responded immediately. After burning through a third of his magic, he finally pushed it wide. There sat Professor Folly, watching him intently from his chair. His hands rested on the desk, fingertips playing with both ends of his wand, his familiar smile in place. "Come in," Tver gestured toward the seat before him. "Any thoughts on those 2 spells just now?" Only then did Percy realize the icy sensation and the door's resistance were deliberate tests. Relieved, he approached while thinking. The first spell, the icy feeling, felt like it was aimed at my soul. As if something was staring straight into it. The second one drained my magic. The harder I pushed the door, the more it took. These spells don't seem like ordinary magic. Are they dark magic? Tver nodded approvingly, then guided a cup of pumpkin juice across the table, letting it hop to Percy. Exactly. That's what defines dark magic: evil, weakening, curse. Dark magic doesn't just kill, it torments from every angle, even the caster. Percy's expression worsened with every word. By the end, fear made him swallow loudly. Seeing Tver's teasing smile, he quickly grabbed the cup and took a hefty gulp of pumpkin juice to hide his embarrassment. "So, are you sure you still want to continue learning dark magic?" Tver asked. Truthfully, learning some dark magic could be highly beneficial for Percy. He would face plenty of challenges ahead, and additional spells were never a bad thing. Dark magic also boosted strength significantly, especially in combat, and was the fastest way for Percy to grow before graduation. More importantly, learning under Tver, a true expert, was far safer than fumbling alone. But dark magic's influence on the mind was unavoidable. Back at Durmstrang, Tver himself needed Cynthia's help to vent the savagery dark magic stirred within him. So he left the choice to Percy. Percy's face stayed tense. After a moment, he lifted his head and gathered his courage to say loudly, "I'm certain." "Good," Tver nodded, satisfied. "Then start by finishing these books." He slid over a long piece of parchment packed tightly with titles. A quick glance showed at least 50 books. Percy stared at Tver in shock. This many?" "Of course," Tver said naturally, gesturing toward the shelves behind him. Dark magic is essentially an entire magical system of its own. Since you're starting from the beginning, you need a solid foundation and a broader knowledge base. With a wave of his hand, 5 books floated over from the shelves. Most of the books on the list are introductory. I'll write a slip for you so you can borrow them from the school library. But these 5 are the key ones, none of them are in the restricted section. Percy licked his lips before slowly looking at the top book. The cover showed a man smiling at him, but the smile sent a freezing chill straight through him. Because the face was identical to his own. The eyes stared directly at him, brimming with malice, as if they might leap out at any moment and strangle him. After a moment, Tver's long fingers pressed down over the cover, snapping Percy out of it. Feeling the dampness of his sweat-soaked undershirt, he wiped his forehead with a trembling hand. The sweat could be wiped away, but the violent pounding of his heart wouldn't settle. This book teaches how to control your malevolent intent. If you can read it freely, it means you can handle most forms of dark magic. But it's extremely difficult, many never manage it in their whole lives. Tver lifted his hand. The man on the cover had vanished, replaced by a faint golden film sealing the book's power. We'll wait until you've made real progress before touching it. For now, it stays with me. Percy let out a breath of relief. He definitely wasn't ready to open something like that. Tver set the stack aside and watched Percy tuck the reading list away. Now, the first thing we're going to study is the malevolent intent within the mind. The mind is part of the soul, and malevolent intent is part of the mind. Using dark magic means controlling your intent while infusing it with malevolence, giving the spell its sinister effect. Percy frowned. He understood intent-controlling magic, but how malevolent intent could be added into a spell was something he couldn't yet grasp. "Professor, I understand pure intent. It can guide spells and magical tools. But how does malevolent intent actually influence the spell? For example, if I want someone to feel pain and cast the Cruciatus curse, how do I balance the intent to cast the curse with the malevolent intent to cause suffering? If there's too much malevolence, wouldn't the spell fail? Professor. Percy looked at Tver, who had suddenly gone still. Their eyes met. Tver's gaze looked unfocused, and also, surprised. What did you just say? Tver asked dazedly. How malevolent intent produces its effect? No, the sentence before that. The separate intent. Did I say something wrong, Professor? Tver broke into a wide grin. Nothing. Let's continue the lesson. So Percy was another reliable go-to for him, just like Neville. Chapter 115, Ravenclaw. Nearing 10 o'clock, Percy couldn't help letting out a yawn, sneaking a glance at Professor Fawley. Professor, I've completed it. Tver snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the black and white wooden tablet in Percy's hands, its surface faintly pulsing with dark magic, and at Percy's pale face, drained from pushing his magic too far. The tablet was used for practicing malevolent intent. Any casting motion would cause it to read the caster's intent and dark intent, displaying the balance between them through shifting black and white tones. Then come take a piece of chocolate and eat it on your way back. Percy looked at the large chocolate bar on the desk, its surface glimmering faintly with gold, the kind the professor gave them to restore magic. Professor, I wanted to ask, do you still have any cold prevention chocolate? Tver eyed him with surprise. What, are you showing symptoms? No, it's my sister, Ginny. She hasn't looked well lately, and I'm worried she'll get sick. Percy scratched his head awkwardly. He was probably the first person to ever ask the professor for chocolate. With an appreciative smile, Tver handed him an entire stack of chocolates enchanted to protect the soul. Give these to your sister. Consider it a reward for having such a good older brother. Percy hurried to catch them all. Only after Tver handed him a bag could he stash the extra pieces that wouldn't fit in his backpack. Thank you, Professor, Percy said hoarsely. Hurry back. Curfew's almost here. Percy sniffed, lowered his head, and left the office. Tver watched the door quietly close and let out a soft sigh. After a moment, he gathered his thoughts. Percy's point from earlier was fascinating. Will was part of the soul, but it could also exist independently of both soul and memory, giving it the ability to control magic and magical artifacts. And he just might have such an artifact in his hands. Ravenclaw's diadem. It contained no trace of a soul, but Will was different. It could merge into an object, or even into words. It was reminiscent of ancient runes, where meanings inscribed in runes produced specific effects. The diadem had no runes, but it did have that famous phrase. Tver ran his fingers over the engraved words, feeling a faint pulse connected directly to his heart, an uncanny sensation. Ancient runes were carefully codified, precise, and fixed in their effects. Each rune produced a specific outcome. Mismatches between inscription and effect simply didn't happen. Yet now, if his guess was correct, the diadem's wisdom-enhancing power came entirely from that phrase. Which meant Rowena Ravenclaw had achieved something nearly equivalent to spellcraft through pure speech, turning ancient runes into symbols she could invent at will. For her, producing a magical effect no longer required writing runes one by one according to established structures. A casual line of will-infused text was enough to create the impossible. Looking at the inscription, Tver also realized what the diadem lacked. Magic. Absorbing life force could only revive the will inside it. To unleash its true power, it needed a soul like Marvolio's, one capable of absorbing magic. So if he infused it with magic, he could activate the ancient magic within and uncover whatever secrets Lady Ravenclaw had left. But Tver felt a flicker of fear. Yes, fear. This ability to make words into spells was terrifying. It stepped outside the entire framework of magic, allowing someone to create any effect they wished using nothing but pure magic and will. Even Dumbledore had to follow the basic laws, keeping strictly within the system of magic. But Tver was puzzled. The effect was unbelievable. At this level, Madame Ravenclaw was practically divine, a whole tier above Madame Hufflepuff. The gap between the founders shouldn't, and couldn't, be that wide. After thinking for a while, Tver looked at the bright moon rising outside. Gritting his teeth, he pushed magic into the diadem. Only a little. He watched carefully. The diadem was absorbing it. That confirmed his suspicion. This was an ancient spell inscribed into the diadem itself. But after slowly feeding it small amounts of magic for a long stretch, Tver realized the spell demanded an absurd amount of power. After Hufflepuff's infusion, his magic wasn't quite on Dumbledore's level, but it definitely surpassed most wizards. With ordinary spells, he barely knew what magic exhaustion felt like. He recovered faster than he spent it. Yet now, even after channeling nearly half his magic, the diadem still didn't react. Wait. A sudden tremor rose from his heart. Guided by something like telepathy, he slowly set the diadem on his head. This was the third attempt. And the most successful one. The moment it touched him, blue threads shimmered into view, falling like strands of rain. More and more threads descended, until they gathered into a pale blue curtain that wrapped around him. And carried him into Ravenclaw's world. This place differed from Madame Hufflepuff's. It was a wide circular room with elegant arched windows opening onto a sea of green trees. Blue and bronze silk curtains draped along the walls. The domed ceiling sparkled with a sky of stars, perfectly mirroring the deep blue, star-patterned carpet below. Several stools and tables were scattered around, but the most striking feature was the 7 or 8 bookshelves set against the stone walls, packed full of books that gave off a faint grassy scent of fresh paper. Tver could look around so freely for one reason: the room was completely empty. It wasn't large, he took it all in with a glance. No soul, no will, no life, just a room. So this was what he'd spent so much magic and vitality constructing. A mix of regret and relief washed through him. He did want to awaken the badge's power, but he also wasn't eager to come face to face with the Ravenclaw madam. It felt a bit like a socially anxious person meeting a goddess. This worked too. Holding the badge, Tver stepped up to the shelves. The books were ancient, he had seen some of them in the restricted section. But even with magical protection, the school's old tomes were inevitably damaged in places. Not here. He flipped one open. The pages were so pristine they looked untouched. Of course, they were constructed from magic and life force. It made sense they'd be flawless. And every book concerned practice and understanding of the 4 elements. So this was the source of that extraordinary wisdom. Tver let his eyes sweep across the collection with a faint smile. A true testament to Ravenclaw. How long would it take to finish all of these? Still, this approach suited him extremely well. Chapter 116, The Vacuum Cleaner. Ever since discovering the secret of the diadem, Tver threw himself into reading whenever he had a free moment. But every time he opened it, the drain on his magic and vitality was enormous. Combined with staying up late, the dark circles he'd spent a year getting rid of were starting to creep back. So after the flu outbreak, he became Madame Pomfrey's special concern, often finding her standing at the door with a cup of fortified potion. "You're a professor. How are you supposed to teach if you get sick?" With his ears practically steaming, Tver had no choice but to continue teaching his classes. A first year, Colin Creevey, even captured the scene on camera. Rumor had it Tver had become his second favorite idol. Creevey would wander around with his camera, pretending to bump into him, trying to sneak a photo and then ask for Tver's signature. "Colin Creevey, your detention will be carried out tonight by Professor McGonagall, Tver Folly." That counted as a signature too. Ever helpful, Tver smiled as Colin slouched out of the office. "All right, your turn, you 3. Harry and his 2 companions, holding various cleaning tools, immediately lowered their heads, terrified of getting another detention. It had taken them 2 weeks of on and off work to clean all 8 floors of the castle, and their relationship had grown increasingly awkward. At the start and end of every cleaning session, Ron and Malfoy would argue. Either Ron was nitpicking or Malfoy was mocking him, and Harry had to step in to calm them down and get them to work together. They listened, but Harry somehow became the one who suffered for it. Ron and Malfoy shifted all their arguments to the cleaning itself, and their target was Harry. They nitpicked him constantly and made all sorts of unreasonable requests. "Harry, can you give the ceiling a sweep? Potter, the floor here isn't even. How am I supposed to mop this?" At this point, Harry had only one thought: finish this detention as soon as possible. Fortunately, Professor Folly never inspected their work, so they'd made it to the final day without trouble. It was Saturday, the eve of Halloween. To keep them from missing the feast, the professor had scheduled the detention for the afternoon. All they needed now was his approval, and they could head to the celebration. "In that case, you 3 come with me." "Huh. Asterisk." Harry and the others looked up in shock. "What else do we have to do?" "We're going to the 8th floor to check your results," Tver said as if it were obvious. "I've skipped so many inspections I'm starting to feel I've failed to acknowledge your hard work." Ron waved his hands frantically, sending water flying from his still wet rag. "Professor, you're so busy, how could we trouble you like that?" "Oh, yes, Malfoy chimed in quickly, nodding hard. "Your time is precious. We already feel bad enough making you waste it on our detention." But Tver simply stepped forward, resolute, a smile tugging at his lips. "Bring your tools and follow me. Let me see the fruits of your labor." Harry and the others fell silent at once, nerves tightening in their chests. They trailed obediently behind Tver as he led them slowly toward the 8th floor. As the banquet approached, most students were heading to the Great Hall. Hardly anyone else was going upstairs like this group. "Professor." Hermione looked at them in surprise. She'd planned to meet Harry and Ron after they finished detention so they could go together to nearly poor Nicholas's Death Day banquet, but she'd bumped into them halfway there. Harry and Ron hurried to pull her aside and whisper the professor's decision to her. So they gained one more little witch observing from the side. All this time, you've been using ordinary tools. Any thoughts? Tver suddenly asked as they walked along the 8th floor corridor. The unexpected question startled Harry and the others, leaving them unsure how to answer. Hermione wanted to respond, but the professor clearly wasn't asking her, so she forced her eager hand back down. After a moment, Malfoy spoke hesitantly. Cleaning without magic is too tiring. He muttered the complaint, and Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. And you, Harry? I remember you live with a Muggle family. How is cleaning done there? Harry blinked. Aunt Petunia handles it. She always gets the house spotless with ease. He disliked the Dursleys, but he couldn't deny Aunt Petunia's skill when it came to housework. Exactly. Muggles have no magic yet still manage to keep things clean. So why are you three slacking off? Tver pointed at the cobwebs in the corner. The three immediately lowered their heads, only daring to glance at the professor's blank expression as he flicked his wand and cleared the space. If we could use magic, we wouldn't have to work as hard as Muggles, and the results would be even better, Malfoy grumbled under his breath. Muggles don't work that hard either. Hermione shot back, glaring at him. We have vacuum cleaners at home. Cleaning floors is easy. Vacuum cleaners? Ron and Malfoy stared at her in confusion. Harry knew what she meant, and seeing Hermione puff up, he reluctantly took over the explanation. Yeah, but it's nowhere near magic. It just makes things a little easier, Malfoy said dismissively with a wave. Tver suddenly turned around. What if there are even more advanced machines in the future? Malfoy shrank back and looked desperately at the others. Hermione stood with her arms crossed, still glaring. Harry and Ron both looked away, pretending to admire the tapestry. He had no choice but to answer timidly, then it would be like magic. And what if Muggles never needed to clean at all? What if every speck of dust was cleared automatically? Well. Malfoy stammered. That's impossible. Not even Hermione could imagine such a thing, let alone Harry and Ron. Seeing their confused expressions, Tver smiled faintly. It wasn't just wizards, even current Muggles couldn't imagine how far future technology might advance. The only certainty was that it would keep advancing. You're that sure without having experienced it? Noticing the professor's gentler tone, Malfoy grew bolder. Fine then, good for them, he said loudly, lifting his chin with confidence. Tver grinned and patted his shoulder. That's why you shouldn't underestimate Muggles. They possess a power we don't understand, and it's only getting stronger. Malfoy froze, lips trembling, but he said nothing. Harry and the others stared at Tver in surprise. Only Hermione fell silent in deep thought. Tver didn't explain further. He simply spread his arms. All right. Your detention ends here. I hope this leaves a lasting impression. Go on, the Halloween feast is waiting for you. Chapter 117, The Halloween Feast. The curtain fell as the Halloween banquet drew near. But Harry was taking Ron and Hermione to the Ghost's Death Day feast. How enviable. I've never been to a dead man's dinner, Malfoy drawled. So Tver took Malfoy with him toward the Great Hall. The hall was decorated much like the year before, full of amusing ornaments, pumpkins, skulls, tombstones, and other festive props. This time, though, at Tver's suggestion, the bats drifting across the enchanted ceiling had been replaced by his little imps. So when he walked in, first years stared in confusion while the students who'd heard ahead of time burst into loud cheers. Professor Folly, hand over your secret candy stash. This year I'm filling an entire bag with sweets. Tver let out a breath of laughter, lifted his wand, and flicked it. One by one, the little imps with brightly colored hair zipped out in neat formation. Compared with last year, they were smaller, faster, and far more agile. The rules hadn't changed. If a student managed to hit one, even with a simple red or green spell, it would drop the delicious candy it carried. Before long, students were already showing off their growing piles. Professor, the candy tastes even better this year. Penelope said excitedly, cradling a fistful of bright sweets, one already in her mouth. Percy stood beside her, smiling helplessly. After so many after-class training sessions, he could easily clear all the imps in the hall by himself, if he weren't trying to be considerate of his classmates. As long as you like them. Tver then noticed something unexpected. Many students weren't sitting by house anymore. Instead, groups of 3 had gathered together, coordinating excited attacks on the imps. Seeing Tver's look, Crystal quickly explained, the imps are pretty quick. In teams, with even basic coordination, they have a much better chance. It also helps build teamwork. Tver nodded, the corner of his mouth lifting. He hadn't expected this activity to bring such pleasant surprises. And it seemed anything with rewards boosted student enthusiasm. So maybe he could prepare rewards for regular class as well. He pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin, then headed to the staff table. Dumbledore sat in the center, watching the students' clever spell coordination with the other professors. This relaxed expression was rare. Ever since Tver added Muggle-related topics to his weekly Transfiguration seminars, Dumbledore had been cramming Muggle knowledge. As he put it, for an old man who spent most of his life at Hogwarts, only fresh knowledge and improving students can cheer me up. I didn't expect the students to improve this much, Tver. Your teaching methods are impressive. The moment Tver sat down, Professor Flitwick leaned in with a raised glass. It's only been 2 months. There's only so much I can teach, Tver said, clinking his glass lightly against Flitwick's. Their basics were already solid. Combat training is what made the difference. Before he could pull his glass back, another one bumped into it so abruptly the wine nearly spilled. No need to be modest, Lockhart said with a bright smile. Their progress is thanks to our guidance. Flitwick shot him a dismissive look and ignored the self-satisfied Lockhart, continuing his meal and conversation with Tver. Lately the students have been asking me to teach them stronger magic to deal with your statues. But I've seen Minerva cast similar spells, they shouldn't be able to move this flexibly. Ahem. Professor McGonagall focuses on controlling large numbers. My magic boosts the combat ability of each individual statue. It's almost like I'm controlling them myself, Tver said. Ahem. I see. But with their current skills, could the students actually beat the statues? Even if they learned the right method. The students in the front rows immediately leaned in. In class, they were practically flattened every time. Aside from a few exceptional 6th and 7th year teams who lasted a bit longer, most groups weren't doing much better than getting clean sweeped. The goal has never been to defeat the statues. It's to use them to improve without limit. Take Halloween. Last year they just flung spells everywhere. This year they can coordinate smoothly, and even have the focus to catch falling candy. Only then did the students finally grasp the purpose of the lessons. Even if they were beaten half to death each time, they were lasting longer with every session, and their teamwork kept improving. Energy surged through them. They wished every class was Professor Folly so they could take on the statues again. Next year we'll definitely do even better, a student in the front row blurted out. I look forward to it, Tver, Trelawney said with a smile. Ahem. I'm also looking forward to seeing the progress you bring them, Trelawney, Dumbledore added. Ahem. Professor Flitwick, usually mild-tempered, finally snapped. He frowned at Lockhart, whose smile had gone stiff. If your throat's bothering you, Professor Lockhart, then go to the hospital wing. Now that everyone's attention had shifted, Lockhart ignored Flitwick's irritation and looked instead at Tver, who was about to enjoy a cupcake. Well, with the students improving so quickly, they'll need a stage to show what they've learned. Why don't we organize something? We could use their free time to teach things like dueling, material they don't get in regular classes. The students will surely love these extra lessons. He beamed hopefully. Lately, though he couldn't figure out why, he clearly felt his popularity dropping fast. To save his image, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and try to pull Tver in to boost his reputation. Tver, who only wanted to focus on the cupcake, sighed. Fine. Just don't take too much of their time. Their evening workload is heavy enough. Satisfied, Lockhart finally left. The nuisance gone, the banquet was winding down, and some students were already leaving the Great Hall. Tver quickly picked up his knife and fork. Professors. You need to come quickly, something's happened on the 3rd floor, a young wizard shouted as he ran toward them. Tver looked up, expression blank. Chapter 118, The Attacked Cat. Stubbornly biting into the cupcake, Tver hadn't even swallowed before Dumbledore pulled him to his feet. Together they headed up the stairs toward the 3rd floor. The corridor was already packed with young wizards eager to watch the commotion. Percy stood at the front, trying to keep order, though he was nowhere near as effective as Dumbledore's presence alone. With the professors arriving, the crowd split instantly, revealing Harry, Ron, and Hermione standing in the middle of the hallway. The 3 of them looked helplessly toward Dumbledore. The young wizards around them clearly didn't dare get close, making the trio stand out even more, isolated and anxious. Beside them, a cat hung from the bottom of a torch bracket. It dangled motionless, its body rigid. Frankly, even a dead animal wouldn't stiffen this quickly. Tver didn't need Filch to say it, he knew it was Mrs. Norris. A foot above the floor, red writing smeared across the wall caught the light of the torches, flickering faintly. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Filch was still shouting, but Dumbledore quickly stopped him, then lifted Mrs. Norris down. Professor, we didn't, Harry stammered to Tver. Tver didn't answer. He simply gave them a gentle smile, easing their nerves a little. It was you. Filch roared, jabbing a finger at them. Who else could it be? Filch, Dumbledore said sharply. All of you, come with me. Including the 3 of you. His blue eyes swept across the group, pausing on Harry before he turned back to lead the way. There weren't many rooms on the third floor, and the most noticeable were the two Defense Against the Dark Arts offices. Tver certainly wasn't interested in giving everyone a tour of his. Luckily, Lockhart existed, and this wasn't a moment he'd get to show off. "Headmaster, to my office," Lockhart announced loudly as he straightened his robes. So the enlarged group followed behind Dumbledore once again. Only Professor Flitwick stayed behind to maintain order, calming the panicked, or overly excited, young wizards and ushering them back to their common rooms. Inside the office, Lockhart briskly tidied the desk and lit the candles. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the smooth surface without hesitation. He and Professor McGonagall bent down to examine the stiff cat. His slightly crooked hooked nose nearly touched her fur. Through his half-moon spectacles, his blue eyes inspected her carefully, his long fingers gently poking here and there. Professor McGonagall moved similarly, though her eyes showed deeper confusion. Tver stood behind them, studying Mrs. Norris as well, searching for any sign of the basilisk's fatal gaze. Snape stood with his arms crossed, his entire figure shrouded in the office's shadows. Flickering firelight highlighted the cold curve of his smile, his indifferent eyes shifting between Harry and Tver. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stiffened under that stare. Their briefly relaxed nerves tightened again, and they squirmed uncomfortably on their stools. Lockhart began flaunting his ignorance. "I bet this cat is dead." "It isn't dead. It's been struck by an advanced piece of dark magic and is in a petrified state." Dumbledore straightened up. "I need your help, Tver." Tver nodded at the old man's gesture. Without checking further, he drew his wand immediately and tapped Mrs. Norris's rigid body. A faint wisp of black smoke curled up from the spot he touched. It was subtle, but everyone saw it clearly. The smoke drifted through the air, circled once, then sank back into the cat's body. "What is this?" Professor McGonagall asked, being the least familiar with dark magic. "This is analysis," Dumbledore said. "By working backward from the residual magic, we reveal the essence of the spell and manifest it." Being able to do this, even with dark magic, meant Tver was already edging closer to the core principles of magic itself. It had taken Dumbledore decades to reach that level, and Tver was only 18. "What does that mean?" Filch asked anxiously. "It means that unless a specific countermeasure is used, this dark magic will keep exerting its effects. For example." Tver moved his wand again, releasing a small pulse of magic and life force. Mrs. Norris's foot twitched upward. Filch's face lit up in delight. But the movement lasted less than a second before her foot dropped again. "Even with my brief suppression of part of the spell's power, it doesn't stop the magic from continuing," Tver said. "Then, what do we do?" Filch's shoulders slumped as he looked desperately between Dumbledore and Tver. Dumbledore reassured him. "Don't worry. Once Professor Sprout's mandrakes mature, she can brew the potion to cure petrification. Mrs. Norris will recover. But the real question is, why was the cat petrified?" Snape stepped out from the shadows with a cold smile. "Ask them." Filch pointed again at Harry and his friends. Snape was satisfied with his reaction and immediately shifted his focus entirely to the trio. Tver, however, wasn't interested in listening anymore. He was thinking about what he had just discovered. The basilisk's lethal ability was terrifyingly overbearing. Some traits of magical creatures functioned as their own form of magic. The basilisk's unique magic was achieving a fatal effect through direct eye contact. It was almost rule-like. If not for that absolute requirement of eye contact, Tver would have gotten as far away from the basilisk as possible. Because at the moment, even he couldn't resist the basilisk's gaze. But with the requirement of direct eye contact, the basilisk seemed far too weak in his eyes. The shield charm badge alone was enough to ensure the students wouldn't be affected by its killing effect. Which meant he could wait calmly for the basilisk to run wild in the castle, for Dumbledore to be removed, for the plot to unfold step by step, and then make use of it. By the time Tver returned from his thoughts, the professors had finished questioning Harry and the others. Their stammering was so obvious that even Lockhart could tell they weren't telling the truth, so Dumbledore had no intention of letting Snape continue. "You should go back now." The trio let out a breath of relief and fled the office. "They're lying," Snape said at once. Professor McGonagall sighed. They were her house's students, after all. In any case, without evidence of wrongdoing, we have no grounds to punish them. Honestly, I suspect your attitude frightened them. They may not have mentioned things that could cast suspicion on themselves. Since they refuse to speak, pressing them further is pointless, Dumbledore said calmly. "What do you think, Tver? You've been deep in thought for a while." Everyone turned to Tver. Lockhart tried puffing out his chest to draw attention, but of course no one looked at him. "I'm more concerned about whether this attack is an isolated event or the first in a series. If the culprit strikes again, how do we keep the students from suffering something worse?" It was the only way Tver could warn the professors, and the students, to stay alert. Everyone immediately understood the frightening possibility. None of them dared assume this was a simple accident, or that the attacker would only target cats. Dumbledore and Snape's expressions grew much more serious. Professor McGonagall drew a sharp breath. "Keep the children safe," she said heavily. "We can't keep indulging the students, especially those two Weasley boys. They must be watched closely." Chapter 119, The Legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Early the next morning, Tver was woken by the noise outside his door. Stepping out of his office, he saw Filch shooing away curious young wizards. "Professor," Filch immediately dropped his scowl, still clutching a bottle, "did we disturb your rest?" He had always respected the professors, but after last night, he realized Tver was far more capable than that fraud Lockhart. His respect had grown even more. "It's nothing," Tver said with a shake of his head. "But what are you doing here?" He was referring to the two young witches standing in front of him. Ginny's red hair looked a bit dull under the morning sunlight, but her complexion wasn't as pale as before. It seemed she had been eating the chocolate he'd given her, her cheeks were visibly rounder. When she caught Tver's assessing look, she immediately lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her robe. The blonde girl beside her was also someone he recognized. Luna Lovegood, an eccentric first-year Ravenclaw. Compared to Ginny, Luna was the complete opposite. Her golden hair gleamed, a sweet smile rested at her lips, and she met Tver's gaze without hesitation. Her large eyes looked somewhat unfocused, yet Tver felt an equal measure of scrutiny and curiosity in them. "Ginny said she wanted to come see this place, so we came." Filch's face darkened. "Is this somewhere you should be? Are we not allowed to come here?" Luna tilted her head in honest confusion, her carrot-shaped earrings swaying. "Ah." Her tone was so matter-of-fact that Filch was left speechless with frustration. Of course, he couldn't actually refute her. "There was an attack here not long ago. Aren't you afraid?" Tver asked, amused. Luna lifted the hem of her robe, revealing a badge pinned at her waist, marked with a small eagle. "This is the badge you reinforced, isn't it?" she said brightly. "It will definitely protect us from the attacker's magic, right?" Tver stared at her for a moment. Her eyes were clear, pure, like her smile, yet they seemed capable of seeing straight through a person. But in his own eyes, he saw nothing. After a long pause, he smiled. "Of course it can. So make sure you wear it properly. But the two of you shouldn't be wandering everywhere." Luna looked like she wanted to continue, but Ginny tugged at her robe, stopping her from speaking. She had no choice but to wave her small hand in farewell. "Goodbye, Professor Folly, and Mr. Filch." Then she walked away with light steps, pulling Ginny along. Once the two girls had disappeared, Tver turned to Filch. "And you? What brings you here this early?" Filch hesitated, pointing toward the scene of the attack. "I just thought I'd clean up over there, and maybe catch the attacker." Tver wasn't surprised. The caretaker was a pitiable man, a squib surrounded by young wizards who surpassed him every day. His only companion was his cat, and now that cat had been petrified. His reaction was understandable. But that was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. If he happened to run into the basilisk, it wouldn't even need eye contact, one bite would swallow him whole. Thinking of this, Tver pulled out a badge. "The attacker is dangerous. Wear the badge and stay safe." Thank you," Filch muttered, face turning red as he hurried away. With that taken care of, Tver couldn't hold back a yawn. He had been reading in the Diadem every night recently, sleeping late and growing inevitably tired. But since he was already awake, he didn't intend to return to sleep. Instead, he headed for the Great Hall. As he stepped into the hall, he froze. It was Sunday, the one day students loved to sleep in, yet many were already up, loudly discussing last night's attack. If it was just simple petrification, the professors would have solved it already. They wouldn't leave it alone this long. Then what was it? Some powerful magic. Who in the castle could do that? Harry Potter and his friends. There was no fear on their faces, only the excitement of trading gossip. And the moment they noticed Tver, the students, unable to reach a conclusion in their debate, rushed toward him and fired questions one after another. "Professor, how's the cat? Did they catch the attacker? Is it related to Potter?" The scene was so chaotic it felt like 100 Lockharts were all trying to outshine one another. Tver snapped his fingers. Snap. A low hum rang sharply in the students' ears, making them all jerk back in fright. The attacker used extremely strong dark magic. "We can't save Mrs. Norris yet. And since we still haven't caught the culprit, all of you must be careful. Wear your badges properly." "Understood." Before the students could recover, Tver slipped out of the crowd. If he let them keep asking questions, it would truly never end. But his explanation didn't quench the students' overwhelming curiosity. For several days afterward, they continued to passionately discuss the attack, completely ignoring his reminder about the badges. To protect certain key students, the professors began taking various measures. Snape increased the pressure on Harry, keeping him for detention after nearly every class to handle small tasks. Professor McGonagall, more gentle by comparison, assigned the Weasley twins detention to burn off their excessive energy. Yet encouraged by Tver's example, the bolder students actually started asking the professors all sorts of questions unrelated to class. Naturally, the professors were nowhere near as patient as Tver, especially Snape, whose stony expression alone was enough to send students running. So their curiosity lingered unresolved until Hermione, during History of Magic, finally asked about the Chamber of Secrets. It's just a legend. According to the legend, Salazar Slytherin built a Chamber of Secrets to purge the castle of Muggle-born students. He supposedly placed a monster inside, waiting for his heir to open it. Once opened, the monster would obey instructions and attack anyone Salazar believed unworthy of learning magic. But it's only a legend. For 1,000 years, no one has ever found the slightest trace of such a chamber. Rumor had it that Professor Binns finally gave in to the students' pleas and told the story, but after that, he countered them with an even more monotonous tone than usual. None of this concerned Tver. Even though a few students tried to question him further about these matters, the moment they faced a professor's authority, they gradually gave up the idea. Chapter 120, they didn't even know how they lost. But students were students, curiosity flared quickly and faded just as fast. And since the one attacked had been Filch's cat, a creature no one particularly liked, their attention was quickly swept away by the start of the new Quidditch season. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione seemed to have far too much energy. Not even Harry's Quidditch training or Ron and Hermione's mountain of homework could stop them from suspecting Malfoy and planning to use Polyjuice Potion to pry information out of him. It left Tver rather helpless. Staying in his office day after day, he could easily observe the three sneaking about, and from his elevated vantage point, watch them loudly plot in what they assumed was secrecy. The detection charms he'd placed around the Chamber of Secrets entrance were constantly being triggered, making it hard for him to read in peace. Even running into Percy several times wasn't enough to dissuade them. Fortunately, the Quidditch match arrived quickly. Early that morning, students eagerly flocked toward the Quidditch pitch. Tver originally had no interest in the match. He knew the outcome clearly, and without uncertainty, watching held little appeal. But Malfoy had mentioned his father, Lucius Malfoy, would be visiting the school to watch his first Quidditch game. So Tver decided he wouldn't let this rare chance to speak with Lucius a second time slip by. Following the crowd, he walked with anticipation toward the stands, and immediately spotted the out-of-place Lucius. Compared to the wild excitement of the students and the enthusiasm of the teachers, Lucius's composed posture and impeccably elegant attire made him look like he was attending a formal ball rather than a sporting event. But the instant his proud gaze met Tver's, something flickered in his eyes. Had he really reacted like this just because of a few words exchanged during the holidays? Tver scratched his head in confusion. As Lucius's gaze grew increasingly uneasy, Tver kindly approached, sat beside him, and greeted him. "Long time no see, Uncle Lucius." Lucius stiffened for a moment, but recovered quickly. "Yes, Tver," he said with a polite smile. "How have you been? Work at the school keeping you busy?" "It's been busy. If I hadn't seen you here, I wouldn't have considered coming to watch the match," Tver answered casually. "If you're so busy, then stop paying attention to me," Lucius fumed internally. He and his wife had spent days discussing Tver's words from the holiday. Tver hadn't said much, but after thinking it through over and over, they always ended up with the same deeply worrying conclusion: whatever Tver intended to do would inevitably clash with the deeply rooted laws of the wizarding world. The last time they encountered such rebellious ideology was during the Dark Lord's height of power. And now an 18-year-old was telling them he planned to do something on par with the Dark Lord. If anyone else had said it, they'd have taken it as a joke. But from Tver's demeanor, they, especially Lucius, had an absurd, unsettling feeling he might actually be capable of it. The thought kept Lucius awake at night. Reason told him he shouldn't believe it, let alone support it so casually. But following a potential Dark Lord was also his best chance to restore the Malfoy family's former glory. So he ultimately chose to wait and observe. That was the secret to the Malfoy family's long-lasting prosperity. Thinking this, Lucius stopped tormenting himself and instead allowed a smug smile to appear on his face. "Well, that really is quite a task for you. If you run into any issues, feel free to tell me. I am a Hogwarts governor, after all, and I do have some authority." Although he had a good relationship with the Minister of Magic, the only official position Lucius held in the wizarding world was that of a school governor. Even so, it was enough to grant him considerable influence. Tver's eyes brightened. "Perfect. I've already submitted several teaching budget proposals, but they haven't been approved yet." "Don't worry, I can help move things along," Lucius said, lifting his head smugly. "The other governors are more than happy to give me that courtesy." "Thank you." A sudden wave of cheers cut off their conversation. The match had begun. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams shot into the sky the moment the whistle blew. And immediately, reality proved one thing: money always worked. With the finest broomsticks currently available, the Nimbus 2001, the Slytherin players not only reached their positions faster, they even had time to taunt their opponents. "Potter," Draco said smugly as he circled Harry, "I'm going to end this match with moves far cleaner than your sweeping." Right from the start, their speed advantage let them seize control, and the score spread rapidly. Seeing this, Lucius announced proudly, "With an advantage like this, I can't imagine how Slytherin could possibly lose." Uncle Lucius truly is impressive, spending such a large sum so casually, just to equip Slytherin with the best broomsticks, Tver said with a flattering smile. Lucius's smile froze for a second. He hadn't wanted to spend that much money either. If not for needing to avoid a ministry investigation, he never would have sold so many valuable magical artifacts, nor disguised the sudden funds by buying broomsticks. And after all the exchanging and reselling, less than a quarter of the money remained. Heh. Providing Draco with the best environment is simply my duty as a father, isn't it? How admirable. I'm sure Draco will grow up to be just like Uncle Lucius, raising the Malfoy family's status even higher. Lucius stared at Tver, feeling, for the first time, that this smiling face was unbearable. Why bring up the very thing he didn't want mentioned? But Tver stopped there. Teasing Lucius occasionally was fine, pushing too far would only backfire. Their conversation continued pleasantly after that, especially when Harry was being chased relentlessly by the bludger, which improved Lucius's mood considerably. But it didn't last long. In an instant, his mood plummeted like a dropped stone. Though it was a bit messy, Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Lee Jordan shouted enthusiastically. Humph. Lucius, face cold, said a curt farewell to Tver. He didn't even bother speaking to his son and left the stands immediately. Harry was thrilled, but the moment he saw his own arm go limp, his smile disappeared. Well, yes, you see, once the bones are gone, there's no chance of fractures. Isn't that a rather convenient bit of magic? Lockhart explained, awkward yet still trying to sound elegant. This time, even Hermione couldn't be bothered with him. Whatever little goodwill she had regained from Lockhart's test had evaporated instantly. Out of respect for a professor, she didn't retort, simply followed Harry into the hospital wing in silence. Seeing this, Tver joined the crowd heading back toward the castle. He still had a seminar with Dumbledore tonight. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 20 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 121, Dumbledore's Measures. After the weekly discussion class ended that evening, Tver stepped lightly out of the headmaster's office. He hadn't expected that among the books left behind by Ravenclaw, in addition to research on the speed of magical release across the four elements, there would also be Transfiguration, ancient, deeply complex Transfiguration. Modern Transfiguration had been simplified to the point that it could largely be summed up with the Switching Spell, the Vanishing Spell, and the Summoning Charm. But ancient wizards were different. They had divided Transfiguration into dozens of distinct conceptual branches based on an object's state before and after transformation. Mastering these concepts was extremely difficult, studying each one was like relearning Transfiguration from scratch. But the rewards were undeniably great. Tonight, he had managed to show off brilliantly in front of Dumbledore, even surprising the headmaster in a few areas. The memory brought a satisfied smile to Tver's face. His Transfiguration skill had never been weak. After a year of Dumbledore's instruction, he was already close to Professor McGonagall's level. And now, with Ravenclaw's research added to his foundation, he could easily call himself a Transfiguration master on the international stage. But before he could take 2 steps, the smile faded. It seems our Professor Folly is in quite the pleasant mood tonight. Snape emerged slowly from the shadows. It is something worth being pleased about, Tver replied calmly, meeting Snape's sharp gaze. What's this, then? Slytherin lost the match, so Professor Snape is upset and won't allow anyone else to be happy. Snape let out a tight, cold laugh. Well then, Professor Folly, be careful not to run into some unknown attacker and get petrified. You'd end up needing to drink a potion brewed by me. Of course, if that attacker has something to do with you, then you wouldn't need to worry, would you? So he suspected him. Tver only shrugged. I truly have nothing to worry about, simply because my strength is more than sufficient. After spending enough time talking with Marvolio, he'd learned how to deliver that exact kind of pointed sarcasm. Snape's mouth twitched sharply. He opened his mouth as if to retort, but after a brief struggle, all that came out was a cold snort. Before Tver could even process his surprise, Snape had already swept past him and stormed into the headmaster's office. Going to report me to Dumbledore again? Tver chuckled and shook his head. Snape's face was twisted with undisguised fury as he shoved open the headmaster's office door, the impact echoing in a loud bang. Fawkes, who had been resting with his head tucked down, immediately lifted it and let out an irritated cry. Snape ignored him completely as he strode up to Dumbledore. Smack. Both hands slammed hard onto the desk, and Snape met Dumbledore's gaze without a hint of hesitation. "Have you never considered that boy might be the attacker?" he demanded. His movements were uncharacteristically rough. Dumbledore frowned in disapproval but still spoke gently. "That boy? You mean Tver? Who else in this castle has such mastery of dark magic? I'd wager even you aren't much stronger than him in that regard. In dark magic research, Tver indeed has insights even I cannot reach. But that does not mean he is the attacker. Or rather, he has no reason whatsoever to attack a cat he bears no grudge against," Dumbledore explained patiently. Snape was not ignorant of this logic. His so-called suspicion was little more than vented frustration. After Snape's breathing steadied, Dumbledore gestured toward a chair. "No need to rush. Sit. We can talk. Tea, or pumpkin juice? You keep pumpkin juice here?" Snape asked as he sat. Tver was fond of it. Dumbledore simply handed him a cup. Snape looked as if he'd swallowed a fly, but still lifted the cup and took a large gulp, as if drinking Tver himself. He drained it in one go, then slammed the empty cup onto the desk. "I suppose you know the boy is studying Muggles. Doesn't that remind you of someone?" Dumbledore didn't answer at once. He leisurely refilled the empty cup, a calmness that made Snape's brow tighten. "What, afraid of criticizing your old flame?" Snape sneered. "Tver's mentor was indeed Grindelwald," Dumbledore said, shaking his head, "but he is different. He has compassion for the weak." Snape let out a sharp scoff. "Compassion? Even an elephant may pity an ant. That doesn't stop it from crushing the ant without effort. That's the point. This elephant, Tver, has never wished to crush ants. On the contrary, he respects everyone weaker or lower in status than himself. And how can you guarantee that one day he won't reveal ambition? Or wake up with the sudden desire to rule the wizarding world?" Snape's face was serious now, his tone measured and steady, none of the earlier emotional outburst remained. Because he truly feared that possibility. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn as well. He had long been aware of the risk. That was why he had entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Tver last year, and why he insisted on weekly discussions. It allowed him both to cultivate Tver, and to monitor his inner thoughts. Dumbledore's own power had not yet declined, but he could no longer continue growing. Tver, on the other hand, even while pretending otherwise, was visibly increasing in strength at a staggering pace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Tver surpassed him. And when that time came, if Tver truly inherited his mentor's ideals and became the next Dark Lord, who would be able to stop him? "That is why I watch him closely," Dumbledore said, a faint golden glint flashing in his blue eyes. "And why I instruct him. I will not allow any misguided ideas to take root." Snape curled his lip. "I thought you'd take stronger measures. Voldemort is still hiding somewhere, waiting to return. If Tver is drawn to his side, not even 100 spies could stop the destruction the two of them would cause together." Dumbledore sighed. "You must change the way you think. Even Tver understands that many of the wizarding world's ideas have grown outdated. What we need is a more, what was the word, scientific perspective guiding us." "Heh. Seems you're the one being influenced," Snape said with a contemptuous smile. Dumbledore picked up a lemon sherbet without a care. "We both know the idea itself is correct. And if Tver maintains that worldview, the wizarding world gains a younger, stronger guardian. What, are you planning to retire? There will come a day for that." With that, Dumbledore popped the candy into his mouth. Chapter 122, The Second Attack. Tver remained unaware that Dumbledore was observing him, or rather, he himself had been observing Dumbledore as well. In this regard, the two were perfectly aligned. Since it was still early when he returned to his office, he used the extra time to read for a while. Lately, he had learned a new method, precisely controlling his magic so he no longer needed to construct an entire room, only the specific book he wished to read. It saved both effort and time. He had been reading for some time when suddenly a phoenix tail feather appeared before him, scattering sparks as it descended. Along with it came Dumbledore's message. "Tver, I need you to come to the hospital wing." Tver caught the feather, intrigued. He knew phoenix feathers could teleport freely, but the ability to carry spoken messages felt even more convenient than a Patronus charm. Maybe next time he visited the headmaster's office, he could pluck a few phoenix feathers. Though whether Fawkes would allow that. Lost in these idle thoughts, he made his way down to the second floor. By the time he reached the hospital wing, several professors had already gathered. Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey were dressed in nightgowns under their outer robes, while Dumbledore and Snape still wore their daytime robes, showing no intention of going to bed. Had those two really been talking this late? Even reporting complaints shouldn't take that long. Tver thought with a hint of mischief. Professor McGonagall, standing at the edge, noticed him and quickly stepped aside. "Tver, you're just in time. Take a look at this child." The student lying on the bed was no stranger to Tver, Colin Creevey. His body was rigid, his complexion dull and lifeless, identical to Mrs. Norris's condition last time. "I think we can all see this child has been petrified," Snape said flatly. "Indeed," Tver agreed easily. "Exactly like the previous attack. Yet your badge seems to have done nothing." Snape lifted the badge beneath Colin's robes, its faint glow reflecting in the dim light. "Colin being petrified doesn't mean the badge failed. If anything, it likely protected him." Dumbledore's wise gaze halted Snape's rebuttal, and he picked up the camera clutched in Colin's hands. "Is there any chance it captured the attacker?" Professor McGonagall asked hopefully. Dumbledore didn't answer. Instead, he carefully opened the camera's back cover. Hot air hissed out at once, accompanied by the harsh stench of melting plastic. "Merlin, what does this mean?" Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. It meant that even if the film hadn't melted, it was fully exposed. Tver's lips curled with satisfaction. After tailing him with that camera non-stop, this troublesome device was finally done for. Hopefully any embarrassing photos had burned along with it. "It means the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again," Dumbledore said gravely. "Notify every professor. Everyone must be exceptionally cautious about student safety. And since both attacks occurred near the third floor, Tver, just be vigilant yourself. Report any sign of trouble immediately." On Sunday, since it was still the weekend, most students in the castle remained unaware that Colin had been attacked. But sharp-eyed Percy had heard a bit from Harry after he was released from the hospital. "Professor, I heard there's been another attack, is that true?" he asked bravely before their tutoring session. "Yes." Tver gave a brief explanation of what had happened the previous night. Percy's brow immediately tightened. He had seen Ron and the others wandering around the third floor. Even though the professor's office was located there, if they ran into the attacker, not even a professor could help in time. Seeing his expression, Tver reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as they're wearing their badges, their basic safety is guaranteed." Percy nodded reluctantly. "Now then, based on your previous practice, I believe you're ready to try some simple dark magic." "Really?" Percy's worry evaporated at once. These past weeks he had been practicing controlling his intent and dark emotions. What made him both amused and helpless was that, without learning much actual dark magic, his control over ordinary spells had improved significantly instead. Finally, he could learn real dark magic. "Of course. Dark magic is actually quite simple," Tver said with a smile. "In the magical world, dark spells are usually classified into 3 types: jinx, hex, and curse. But in my opinion, any magic that carries malicious intent and causes irreversible harm qualifies as dark magic." Percy froze. "Then ordinary spells could be considered dark magic too." "Exactly." Tver waved his wand, and a small flame flickered to life at the tip. It floated in the air like a tiny lantern, bouncing gently. "This is the Flagranti Curse. Officially, Incendio is labeled the fire-making spell, which I find odd, so I'm calling it the Flagranti Curse. The incantation and effect are unchanged." Then, with another wave, the little lantern was swallowed by a scorching blue-violet flame. Even through the table, Percy could feel the immense destructive force within the flames, and a sinister malice that seemed to claw at the soul. "This is fiend fire." "Yes. They are essentially the same magic at their core, but because they're used differently, the fiend fire curse becomes far more difficult to control and vastly more destructive." Percy straightened, excitement filling his expression. "So the dark magic I'm learning today is the fiend fire curse?" Tver smiled with layered meaning. "You guessed right. But before that, you need to fully master the Flagranti Curse." "No problem. I completely deconstructed the Flagranti Curse last year," Percy declared confidently, thumping his chest. 10 minutes later. "Professor. I don't think my understanding of this spell is deep enough." Percy's face was drenched in heat sweat from the flames. His damp bangs had been singed at the edges, making his already untidy hair curl even more. He sat collapsed on the floor, utterly exhausted, nothing like the composed prefect he usually was. In front of him lay a ring of matchsticks. The upper halves were white, the lower halves were pitch black. Each one had a different black-to-white ratio. Percy's task was to control the tiny flames from the Flagranti Curse and ignite each match with a precisely different degree of malicious intent. He couldn't hesitate, wait too long, and the earlier ones would extinguish themselves, forcing him to go back and relight them. But by the time his magic ran dry, he could barely ignite half of them. Hearing Percy's complaint, Tver lifted his gaze from his book. "Rest a moment," he said. Percy's eyes brightened, only for Tver to continue, and then keep going. "Yes, Professor." Chapter 123, The Blinding Light Charm. After a full day of spreading, news of the second attack inevitably reached everyone. This time, however, the students weren't merely curious, they were genuinely frightened. Last time, it had only been a cat, and an unpopular one at that. But this time, a student had been petrified. A student who did homework with them, joked with them, played with them. If the professors hadn't repeatedly stressed that wearing badges could block a portion of hostile magic, many students would have been too terrified to even leave their dormitories. Though personally, I think half of them are just looking for excuses to skip class. Neville reported the situation truthfully during tutoring. But most of them really are scared. Especially the half-blood and Muggle-born students. They only move around in little groups now. They're trading protective trinkets and things like that. Some upper years even came to sell items that supposedly ward off evil. Percy confiscated all of them. Neville scratched his cheek, embarrassed. If not for remembering last year's Professor Quirrell, he might have considered buying one of those reeking giant green onions himself. The stench did feel like it could drive anything away. Still, Tver found an unexpected benefit. Students' enthusiasm for defense against the dark arts surged dramatically. His classes were already lively and engaging, but after the attacks, everyone wanted to learn something powerful, at least enough to feel capable of resisting if something happened. And of course, if they could somehow catch the attacker, all the better. To curb those dangerous ambitions, Tver decided to make the lessons more demanding. To coordinate the change, he chose an open evening and brought all the second years to the Colosseum. It was their first time there, previously only third years and up had classes in the arena. Because December at Hogwarts was bitterly cold, Tver conjured a shield against wind and chill and surrounded the space with warm torches. Today, we're going to talk about how to deal with a powerful opponent. Do you remember how we handled the troll last year? The students, who had been looking around curiously, snapped back to last Halloween at his question. Attack its eyes. Malfoy shouted immediately. Correct. But have you noticed the problem? It took so many people and so many attempts just to land a single hit. But if the enemy is prepared, or your aim is off, how do you make use of that weakness? Instead of being stumped, the students grew even more excited. Seeing their anticipation, Tver smiled and continued, yes, today I'll teach you an extraordinary application of a very simple spell. Pay attention. This lesson is extremely important, so make sure you listen carefully. Professor, when do we not pay attention? Called a student named Henry. His comment drew laughter from the others. Tver waved his hand, amused. All right, I know you're all very obedient. First, I need to make sure all of you can use a very powerful spell. Under their eager gazes, he added mysteriously, and that spell is the lighting charm. Disappointment spread instantly. The lighting charm was the very first spell they had learned. How could it possibly count as powerful? Tver raised a finger and shook his head. Don't underestimate this spell. Used properly, it can solve half the enemies you'll ever face. For example. He flicked his wand. A burst of light as bright as the sun exploded in the sky. The dim Colosseum turned blindingly bright in an instant, so bright it was harsher than daylight. Caught off guard, the students cried out, clutching their eyes. No need for concern, the intensity had already been reduced. Beyond a brief discomfort, there was no danger. And while they were momentarily quiet, Tver began explaining the key points. In the pitch-black night, any creature that relies on its eyes to search for enemies will be temporarily blinded, or even injured, if hit with a sudden burst of intense light. This means you can use that opening to make your next move, whether escaping or pressing the attack. As he continued explaining, the students slowly recovered from their brief blindness. But Professor, what if the creature doesn't use its eyes to find its enemies? Malfoy asked in confusion. Then you should look it directly in the eyes. And that will save me. No. But at least you'll die with a bit more dignity, Tver answered, teasingly. The students didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still, the spell was undeniably impressive. Compared to last time, when they had to hit the troll's eyes directly, this spell could blind a whole group in one go. And best of all, it didn't require aiming. This delighted students whose accuracy was notoriously unreliable. Finally, a spell with a proper area effect. But learning it wasn't nearly as pleasant. At its core, the blinding light charm was still the lighting charm, only with massively increased range and brightness, enough to actually damage the eyes. In some ways, the difficulty rivaled spells usually taught to upper-year students. Its only advantage was that it didn't require precise control. As long as they poured magic into it with everything they had and boosted the lighting charm's power, they could manage a crude version of the spell. Whether it was brighter or covered a wider area wasn't even something they could consider yet. And for second years, even this was enough to keep them occupied for quite a while. Use the same method as the lighting charm. The spell itself isn't difficult. Don't hold back your magic. Pretend you're holding a firework, release all your power and... A flash of green light shot out. Protego. Tver whipped his wand up instantly. Boom. The green light struck the shield and burst apart in a shower of sparks. I'm really sorry, Professor, Ron sputtered, waving both hands in panic, his broken wand painfully obvious. My wand suddenly lost control. Get a new one as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll fill the hospital wing all by yourself. Near the end of class, students finally began to get a handle on the spell. But their mastery was rough. Most simply blasted magic wildly, draining their entire reserves in a single shot, leaving no strength for anything afterward. Professor, what about during the day? How do we use the blinding light charm then? As time was running out, Hermione hurried to ask. Normally, I'd suggest using other standard spells. But the blinding light charm isn't unusable. You just need to. This time, Tver didn't aim at the sky. His wand pointed at a large stone in the arena. He flicked his wand. The students immediately squinted, nervous yet eager, scared of being blinded again, but desperate to witness something extraordinary. To their surprise, the glow at the wand tip wasn't bright. In fact, it looked faint. But the power behind it was immense. Like a bullet, the tiny beam shot forward and struck the thick stone. In an instant, the rock was pierced clean through, as if it were papier-mâché, leaving a finger-sized hole. As smoke drifted from the scorched edges, the students instantly understood why mastering the lighting charm could deal with half the enemies they'd ever face. No matter what the opponent was, one beam would put a hole straight through it. Seeing their eyes sparkle, Tver could practically guess their thoughts without effort. You'll have to fully master the blinding light charm first, he said, clapping his hands. All right, line up. We're heading back to the castle. Chapter 124, Ginny's Troubles. After escorting the students back to the castle, Tver let them go on their own. You can head back, Tver called out. Remember, no wandering around. Go straight to your house common rooms, or you'll lose your chance to roam the castle forever. In the past, these bold, reckless students might not have listened so obediently. But after Colin's attack, none of them dared linger in the corridors anymore, especially on a night this eerie. Watching them form 4 lines and trudge off toward their common rooms like 4 obedient caterpillars, Tver felt pleasantly at ease and prepared to return to his office to keep reading. Tonight's class had been a combined session for all 4 houses, which meant he'd already finished 2 second-year lessons. Getting 2 lessons done in the time of 1. A delightful success. But at the office door, Tver unexpectedly saw a small figure waiting. Ginny Weasley, head down, clutching a tiny satchel. Her messy hair was stuck with feathers, her robe spattered with bright red blood. Standing in the shadows, she looked even more unsettling than Snape. Tver's heart nearly stopped. He hurriedly looked her over, finally letting out a relieved breath. The feathers in her hair were probably chicken feathers, and the blood on her robe's chicken blood. She looked a little shaken and pale, but otherwise healthy. What stood out most were the 5 badges at her waist. After a moment of checking, Tver recognized them, Ginny's own, Percy's, the Weasley twins, and Ron's. But the magic in them was nearly gone, especially Ginny's. The reinforcement spell he'd placed on hers had even been completely dispelled. Just then, Ginny suddenly raised her head. The moment she saw Tver in front of her, her previously dull eyes lit up. Professor, I have something to tell you. A flush spread across her face, too vivid to be normal. Don't worry, Tver said as he opened the office door. Come inside first and settle yourself. We'll talk once you're calm. Ginny murmured a barely audible reply. She let Tver clean her clothes, scourgify, and then he guided her into a soft chair. Would you like some pumpkin juice? Before she could answer, Tver had already placed a cup of pumpkin juice in front of her, leaving no room to refuse. For some reason, watching the professor move so calmly made Ginny feel much safer. After she took a small sip of pumpkin juice, warmth spread through her entire body. It was so soothing she couldn't hold back a tiny yawn. Burp. She immediately lowered her head, cheeks burning. The pumpkin juice tasted so good that she kept drinking until she finished the whole cup. She snuck a glance upward just in time to see the professor smiling as he refilled it to the brim. This time, Ginny only held the cup and took a small sip. Wrapped in this gentle atmosphere, color returned to her cheeks, and the month-long knot of worry in her chest finally loosened. Now, mind if I ask why you came to see me so late? Is there something you need? Tver crossed his arms over his chest and asked gently but firmly. He had his suspicions, but he still wanted to hear the answer from Ginny's own mouth. Yes. Ginny bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment. It's because I discovered I'm the killer, the one who attacked Mrs. Norris and Colin. With all due respect, you don't seem capable of such a thing, do you? Ginny snapped her head up, locking eyes with Tver, desperate to explain. It wasn't me, no, it was me. I have a diary. Since summer break, I've been writing in it. And tonight I discovered this diary can control me, making me do things I don't even know about. On Halloween night, I inexplicably forgot what I'd done, but my robes were stained with red paint, The exact same color I saw at the scene of Mrs. Norris's murder. And tonight, I found myself inexplicably standing at the lounge door. If my brother's badges hadn't suddenly flashed gold, I'd still be completely dazed. But I still don't know why my robes were covered in chicken feathers and blood. I heard my brother Percy mention it, and I think it might be the effect of the Imperious curse, so I rushed over to find you. Professor, I don't know why. Ginny sobbed, covering her face with her hands. I really didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt Mrs. Norris or Colin. I know you didn't mean to, Tver offered comfortingly. But Colin's still lying in the hospital wing. When I snuck in to see him, he looked awful. Don't worry. Both he and Mrs. Norris will be fine. They should lock me up in Azkaban, she said in gasps, her face streaked with tears. Listen. Tver's suddenly raised voice startled Ginny, making her forget to sniffle away the crystal-clear snot dangling precariously beneath her nose. Tver waved his wand, restoring the 5 badges on her uniform, then placed a piece of chocolate into her small, outstretched hand. This isn't your fault. The diary is entirely to blame. All you need to do is eat this chocolate and go get some rest. Ginny stared blankly at the chocolate for a moment before lifting her small head in realization, meeting Tver's gentle eyes. It really has nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing. Tver nodded firmly. Though Ginny had broken free from the diary's control sooner than Tver had anticipated, at least there was still Colin to use as a victim. If need be, they could simply advance their plans a bit, it would just mean a busier Christmas. Seeing Ginny now, tear-streaked and consumed with self-blame, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. She was still just an 11-year-old child. She shouldn't have to endure this pain for his goals. Otherwise, how would he be any different from Voldemort? But where is that diary? It can't stay with you any longer. Ginny blinked blankly. That's exactly what I thought, so I threw it away. Threw it away. A huge question mark appeared above Tver's head. Yep. Ginny lifted her little head proudly, her face begging for praise. I realized something was off in the evening, so I tossed that diary. Tver. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, the first team to defeat the statue. No. The diary is nowhere to be found. According to Ginny, she tossed it into the third-floor girls' bathroom that evening. She thought the place was abandoned and that no one would be foolish enough to go in there. But Tver searched the entire bathroom from top to bottom, practically turning it inside out. If the drain hadn't been so narrow, he would have climbed down into the pipes as well. In the end, aside from the polyjuice potion Harry's trio was brewing, there was no diary, not even anything suspicious. As a side note, polyjuice potion is an advanced concoction taught only to upperclassmen. It lets a person fully transform into someone else, and even many 5th or 6th years struggle to brew it properly. Yet Hermione, on her very first attempt and learning solely from books, had managed to produce a decently made batch. Her talent had already surpassed Tver's. After all, back at Durmstrang, most of the potions he learned were for treating different kinds of injuries. But the Horcrux's whereabouts weighed on his mind. Even if the Horcrux continued controlling someone and ran wild through the castle, Tver wouldn't worry about it for a moment. What bothered him was the thought of it hiding, or worse, slipping out of Hogwarts during the holidays. If that happened, finding it would become a nightmare. His first suspect was Harry. In the original plot, after Ginny lost the diary, Harry was the one who picked it up. But after watching him for days, Tver hadn't noticed anything strange. Aside from frequently sneaking into the girls' bathroom, Harry had been so well-behaved lately it hardly seemed like him. Even Snape couldn't find a reason to give him detention. So lately, aside from teaching the blinding light charm to second years and above, Tver had been preoccupied with the diary. Professor Fawley? George Weasley asked, gathering his courage. Oh. Tver snapped out of his thoughts and finally realized class had already started. The 4th years were staring at him impatiently. All right, let's begin today's lesson. You've been working in teams for 3 months now. How's it going? He asked with a smile. Everything's fine except we still can't beat the statues, Fred said with a pained expression. The students nearby nodded in agreement, giving Tver looks full of shared suffering. Their teamwork had improved dramatically, and their individual combat ability had grown noticeably. But no matter what tactics they tried or how much progress they made, they still couldn't defeat the chain hammer statue. Every single time, it smashed them until they were exhausted. Their emotions were like a roller coaster. Just as their newfound strength was boosting their confidence, the next class would tear it all down again. After taking hit after hit, their young hearts were nearly numb. Eat, sleep, and get launched across the room by a statue, that was their life now. Sensing their resentment, Tver quickly waved his wand, summoning 4 statues nearby. From left to right stood the sword statue, the halberd statue, the sword and shield statue, and the chain hammer statue, each spaced 10 feet, 3 meters, apart. Ahem. He drew their attention to the statues. Don't give up so easily. Today, you'll deal with all 4. You'll finally get to experience the joy of beating 1. Roger Davies's eyes widened. We can't beat even 1, and now you want us to fight 4. Relax. These 4 have very different strength levels. You can start with the weakest. Tver pointed at the sword-wielding statue on the far edge. Once you defeat the first, you can move on to the stronger ones. Step by step, until you take down the final statue. And with Christmas coming up, everyone who manages to defeat the 3rd statue will get a Christmas gift from me. Tver arched an eyebrow, and the students who'd been hesitating instantly burst into excitement. They'd been longing for last year's Christmas gifts all over again, even though, judging from the professor's habits, this year's gifts would probably be those same goblin chocolates. But that was enough. What was infuriating was that many students who'd received gifts last year couldn't bear to eat them, and would often show off the chocolates even after they'd expired. What was even more infuriating was that everyone else was still incredibly jealous of that expired chocolate. Now they finally had a chance of their own. Fueled by fierce determination, they quickly gathered their squads and jogged toward the sword statue. Before Tver even needed to say a word, a perfectly straight line had formed in under a minute, much to his surprise. Professor Folly loved orderly classes more than anything, and the students had no intention of upsetting him at a moment like this, or so they thought proudly. And with their usual shamelessness, the Weasley twins and Cedric managed to claim the very front. So, how are we supposed to deal with this statue? George asked, feeling a little lost. Damn it. No wonder they were being so nice, they let us take the front. Fred glared back at the classmates fully prepared to watch the show unfold. It's fine, Cedric said with a confident smile. If they want a demonstration, then let them follow right behind us and watch how to properly handle these statues. Are you ready? Tver called out. Ready, the 3 shouted in unison. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the statue drew its long sword. But George was even faster. Reducto. The red light missed the arm, but it still blasted off a large chunk of the statue's shoulder, scattering stone fragments. Slow reaction, low physical strength, Cedric immediately analyzed, acting as support. Leave defense to me. Fred, restrict its movements. George, hit the right arm whenever you can. The right arm held the sword, take that out, and the statue was effectively finished. But the statue had no intention of surrendering. Ignoring the missing chunk from its shoulder, it took 2 heavy steps forward and suddenly loomed over them. The sword swept from right to left, a sharp gust tearing toward the trio. Yet an instant later, an impediment jinx hit its chest. The statue trembled and staggered back, losing its balance, just in time to take another reductor curse. Crack. Nearly half of its left forearm shattered, but it didn't slow the right arm at all. Bang, the long sword smashed through 2 layers of shield charm before getting stuck in the 3rd. The statue tried to yank the sword free, but Cedric and Fred weren't about to let that happen. Immobilis. The moment Cedric briefly locked the sword in place, ropes burst from the ground, chaotic but firm, wrapping tightly around the statue. Before it could even struggle, George fired off another reductor curse. Boom. The statue's entire right arm was blown clean off. If I can't hit it even now, I might as well go home and knit a sweater for Mum. He dramatically brought his wand to his lips and pretended to blow away imaginary smoke, a gesture he'd learned from one of the professor's Muggle books and had always thought looked incredibly cool. He'd been waiting for an opportunity to show that off. But he had barely struck the pose before 2 figures tackled him to the ground. You 2 bastards. We just beat a statue for the first time. We're allowed to celebrate. Sorry, I just really wanted to crush you 2 brothers. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 20 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, The Dueling Club. Cedric's squad succeeded, but they only managed to defeat the 3rd statue. When they faced the 4th, they were swept aside just as decisively as before. Still, it was enough to make them proud. They had taken down 3 statues in a row, becoming the first squad to conquer all 3. Most importantly. Geez, Davies. I told you to join our team back then, but you insisted on finding your own squad. George slumped on the ground, exhausted and catching his breath, yet still managing to throw out a snarky remark. Davies grimaced. The first statue was actually simple, just a warm-up target. As long as you didn't shake in fear, you could defeat it without much trouble. The second one was where the difficulty began, requiring coordination within the squad. Without it, they'd be picked off individually. The third was the hardest so far. It demanded teamwork, steady execution, and absolutely no major mistakes, or the statue would counterattack in an instant. Davies' squad, and most others, fell at this stage. So by the end of class, only Cedric's team had managed to defeat the third statue. Tver had expected this result. The statue's strength was calibrated on purpose. For each grade, their difficulty scaled with the students' abilities. Typically, only 1 or 2 squads in a class earned rewards, plus a few first and second years who did well in the light ball game. This way, he had far fewer gifts to prepare than last year. Feeling smug, Tver hummed as he cleaned up the arena, returning to the castle with noticeably lighter steps. At the notice board, he found a crowd of young wizards packed together, each trying to squeeze closer. Tver didn't even need to look, listening to their chatter was enough. Tonight at 8, the school's holding a dueling club in the Great Hall. Dueling. Will Professor Folly or Professor Flitwick be teaching us? Be bold, maybe both professors together. I say, as long as it's not Professor. Harry turned his head, only to find Professor Folly smiling right behind him. Professor, what can we expect at tonight's dueling club? Ron asked eagerly. Well, Tver recalled Lockhart's disastrous performances, it should be interesting. If he treated it like a comedy show, he honestly was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, the young wizards completely misread his meaning. They assumed something truly exciting was coming, at the very least a duel as spectacular as last year's. Their excitement spread instantly, and in moments, every student in Hogwarts had heard the news. So by 8 o'clock that evening, when Tver rushed into the Great Hall, it was already packed with students bursting with anticipation. He had discovered a delicious cranberry biscuit at dinner, but there hadn't been many. He'd had to run to the kitchen and ask the Cornish pixies for another packet. Standing unnoticed in a corner, Tver munched on the biscuits, watching like a casual spectator waiting for the show to begin. A quick look around told him that aside from a few who disliked crowds, practically every student in the castle had come. Just like last year, the 4 house tables had been pushed aside. Everyone crowded around the gilded stage that had appeared against one wall, voices buzzing in a constant hum. After a while, the students suddenly let out a collective sigh of disappointment, so synchronized it was almost rehearsed. Lockhart strode onto the stage in a dazzling magenta robe, standing in sharp contrast to Snape beside him, still dressed in black. But neither of them met the students' expectations. In that moment, the students desperately wanted to shout, "Damn it, refund." Seeing their disappointed faces, Lockhart's otherwise perfect smile stiffened slightly. Thankfully, he had already steeled himself, otherwise, he never would have attempted this stunt, dragging a potions professor along to serve as his stepping stone. Originally, they had planned to choose the shortest professor, Professor Flitwick. But when they heard he'd been a dueling champion in his youth, Lockhart got so frightened he didn't dare consider him again. Fortunately, there was still Snape. Though he'd heard the usual flattery about Professor Snape's strength, the students all said they'd never actually seen Snape fight. Which was understandable, he was a potions professor. How powerful could he really be? If every rumor were true, he'd have become Minister of Magic by now. With his smile restored, he strode enthusiastically to the center of the stage. Good evening, everyone. Given the atmosphere of panic in the castle, and considering my own superb dueling expertise, Headmaster Dumbledore has gladly permitted me to host this rare dueling club event. And as for Professor Snape, he claims to know a thing or two about dueling. After my repeated assurances, he has generously agreed to help me with a small demonstration. He grinned broadly. Snape's lips curled ever so slightly, his raised gaze full of disdain, as though he were watching a clown's performance. A chill ran through the young wizards. Even if they disliked Lockhart, they couldn't help silently praying for him. May Lockhart stay in the hospital forever, Ron muttered, eyes closed and fists pressed together. Hermione huffed. How can you think that? Lockhart is still our professor. Ron blinked his eyes open, confused. But that way Professor Folly can keep teaching us. Then just wish Lockhart gets kicked out of school. No need, Harry said excitedly, patting Hermione on the shoulder. Snape's already about to start. On stage, Lockhart and Snape stood at opposite ends, taking on standard dueling stances, something they'd witnessed last year and reenacted in their heads hundreds of times. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Snape fired instantly. Before Lockhart even moved, a red flash struck him squarely. His whole body flew backward off the stage, slammed into the wall, and fell curled on the floor. The force of the impact was obvious from the sound alone. Even the Lockhart skeptics winced for a second. Fortunately, Lockhart's body was just as thick-skinned as his face. Within moments he groaned and staggered upright. Bloody hell, had the potions professor given up brewing entirely to practice spells instead? Thank you, Miss Brown, he said, retrieving his fallen wand and smoothing his messy hair, contorting his face into a painful smile. As you can see, that was a disarming charm. But Professor Snape's intention was far too obvious. I'd bet he spent at least a week preparing that spell. So as not to disappoint him, I chose to take that gentle little hit, and also let you all. I believe, Snape said for the second time, his voice cold as the winter wind, it would be better to let someone competent demonstrate how to defend against my magic. His gaze shifted toward a corner, and the students all turned their heads. Professor Folly was there, happily munching away. Crunch, crunch. Tver blinked at the staring crowd. Is eating cookies against school rules? Chapter 127, Chapter 127, A Duel with Snape. Tver had certainly heard Snape's words just now, he had simply been hoping he could bluff his way out of it. After all, mockery was mockery, but he still respected Snape's strength. And he truly couldn't guarantee that either he or Snape would be able to keep themselves restrained, sticking to only the permitted spells like Professor Flitwick. Who knew, if the two of them really started fighting, Oris might end up knocking on the door. But Snape clearly wasn't giving him that chance. What's the matter, Professor Folly? Unwilling to give the students a demonstration. He sneered at Tver. The young wizards immediately burst into cheers. Even the Slytherin snakes found Professor Snape unusually unlikable for once. Go, Professor. Take down that old-timer professor. Fight. Fight. It seemed Snape was absolutely determined to duel him. Meeting Snape's sharp gaze, Tver grinned, tilted his head, and swallowed the last crumbs of his biscuit. The empty bag in his hand fluttered into the shape of a small bird and flew straight into a nearby trash bin. Seeing this display, the students grew even more excited. Tver didn't let them down. His smile gradually faded as he stepped onto the stage and took his place opposite Snape. Ah, well. Lockhart attempted to speak, only to be met with two icy stares from both Snape and Tver. A cold sweat broke out instantly. He hurried to the edge of the stage, no, not safe enough. He scrambled off the stage entirely and squeezed himself into the student crowd. Under their disdainful looks, Lockhart expertly adjusted his robes and put his flawless smile back on. Excellent. What follows is a spectacular dueling demonstration from our two esteemed professors. He shouted from below, but neither man on stage spared him a single moment of attention. Professor Folly's strength should be quite sufficient. What's wrong, afraid of losing to a potions professor? Snape began, voice dripping with cold sarcasm. Tver idly twirled his wand. Professor Snape, is this lingering dissatisfaction I'm hearing? They were referring to the night Colin was attacked, when Tver had made a jab at Snape's strength. Who would have thought Snape remembered it all this time? Snape shook his head with a cold, humorless smile. I just want to see how much pull that smooth-talking Professor Folly really has. He wasn't entirely sure of Tver's strength, but seeing how highly, almost warily, Dumbledore regarded him, Tver was certainly far stronger than Snape himself. But that wasn't going to make Snape back down. If anything, it made him even more determined to take the initiative and gauge Tver's power for himself. His resolve hardened. Snape slowly loosened his grip on his wand, letting his arm fall naturally at his side. It wasn't arrogance. In fact, this was his sign of taking the duel seriously. The smile vanished from his face, his eyes fixed sharply on Tver's every small movement as Tver casually drew his wand and the two men took their positions at opposite ends of the stage. Very good. We can see the two professors, their dueling stances are not quite standard. Hopefully they'll keep that in mind moving forward. Lockhart finally found a chance to speak, but the students weren't having any of it. Stop talking and just count already. George shouted. Ahem, all right then. I'll count to 3, and the duel will officially begin. 1, 2, 3. Unlike when he'd faced Lockhart, Snape fired instantly, a red flash streaking out without any theatrical chanting. And Tver wasn't Lockhart either. He raised his wand with a casual motion, a transparent barrier forming before his chest. The disarming charm struck it harmlessly. With a flick of his wrist, Tver sent 3 red streaks flying back in response. Lockhart watched the scene, his mouth hanging wide open, yet not a single sound came out. This is Professor Folly's specialty. Casting 3 spells at once, sure, each one loses some power, but the increased number catches opponents off guard. Percy couldn't help shouting, far more dedicated to commentary than Lockhart had ever been. Ah, yes, yes. Lockhart echoed belatedly. On the platform, the two duelists remained completely unfazed. Snape dodged the 3 spells with precise footwork and a shield charm. At the same time, he shattered the ropes trying to rise from the ground, and the scattered pebbles around him floated upward, shooting toward Tver like bullets with a sharp whoosh. Crackle. A transparent ring of light shimmered in front of Tver, reducing every stone that passed through it to dust. Under the lights, the drifting dust formed a thick, impenetrable cloud. Before it reached him, a small vortex swirled into existence inside the haze. It expanded rapidly. Within seconds, a full tornado formed, roaring with swirling grit and debris, surging towards Snape with overwhelming force. Even the young wizards below the stage could feel the biting, blade-like wind the tornado carried. A suffocating pressure filled the hall, forcing them to scramble back several paces before they could breathe normally again. Hey, where's Professor Lockhart? A student asked, glancing around. He's hiding in the very back, his friend said, pointing. If they felt that much pressure, Snape, standing right before it, felt 100 times more. The tornado was upon him in an instant. Snape's brow tightened as he cast a wide-area shield charm. It shattered immediately beneath the force of the tornado, which barreled forward without slowing. At the same time, a faint black light shot into the heart of the storm. Snape rapidly cast several more shield charms in front of himself. This time, the eye of the tornado twisted unnaturally. The cyclone jerked and faltered, its force steadily weakened by the overlapping shields until it finally dispersed into a cloud of white dust right in front of Snape. As the dust drifted through the air, Snape didn't relax, his expression only grew heavier. This boy's power is terrifying. This was only standard magic, and he had been pushed to this extent. If the boy unleashed the dark magic he was rumored to excel at, Snape might very well lose. But Snape wasn't about to back down. After several exchanges, a long-lost excitement stirred inside him. This was real combat. From that point on, both duelists tacitly avoided using large-scale or lethal spells. Instead, they stuck to conventional combat magic, spell against spell. The students finally exhaled in relief. Some of the upper years had seen the faint black flash Snape used earlier, the spell that unraveled the tornado so easily. They'd only ever read about such magic in restricted section books. Now, watching the two duelists move with such fluid precision, hearing the sharp whistle of their spells, they finally had something they could follow. Even Lockhart popped out again, enthusiastically reciting the lecture outline Tver had given him. See. This is real dueling, finding, or even forcing, an opening in your opponent's defense to strike. And in defense, you must think about your next step, your counterattack, your opponent's retaliation, and how you will turn the tables. He might have been terrible at actual combat, but when it came to talking, no one in Hogwarts could surpass him. Feeling pleased with himself, Lockhart planted his hands on his hips. If it were me. Smack, boom. A red beam blasted him off his feet again. Chapter 128, Harry's Parseltongue. Watching Lockhart get blasted back into the corner yet again, Tver and Snape both realized the same problem. If they kept going, neither of them would be able to hold back. This wasn't like last time. Last time, Professor McGonagall had been there to cover for them, letting them unleash their magic freely. Now there was only Lockhart, that useless fool. If he hadn't acted as a human shield just now, that spell would have hit the students. Neither of them wanted that. With this in mind, they lowered their wands at the same time. Tver was smiling, but Snape was anything but pleased. That whirlwind had summed up the entire duel. Tver stayed calm and collected throughout, drawing on all kinds of spells and transfiguration as easily as breathing, always responding with the right technique at exactly the right moment. His improvement since last year's duel with Professor Flitwick was obvious. Snape, meanwhile, had gradually shaken off the rust in his combat skills during the fight, but against Tver he still felt constantly on the back foot. He had to dig into his deepest reserves just to keep things even. And Tver hadn't even revealed a single trump card. Realizing this, Snape's expression grew even more severe. He always looked stern, but right now even Malfoy didn't dare go near him for fear of setting him off. Excellent, truly excellent. Lockhart got back up yet again like some indestructible insect, pretending to brush dust off his robes. A marvelous performance. If only it had been a bit more polished, like mine. He beamed. The students laughed too, but only out of mockery. They weren't skilled enough to grasp the nuances of a duel like this, but even with their limited understanding, they could tell that both duelists could wipe the floor with Lockhart without effort. Ahem. Lockhart dialed back his grin. Since you've enjoyed such a wonderful performance, why don't we give everyone a bit of guidance? Teach you how to duel properly. The young wizards immediately stopped laughing, suddenly finding Lockhart far more impressive than before. They'd been itching to duel for ages, dying to take the professor's place on stage and recreate those smooth, effortless moves. Of course, they'd need different opponents, they weren't volunteering to get pummeled. But Tver had no desire to play dueling games with the students. They simply weren't ready for that level of combat. If all they could do was toss spells back and forth mindlessly, they'd be better off practicing on the statues instead. At least then they could build real experience quickly. So he planned to wait until the next school year before bringing dueling into his lessons. Watching them flail around couldn't compete with returning to his office, sipping pumpkin juice, eating biscuits, and reading a book. So Tver said his goodbyes, waved to the students, and left the great hall under their reluctant stares. Lockhart, of course, was thrilled to see Tver go, and Snape as well, ideally, so he could have the spotlight all to himself. He hurried to pair the students up and told them to follow standard dueling procedures. As expected, the results were disastrous. The hall was too small, and with their slow casting, they might as well have fought with their fists. Moments later, chaos erupted. Students and their partners were tangled together in messy scuffles, nothing like the graceful duels they'd imagined. Seeing this, Lockhart had no choice but to pick a pair of students to demonstrate. At Snape's suggestion, Harry and Malfoy were the lucky ones selected. Too bad, Ron said to Harry without missing a beat. If Professor Fawley were coaching you, you could have flattened Malfoy and gotten revenge for all that resentment built up during cleaning duty. Across the stage, Malfoy had Snape's guidance, while Harry... He glanced at Lockhart, who had dodged his gaze several times, pretending he hadn't seen a thing. Forget it. He walked onto the stage slowly and met Malfoy's eyes, just like the two professors had moments earlier. Raise your wands and get ready. Lockhart shouted. When I count to 3, cast your spells and disarm your opponent. 1, 2, 3. Serpensortia. Malfoy shouted the instant the words left Lockhart's mouth. A burst of black smoke erupted from his wand, twisting violently in the air before crashing onto the stage and forming a long black snake. The serpent raised its head and slid across the platform. Young wizards near the edge screamed and jumped back, clearing a wide space around it. Don't move, Potter, Snape drawled. Leave it to me. Seeing Harry so flustered even lifted his mood a little. I can do it. Lockhart interrupted loudly, waving his wand in a panic. But of course, letting Lockhart cast was a mistake. A loud bang rang out. The black snake shot more than 3 feet into the air and then slammed back down onto the floor. That was enough to enrage it completely. Hissing furiously, it glided toward Justin Finch-Fletchley in the front row, its jaws opening wide to reveal long, venomous fangs. Just as it was about to strike, Harry instinctively stepped forward and shouted, "Let him go." The moment he spoke, the snake collapsed onto the floor, jaws closing, suddenly docile as if it were a toy. Harry beamed at Justin, pleased with himself. If Tver had been there, he would have noticed that this expression looked exactly like Ginny's whenever she wanted praise. But Justin didn't smile back. What kind of trick do you think that was? His eyes widened in terror. He spun around and bolted out of the great hall. The hall fell silent. Harry realized everyone was looking at him the same way Justin had, as if he were some kind of monster. Even Snape walked over with a deep frown, dissolving the black snake back into a wisp of smoke. For the first time, Harry saw such a heavy expression on Snape's face. The usual coldness and sarcasm were gone, replaced by something deep and unreadable. Just as Harry stood there in confusion, he felt someone tug lightly at the back of his robes. Come on, Ron whispered. Let's go, quickly. Harry let Ron lead him out of the hall, Hermione hurrying behind them with her head down. What confused him even more was how everyone they passed stepped away from him automatically, as if he were giving off the same foul aura Professor Quirrell had last year. Ron and Hermione didn't explain a thing, dragging him along until they reached the empty Gryffindor common room. They sat down together, and Harry, still dazed, let them push him onto a stool. You're a Parseltongue. Why didn't you tell us? What? Harry said. Parseltongue. The ability to talk to snakes. Harry spread his hands, baffled. What's so strange about that? I talked to a python once, before I even came to Hogwarts, before I knew I was a wizard. But what's the problem? It's simple. Simple. Ron's voice came out hoarse, like it got stuck in his throat. Yeah. You just talk to the snake, and it understands. Harry. Hermione said shakily. What we heard wasn't normal speech. It was a really eerie hissing sound. Harry suddenly understood why everyone had acted so strangely. You mean, he whispered, voice trembling, you didn't know I was telling the snake not to attack Justin? Ron and Hermione nodded, worry etched all over their faces. We couldn't understand a word you said. And honestly, that sound was frightening. It looked like you scared the snake so badly it just collapsed, Ron explained. I can explain it to everyone, Harry said quickly. Or I can bring another snake and show them. I wouldn't, Hermione whispered. Do you know why the emblem of Slytherin is a snake? Because Salazar Slytherin was a famously known Parseltongue. Ron nodded. People might think you're his long-lost descendant or something. The more you show it, the more they'll panic. Harry stared at them, a cold dread creeping through him. After all the time they'd spent searching for the Chamber of Secrets heir, it was him. But I'm not, he said weakly, sounding unconvinced even to himself. Remember what Professor Fawley said? Hermione asked. Pure-blood families are all interconnected. After 1,000 years, there might only be one person left carrying Slytherin's blood. And that could be you. Her words hit Harry like the icy wind outside, freezing him to the core. How about we talk to the professor tomorrow morning? Ron suggested. The idea finally eased some of the fear tightening Harry's chest. Yeah. He nodded as hard as he could. Chapter 129, The Third Attack. Starting the next day, Tver officially began his Christmas break a few days earlier than everyone else. But he still wanted to stay at school for a few more days. Especially since, early that morning, 3 young wizards came knocking at his door. "Professor, can we talk to you?" Hermione asked cautiously after knocking 3 times. Creak. The office door opened, revealing Tver inside, gathering up parchments. Seeing the professor smiling, Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped in like guilty culprits. Tver flicked his wand and conjured 2 extra chairs. Once the 3 of them sat down stiffly, he finally spoke. "What brings you here so early?" The 3 exchanged uneasy glances. After a long moment of hesitation, Hermione gathered her courage and looked at Tver. "Professor, Harry is a Parseltongue." She explained everything that had happened in the Great Hall after Tver had left the night before. To their surprise, Tver simply nodded calmly, not the least bit shocked. He even leisurely guided the teapot to pour them pumpkin juice. You're not surprised?" Harry asked in a small voice. "Surprised? Of course I am." He said it, but his expression couldn't have been less convincing. Even so, Harry felt an unexpected sense of relief spreading through him. Compared to Hermione and Ron's anxious worry, Tver's calmness was far more comforting. He had been confused all night, but seeing the professor so composed, before they'd even spoken more than a few words, gave Harry a strange surge of courage. Hermione and Ron, unaware of how Harry felt, thought Tver simply didn't understand the connection between Parseltongue and Salazar Slytherin. Their expressions grew tense. "Professor," Hermione said a little louder, "Salazar Slytherin was also a Parseltongue. Harry might be his heir or something." "So you think Harry opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Tver asked in return. "Ah." Hermione and Ron froze. "We're together all the time. Harry couldn't slip away from us to open the chamber," Ron said. "If you don't believe Harry is the heir, then what difference does it make whether he's a Parseltongue?" Tver shrugged. "And remember what I said. Pureblood families are always interconnected. For all we know, Ron's ancestors and mine could also trace back to the Slytherin family. Would that make both of us his heirs too?" Those back-to-back questions left Hermione and Ron thoroughly confused. Harry, meanwhile, only felt more relieved, even wishing Tver would keep talking. He lifted the floating cup in front of him and took a sip. The pumpkin juice was warm, rarely so, and it filled him with comfort from the inside out. But Parseltongue sounds so sinister. "Just hearing it once gave me nightmares all night," Ron said, shivering slightly. Only the warm cup in his hands brought him any comfort. "Remember what I said? Knowing dark magic doesn't make you a dark wizard. And Parseltongue is just a language, Ron." Tver chuckled softly. "It's a linguistic talent. Honestly, if Harry were studying at Durmstrang, he'd be very popular. As far as I know, Dumbledore speaks Mermish and gobbledygook, and he can even understand Parseltongue. Truthfully, if Parseltongue weren't tied to innate talent, I'd ask you to teach me the language." Of course, given how little practical use the language had, his interest in studying it wasn't very strong. Harry was completely reassured now, even a little proud. After all, this was something neither the professor nor the headmaster could do. "Thank you, Professor." Feeling reassured, Harry led Hermione and Ron out of the office. "I really like Professor Folly, but the idea of him being popular at Durmstrang still feels a bit off," Ron said with an awkward scratch of his head. "But it's not so bad, is it?" Harry grinned. Hermione smiled brightly as well. But Harry's expression tightened as he glanced around carefully. "Do you remember that voice no one else could hear?" Ron instantly remembered the night he and Malfoy had run around in a panic. "You mean the one we heard before?" Hermione's eyes sparkled as she looked at Harry. "I understand now," she burst out, unable to contain her excitement. "It's a snake." Only Harry could hear a snake's voice. And on Halloween he heard something none of us did. That means the creature in the chamber is a snake that can petrify people. Exactly. Harry felt more energized than he had in days, his mind unusually sharp. And since we can't see it, whether it's invisible, too small, or able to move through the walls, it means the snake has been hiding in the castle, coming out only now and then to look for victims. And that also means there's someone in the castle who speaks Parseltongue. That person is the heir we're looking for. Ron's eyes went wide with sudden realization. It has to be Malfoy. He's from a pureblood family, the purest of the pure. If anyone's got Slytherin's blood in them, it's him. Still buzzing with excitement, the 3 of them chatted as they headed back to the common room to grab their textbooks for Transfiguration. They turned into another corridor. This one was especially dim. A loose windowpane let in a blast of freezing wind that howled through the hallway. "The polyjuice potion is nearly done. I think we can use it on Christmas Eve. Why are you pulling me?" Hermione snapped, annoyed as she looked at Ron. Ron didn't answer. His face had gone pale, and he pointed shakily toward the center of the corridor. The poor lighting forced Hermione to squint. All she could see was a dark mass lying on the floor. A strange jet-black shape hovered upright in the air, looking weightless and heavy at the same time, black smoke curling around it. What are those? It's Justin, and nearly headless Nick. Harry said, his whole body trembling slightly. Hermione took a long breath and finally made out their features. Justin Finch-Fletchley lay on the floor, stiff as stone, a look of pure terror frozen on his face, his eyes empty and fixed on the ceiling. Nearly headless Nick had the same expression, his mouth hanging open in shock. So another attack happened, and even a ghost has been petrified. Do you think Professor Folly will still believe we're innocent, and comfort us again? Ron swallowed hard, his voice wavering. Chapter 130, Going Home. If the first two attacks had left the young wizards holding onto a bit of wishful thinking, this one, especially with even ghosts unable to escape petrification, sent everyone fleeing the school. Tver was among them, giving Harry no chance to seek comfort. The moment the holidays began, he left Hogwarts without hesitation. He wasn't afraid of the basilisk. Quite the opposite, though the diary hadn't been found, the basilisk had still attacked Justin according to plan, which eased his mind a little. On his way out, he ran into Ginny. Seeing her open her mouth as if to speak, then swallow the words back down, Tver offered her a reassuring smile. He apparat to the familiar gates of the family estate, and when he didn't see Jeff the house elf anywhere, he couldn't help giving a wry smile. Ever since he had renewed his post as defense against the dark arts professor, his mother Brenda hadn't given him a single pleasant look since the summer. If he hadn't stayed healthy and out of trouble, she really might have stuffed him into a cupboard. Still, being home calmed him. He walked unhurriedly down the long path lined with hedges, taking in the estate Jeff had carefully tended. Truth be told, the family manor wasn't anything special. All three family members were rather practical, so the grounds were mostly trees left to grow freely, with Jeff tending to them only now and then. The only distinctive feature was the large fountain. According to family stories, his father Mills had gone to great lengths to build it as a way to court his wife. Most of Jeff's work around the estate revolved around that fountain. Young master, Jeff suddenly appeared beside him, waggling his brows. The lady says if you don't come in soon, your supper's going to be tossed out. All right. After thinking it over and finding no better plan, Tver followed Jeff toward the house. By the way, has Mother said anything about me lately? Has her attitude improved at all? Jeff thought for a moment. The lady's taken a liking to Muggle movies recently. She drags the master to London every day. She hasn't mentioned you at all. That's good news, I suppose. When Tver stepped inside, he found Brenda sitting elegantly in the living room, sipping her tea. She rarely put on airs, but her pureblood upbringing showed in the effortless grace of her movements, flawless, impossible to fault. Dear mother, Tver hurried over behind her and began gently massaging her shoulders. I've missed you terribly. Mills arrived just then with a tray of freshly baked cranberry cookies, setting them on the table. And between your mother and me, who do you miss more? Tver's eyes lit up. He snatched up a steaming cookie and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "What happened to you, being so careful even in your dreams?" Watching the two go back and forth, Brenda set down her teacup with a thump and jabbed her husband's shoulder. You spoil him like this. One day he's going to cause real trouble. Mills caught her hand immediately. Tver's an adult now. We should respect his decisions. Besides, he's always been steady, hasn't he? Brenda tugged twice but couldn't pull her hand free. She turned to her son, who was nodding with exaggerated enthusiasm. Since he's an adult, I suppose we don't need to save dinner for him. Which, of course, meant dinner was saved. Tver's face brightened. You really are the best. He had finally coaxed Brenda out of her anger, though not without receiving a second warning. If I ever find out you were in any kind of danger, I'll lock you in with the ghoul. There isn't a ghoul in the house, Tver muttered as he dug into the lavish dinner. Brenda talked tough but had a soft heart. She'd threatened to throw the food out, yet she had kept everything warm, and every dish was something he liked. Even the dessert suited his taste perfectly. The lady instructed me to prepare it a few days in advance, Jeff whispered. If you have that much free time, why don't you go tidy up Tver's room? Brenda shot the house elf a sharp look. I've already cleaned it 3 times, Jeff thought, holding back a laugh. But the moment she noticed Tver suppressing a smile, she immediately turned her ire on him. Something funny. I sent you several letters asking for Lockhart's autograph, and I still haven't seen it. Didn't I already tell you? Lockhart's a fraud who doesn't know anything. None of the stories in his books are his own experiences, Tver said helplessly. Brenda just pursed her lips. She was the perfect example of a Lockhart fan in the wizarding world. Unlike the students at school, they wouldn't believe he was a fraud until they saw the evidence themselves. And over the years, Lockhart's branding and publicity had been very effective. You're saying he plagiarized other people's work? Mills frowned. That's a serious accusation. He wasn't a Lockhart fan, but he knew exactly how many fans the man had. To put it bluntly, if Tver's words made it into the Daily Prophet, the letters refuting him could fill the entire manor. He didn't want his son dragged into trouble over something like this, even if Lockhart really was an idiot. Don't worry, I know, an Auror friend of mine is already collecting evidence. I'm sure it won't be long before Lockhart's true colors are exposed. Seeing Tver so confident, Brenda couldn't find anything to say. Then before you expose him, can't you at least get me what might become a limited edition autograph? Tver had no response to that. Here, have a cookie, Mills said with a sigh, offering one to Jeff as well. Tver spent the next few days in complete leisure. With no school duties, he didn't have to deal with young wizards and their endless strange questions, nor did he have to think about his own plans. He could sleep until he woke naturally and enjoy Jeff's meticulous care. His days were spent flipping through amusing books, sampling the various desserts Mills prepared, and occasionally entertaining Brenda and Mills' curiosity about teaching. We're reliving our school days. After several days, Tver felt himself growing almost lazy. When it came to corroding one's resolve, laziness was more dangerous than dark magic. Fortunately, Christmas Eve arrived, bringing rare bustle back into the house, for Folly Manor welcomed 2 guests. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 20 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 131, Dig the Pit a Little Deeper. When Cynthia and Marvolio arrived at the estate with Jeff, Tver wasn't even out of bed yet. He decided to sleep in. By the time he finally wandered downstairs, the two had already been chatting with Brenda and Mills for quite a while. The table was covered with pastries and tea. You silly boy, your friends have been here forever and you're still taking your sweet time. Brenda shot her yawning son an exasperated look. Next to the bold, dollish-like Marvolio, Cynthia seemed a bit reserved. It's all right, ma'am, she said quickly. Tver hardly ever gets a break, let him rest. We don't get to rest, Marvolio grumbled. Running around doing whatever someone tells us to do. And he gets to sleep in. Tver ignored him, rolled his eyes, and went straight to get breakfast, leaving the 4 of them chatting. Aside from dealing with Lockhart, Brenda and Mills had no idea what else he'd asked Cynthia and Marvolio to do, let alone that their beloved son was planning to overturn the Secrecy Act. But Cynthia and Marvolio were smart enough not to bring any of that up. If the new generation's plan to overturn the act collapsed because their parents objected, that would be a joke. Which was why Tver felt comfortable letting them field Brenda and Mills' questions. And once Brenda learned Cynthia worked in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, her curiosity about the ministry only grew. She wanted nothing more than for Tver to quit Hogwarts immediately and find a safer job. To shut down that idea, Tver quickly pulled Cynthia and Marvolio into the study for a private talk. Marvolio, you go first. If you don't move soon, I'm going to end up dealing with Lockhart myself. Tver sighed, dropping into a chair. Marvolio stopped eyeing the bookshelves. A flourishing pureblood family really was on a different level. No wonder his own horizons had been so narrow, he could blame his upbringing for that. Honestly. It's a bit difficult, he said with a shrug. Tver gave him a surprised look. This was the former Dark Lord, how could this possibly be giving him trouble? Was Lockhart really that capable? It's mainly his fans, Marvolio said, clearly annoyed. When I told my operatives we might investigate Lockhart, nearly all of them pushed back. It's not because they like him. They're just terrified of his massive fan base. Especially since you can't tell which high-ranking officials, or their families, might be Lockhart fans. Then investigate on your own. Follow the trail in his books, check each place one by one. You'll find something. Tver instructed carelessly. The locations in Lockhart's book span the entire world, chasing them all down would be exhausting. Not that Marvolio, in his current state, could actually get tired, Tver thought with satisfaction. Cynthia covered her mouth and laughed. He's swamped right now. Half the toughest cases in the Auror office have been dumped on him. He doesn't have that kind of spare time. What about the other half? Tver asked. They'll wait until he finishes the half he already has. Their back and forth left Marvolio completely helpless. Fine. I'll go myself. I've already found a few victims, but their memories are badly damaged. Most of the evidence is gone. Tver had expected that. Memory damage from a memory charm, he'd done plenty of research through Neville, gathering all kinds of experience, some useful, some questionable. His memory charm itself might not be anything extraordinary, but when it came to treating its aftereffects, he doubted even the healers at St. Mungo's were better. He pulled out a small notebook and tossed it to Marvolio. It was filled with his notes on the charm. While Marvolio examined the material, Cynthia eagerly began reporting on her assignment. Lucius Malfoy has already learned about the 3 attacks at Hogwarts and is using his position as a school governor to make a fuss, trying to interfere in Hogwarts teaching affairs. He was only pushed back by Dumbledore for the moment, so now he's trying to rally support from the Ministry of Magic and the other governors. Tver looked completely unsurprised. That was exactly what Malfoy did in the original storyline. Since the attacks were still happening, it wasn't hard to understand why he'd make these moves. What he didn't realize was just how terrifying this looked to Cynthia and Marvolio. Tver had practically predicted Lucius's every step with perfect accuracy, Lockhart included. During the summer, Marvolio had been with Tver almost every day, yet he still had no idea how Tver, back when he hadn't even met Lockhart, had immediately pegged him as a fraud. Even Grindelwald, with his prophetic talent, couldn't predict things this precisely. Truly worthy of the men I follow. Truly worthy of the man who has me utterly in his grasp. The two of them exchanged a look, instantly understanding what the other was thinking. Tver, meanwhile, stared at them in confusion. What about the other governors? Cynthia straightened her expression and answered seriously, Malfoy has pressured them. Almost all of the governors are ready to support his temporary suspension of Dumbledore. Almost. Yes. There's one exception, Madame Diana Shafik, Cynthia replied, her tone a little odd. She absolutely refuses to side with Malfoy. Marvolio silently mouthed, but Madame Shafik once agreed with some of Professor Grindelwald's ideas. We might be able to win her over. Marvolio lifted his hands. Her work is always so meticulous. Why do you think I trust her so much? Tver said with a soft laugh. I'll leave it to you. He really did need the support of a governor who could influence Hogwarts. Cynthia's face flushed slightly at the teasing, but she still nodded with determination. And after that, we cooperate with Malfoy to remove Dumbledore. No, no, no. Tver flashed a wicked grin, sending a shiver down Marvolio's spine. It was the same smile he wore when he was studying Horcruxes. You, and the Ministry, must look like you're fighting him tooth and nail. Push Lucius to invest more and more, until he's forced into a position where he looks like he's acting under pressure, reluctantly following through. TSK, you're going to ruin Malfoy, Marvolio said, shaking his head. He and Cynthia immediately understood Tver's real intention. The goal was to make Lucius appear domineering and overaggressive. If he succeeded, great. But if he failed, the more forceful he had acted at the start, the harsher the backlash would be. Both of them thought back to the arrangements Tver had made earlier. They couldn't help but grin just as wickedly. Instead of worrying about whether Lucius would succeed, they were already thinking about how to deal with the Malfoy family once they were abandoned by everyone. Chapter 132, Christmas Eve. All day long, they holed up in the study, discussing their next moves. Even lunch was just a few snacks Jeff had sent over. But compared to Cynthia, who trusted unconditionally, Marvolio had far more questions. For one thing, his understanding of the memory charm was limited to its use. Concepts like curing it or soul damage were entirely new to him. So the memory charm can actually do that. Marvolio fiddled with the little notebook like he'd found a new toy, unable to put it down. Then he grabbed Tver and Cynthia, insisting they explain the unique applications of the magic. The stranger the concept, the more eager he became to explore it. On the other hand, there was his work as an Auror. Hey, Tver, can you help me predict where these fugitives are? He pulled out a thick stack of wanted posters. Ever since becoming an Auror, he'd gotten used to carrying this stack with him. Get lost. Do your own work. Tver snapped irritably. And I've told you, I can't do divination, and my teacher never taught me any method for it. Divination required talent. Grindelwald had tested his predictive ability after taking him as an apprentice. Tver knew exactly where he stood, and in school he'd simply dropped all divination-related courses. Fine. But I need the points if I want a promotion. You'll be the one benefiting in the end, he muttered, snatching the list back. Exposing Lockhart will earn you enough credit to surpass most Aurors. Tver offered a half-hearted consolation. After all, taking control of the Auror office was crucial for abolishing the statute of secrecy. Otherwise, a swarm of Aurors chasing him around would be misery enough to kill him through sheer irritation. They discussed everything until dusk, finally managing to summarize their plans for the near future. Preparations for the Christmas banquet were underway as well. As a side note, tonight's feast was made by Cynthia and Jeff together. As a guest, Cynthia wasn't expected, nor supposed, to help, but no one could restrain her enthusiasm, so she slipped into the kitchen anyway. Her cooking was genuinely impressive. The Nordic and Russian dishes she made earned even Chef Mills's enthusiastic praise. Yet staring at the table full of delicious food, Marvolio felt nothing but frustration. Being a being of pure life force, he lacked real digestive organs. Even if he ate, he couldn't taste anything or feel full. Brendan noticed he'd only taken a few bites before setting his utensils down. Dawlish, don't you like these dishes? He probably ate too many snacks earlier and isn't hungry, Tver said with a laugh. Marvolio shot him a subtle glare before turning back with a polite smile. It's delicious, but I just love those pastries too much. Honestly, why do kids these days all love snacking? You're like this, and so is Tver, none of you eat properly, Brenda complained. At least Cynthia isn't like you too. Here, eat more. Brenda placed a huge platter of roast meat in front of Cynthia, watching her with encouraging warmth. Faced with a mountain of meat, Cynthia's cheeks puffed out slightly. She gave a stiff, awkward nod. Oh, right. Tell us more about your work at the ministry. After speaking, Brenda discreetly shot a glare at her son, who was still absorbed in his meal. Cynthia glanced nervously at Tver. I'm currently deputy head of the International Magical Law Enforcement Office, responsible for investigating international magical crimes. Tver froze mid-cut with his steak knife. The Department of International Magical Cooperation had 3 divisions: the International Magical Trading Standards Body, the International Magical Office of Law, and the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards. The International Magical Office of Law was the most powerful and important among them. It handled international law revisions and could deploy Aurors to enforce them. It was essentially the international counterpart of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Tver hadn't expected Cynthia to become the deputy head in just a year. He'd clearly underestimated her. Unlike Brenda, Mills actually kept up with wizarding affairs. Hearing Cynthia's words left him even more shocked than Tver. I never expected you to be this impressive, Cynthia. Achieving so much at your age is remarkable. He spoke with genuine admiration, giving Tver a pointed look. Honestly, I have Dawlish to thank. He helped me catch several groups of international criminals in a row, but somehow all the credit ended up going to me. Marvolio shot Tver a triumphant raise of his eyebrow. The gesture immediately drew Brenda's attention his way. And you, Dawlish? Being an Auror must be dangerous, right? It's actually fine. Most of those criminals are pretty weak. Once you figure out how they think, arresting them is easy. You can even. Ahem. Even what? Brenda asked, intrigued. Under Tver's death glare, Marvolio quickly softened his tone. Even make them lose the will to resist, so no one gets hurt. They talked animatedly as they enjoyed their Christmas dinner. Naturally, Brenda's curiosity kept the conversation lively. She'd never been interested in the wizarding world, let alone the ministry. At most, she read Lockhart's books to get a sense of magical stories. Compared to dry text, Cynthia's international work and Marvolio's crime-fighting stories were far more exciting. She hadn't given up trying to persuade her son to switch jobs either. Even an Auror faced less danger than a defense against the dark arts professor. It wasn't until Jeff reminded them that they realized how late it had gotten, and the dinner came to an end. Miss Cynthia, Mr. Dawlish, your rooms are ready, Jeff announced, stepping lightly up to the table. In all his years serving the Folly family, he had never seen the manor this lively. The master and mistress were quiet people with almost no friends in the wizarding world, and they rarely interacted with other families. They did have a few Muggle friends, but of course they couldn't bring them to the estate. He'd even worried the young master might grow up isolated. Then today the young master brought 2 friends home, and Jeff had been delighted for hours. Naturally, a few more would have been even better. After Cynthia and Marvolio headed to their rooms, they would be staying for several days, since the ministry offered plenty of holidays, perfect for relaxing. Tver glanced curiously at Jeff, who was still smiling. You seem very happy today. Can you tell me why? Because the young master is becoming more mature, Jeff said proudly, lifting his little head. People always grow up, don't they? Tver replied, his tone full of meaning. Chapter 133, The Visit. Deep into the night, the house was silent. But faint voices drifted from Tver's room. What should I do? Tver asked. Maybe you just need to relax. Cynthia guessed. No. You should take the initiative, Marvolio objected immediately. Take the initiative? But I haven't felt any. Frustrated, Tver flipped open the book in front of him and pointed at a line. Magic and will as free as the wind. He'd been reading this book for more than 2 months. He still hadn't finished it, mostly because the deeper he went, the more incomprehensible it became. The concepts grew increasingly abstract. By the time he reached the halfway point, the content hardly resembled anything from the existing magical system. So he took the chance to call Cynthia and Marvolio to his room for a discussion. As for them learning from it on the side, he didn't mind. Tver was eager for Cynthia to grow stronger, especially now that their missions were becoming more and more demanding. Ordinary strength wasn't going to cut it. As for Marvolio, with his soul firmly in Tver's grasp, there was nothing to worry about even if he learned a thing or two. Still, both of them were completely lost. Even Tver, after 2 months of reading, found the text obscure. To them, it was like trying to decode a foreign script. They recognized every word, but none of it made sense together. Have you ever experienced being without a body? Marvolio suddenly asked. Tver shot him a strange look. Do you think I'd ever feel something like that? Marvolio choked, then after a long moment finally said slowly. Fine. I can tell you that when you become a pure soul, you see the world differently. In that state, it feels like nothing in the world can bind you, and also like the entire world binds you completely. If I had to put it precisely, it's like you're seeing the edges of this world. And then? Tver asked urgently. Something in him had clicked. Marvolio just shrugged. How should I know what comes after? All I felt was that everything reacts faster, everything feels great, and there's this incredible sense of freedom. If you want to experience it yourself, why not try making a Horcrux? I can. Bang. Ow. Cynthia punched him straight to the floor. I'm not letting you teach Tver any of that nonsense. Tver ignored their scuffle. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Abandoning his body or crafting a Horcrux wasn't what Rowena Ravenclaw intended at all. But Marvolio's description matched what the book described. Which meant there had to be another way to reach that state. Pure magic, the structure of life force. Maybe he could try that. Tver, you're not actually thinking about making a Horcrux, are you? Cynthia asked, worried. Seeing him deep in thought, she feared he really meant to split his soul. Tver gave a helpless smile and patted her head. Don't worry. I don't plan on turning into a neurotic mess like Marvolio. The next day, Tver received another mountain of gifts. Thankfully, Jeff was there to help, and they quickly sorted through everything. Most of them were books, which he added to his study. The remaining little trinkets he kept in his room. He ultimately chose to keep only a pair of Weasley dolls, yes, another masterpiece by George and Fred. This time, pressing their heads made them sing, and pressing again stopped the song. Honestly, it was the most unique gift he'd received, so he planned to bring it to school and keep it on his desk. But that was just a small interlude. For the next several days, they threw themselves into studying the books from the Diadem. Cynthia and Marvolio worked hard to absorb the rare knowledge. Since Tver needed their help, he explained many parts of the text and shared his own understanding. They still hadn't figured out what the wind-like freedom described in the book truly meant, but all of them had grown noticeably stronger. First was transfiguration. The books already contained material on the subject, and with Tver occasionally teaching them human transfiguration, Cynthia, who was the weakest in transfiguration among the three, gained the most. Second was casting speed, or rather, how their casting motions had become more relaxed. As Marvolio put it, even the speed of casting the killing curse has improved quite a bit. But as the days passed, the holiday was nearly over. On the final day, they still had one last task. Cynthia, I'm leaving that Shafik madam to you. Tver said goodbye to Cynthia at the manor gates. The witch was reluctant, but she still turned and operated away without hesitation. As for you, you're coming with me to visit someone, Tver said to Marvolio. Visit. Marvolio looked confused. Do you really need me to come along? You'll need this in the future. Tver placed a hand on his shoulder, and in the next moment, they both vanished. As soon as they landed, Marvolio looked around and couldn't help asking, this is a Muggle neighborhood, isn't it? Correct. Tver scanned their surroundings. It was an ordinary Muggle community, full of small detached houses, all painted in similar colors and decorated in similar ways, Christmas lights, tossed-aside ornaments, Christmas trees, and the like. Except for one house. A few Muggles walked past without giving it so much as a glance. Clearly, this was a wizard's home. And that was perfectly normal. Most wizards either lived in secluded places, like the Foley family or the Weasleys. Or they lived mixed among Muggles. Otherwise, Hogsmeade wouldn't be the only all-wizard village in Britain. Most wizards, aside from pureblood families, had countless ties to Muggles, so living alongside them wasn't something they rejected. Tver led the still curious Marvolio straight toward their destination. You should at least tell me how I'm supposed to act. Friendly? Marvolio asked, looking the house over. That depends on the other party's attitude and cooperation. Understood. That's what I'm best at. He grinned, and his otherwise handsome face twisted into something strange and unsettling. Knock, knock. Tver tapped gently on the door, the sound almost swallowed by the wind. There was no need to worry. He could sense the magic on the door, it would notify the homeowner of their arrival. After a moment, the peephole morphed into a mouth, bright red lips and all. Gentlemen, state your names and purpose truthfully, or I have the right to notify the Ministry's orders. Tver gave a mild, polite smile. Tver Foley, current professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Beside me is Dawlish, an elite Auror of the Ministry of Magic. You have absolutely no need to worry about safety. As for our visit, we have a request. We're hoping to seek the help of Madame Rita Skeeter. Chapter 134, Rita Skeeter. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door flew open with a bang. A woman stood there wearing jewel-studded glasses and sporting meticulously styled golden curls. She flashed a smile she clearly believed to be alluring, baring her teeth. Her thick, stubby fingers spread over the doorframe, making her look like some kind of grinning ghoul. Rita Skeeter, the well-known reporter from the Daily Prophet. Her scrutinizing gaze swept through her lenses and landed on Tver, then shifted to Marvolio standing slightly behind him. Dawlish, I've heard your name more times than I can count, the rising star of crime fighting in the wizarding world. People are dying to know what caused your recent transformation. Well. Interested in giving me an exclusive interview. Rita licked her lips, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Marvolio sighed. Hurry up, before I lose patience. The comment made no sense to Rita, and her confusion deepened. But Tver spoke before she could ask anything. You'll have plenty of time to talk later, won't they, Dawlish? Marvolio nodded, visibly displeased. But we came today for something else. Rita looked Tver over again, this time with real surprise. Handsome. Gentle. That was the impression he left. If what he'd said earlier wasn't a lie, then at most he was just a Hogwarts professor. She dared poke fun at Dumbledore himself, exposing what she believed to be his carefully crafted facade. Yes, she had always thought Dumbledore's warmth was just a mask. So why would she worry about one of his professors? But. Folly. She smugly decided she had just uncovered the reason behind Dawlish's obedience. Come in, Rita said, sounding bored as she turned away. At worst, she could enjoy the pleasant view. Marvolio watched her back, a glint of cruelty flashing through his eyes. The more I compare, the more I think your way is better than mine, he muttered, but let me give you a piece of advice. Sometimes, being forceful works a lot better. Tver also recognized the famous journalist's arrogance. He shook his head with a helpless sigh. There'll be an opportunity. They followed Rita into a living room as gaudy as her makeup. The first thing that caught the eye was a nearly half-body-sized portrait placed prominently at the front of the room. Rita Skeeter in the painting observed them with a keen expression, lips curled into a playful smile, her left hand twirling an ornate quill. It looked exactly like the Rita standing before them. She settled into an armchair in front of a bookcase, behind which sat a neatly stacked tower of newspapers, piled high enough to surpass her seated height. I only have tea. Is that all right? Her tone sounded polite, but her wand kept moving, summoning 2 teacups without waiting for an answer. No need. If all goes well, we'll be leaving shortly. Tver smiled and sat across from her. One of the teacups halted in midair, forgotten. Seeing this, Rita's smile slowly faded. Then let's get straight to the point. Mind if I use my quick quotes quill? She didn't wait for Tver's reply. The quill leapt into the air instantly, and a roll of parchment unfurled beneath it. If I'm not mistaken, she said with absolute confidence, you're the mysterious heir of the Folly family, aren't you? So tell me, what brings you here? Looking to boost your family's public presence? Or perhaps, like your grandfather, hoping I can shape public opinion and build your political reputation? As a famed journalist, Rita always had impeccable sources. And Tver had no intention of hiding who he was. Sometimes, acting as a pureblood heir made things significantly easier. Neither. Tver drew out several photographs, letting them drift gently to her. I simply want you to write a report about some recent events at Hogwarts. Rita took the photos in surprise. She'd received similar requests before. Another Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had once asked her to write about his brilliant classroom accomplishments. She'd taken one look and tossed it into her rubbish bin. Was this going to be the same? Curious, she began flipping through the pictures. Very quickly, her hands froze. Students petrified, their terrified expressions locked onto their faces, lying stiff and unmoving on hospital beds. She recognized the Hogwarts hospital wing instantly. Petrification. Attacks. Those horrified expressions. Had Dumbledore been experimenting on his students? Hundreds of thoughts exploded in her mind in seconds. Sensing its owner's excitement, the quill beside her trembled and raced across the parchment, eagerly awaiting the moment she spoke. If it's petrification, wouldn't a counter-curse fix it? If the problem could be resolved so easily, the impact of the report would drop dramatically. This is dark magic. To lift their condition, we have to wait until the mandrakes mature, 6 months from now. Tver's reply was exactly what Rita wanted to hear. Her mouth stretched wide, her eyes narrowing into delighted slits like a shark scenting blood. Tell me everything in detail. If I'm satisfied, I can write a few exclusive pieces on your grandfather, you, and your family. I can even introduce you to several high-ranking ministry officials. Don't doubt it, I still have pull with them. Tver shrugged casually and recounted, one by one, the 3 attacks that had happened at Hogwarts since the start of term. The more Rita listened, the more excited she became. Her mouth opened and closed with his words as she murmured her own theories under her breath. Her quick quotes quill trembled wildly, as though it might explode from sheer excitement. After enduring the era of two Dark Lords, Dumbledore, who had long hidden within the walls of the castle, was finally revealing his ambition. The author had always wondered why he refused the position of Minister for Magic, choosing instead to remain the headmaster of a wizarding school. Now, after the author's painstaking investigation, the truth behind his shocking conspiracy had finally come to light. Dumbledore scoffed at the petty role of minister. He intended to recreate the legacy of his former friend, Gellert Grindelwald. Through unmatched personal power and the generations of students he cultivated at Hogwarts, he planned to tighten his grip over Europe, and perhaps the entire world. And the recent attacks within the school clearly. Before the quill could finish the line, it froze in midair. Tver had also said everything he intended to say. "Sorry, it seems my quill has broken." Rita offered an apologetic smile and quickly fished another quill from her crocodile skin handbag. She could hardly wait to write down more. But the new quill didn't behave any differently. The moment it hovered above the parchment, it too went still. She was just about to pull out a third quill when Tver stopped her. "It's not the quill. I just don't want your report turning into that kind of story." "Oh." Rita brightened, convinced Tver had something even juicier to reveal. Her voice grew urgent. "What is it?" "Dumbledore isn't trying to become the next Dark Lord, but instead plans to nurture several new ones. Like that so-called chosen one." "No," Tver said with a mild smile. "I need you to portray Dumbledore as indispensable." Chapter 135, Pleasure Working Together. Upon hearing Tver's words, Rita let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Indispensable? The only things indispensable in the wizarding world are my quill and my parchment." She defiantly pulled out a third quill, an ordinary one this time, grabbed the parchment, glanced over its contents with satisfaction, and continued writing by hand. The recent attacks at the school clearly reveal Dumbledore's sinister plan. He intends to use dark magic on Muggle-born students to train the next Dark Lord of his choosing. For example. She read it aloud on purpose, obviously trying to provoke Tver. Even Marvolio, who had nothing to do with it, laughed in disbelief. "See? Told you being direct works better." Tver didn't reply. He simply watched Rita with a calm, steady gaze. "That so-called chosen one isn't as simple as people think. From what I know, he's repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with his Muggle guardians in public, and even attempted." Rita suddenly noticed her quill had stopped writing. Frowning, she dipped it into the inkwell and tried again. Still nothing. No, something was wrong. This time, even the words she had already written began to writhe, as though each letter had come alive, struggling to escape the parchment. Panicking, Rita flung the parchment to the floor. The ink actually broke free. Line after line, letter after letter lifted off the paper in perfect order, floating into the air like a ribbon of living script. When the parchment was completely blank, the ribbon of text found its target. It spiraled around Rita, weaving tighter and tighter, nearly wrapping around her head. "It's you!" Rita shouted, instantly realizing what was happening. She clutched her wand with shaking fingers. "You're behind this. Don't worry. All you need to do is revise the content." "No," she shrieked. "A journalist's first rule is truth." Even Marvolio couldn't help laughing. But the reply came not from him, from the floating words. "Don't come closer." "Ah, gah." The letters slashed across her face like blades, carving black marks into her skin. The pain felt like searing etchings burning into her flesh. A scream tore from her throat, so sharp it could have ruptured eardrums, but Tver sealed her mouth just in time. Otherwise, she might have damaged her vocal cords. After a while, the stabbing pain began to subside. Rita collapsed onto the sofa, heaving for breath. Sweat beaded on her face, sliding in odd zigzags before dripping down her chin onto her chest. Her pupils were blown wide with fear. And that was the only expression her ruined face could still show. Her trembling hand lifted, brushing over her skin. Her once perfectly maintained complexion was now rough and uneven. With her sensitivity to text, she instantly recognized the shapes. These were the very letters that had been carved into her moments earlier. From Marvolio's angle, every inch of her face was packed with cramped lettering. Even her eyelids weren't spared. When she blinked, the word liar flashed across her lids. Only the tiny spaces between the letters revealed glimpses of her original pale skin. If Tver hadn't been considerate enough to avoid her eyeballs and nostrils, the result would have been truly unwatchable. What did you do to my face?" she whispered, tears gathering in her eyes, her voice shaking. She had never heard of a spell like this. What terrified her even more was that Tver had remained seated on the sofa the whole time, not moving a single finger, yet had unleashed magic of this level. How had she never encountered such a terrifyingly powerful defense against the dark arts professor when she was at school? Just a little decoration. Tver smiled, though to Rita it felt anything but harmless. As long as you follow my instructions and publish the report within a week, the writing will disappear. You can pretend none of this ever happened. But what if I can't get it published within a week? Then you'll need to think about what kind of mask you'll wear when you go outside. Rita's heart, which had only just relaxed, tightened all over again. She wailed, but my article might not even get approved. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet has to sign off on it. That's not our concern. Tver leaned back comfortably in his chair, crossed his legs, and exchanged a knowing look with Marvolio. Rita seized the moment as if grabbing a lifeline. Dawlish, she cried desperately. You're an Auror. How can you stand there watching him threaten me? Arrest him, send him to Azkaban. Sorry, Madam Skeeter, Marvolio said, copying Tver's crossed legs and tilting his head back, looking at her down the length of his nose with lazy arrogance. I'm currently off duty. Rita's mouth opened and closed several times, speechless, her gaze bouncing between the two wizards. After a long, defeated moment, her shoulders sagged. Fine. I'll do what you want. See. Would have been easier if you'd just done that from the start, Marvolio quipped. Rita pursed her lips tightly, ignoring him. So, how exactly should I describe the attack on Hogwarts? Report it truthfully. Remember, truth is the most important part, Tver said, his tone firm. And make sure you don't criticize Dumbledore. Portray him as Hogwarts' protector. Rita paused, watching him carefully. I don't understand your goal. If you want to protect Hogwarts, you shouldn't have come to me at all, just cover everything up inside the castle. If you want to replace Dumbledore, you should be asking me to expose him. But right now, your instructions contradict both. Tver shook his head. That's not something you need to worry about. Just publish the report, wait for Dumbledore to be temporarily suspended, and then criticize the ministry. How can you be so sure he'll be suspended? Again, that's not your concern. If he isn't suspended, then you don't need to do anything. Strange, far too strange. Rita had no idea what Tver was planning with all this maneuvering. But Tver had no intention of elaborating. Seeing that she understood her task, he stood smoothly, Marvolio rising with him. Thanks for your cooperation. Dawlish may need something later, you'll be helping again. Rita cast a long, miserable glance at the silent Marvolio. Can I refuse? That depends on your courage. He grinned. Just as they were leaving, Tver paused and turned back. Oh, and those letters on your face. They can kill you at any time, even after they've disappeared. Bang. The moment the two vanished, Rita's legs gave out, and she dropped to her knees on the floor. Chapter 136, Cat Girl. After leaving the house, neither Tver nor Marvolio paid any attention to what Rita might be doing. Even if they had known, it would have earned nothing more than a laugh. Didn't expect you to be that ruthless. I almost feel bad for the woman. Marvolio wore a wicked grin, clearly not feeling the slightest bit of sympathy for Rita Skeeter. Different people need different methods. As a journalist who's managed to publish so many harsh exposés without incident, she's bound to have a stash of unpublished stories, maybe even ones involving certain individuals. Tver glanced back toward her house. Which is why you need to keep a close eye on her. If she uses those stories as leverage against you, your identity could be exposed. Marvolio nodded without objection. He knew exactly how powerful the dark magic Tver had used was. It was practically a lock slapped onto Rita's soul. Even if he wanted to remove it himself, it would take serious effort. If, after that, Rita still dared to act recklessly, then she'd simply brought misfortune upon herself. But if she listens obediently, Tver continued, the corner of his mouth lifting, you'll take whatever evidence she's been hiding and hand it over to Cynthia. TSK. How am I only now realizing how dark you are? Didn't you say Rita was still useful? Aren't you worried that if you push her too hard, she'll snap back? Marvolio asked. That's exactly why I'm giving her the credit for exposing Lockhart. So cultivate a good relationship with her. From now on, anything that praises you or Cynthia needs to go through her. Politicians needed publicity, especially in the wizarding world. With witches and wizards scattered everywhere, only the Daily Prophet could spread news effectively. And Rita would become their voice. She could help elevate Cynthia and Marvolio's reputation now, and later she would be able to circulate Tver's own ideas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here personally, revealing his identity in the process. But with Rita's personality, talking nicely would never work. She needed the combination of stick and carrot. All right then, get back to work, Mr. Auror. As the words faded, so did Tver's silhouette. Marvolio stared blankly at the spot where he had disappeared. After spending so long in the ministry, he finally understood why Tver's approach was necessary. Raw strength only instilled fear, but benefits and ideals inspired loyalty. Damn it, with a man this capable, how was he ever supposed to resist him? He swore under his breath and vanished into the swirling snow. Tver first returned home, said goodbye to his parents and Jeff, then headed back to Hogwarts. He had barely arrived when he heard the news. Hermione Granger, you know, the one always with Harry Potter, has been hospitalized. Another attack. Good thing I went home for the break. Same here. But when I told my parents about the attacks, they said they hadn't seen any news about it. Maybe the reporters haven't picked up the scent yet. Tver watched the two young wizards walk past. To be honest, he'd always had an interest in Polyjuice Potion. Unlike human transfiguration, Polyjuice transformed someone completely into another person, no exceptions. For the purposes of disguise, it was superior to human transfiguration in every way. But human transfiguration was more convenient. No need to brew anything or obtain body materials from the target. And considering there was now a perfect example waiting in the hospital wing, his pace quickened. He wasn't even planning on stopping for dinner. When he reached the hospital wing, aside from the usual 2 boys and 1 cat, there was also, well, a cat girl. Hermione's face was fully covered in black fur, her eyes had turned into yellow feline slits, and 2 pointed ears stood straight through her hair. Madame Pomfrey was examining her with a worn expression, occasionally plucking out a few strands of black fur to inspect them. Hermione seemed used to the examinations, only letting out a sharp cry when Pomfrey pulled the fur. Even her voice sounded like a cat's, thin and high-pitched. So detailed. Far too detailed. Tver sighed inwardly. Polyjuice Potion still produced the most perfect transformations. It was a pity it could only mimic human forms and not magical creatures, not even half-breeds. Hermione looked around helplessly, then finally spotted Professor Folly standing at the doorway, lost in his own thoughts. Professor, ah. Hermione yelped, quickly covering her burning face with both hands. The sudden movement drew Madame Pomfrey's irritation, and she spun around sharply. Professor Lockhart, I told you your methods, oh, Tver. Her eyes brightened. Come here at once and take a look. This is an extremely rare case. Hermione went blank. Ah, could we please not have Professor Folly come over? Don't be ridiculous, child. Tver has exceptional skill in healing potions and transfiguration. He might be able to help you recover sooner. Ignoring Hermione's embarrassment, Madame Pomfrey seized Tver's arm and pulled him right to the bedside. Tver had no intention of refusing, he had been waiting for this opportunity. He reached out, gently lifted Hermione's bowed head, and examined her face closely. Could you please not blush so intensely? All right. With the main distraction gone, Tver focused on her eyes, slightly reflective, unmistakably feline. Outwardly, they were exactly like a cat's eyes. The question was whether they functioned like them too. Have you noticed anything odd about your vision? Like a wider field of view, worse close up but clearer at a distance. Or difficulty distinguishing colors? Hermione paused, thought carefully, then answered. No, everything looks the same as before. Wait, things do look a bit faded. Black and white are normal, but colors like red, she pointed at a Gryffindor scarf on the nearby table. They're lighter than I remember. Tver nodded in understanding. Everything he listed were characteristics of feline vision. Because cat eyes are built differently from human eyes, cats are essentially colorblind. But Hermione had only mild changes, likely because of the Polyjuice Potion. Polyjuice couldn't perform non-human transformations, which meant it couldn't fully alter cellular functions. With that in mind, Tver promptly plucked a hair from her face. Madame Pomfrey, seeing the motion, expertly lifted the oil lamp. Thank you. Tver held the black hair to the flame's light, examining it closely. If this had been a case of human transfiguration, the hair would have reverted the moment it left the body and lost magical support. But it didn't. It stayed exactly as it was. This was the hallmark of Polyjuice, detached parts didn't revert. In a way, they were dead, permanently fixed in their altered form. If a Muggle biologist were here, they could study the cells, maybe even the DNA, under a microscope. The results would shake both the magical and non-magical worlds. But with only the naked eye available, far too many possibilities of magic went to waste. Tver sighed and straightened, letting the hair drift from his fingers. Magic had its own methods, though. He glanced at Hermione once more. Before she recovered, he needed to take advantage of this rare opportunity to thoroughly understand the strengths of Polyjuice-based transformations. Chapter 137, Ron's Guess. The end of the Christmas break meant classes were officially back in session. But unlike the previous term, once students entered the second half of the year, they had to start thinking about their final exams. Which meant Lockhart was at it again. He hadn't rested once over the entire holiday, spending every day studying the outline Tver had given him and drafting test after test, enough to last straight through finals. His enthusiasm was enough to make Tver feel guilty. The students, however, saw it very differently. Gryffindor Common Room. George and Fred lay face down on the test papers spread across the table, sighing at each other like dying animals. If making exam papers were a crime, Lockhart would get a life sentence in Azkaban. No, I think a Dementor's kiss would be more appropriate. Just then, Percy climbed through the portrait hole. He had just finished his evening tutoring session, and as usual, he looked a bit pale, his magic reserves nearly drained. George noticed him immediately and perked up. Well, look who it is. Percy, captain of the first, and so far only, team to beat the fourth statue. Care to share some wisdom? Today, the sixth years had Professor Folly's class, and they were still training in statue combat. But this time Percy had managed to lead his team to defeat the fourth statue. He didn't feel particularly proud, though, because he'd used a method he definitely wasn't supposed to use. And Professor Folly had just finished giving him a very pointed lecture about it. Thinking of that, Percy forced a weak smile, said nothing, and trudged off toward the dorms with his backpack. His half-hearted response left the twins dissatisfied. Is the professor's tutoring really that rough? George pouted. Fred rubbed his chin. Considering how intense last year was, Percy really might not be able to handle it alone. George's eyes lit up. As his brothers, I think we should help lighten the load. Too bad the professor already plays wizard chess better than we do. Fred's comment hit George like an arrow to the chest. He deflated instantly, slumping face down onto the desk and growling, "Ron is useless." Just then, Ron and Harry climbed into the common room. They had just handed their notes and homework to Hermione, still hoping she would help them finish it. As soon as they arrived, they heard George's shout. Ron felt both insulted and unsurprised. His broken wand had made his schoolwork suffer terribly this year, but George didn't get to say that. Give it a rest. Professor Folly told us your theory grades are getting worse. He's planning to shift your practical classes into theory classes instead. He smirked at the twins, fully expecting to see their spirits crumble. Instead, their reactions were completely backward. You're saying our theory grades are terrible? George lifted his head, deadly serious, seeking confirmation. Yeah. You're saying the professor is going to personally teach us theory? Fred's eyes lit up like two lanterns. That's right, he told us himself, Ron said, suddenly uneasy. You two aren't losing your minds, are you? Look, it's just losing our minds. No, George grinned. We're thrilled. Aren't we, Fred? Fred grabbed George's shoulders. Absolutely. The professor actually changed the curriculum for the sake of our theory. And that means... The twins threw their arms around each other and shouted in unison. It means the professor cares about us. The common room fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the twins, who were dramatically pretending to weep in each other's arms. Ron rolled his eyes, very Hermione-like, and dragged Harry to the farthest corner, as if afraid the twins' foolishness was contagious. I really don't get how Professor Folly puts up with those two idiots. Harry thought for a moment. Probably the same way Hermione puts up with us. Thanks for the reminder. They pulled out their unfinished homework and continued whispering. But in just a short while, their conversation drifted right back to Hermione. Without Hermione, there's no way we're finishing all this homework. Ron groaned. Harry glanced at their hopelessly stagnant progress. They weren't even catching up to Hermione, and she was stuck in the hospital wing. Professor Folly said she won't fully recover for another 2 weeks. But our homework is due next week. At that, Ron frowned, glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. To be honest, I feel like the professor doesn't want Hermione to recover. Harry frowned at first, but then remembered the slightly disappointed look on Professor Folly's face in the hospital wing. The idea didn't seem as absurd as it should have. Maybe the professor just wants to study Hermione's condition. Ron leaned in so close his whisper was practically in Harry's ear. But researching something like that can't be good, right? And the professor does like studying weird things. Remember Neville? Ever since the professor came to Hogwarts, Neville's been getting tutored by him. He goes to the professor's office several times a week now. But when you look at Neville's notes, it's like he's the one being studied. Harry nodded slowly. The professor is always especially interested in that sort of stuff. But here's the real question, Ron said mysteriously, what if the professor is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Harry jolted so hard his chair screeched across the floor. He grabbed Ron and dragged him deeper into the corner. Why would the professor do something like that? Think about it. Hermione checked every source she could find. The only creature close to fitting the chamber monster is the basilisk. But basilisk eyes kill, they don't petrify. And petrification like this would need really powerful dark magic, and the professor did go to Durmstrang. Maybe he's been researching dark magic. Ron's voice shook with a mix of excitement and fear. And if Malfoy wasn't lying, then the professor, who's always on the 3rd floor, is the biggest suspect. Harry's expression twisted. The more Ron spoke, the more Harry found himself agreeing, against his better judgment. No, impossible. The professor isn't the type to hurt students. Thinking about the professor's gentle demeanor, Ron wavered too. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Maybe I'm wrong. Chapter 138, Neville's Progress. Impossible, Professor. How could the professor ever do something like that? The next evening, when they visited Hermione, they shared the suspicion with her. Hermione's cat-like features had improved a lot. Her tail was gone, her pupils were back to normal, and only the pair of cat ears on her head and the whiskers under her nose remained. But the moment she heard Ron's theory, she puffed up like an angry cat. But think about the night we examined Mrs. Norris. Even Headmaster Dumbledore needed the professor's help to interpret the dark magic, Ron said, adding new evidence and quickly tamping down Hermione's anger. Hermione frowned, thought for a moment, and whispered, but before the attack happened, Professor was in the Great Hall the whole time. Loads of people saw him eating cupcakes. This time, even Harry had a solid counterargument. Honestly, with Professor's power, he wouldn't need to go there himself. Remember when we were hung on the office door? He did that without even being present. Hermione pouted, frustrated at not knowing what to say. The more she thought about it, the more the idea made sense. After all their investigation, the only thing they'd figured out was that the monster in the chamber was a basilisk. They still had no leads on who the heir was. And Professor Folly came from a pureblood family, he might even have ties to the House of Slytherin. Especially with how friendly he was toward Parseltongue and dark magic. Out of everyone she could think of, he fit the role the best. She just didn't want to question him because she genuinely admired him. Ron and Harry understood how she felt, or rather, they felt the same, and both let out weary sighs. If it were Snape, we'd report him instantly. But Professor Folly, maybe we should warn him. Ron suggested. No way, Harry said at once. If the professor reacts kindly, great. But if he gets angry, we figured something out, this ward might end up with 2 more patients. Colin and the others still aren't awake. That means the professor doesn't want the heir's identity revealed yet. Hermione rubbed the whiskers on her face, coughed up a hairball, and said, besides, we have no proof Professor is really the chamber's heir. It's all just speculation. But we could try what we did with Malfoy, just ask him. As she talked, she drifted into deep thought. Harry and Ron exchanged a look, then said, either way, we'll wait until you're discharged. Yeah. Without you, we can barely do our homework. Ron added loudly. Meanwhile, Tver had no idea he'd just become their scapegoat. He was in his office tutoring, well, Neville. He'd been doing this since the start of the school year. And no, he truly hadn't continued researching Neville. He'd just been patiently tutoring him as repayment, given how much Neville had contributed and how much research insight he'd provided. Fortunately, Neville was doing his best. Thanks to Tver's careful, if slow, treatment, the aftereffects of the memory charm had improved a lot. At least he no longer had those sudden moments where his mind seemed to drop out entirely. But because his basics were weak and his learning ability wasn't strong to begin with, it would take time for the improvements to show in his marks. So Tver needed to help him make up the material he'd missed. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Come on, cast the impediment jinx on the dummy 100 times. Tver spoke while holding a book in his hand. Neville, who had just arrived, set down his bag. His grip on his wand tightened slightly as he walked skillfully up to the dummy. It was an ordinary dummy. Tver hadn't infused it with any memories, it only relied on a small reserve of magic to keep moving slowly forward. Neville's task was to keep pushing it back with the impediment jinx until that magic ran out. If every spell was cast properly, 100 would be just right. But after half a year of practice, he'd only gone from needing 200 spells to 120. He still messed up sometimes, and the speed of his progress had noticeably slowed. Still, the professor said that as long as he was improving, the training was working. Neville repeated this to himself for comfort. Impedimenta. A flash of red light burst from his wand, and the dummy was shoved far backward. Ah. Not bad for a first try today. He allowed himself 1 second of pride. Usually, his accuracy only improved later. Keep your wand movements smooth. Don't swing with too much force, the professor's voice sounded from behind the book. Yes, Professor. Neville took a deep breath and held it. It was a small trick he'd discovered, holding his breath helped him cast with more focus. Second attempt. Impedimenta. Tver had been watching Neville all along. At first, he couldn't understand how someone could struggle with such basic spell work. To him, casting spells was as natural as eating or drinking. Even when he first encountered magic, his adult mind and concentration made the school curriculum easy to grasp. But after tutoring Neville, he gradually came to understand what magical talent really was. It was simply sensitivity to magic. Students from pureblood families or wizarding homes usually had an advantage here. Because they'd been around magic for years, they developed a more instinctive sense for how to use it. But after 7 years at school, these natural advantages tended to even out, and what came next depended on personal understanding. This was why pureblood students never claimed to be the strongest by default. Their baseline might be higher, but how far they could go depended on effort. Neville, however, was building up this sensitivity through sheer repetition. People underestimated the magic inside the dummies. When struck, they released all sorts of magical fluctuations. So although Neville looked like he was only practicing the impediment jinx, he was actually sensing hundreds of different magical reactions. All these sensations would slowly heighten his magical sensitivity. And his innate talent wasn't bad to begin with. Tver was essentially reawakening it. This method wouldn't increase his visible strength, but it would deepen his understanding of magic. He would have a much easier time learning other spells later on. After a while. 100th time. Impedimenta. The dummy stumbled back a step, then froze in place. Neville blinked in confusion. Professor. I think I broke the dummy, he said miserably. It's not broken. Quite the opposite. Tver set down his book, an encouraging smile on his face. You've successfully completed my test. Chapter 139, Rita Skeeter's report. Compared to Neville's progress, Rita Skeeter's efficiency was on an entirely different level. Not only had she finished the article and published it within a week, but according to Marvolio, she had even completed the follow-up sections, defending Dumbledore and criticizing the Ministry, just waiting for the developments Tver was supposed to trigger. Her diligence came entirely from Marvolio's subtle but unmistakable threats. Without Tver keeping him in check, Marvolio would normally spend any free moment at Rita's home, aside from investigating Lockhart, to oversee her writing and build a connection. He never expected that the moment he let a bit of his cruelty slip, it would scare Rita half to death. If her hands hadn't been shaking so badly, she might have finished even faster. In any case, on the first morning of the weekend, while Tver was eating breakfast, he suddenly heard a burst of frantic wing beats. Looking up, he saw a downpour of owls flooding into the great hall. Along with the flurry of feathers came piles of letters, as well as his copy of the Daily Prophet. As he unfolded it, the first thing to fill his view was a photo of Hogwarts Castle. It occupied nearly a third of the frame, the details were blurry, but its snow-covered silhouette was unmistakable. In the dim lighting, though, it looked unusually ominous. Naturally, the photo he had provided couldn't be used, or he would risk exposing himself as the mole. So this shot must have been taken secretly by Rita and her photographer. Professional work, just from this image alone, he could sense a dreadful tension emanating from the castle. Especially paired with the headline, Hogwarts in the Shadow of the Chamber of Secrets. He continued reading. Special correspondent Rita Skeeter reports, while Hogwarts is widely known as a school with a long and storied past, few are aware that the castle itself originally belonged to Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders. He generously gifted the castle to the school, giving generations of students a place to live. Yet this founder was not as kind as many imagine. After severing ties with the other 3 founders, he secretly left behind a chamber of secrets within the castle. Inside lies a terrifying monster, waiting for the day it will be released to purge the school of students deemed unworthy of learning magic. According to the author's investigation, the Chamber of Secrets was confirmed to have been opened last Halloween, and 3 attacks have occurred, leaving 4 victims so far. Because of these incidents, students no longer dare to be alone, nor do they venture into remote areas of the castle. My child spends every day terrified in that castle, afraid the monster will attack her. All I could do was send her a pile of protective charms and talismans. But as soon as Christmas break ends, she has to go back, said Mrs. Phoebe of Yorkshire. Additionally, the author heard of a student who broke out in full-body scabies due to overwhelming stress. Fortunately, she visited Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions shop and purchased an extremely effective cure for Boyle's potion, restoring her beautiful complexion. Rita's vivid writing filled half the front page, recreating the student's fear in the castle's heavy atmosphere, with a conveniently placed advertisement slipped in. Has anyone here gotten scabies from being scared? A young witch asked curiously. Her friend shrugged. Didn't they say Granger went to the hospital wing because she was attacked? It must be her. I can't think of anyone else. Well, embellishment is part of a journalist's skill set. But in the latter half of the article, Rita shifted gears, guiding readers through Dumbledore's Mountain of Honors. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, widely recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Fortunately, this great wizard resides within the castle. We all know that ever since defeating the Dark Lord Grindelwald, Dumbledore has stayed at Hogwarts, living a quiet and secluded life. The author has always held him in the highest regard. Not everyone can resist the temptation of the Minister for Magic post and willingly choose to remain an unassuming headmaster. This is a loss for the wizarding world, but a blessing for its students. If anyone can truly guarantee the student's safety, it is this headmaster whose accomplishments could fill an entire book. The author firmly believes that as long as Dumbledore remains at Hogwarts, it is the safest place in the world. Without his protection, one shudders to imagine how many students that monster might have attacked. Honestly, the handful of awards Lockhart loved to brag about didn't come anywhere close to even Dumbledore's most unremarkable title. With such dazzling honors laid out beside the looming crisis, the confidence it inspired was far more powerful. That's right, we should keep exploring the castle's secrets. Having read the report as well, George cheered loudly. No, Fred stood up beside him. We should go beyond the castle and explore the Forbidden Forest. I must remind you two Weasley gentlemen that your detention is not yet over, Professor McGonagall said quietly as she passed by. Weasley twins. Drops to the floor in despair. The students burst into laughter. The tension from before had faded, and their conversations shifted to guessing how many titles Dumbledore actually held. But as Tver folded the newspaper, he suddenly noticed there was another letter for him. I've already led several rounds of opposition, but Lucius has teamed up with Fudge. They intend to forcibly take Rubeus Hagrid away and suspend Dumbledore from his position as headmaster. Additionally, Rita Skeeter's hidden material has been handed over obediently. The contents aren't damaging enough on their own, though. We'll need time to plan properly. Cynthia. 50 years ago, Hagrid had been the scapegoat when Voldemort opened the Chamber of Secrets. Only the lack of evidence allowed Dumbledore to bring him back. The Ministry's current actions honestly looked rather incompetent. And Fudge agreeing to Lucius's plan was hardly surprising. People often called him Dumbledore's echo. When he first took office as minister, he consulted Dumbledore on practically every detail of policy. But notice this, the longer he served, the less he sought that guidance. He had his own opinions, and was increasingly desperate to assert them. A line from described him perfectly. The little dog suspects the whole universe of plotting to steal its place. So his wariness toward Dumbledore was only natural. Political animals, Tver thought with a cold inward laugh, letting the letter crumple in his palm before it dissolved into invisible dust. Chapter 140, Research Findings. As a renowned journalist, Rita's article quickly stirred an uproar throughout the wizarding world. Many parents who had assumed the attacks were nothing more than simple petrification wrote in one after another to confirm the truth. For an entire week, the feathers shaken off by the owls were enough to bury the Great Hall. Thankfully, it was only feathers. Still, just like earlier in the article, Rita's praise for Dumbledore in the latter half proved remarkably effective. Parents were now advising their children to stay as close to Dumbledore as possible. Even if they were going on dates, they were told to do so near the entrance to the headmaster's office. But Tver wasn't paying attention to any of that. He had a far more pressing issue. Hermione was almost fully recovered. In fact, aside from a few stray whiskers on her face, she was essentially back to normal. Once those were trimmed, she could be discharged. The pores would fade naturally in time. Tver had simply kept her an extra day under the excuse of preventing aftereffects. But there was nothing left to study. He was mainly observing how the pores healed. If this were human transfiguration, the pore marks would gradually shift back into normal skin. But with Polyjuice Potion. Tver watched eagerly, so intently that Hermione was nearly nodding off. After 2 full weeks, she had become completely immune to the professor's research-focused staring. Not even a hint of embarrassment, no emotional reaction at all. There it is. Tver's eyes widened in delight. Just as Hermione gave a tiny yawn and had her face gently turned toward him again, the pores on her skin began to be slowly enveloped by the surrounding tissue. In moments, every pore vanished from sight. Was it being overwritten? Tver frowned. The change was far too subtle for the naked eye. All he could detect was the fading of residual magic, replaced by something new. But one thing was clear, this was entirely different from transfiguration. Drawing on what little biology he remembered from his previous life, he suspected the Polyjuice Potion's effects reached the cellular level. Human DNA contains the complete set of protein templates needed for the human body. In simpler terms, every cell can use DNA to synthesize any protein the body requires. Meaning that any cell can, through DNA, convert itself into another type of cell. Even if the new cell isn't identical to the original. If Tver's guess was right, Polyjuice Potion worked by inserting the transformed person's DNA into the rewriting process, altering the cells that needed changing into new ones. Thus producing the transformation. When the potion's effect ends, the cells are replaced or recompiled by the host's original DNA, restoring the person's true form. Which explains why Polyjuice Potion requires a piece of the target's body, because it contains DNA. It also explains why it can only transform someone into another human. Magical creatures or animals require proteins not encoded in normal human DNA. And it explains why the transformation persists outside the body, or even after death. The effect doesn't disappear with the magic fading because the cells themselves have already died. A thrill ran through Tver. Transfiguration could grant him the appearance of magical creatures, but Polyjuice Potion, changing things at the cellular level, could grant him their abilities. This also means that if he could combine the two, he would be able to perfectly transform into any creature he wanted. This part is a bit nonsensical, it's just my personal imagination. You don't need to think too hard about it, just know the protagonist's human transfiguration ability has become stronger. Professor. Seeing Tver's excited expression, Hermione spoke up, confused and a little frightened. No one could stay calm when being treated like research material. Her voice snapped Tver back to reality. Oh. You've fully recovered now. You should head back. He smoothed out his expression, returning to his usual gentle and refined look. But Hermione was still unsettled inside. Thank you, Professor, she said quietly, head lowered. Then she grabbed her little bag and fled the room at once. Only when she reached the entrance to the common room did she finally exhale. The fat lady glanced at the panting girl, expression flat. Password. Crystal goblet. That was last month's password. Please give February's new one. But I've been in the hospital wing for a whole month. Hermione's eyes widened. I've been stuck in a portrait my entire life. The fat lady shrugged. Thankfully, Hermione didn't have to wait long. Soon, two people crawled out through the entrance. Hermione. I was just thinking of going to the hospital wing to get you. Harry said the moment he saw her, backpack bulging behind him. Ron followed, grinning as he looked her over carefully. Hard to believe you ever turned into a cat. If you don't mention it, no one will ever know, Hermione replied helplessly. But where are you two going? At that, Harry lifted the note in his hand, delighted. Hagrid invited us over at 3. Probably for afternoon tea. But he told us to bring the invisibility cloak, which is weird. Ron pointed at Harry's bulging backpack. Whatever. Let's just head over. Because of the attacks, Hagrid had cancelled their usual afternoon tea gatherings this year, so this was the first time they'd been able to visit his hut in a long while. Harry could hardly contain his excitement. On the way, Hermione told Harry and Ron about the strange feeling she'd had toward Professor Folly while she was in the hospital wing. I just feel like, whether or not Professor is the heir of Slytherin, the things he studies are way too disturbing. And the important part is, I suddenly remembered last year, when Professor tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I suspect. She hesitated, then continued, Professor has some kind of secret reason for staying at Hogwarts. Harry looked troubled. After what he'd seen last year, it would be a lie to say he wasn't scared. But if he already has the Philosopher's Stone, why would he need to be the chamber's heir? Maybe there's treasure in the chamber. Ron's eyes sparkled. Salazar Slytherin was the castle's original owner. Maybe the chamber is filled with treasure he left behind, or powerful magic. Hermione and Harry didn't fully agree, but with no better explanation, they nodded anyway. Before long, they reached Hagrid's hut. Harry, practically buzzing with excitement, stepped up and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid, it's us. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 40 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 141, Afternoon Tea. Harry and the others didn't have to wait long before Hagrid opened the door, looking tense, with Fong barking wildly behind him. I thought you weren't coming. Hagrid let out a relieved breath and quickly stepped aside. The three slipped into the hut. We were a bit delayed picking up Hermione, Harry said apologetically. Only then did Hagrid notice Hermione's small figure. Oh, I haven't even congratulated you on being discharged yet. If it weren't for, well, never mind. Sit down, all of you. I'll make some tea. He hurriedly grabbed the teapot, only to accidentally knock over a cup. Clatter. Oh, sorry. Before he could gather the scattered cups, two hands appeared at his side and took over. What happened to make you this flustered? Hermione asked as she poured the tea. Yeah, this isn't like you at all, Hagrid, Ron added. Harry nodded, saying nothing, but his worried gaze said enough. This was the first time he'd seen Hagrid like this. Normally, Hagrid was steady as a rock, even when he said something he shouldn't, he would just sulk on his own, never panic. Hagrid usually carried an air of unshakable confidence. But right now, he looked like a student caught wandering the corridors past curfew. Hagrid glanced at the three of them, took a deep breath, and said, All right. I was just about to tell you. I got a letter from the ministry. They said they're going to. Knock, knock. Quick. Hagrid's expression changed instantly. He spoke in a harsh whisper, urgent and frightened. Hide, under the invisibility cloak. Harry and the others scrambled to pull out the cloak of invisibility and ducked into the corner. Only after seeing they were completely hidden did Hagrid get up and open the door again. Dumbledore stood there, and behind him was Fudge. "Good afternoon, Hagrid." Before Dumbledore could speak, Fudge jumped in. He removed his bowler hat, revealing his disheveled gray hair, and glanced around the cramped hut. "I trust you're prepared. Given the recent attacks, we're obligated to take you in for questioning." "I believe I've already stated that Hagrid is not the one who opened the chamber," Dumbledore said, brows knitting slightly, tone edged with displeasure. Fudge's hand trembled before he quickly masked it with an awkward smile, dipping his head faintly toward Dumbledore. "But 2 students have already been attacked. Since you haven't caught the culprit, we must take certain precautions." He muttered excuses under his breath, "Parents criticizing the ministry, the pressure is enormous, the school governors support my decision," yet Dumbledore simply watched him, expression unreadable. "Where are you taking me?" "Azkaban." Hagrid burst out. Harry had never seen Hagrid look truly afraid before, not like this. His voice had even gone uneven. "No one, no matter how strong, comes out of Azkaban the same," Ron whispered into Harry's ear. Fudge could no longer look Dumbledore in the eyes. He turned his gaze aside, fiddling nervously with his hat. "Just for a short while. Once we've sorted everything out, you'll be back." Dumbledore's thoughtful, silent stare on Fudge's back made the minister stiffen as though needles pricked his skin. "This goes against procedure. I have the right to—" Bang, bang. A sharp knock interrupted him. He opened the door, and a man in an elegant black cloak stepped inside. "You're not welcome here." Hagrid snapped, fear replaced by fury, his expression twisted with disgust as though he were facing a giant slug. Lucius Malfoy scanned the small hut with a slow, satisfied smile. "My apologies, I hadn't intended to come here. But I heard Headmaster Dumbledore was present." He lifted a rolled parchment for everyone to see. "The school governors have unanimously approved my decision." His smile widened into the broadest sneer Harry had ever seen, triumph gleaming openly in his eyes as he looked straight at Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, your position as headmaster has been suspended." Hagrid's mouth fell open in shock, wide enough to swallow Harry whole. "Impossible. If you're arresting someone, take me. Hogwarts can't be without Dumbledore, even Rita Skeeter knows that." He flung his arms around in agitation, spittle flying, and Fudge and Lucius both recoiled in fear. One slap from those enormous hands could break half the bones in their bodies. "Calm down, Hagrid, or I'll have to call in the Aurors," Fudge shouted. "You brought Aurors too." Hagrid froze. "If you keep misbehaving, Aurors won't be the only ones who show up," Lucius said with a cold sneer. Hagrid's anger surged again, but Dumbledore stepped in. "Calm yourself, Hagrid." His eyes gleamed as he glanced at Lucius and Fudge. Fudge instinctively looked away, while Lucius met his gaze with smug satisfaction. "If this is the decision of the school governors, I will abide by it. But remember, here at Hogwarts, anyone in need will always receive help. And this school will not allow conspirators to run wild." He spoke slowly and firmly, each word ringing clearly in Harry's ears. Lucius sneered as Dumbledore walked out, while Fudge opened his mouth, hesitating, unsure how to respond. "If anyone needs a clue, follow the spiders. He'll find what he's looking for," Hagrid said awkwardly before trailing after Dumbledore. Lucius and Fudge exchanged stunned looks. Finding no meaning in Hagrid's words, they both shook their heads. Once the hut was empty again, Harry yanked off the invisibility cloak. What did Hagrid mean by that? He asked urgently, staring out the window at the figures disappearing into the distance. Hermione shook her head. "No idea. But we should probably pay attention to spiders. Since we already know the chamber monster is a basilisk, can't we just skip the spiders?" Ron's voice cracked, his face going pale. Hermione shot him a sharp look. "Stop dreaming. With both Dumbledore and Hagrid taken away, we need to find any clue we can about the chamber, even if it's just to confirm the monster really is a basilisk. We don't need confirmation." "I trust your judgment," Ron said miserably. "More than I trust mine." "But the real question is," Harry said, frowning, "who in the school can stop a basilisk? Professor McGonagall? Snape?" He paused. "Or Professor Fawley?" Hermione and Ron fell silent, exchanging worried looks. "Maybe, we need to take action." Chapter 142, a different kind of theory class. The moment Dumbledore left the school, fear spread through the castle at a speed no one had ever seen before. The spring sunlight seemed unable to break through the gloomy windows, just as the students' smiles refused to appear on their faces. Every face in the school looked tense and uneasy. Even the rare burst of laughter sounded harsh and was quickly smothered by the heavy atmosphere. When Rita's article condemning the Ministry of Magic and the school board was published, the students erupted in outrage. Their voices might not reach the ministry, but their parents' voices certainly did. According to Marvolio. On the very first day the article came out, owls filled every department of the ministry with letters. Even Cynthia's cooperation division received a mountain of complaints and grievances. Several employees accidentally opened cursed mail and had to be sent to St. Mungo's. The uproar even caught the attention of many ministry officials, and Fudge considered sending Oris to warn Rita. And the person he planned to send? Naturally, the ever-capable Mr. Marvolio. So Marvolio hid Rita away for the time being, while Cynthia quietly rallied a number of like-minded officials to oppose Fudge's decisions. This eased the pressure on Rita while greatly increasing the pressure on Fudge. But since no new attacks had occurred yet, Fudge and Lucius could still endure the situation. Meanwhile, classes had to continue. Acting headmistress Professor McGonagall ordered all teachers to keep teaching as usual and maintain order as best they could. Even if the school is about to close, we will teach until the very last second. Student restrictions also became far stricter. No young wizard was allowed to move around alone. Even trips to the bathroom required a professor escort. So that's why we're stuck in the classroom. George complained. For safety, and to make things a little easier for himself, Tver moved all his classes back to their familiar classroom 11. But this led the students to misunderstand. What's this? Don't like my class anymore. Tver leaned against the lectern, teasing. Of course not. Fred quickly smacked George on the head. George just wants to keep practicing combat. We feel like we've made some progress lately, maybe we can beat the 4th statue. Most teams were stuck at the 4th statue. Everyone was determined to become the second team to clear the challenge. So far, only Percy's group had succeeded. But Percy had used dark magic to interfere with the statue's magical flow, which didn't count in Tver's eyes. At the very least, they couldn't reproduce that victory by any other method afterward. You too. Tver drew out his words, do have decent strength. He paused, then continued, but your theory scores are awful. They're getting even worse. Professor Lockhart's reports say your marks have actually gone down. George and Fred instantly hunched their shoulders like a pair of frightened quails. In other areas they might argue back, but when it came to theoretical studies, all they could do was play dead. Seeing them like this, the rest of the class burst into laughter. Roger Davies slapped the table dramatically. Ha ha ha, look at you two now. Funny, is it? Tver suddenly raised his voice. You're no better. Especially you, Davies, you've fallen behind the most. Pfft. Seeing Davies's face twist in misery, the twins couldn't hold it in. They covered their mouths and buried their heads in their arms, their shaking shoulders and muffled laughter doing nothing to hide how much they were enjoying his misery. All right, Tver clapped his hands, putting an end to the commotion. To make up for your terrible theory scores, I've prepared a fun little game for you. The students all felt that smile on his face looked disturbingly familiar. Wait, that was the exact smile from the upgraded light ball game. Even the way he said it sounded the same. Their minds instantly dredged up the long-buried memories of that game, and some could practically feel their ankles throbbing already. George's face stiffened. Maybe let's not do this. We promise we'll take Professor Lockhart's classes seriously from now on and actually finish the assignments. Every young wizard nodded vigorously. Tver had never seen them look so obedient in their lives. Naturally, this only made him even more determined to proceed. The more exhausted they became now, the easier they'd be to teach later. Don't even think about it. This is for your own good. He paused. Somehow, the line sounded wrong even to him. Wands up. Line up at the back. The students groaned, packing away their textbooks with practiced misery, gripping their wands, and just as efficiently pushing Cedric, the Weasley twins, and Davies to the front of the line. Seeing George at the very front, shaking his head in helpless resignation, even Tver couldn't help but smile. Then step forward. He waved his wand, and the familiar glowing sphere and 9-square grid appeared on the floor again. They hadn't seen this setup in half a year. But this time, 3 colored spheres, red, green, and yellow, floated and darted around in front of a blackboard. George swallowed hard and stepped into the center of the grid, nerves creeping in. He listened carefully as the professor explained. It was something he'd learned after countless demonstrations. The professor's instructions were always the key. Every 10 seconds, a question will appear on the blackboard with 3 choices. All you need to do is pick the correct answer and hit the glowing sphere that matches its color. Red for option A, green for option B, and yellow for option C. Answer correctly and you get points. But if you answer wrong or run out of time, then pay attention to your footing. Tver tapped the grid. This time, only 1 square will be safe. Stand on the right one, no points gained, no points lost. But if you pick the wrong one, well, you already know what happens. Hearing this, George breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from the added quiz questions, the light ball portion was actually much easier than before. If he got every question right, wouldn't the whole thing just turn back into the simplest version of the original light ball game? Feeling confident? Tver asked, surprised to see George wearing a faint smile. A game like this is child's play for me. George straightened his back, full of confidence. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 40 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Questions Anyone Can Answer. Seeing George's confident demeanor, Tver couldn't bring himself to say much more. After getting caught out enough times, one naturally grasps the true essence of the game, ring in equal to ring in equal to. Let's begin. With a wave of his wand, a big 0 appeared on the blackboard. At the same time, the first question surfaced beneath the score. When casting the summoning charm but forgetting the exact name of the object, what method can still achieve the spell's effect? A. Sense the object mentally and summon it directly. B. Simply chant, Accio everything. C. Focus your mind while chanting, Accio everything. George quickly recited the spell and chuckled softly as he raised his wand and struck the red light sphere. C. But. Idiot. You hit the red sphere, the yellow one is C. The students behind them burst into loud, merciless laughter as George clutched his head in despair. He shot a pleading glance at Tver, but the professor only shrugged. Wrong is wrong. Better get ready to move. Right, there was the punishment too. George froze, then quickly looked down at the grid. He scrambled toward the back left square just before 8 translucent clamps appeared. One snapped right onto his foot. Ow. Ha 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 ha, idiot. Magic fluctuations mean that's where the clamps spawn. George had no time to be upset. His score had already dropped below 0, and the second question had appeared on the blackboard. He rushed back to the center. Damage caused by which of the following cannot be repaired with a mending charm? A. Fiend fire damage. B. A broken wand. C. The stick your mum broke while hitting you. This one's A. Red. He pumped his fist as his points returned to 0. But after the first 10 simple questions, the difficulty climbed fast. Which creature cannot be driven away with a Patronus charm? A. Dementor. B. Lethifold. C. Urkling. What the hell? Isn't the Patronus only used against Dementors? He guessed, and was clamped again. George continued making mistakes, especially on the simpler questions. By the time he reached the difficult ones, he barely got any right. After 50 exhausting rounds, he collapsed onto the floor, and the blackboard showed only 7 points. TSK TSK TSK. You got 30 of those simple questions wrong. Better hurry to find Lockhart for extra lessons. Maybe when he has you help him reply to fan mail, he'll teach you how to answer these. George didn't respond. His foot had swollen, his brain had shut down, and he couldn't muster a retort. Tver eventually floated him back to his seat, where 2 bars of chocolate waited for him. He skillfully broke off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it in big bites. Before he could swallow, a wave of warmth surged from his heart, spreading throughout his body and sweeping away all traces of fatigue. It also gave him the strength to observe Fred, who was up next. Ha ha ha, Fred. If you don't even know how to play the light ball, go ask Professor Lockhart, at least he can manage that much. However, compared to George's demonstration of figuring out the rules, Fred's performance surpassed his, successfully earning 9 points. The extra 2 points were only obtained thanks to Cedric's kind reminder. Tver didn't stop this practice. Collaborative thinking prevented any single student from being confined to just 50 questions, which would have been far too inefficient. After all, his goal was for students to learn through this entertaining educational method, not purely to watch them suffer. Yet the students watching from the sidelines were thoroughly amused. The questions weren't particularly difficult, many recurring from practice tests they'd already tackled. Unfazed by their impending turn, they loudly mocked their classmates. But when their turn finally came, they discovered the game demanded a delicate balance, answering questions while navigating the light ball challenge, maintaining composure, and responding swiftly. Especially when being squeezed to the point of instability, maintaining focus on the questions became crucial. Otherwise, mistakes were easily made throughout the series of challenges, which meant points kept getting deducted. By the end of class, only Cedric managed to scrape together 20 points. A handful of top students scored in the teens, while the majority ended up with single-digit scores. A few unlucky souls, or those who panicked, ended up with negative scores. This test was relatively easy, Mr. Toowell reminded them, but note that the difficulty will increase as the course progresses. Make sure to review past problems after class, you have less than 4 months until finals. No way. We're still reeling from that attack. George wailed, slumping onto his desk. Tver watched him with amusement. Unless that monster in the Chamber of Secrets subjects you to petrification, remember to prepare for finals. After assigning their final homework, he escorted the students, still limping with swollen ankles, to the Transfiguration classroom, where they supported each other along the way. Tver, what's going on with them? Professor McGonagall watched in surprise as the students hobbled to their seats. Practicing magic, minor injuries are par for the course, Tver explained briefly before calling out to the students, remember to eat that second chocolate bar. With that, he bid farewell to the pensive Professor McGonagall and strode briskly back to his office. After this period of reflection and study, he had not only finished every book in the Diadem Library but had even grasped a glimpse of the concept of free magic and will. Chapter 144, The Magic of Freedom and Will. Back in his office, Tver reflected on the serendipity of his research journey. Truth be told, he owed it all to Neville. Recently, during his second magical trial, his innate talent had surged so abruptly that he completely lost control over both his magic and his will. The spells he cast were chaotic and powerless, yet they held one quality Tver had long pursued, blinding speed. So fast that even he struggled to react. Fortunately, the power was negligible, it didn't even scrape the wall. But it allowed him to grasp a faint hint of meaning behind that phrase he'd been pondering. After days of experimenting, he could now release extremely fast flashes of light, but only that. The moment he tried to cast a proper spell, it reverted to normal, the speed vanishing entirely. So he considered simulating an environment saturated with magic to heighten his sensitivity. It was already near its limit, but he could force a brief breakthrough. He looked around his office. This place clearly wasn't suitable. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the Room of Requirement, taking the diadem and the Hogwarts crest with him. His intuition insisted it was the right place for verification. The afternoon sun was just right. As he walked through the castle, accompanied only by his footsteps and muffled voices from nearby lessons, his mood eased noticeably. No longer in a rush, he strolled through corridors and staircases, greeting the professors he passed, until he reached the 8th floor. Before Dumbledore had been taken away, some students lingered here, saying the area felt safer. Now that Dumbledore was gone, they naturally stopped coming. Come to think of it, it was precisely because he no longer needed to attend Dumbledore's seminars that he finally had more time for his own research. Lost in thought, Tver arrived before the wall concealing the Room of Requirement. I need a sturdy room with nothing in it. Asterisk. When the door appeared, he pushed it open and stepped inside. As he'd requested, the room, roughly the size of a classroom, was completely empty. White walls, ceiling, and floor created an almost sci-fi atmosphere. But this was still magic. Tver struck the ground experimentally. The floor only dented slightly before beginning to repair itself. He nodded, satisfied. After countless magical tracings, he already knew the Room of Requirement drew power from the castle, and that it enjoyed the same protective enchantments, perhaps even stronger, thanks to its smaller size. There was no need to worry about breaking it. This is my own speculation. In canon, the room was destroyed by fiendfire because the castle's protective enchantments had already been broken. Realizing this, Tver closed his eyes and slowly opened his arms, relying purely on his sense of magic to observe the world. In his sight, the room became pitch black, thick as ink, swallowing him whole. But then, a blazing light like the sun burst from within him, and in an instant, white radiance filled the entire space. Magic flared around him like dancing sprites, weaving a hymn of power. A restless urge surged through him. Guided by instinct, Tver drew his wand. He didn't know what spell to cast, nor how much magic to use. His arm lifted on its own, his wrist flicked, and an unfamiliar golden magic shot from the wand tip. The golden light spread faster than the surrounding magic, consuming the white radiance instantly. It was so bright it felt like it burned straight into his brain. Tver had to stop sensing magic and slowly opened his eyes. And then he realized he was standing in a different room. No, he knew this place. It was identical to the room inside the diadem. The same bookshelves, the same dome-patterned carpet, the same desks, chairs, and cushioned stools. He already knew this room's layout mirrored that of the Ravenclaw common room. But here, a madam sat on the sofa, a faint smile at her lips, though her expression remained cool. Her eyes were as deep as a star-filled sea, as clear as crystal. She stroked a book lightly as she lifted her gaze. Welcome, young man. Her tone was crisp and decisive, firm and authoritative, instantly reminding Tver of the school's stern, serious teachers. Hello, Tver bowed respectfully. You must be Madame Rowena Ravenclaw. Rowena's smile widened just a touch, enough to make the expression recognizable as a smile. You may consider that correct. Having learned from his encounter with Helga, Tver first carefully examined Rowena's state. Like Helga, she was a convergence of life force and magic. She resembled Marvolio's current condition, though with an even smaller portion of soul, and yet she appeared far freer than Helga had been. I wonder if you sensed Helga, madam. I met her in the Forbidden Forest. Tver intentionally mentioned Helga to close the distance, softening his tone to something gentler and more relaxed. Rowena carried the dignity of a strict professor, far less gentle than Helga. Rowena regarded him with amused curiosity. I did not sense her, but I have seen her. She paused, a playful smile tugging at her lips. I saw her in your mind. Tver's smile stiffened. You can invade my mind. Just as you can read the diadem's books, I can certainly read your mind, Rowena replied, her smile tinged with pride. The process is mutual. But I can't read any of your thoughts, Tver said, displeasure slipping into his tone. His occlumency was highly advanced, yet it had been completely useless in stopping Rowena's perception. Losing to someone of her stature would be fine, if it were only her. But what if it had been Dumbledore? Or a natural legilimens? His line of work could not allow such a flaw in his mental defenses. Rowena covered her mouth and laughed. You look quite adorable when you're angry, she said, her voice trembling with amusement. And besides, haven't you already read every one of my thoughts? Those books, they are everything I left in the diadem, Tver. You are the first, and the only one besides me, to have read them all. Chapter 145, Rowena Ravenclaw. Upon hearing Rowena's words, Tver froze for a moment. Did you deliberately leave those books in the diadem? Rowena nodded. I foresaw that someone would need these books, and I foresaw that someone would need my help. That's why I left the diadem, placing a part of my will within it. Foresaw. You mean prophecy? Tver asked, unable to hide his excitement. If Helga had been right, Rowena was a seer. And the reason he'd been so desperate to find her was to escape the curse placed on him. As for the legend of the 4 elements, forget it. If it weren't a matter of survival, he'd never willingly study something so obscure and maddening. Dark circles were one thing, but even his hair was starting to fall out. Rowena confirmed the truth under his astonished gaze. Indeed. When Salazar chose to leave Hogwarts, I suddenly received a premonition that my diadem would be stolen, and that someone would require my knowledge. So I prepared everything in advance. Tver frowned. But what if I hadn't gotten the diadem? Or what if no one ever uncovered its secret, or learned how to awaken it? It was true, he'd solved the crown's mystery purely by chance, and he happened to possess the Philosopher's Stone, which provided the necessary life force. If even one part of that chain had been missing, the diadem would have remained nothing more than a Horcrux container, or been destroyed, like in the original story. Wouldn't all the knowledge Rowena left behind become meaningless? The thought made Tver wipe imaginary sweat from his forehead. But Rowena only let out a soft, amused laugh, sharp in the quiet room. From the moment you appeared here, all those possibilities ceased to matter. If I hadn't appeared here, I wouldn't even know you had made such a prophecy. But that is the nature of prophecy, she said softly. Then Rowena's lips curled into a wide, almost feral grin, nothing ladylike about it, yet full of an effortless, domineering confidence. My prophecies have never failed. My knowledge is priceless. My will, her eyes sharpened, gleaming like stars piercing the void, cannot be defied. Tver stared back at her, stunned, feeling the unshakable conviction in her gaze. This was conviction forged from prophecy after prophecy coming true, from knowledge applied time and time again, from trials overcome through sheer intellect. So this was Rowena Ravenclaw, the embodiment of wisdom. He could almost picture how she had once guided the other 3 founders with strategy and insight. Then, can you help remove the curse from me? Barely containing his excitement, Tver stepped forward and held out the small marked sigil on his right hand. The stronger Rowena was, the better. Wouldn't that mean the curse would be easier to undo? Rowena took his hand calmly, examining and interpreting the markings. I already recognize this curse from your memories. It is a fusion of 2 curses. The first is vicious, highly corrosive, but relatively simple to remove. Hope lit up Tver's face, only for Rowena to continue without acknowledging it. The second curse, however, is far more subtle. Not highly destructive, but ingenious, almost entirely merged with Hogwarts' own magic. This kind of design belongs to the highest tier of magical craft I've ever witnessed. She paused, then looked up at him. I am formed from the castle's magic. Therefore, I cannot use that same magic to remove this curse. The 2 forces would merge instead, creating even greater danger. Tver's smile collapsed. Suddenly, he bitterly regretted applying for the defense against the dark arts position just to seize the Philosopher's Stone. In the end, the stone's greatest use was for shaping Marvolio's body, and he himself had to shoulder the curse. If he'd applied for a different post, he might have avoided all of this and still ended up achieving the same goals. Anyone with Mort in their name was a troublemaker. Rowena, who had read his thoughts directly from his mind, watched his growing irritation with clear amusement. She offered a reassuring, almost amused remark, "Don't worry. This curse is very weak. With your strength, nothing will happen to you in the short term." But I can't just carry a curse forever, Tver sighed helplessly, realizing he'd been too hasty before. This curse increases the chance of encountering danger, and when danger comes, it interferes with you. If it's against weak opponents, it doesn't matter. But against someone on your level, that interference could be fatal. He was going to face the entire wizarding world one day. He couldn't afford to lose momentum, or his life, because of this. Rowena understood that perfectly. Speaking of which, your future opponents aren't weak. Tver gave an awkward chuckle. You don't disagree with what I'm doing. If things go wrong, Wizard's fate could fall into the hands of Muggles. Rowena looked at Tver with deep, unfathomable eyes. Only after a long pause did she speak. In my time, we didn't concern ourselves with whether wizards and Muggles live together. Of course, I understand the necessity of the Statute of Secrecy 3 centuries ago. But time moves forward. The wizarding world must also consider the future it will face. We founded Hogwarts to safeguard the legacy of wizards. Isn't what you're doing just another way of protecting the future of wizardkind? In fact, I should thank you on behalf of the students yet to come. Thank you for everything you've done to protect these children. Tver scratched his head, muttering, it's not that impressive. I just sensed a crisis and didn't want to grow old only to have Muggles show up at my door with specially made guns. Rowena laughed softly and shook her head. Whatever the reason, that is precisely why you received the badge. Tver blinked, then quickly pulled the badge from his pocket. Right, this badge was made by you. So why did it end up with me? Rowena accepted the badge, her fingers brushing its surface as nostalgia softened her expression. This badge represents the founding purpose of Hogwarts, protecting students, protecting wizards, and safeguarding the wizarding world. I knew the four of us would not remain forever. So to ensure this mission continued, I created this badge. It appears automatically in the hands of those who inherit this philosophy, to protect them, and to protect their ideals. Tver asked, confused, but when I first came to this world, I didn't have any such idea. Rowena didn't answer, she simply smiled at him. Feeling the intention behind her smile, Tver smiled as well. I understand. Another prophecy, right? If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 40 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Release. After laughing for a moment, both Tver and Rowena felt completely at ease. Even if all their secrets had been known to others. Tver knew Rowena was different from Helga. Though she could currently borrow the castle's magic, her true existence was a will awakened only through Tver's magic. Once he withdrew it, Rowena would return to the diadem. In truth, she no longer wished to maintain even this conscious form. I'm sorry, Tver. Before helping you break the first curse, I want to speak with my daughter first. I understand. Shall I fetch Grey Lady? Tver abruptly turned toward the doorway. At that moment, the previously closed door opened of its own accord, revealing a ghost shimmering with silver light standing outside. His assistance was no longer needed. Mother. I felt your magic, but... Grey Lady, no, she should be called by her true name, Helena Ravenclaw, stood hesitantly in the doorway, her hands clasped before her chest, gazing expectantly at her mother's seemingly tangible form. She could scarcely believe the scene before her. Rowena's expression softened, her eyes brimming with infinite tenderness as she reached out her hands to her daughter. Welcome home, Helena. Helena could hold back no longer. Like a young swallow returning to its nest, she flew swiftly into her mother's embrace, kneeling on the floor. At the same time, her ghostly form gradually solidified, allowing her to fully return to her mother's arms. Yes. I'm finally home, she said, her voice breaking with tears. Thank you, Tver, Rowena murmured, patting Helena's shoulder soothingly. Tver bowed slightly. It was my duty. Helena lifted her head from her mother's embrace, puzzled. She recognized this highly esteemed professor and knew of his profound mastery of magic, but she hadn't imagined he could grant a soul physical form. But that wasn't her concern now. She had so much to say to her mother. Mother, have you been here all these years? She asked, her voice tinged with playful reproach. Rowena shook her head with a hint of resignation. I've been within the diadem. When you stole it back then, I longed for the day we could speak. I never imagined you'd never wear it. Mentioning the theft of the crown, Helena felt a pang of guilt and stole a glance at her mother's expression. Ever since I took the crown, I was already troubled. How could I possibly wear it? She clutched her mother's arm and gave it a playful shake. It's all right, Rowena gently patted her hand. No matter how long it takes, your mother will always wait for you. At this, Helena's tears spilled uncontrollably. She buried her face in her mother's embrace, quickly soaking Rowena's arm. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your diadem, shouldn't have stayed away from you, and certainly shouldn't have made you wait this long. Rowena tenderly wiped the tears from her face and whispered softly, Silly child, you are my daughter. What's wrong with wanting to take the diadem? But, Helena choked, lifting her head, they say the diadem enhances one's wisdom. It is never the crown that possesses wisdom, Rowena said, casting a subtle glance at Tver. These words were meant for Helena, but also for him. Wisdom has always been mine, always. As long as it is I who wears the diadem, it shall bear the name of wisdom. Helena was stunned by her mother's words. After a long moment, she murmured, "Then, do you forgive me?" Rowena smiled broadly. "I never blamed you." Helena immediately returned an equally radiant smile, her face glowing with relief. Tver knew this was the harbinger of a ghost's impending departure from the mortal world. Ghosts lingered in the world because of unresolved obsessions, mere imprints of memory wandering places they once inhabited. They could not learn or experience new things. Only when they encountered someone or something that helped them release their attachments could they finally step into the realm of the dead like true departed souls. Helena knew this well, and she looked at her mother with unease. Ever since seeing her mother, she had instinctively grown dependent on her, becoming somewhat more fragile. "Mother, is the world over there frightening?" Rowena gave her an encouraging, gentle smile. "Don't worry. I'll be there to help you." Helena finally relaxed. She nodded firmly. "I can't wait to see you over there, Mother. Don't rush. It's not too late once I've expressed my gratitude to Tver." Rowena turned toward Tver, who stood quietly nearby. "I'll leave all the insights of my will within this room. The badge's magic will also be activated. How much you comprehend will depend entirely on you. As for the curse on you, once the badge's magic is fully awakened, it will fade on its own." Tver looked at the badge in her hand, puzzled. The fact that the curse couldn't be solved in one go genuinely surprised him. "So that means I still have to find and master the other two elements of the four?" Rowena gave a noncommittal nod. "It depends on what you mean by removal. If you only wish to suppress it, once you grasp my will, you'll be able to force the curse down for centuries without difficulty. But if you want to eliminate it completely, to cut off the interference in your fate line, you'll need to master all four elements. And the four elements will greatly enhance your power. I'm truly looking forward to seeing you become the first person to grasp them all." Tver's lips twitched in mild grievance. He had hoped Rowena would simply wipe the curse away in one clean motion. As for the four elements, sure, they were powerful, but they were incredibly brain-draining. He'd rather improve step by step. With his comprehension ability, his strength would grow sooner or later anyway. Rowena looked at him with amused helplessness and shook her head. "I'll leave the rest to you. Whether entrusting the wizarding world to you is a blessing or a disaster, I honestly can't tell. But this is the last help I can give you." Rowena's voice grew faint, so faint it was almost a whisper. Helena didn't understand anything they were saying, nor did she want to. Her face shone with a sacred glow as she felt something deep inside, nestling closer to her mother. Just as Tver watched in astonishment, the two Ravenclaw madams dissolved into brilliant light and vanished without a trace. Chapter 147, The Attack Incident. Tver's astonishment didn't last long, he didn't even have time to properly process their disappearance. Because as soon as Rowena Ravenclaw vanished, the room once again filled with joyful magic and a soft, milky white glow. Strangely, the light seemed to spread in all directions without a single gap. Yet it wasn't blinding. Instead, it felt like a passing breeze, brushing gently over his face, his limbs, his entire body. The wind grew stronger. Before long, he could barely keep his balance, swaying as the currents surged in from every side. In one particularly violent sway, his heart seemed to stop for a second. In that instant, the entire room shattered into nothingness. No, when he came back to himself, he realized he was floating as if in outer space, surrounded by pure emptiness, yet able to move freely wherever he wished. If he wanted to jump, his knees could still bend, his feet felt as though they pressed against solid ground, and a single push sent him upward. If he wanted to descend, a casual shift of his body was enough to send him gliding down. This was a void completely under his control. In this environment, he suddenly understood the insight Rowena had left him. Control. If Hufflepuff's weight and stability could be described as stillness, then Ravenclaw was control. Control over his body, his magic, his will. He was like both observer and participant at once, grasping everything, holding it all in his palm and turning it over at leisure. Then releasing it as he pleased. Tver suddenly realized his wand was in his hand. Guided by pure instinct, he flicked it. A simple disarming charm shot from the wand's tip, but what wasn't simple was the speed. It was incredibly fast. Not as fast as the pure beam of light from before, but still a full 30% faster than the spells he'd cast in the past. Given his current level of power, his spells were already extremely fast. Even a 10% increase would count as a massive breakthrough. And this was 30%. More importantly, he could feel that his control over magic itself had sharpened. Casting now felt smooth, natural, almost casual. Magic felt like a servant at his side, waiting quietly for his next command. The feeling didn't last long. Just as realization settled in, the surroundings snapped back to the familiar form of the room of requirement, and that godlike sense of assistance vanished along with the void. Insight doesn't disappear, Tver said to himself, delighted. What had just happened was very much like when Helga had shown him the earth, except this time there'd been no magic for him to absorb. If he wanted to turn this understanding into real strength, he'd have to practice it himself, slowly. And the harvest from this trip wasn't just that. He raised the badge that had appeared in his hand. The Ravenclaw Eagle portion was now fully activated. Judging from the dense life force pulsing inside it, just as Ravenclaw had said, he wouldn't need to worry about the curse for at least a few centuries. Tver walked out of the room of requirement, going over everything he'd gained in his mind. Thinking back to how he'd actually been dissatisfied earlier, he felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment. Luckily, it was already completely dark. The castle was silent, and students weren't allowed to leave their common rooms. No one was around to see his moment of self-consciousness. Professor, I finally found you. Ginny ran up to him, panting heavily, sweat shining on her face as she struggled to get the words out. Me. Tver looked at her in surprise. What did you need me for? Ever since he'd learned the diary was no longer in Ginny's hands, he'd stopped paying much attention to her. After all, in the original story, Ginny had just been Tom Riddle's vessel. Without the diary, she wasn't much of a threat. So why would she suddenly come rushing to find him, and in such a panic? Before she even caught her breath, Ginny blurted, "The chamber." The basilisk from the chamber appeared. Tver's expression shifted sharply. He grabbed her by the arm and locked eyes with her. Was there another attack? He remembered there being another attack around this time in the original timeline, but that had happened during a daytime Quidditch match. Wait. Could the basilisk have moved at night instead because the Quidditch match had been cancelled? He didn't have time to think it through. He immediately cast Legilimens. Reading her memories would be much faster than waiting for her to explain. A diary had been found on Percy, and when he didn't return to the common room that evening, a worried Ginny decided to ask Professor Foley for help. On the staircase, she ran into Harry and Ron, who happened to be heading the same way, so they went together toward the third floor. But at the office door, they encountered Snape, and Hermione wrapped in an oversized cloak, talking there. Then Harry and Ron appeared, and the four of them were immediately herded into a tight cluster under Snape's glare. The basilisk suddenly appeared. Hermione accidentally met its gaze, but the light from her badge weakened the effect, leaving her only petrified. Snape stepped forward, and they fought the basilisk together. Ron was hit by his own spell, he had given his badge to Ginny, and Snape, shielding Harry, was caught by the basilisk's gaze. Fortunately, Harry and Ginny's badges reacted, so he was only petrified. Also fortunately, the basilisk had been badly injured by Snape and retreated back into the bathroom. Panicked, Harry and Ginny banged on Tver's office door, but he was still in the room of requirement and obviously unable to respond. After discussing it, Harry decided to stay behind to guard the unconscious Ron and the petrified Hermione and Snape, while Ginny went to find a professor for help. Ginny actually argued with him, they won't get into any trouble here. Ron would only end up petrified at worst. Can't we go find a professor together? But Harry refused to leave his best friend alone in such danger. When she couldn't persuade him, Ginny shoved her badge into his hands and ran off through the castle searching for a professor. She happened to run into Tver, who was on his way back to his office. Before Ginny even opened her mouth, Tver had already read through her memories of the night. To be honest, he broke into a cold sweat. It was surprising enough that the whole group had shown up at his office door, but Snape had actually fought the basilisk. If not for the number of badges, especially the twins-linked badge activating, this dutiful professor might have become the basilisk's next victim. Although they clashed often, Tver truly did admire Snape. People with obsessions often held great power. He absolutely didn't want Snape hurt, and explaining such an incident to Dumbledore would be a nightmare. A surge of dread hit him. He quickly stopped Ginny from speaking and hurried with her toward his office. Harry was still waiting there. If he also ended up harmed right outside his office door, Tver would have no way to explain any of this to Dumbledore. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 40 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Snape's Mission. After finishing his day of teaching, Snape returned to his office to enjoy a brief moment of leisure. Soon he would have to patrol the castle. Even he, someone long accustomed to constant work, felt a flicker of resignation when he thought about the task Dumbledore had assigned him. Headmaster's office. I may be leaving the castle tomorrow to attend to other matters. Until I return, I need you to protect the students within the castle. Dumbledore's sapphire eyes, hidden behind his spectacles, still shone sharply as they fell upon Snape. Snape met the gaze of the greatest wizard without the slightest trace of fear, and replied coolly. You're rather fond of that folly, aren't you? Why not let him handle this? Dumbledore chuckled, the sharpness in his eyes easing away. What? Do you think I trust him more than you? Severus, I would entrust even my life to you. Snape's cold demeanor paused for a moment, and he turned his eyes aside. The students in the castle have nothing to do with me. My task is to protect that child. Nothing more. As for the rest of the students, let the other professors handle them. Don't be so cold, Severus, Dumbledore said, a touch of dissatisfaction in his tone. The others have their own tasks. But you, I need you to keep a close watch on the 3rd floor. Pay attention to any students who appear there, and any disturbances. The 3rd floor. Snape forgot to be spiteful for a moment. You suspect Folly? Or that idiot? There weren't many rooms on the 3rd floor, just the 2 Defense Against the Dark Arts offices, the trophy room, and the abandoned girls' lavatory. Dumbledore shook his head. Not necessarily either of them. I suspect the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lies there, perhaps even in that peculiar lavatory. If you'd done your research, you'd know the only fatality from the chamber opening 50 years ago occurred precisely there. Then why not seal that lavatory and investigate it? Snape demanded. Or has your strength deteriorated to the point where you can't face a creature that might be a basilisk? Dumbledore seemed entirely used to Snape's venomous tongue. He merely smiled gently. The chamber has only one entrance, but the basilisk has many exits. And what we must do is find the heir of the chamber. That's why I need you to watch the 3rd floor closely. See if anyone suspicious appears. The earnestness in Dumbledore's voice made the situation clear. Snape stopped arguing. Fine. But if the one I catch is Folly, don't expect me to go easy on him. Dumbledore only nodded faintly in response. Thinking back on that conversation, Snape rose with a sigh. The old man had no shortage of ways to push him toward matters unrelated to protecting Harry. Still, Snape often found that Dumbledore's decisions turned out to be right. He would follow the instructions. As night descended, Snape left his office, watchful as he headed toward the 3rd floor. The suspicion that the monster of the chamber was a basilisk was a theory he and Dumbledore had reached after careful study. He hadn't faced the creature yet, but deep down he had already accepted the conclusion. The texts were clear, the basilisk's greatest weapons were its eyes and its fangs. But Snape's strength was not something that full Lockhart could compare to. As long as he was cautious, dealing with a basilisk wouldn't be difficult. Especially after that duel, he had trained in secret for a long time since then. Just waiting for another chance to fight that brat Folly, with any excuse he could find. His thoughts churned, though none of it showed on his face. When he reached the 3rd floor, he walked straight toward Tver's office. It was the only path leading to the girls' lavatory. He certainly wasn't trying to pick on Folly. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. But in the next second, that smirk vanished completely. Who are you? He actually saw someone who looked exactly like him, standing right outside the Folly office door. With years of potion-making experience, he instantly thought of the Polyjuice potion. His fury nearly boiled over. Someone actually dared to use Polyjuice potion to transform into his likeness. The flustered Snape trembled at his icy voice and turned around in panic. One glance confirmed everything. It was Hermione Granger. She suspected Folly was the Chamber of Secrets heir. Good guess, Snape sneered coldly, then had obtained a strand of his hair in class, adding it to the Polyjuice potion. Impressive, a second year capable of brewing potions of this caliber, though a reckless Gryffindor. Alas, finally, she had transformed into his likeness, intending to confront Folly. Withdrawing his legitimacy, Snape found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Bold ideas, intriguing theories, resolute execution, fearless courage. If only she hadn't transformed into his form. As he pondered, Hermione's transfiguration began to wear off. The potion left over from Christmas was already scarce, and after pounding on his office door for ages, she was just now reverting. In her panic, her stature suddenly shrank. Within 5 seconds, her petite frame was swallowed by the wide robes, and she was back to normal. Hermione. Just then, Harry, Ron, and Ginny suddenly appeared around the corner, all staring in alarm at Snape's cold smile. The 3 of them ducked their heads but still resolutely approached Hermione. If you lack brains, I can remind you once more, no wandering the castle grounds at night. Snape swept his gaze over the cowering young wizards. Professor, Hermione stammered, lifting her head, I was just testing the potion's effects, I didn't. A golden membrane of light snapped around her before she could finish. Simultaneously, her body stiffened, turning ashen pale as she fell backward, eyes wide, into Harry and Ron's arms. The basilisk. Snape's hair stood on end as a palpable sense of danger surged through his heart. Damn it, these children are still here. His expression hardened instantly. Closing his eyes as he turned, his wand was already in his hand. Without needing to see, he could pinpoint the basilisk's location. He raised his hand and unleashed a Sectum Sempra spell. Simultaneously, the floor and ceiling near the basilisk instantly transformed into sharp stone pillars, piercing deep into its body. He felt no immediate reaction, but Snape was confident the basilisk was wounded. This technique he'd learned from Folly. Even he had been flustered when first facing it, how much more so for the basilisk. Snape pressed his advantage. The corridor's confines were too narrow for the basilisk, he could strike it easily even with his eyes closed. Several successive Sectum Sempra spells sent the creature reeling back. Snape could even hear the sound of its blood splattering. Its tough hide proved as flimsy as paper against the curse. A faint, triumphant smile played on Snape's lips. If I can't handle Folly, why should I be unable to handle you? But then, Harry let out a sudden cry from behind him. Damn it. Snape snapped his eyes open, but before he could turn, a huge yellow snake pupil filled his entire vision. Snape stared blankly as the golden membrane before him vanished. His final thought before freezing solid swirled in his mind. Damn it, Potter, if something happens to you, I'll skin you alive to make potions. Chapter 149, The Chamber of Secrets. By the time Tver rushed back to the office, Harry was already gone. Only Ron, Snape, and Hermione were there. Snape and Hermione lay stiff and side by side on the floor, an unnervingly eerie sight in the dim light. If Tver hadn't known they'd been petrified, the shock alone might have stopped his heart. And the one fussing over them was clearly Ron, newly awakened. His steps were still shaky, and as he moved, the broken remains of his own wand could be seen tucked at his waist. But he now clutched two intact wands, one in each hand, likely Snape's and Hermione's. He scanned the room with tense alertness, keeping watch over the two unconscious figures. When he heard footsteps, he initially recoiled in fear, but once he recognized Tver, he staggered back in relief. Professor. Ron managed to steady himself, his voice bursting with excitement. We finally found you. Tver lifted his hand slightly to calm him and then looked over the two lying on the ground. No need to panic. I already know what happened here. But how did you and Harry end up in this area? He really hadn't been paying much attention to the trio lately. According to the plot, the worst they should have done was run into the Forbidden Forest to fight spiders, which had nothing to do with his plans. Hermione showing up near his office in that strange disguise was unexpected enough. But then Harry and Ron decided to join the chaos. What kind of development was this? Ron froze for a moment. He snuck a nervous glance at the professor before answering hesitantly. They had split up earlier that night. Hermione had taken the leftover polyjuice potion from Christmas to come investigate Tver. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had teamed up to trace the spiders deeper into the Forbidden Forest. There, Aragog the Acromantula confirmed that Hagrid was innocent, and that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was the basilisk. But when the boys tried to leave, they ended up clashing with the Acromantulas. Barely escaping with their lives, they returned to search for Hermione, only to run straight into the basilisk on its nighttime patrol. Tver stared at Ron, who had hunched his shoulders like a scolded turtle. He was just trying to teach. How did he suddenly inherit Snape's habit of becoming everyone's scapegoat? Even Ginny rolled her eyes at her brother. How could you even suspect the professor? Percy is clearly the one being controlled by the diary. Ron's head dropped even lower, until he suddenly snapped upright in panic. Percy. His trembling finger pointed toward the girls' bathroom. For some reason, Percy followed the basilisk into that bathroom. And Harry went in after him to save him. Neither of them has come out yet. Ginny instantly turned pale. She knew far too well what that helplessness felt like. She had come to find the professor tonight precisely because the diary had ended up with Percy. She didn't want her brother to suffer as she had. Professor. She whispered, pleading. Tver met her gaze with a gentle smile. Leave the rest to me, he said softly. He was surprised Percy had been the one to find the diary, but in the end, it was only a minor Horcrux and a basilisk. For him, dealing with them was far easier than teaching students. Ron and Ginny relaxed almost instantly, watching Tver with hope. You two stay here and watch over them, Tver said, nodding toward the petrified pair. If you can alert another professor, even better. I mean, one who's actually capable. The siblings couldn't help laughing. In the entire castle, there was only one truly incapable professor, Lockhart. His office wasn't far from here, and with all the commotion, he should have noticed something by now. Yet there was still no sign of him. Probably scared stiff by the basilisk, Ron thought with disdain. Tver didn't waste another moment. After giving his instructions, he strode toward the bathroom. The basilisk's blood streaked the floor, forming a trail that led straight inside. True, nothing disastrous had happened in the original storyline, and Dumbledore had his own safeguards in place. But Percy was a promising student, and Harry was someone Dumbledore relied on. To put it bluntly, anyone else in the castle could get hurt, but not those two. The bathroom door hung wide open, half shattered from the basilisk's impact. And at the blood-stained faucet near the entrance, a deep, dark pipe yawned open before him. Percy and Harry both went in, and so did that monster. Moaning Myrtle drifted out at some point, staring at the pipe with a tangled expression. "Are you going down too, Professor? You do realize the basilisk was the one that killed you, don't you? What, you don't want me to avenge you?" Myrtle blinked, startled. "I don't really know how to say it. My death was unavoidable. But if everyone else could avoid ending up like me, I think that would make me happier." "You're kind," Tver said as he climbed onto the edge of the pipe without hesitation. "Or maybe, deep down, I want all of you to die and turn into ghosts to keep me company," Myrtle added with a mischievous grin. Tver pushed off and slid in. "That might disappoint you." The pipe was incredibly slick, sending him shooting downward with no time to slow himself. Countless side tunnels branched off along the way, likely the routes the basilisk used to roam the castle. But the pipe he was in was the main passage. He tossed a glowing orb of light ahead and let gravity carry him. The no-apparition rule at Hogwarts was truly annoying. With power like his, he still had to slide down like a kid on a playground. Fortunately, he didn't have long to complain before the exit came into view below. He slowed his fall with a levitation charm and landed on solid ground. The floor was damp, and the smell was awful. With a grimace, Tver cast a bubblehead charm, then used Lumos to look around. Only one passage lay ahead, though it split off into several branching paths. Without a way to navigate, he might have had to search each one. Not wasting a second, he headed forward. A cluster of little ghosts drifted ahead of him, glowing faintly as they scouted the path and pointed out every correct turn. Following them, Tver soon came across a massive snakeskin. The basilisk must have shed it recently. Under the pale light it gleamed a slick, oily green. He also noted the serpent's thick hide and its strong resistance to magic. With ordinary spells, a basilisk really wasn't easy to handle. Which also confirmed that Snape's Sectum Sempra packed serious power. Best to avoid provoking him in the future. After studying it briefly, Tver continued on. Before long, the sprites ahead sent back their signal. They had reached the end of the path. It wasn't a dead end at all, but the entrance he'd been looking for. Chapter 150, Percy's Mistake. Staring at the sealed door in front of him, Tver felt a headache coming on. It was a massive stone gate, so tightly fitted it might as well have been a solid wall. Two serpents were carved on its surface, coiled around each other. Emeralds were set into their eyes, gleaming under the light as if alive, watching him. Tver knew the only way to open this door was with Parseltongue. And the only two people in the castle who could speak Parseltongue were currently trapped behind it. With a helpless shake of his head, Tver raised his wand toward the 1,000-year-old stone gate. Hopefully no one accuses me of destroying cultural heritage. With a focused thought, a sharp bolt of black light shot from his wand tip. The spell wasn't large, barely the size of one of the carved serpent's eyes. But the moment it struck, the stone seemed to twist. There was no explosion, no dramatic blast, just a sharp, corrosive sizzle. The black light clung to the surface like a smear of ink. In less than a second, the stone where it hit rotted away, leaving a small hole. And that hole grew rapidly. Soon Tver had a clear view inside, of Harry, who was currently locked in a frantic struggle with the basilisk. He had a sword in his hand. Although the basilisk's eyes had been pecked out, its sheer size still made it anything but easy to fight. And unlike the original story, Tom Riddle, now solidifying into physical form, looked far more agitated. Holding Percy's wand, he fired off an attack every time he gathered even a spark of power. Stray spells blasted chunks off the stone pillars around them. Between the basilisk and Riddle's intermittent attacks, Harry could only dodge desperately, relying on his smaller size and quick footwork to survive. Thankfully, Riddle's spells were weak, and the badge Harry wore flickered with gold every so often, shielding him. But that only made Riddle grow more impatient. He remembered every word Percy had written in the diary. Hogwarts had a new Dark Lord. A Dark Lord even better at manipulating people than he was. Even though Percy didn't know the full extent of Tver's abilities, the fact he'd defeated Flitwick and Snape meant his strength couldn't be underestimated. In Percy's eyes, those two draws in their duels were clearly Tver holding back. The real victor was Tver. At the very least, he was stronger than Riddle, a 17-year-old soul in a body pieced together from raw life force. So even though Dumbledore had been forced out of the school, Riddle didn't dare provoke Professor Folly. He planned to fully form a body, escape Hogwarts under cover of night, and find a chance to resurrect himself. He couldn't afford to fail because of delays. His attacks on Harry grew more frantic, yet he couldn't stop glancing toward the entrance. And with one look, all color drained from his already pale face. The solid stone door now had a hole, and half a figure was visible through it. Riddle watched as the hole widened quickly, the silhouette becoming clearer and clearer. That calm-looking face carried a pressure like a crashing storm, sweeping straight toward him. He swallowed hard, stunned with fear. They had never met, but he knew instantly. This was the Professor folly he dreaded. The opening finally grew large enough, and Tver stepped through. Funny, really, this version of Voldemort was only 17, younger than Tver himself. His knowledge wasn't yet as refined as it would later become. Trapped in a diary for years, he hadn't even had anyone to talk to. Tver had no interest in studying him. So he approached Riddle at a leisurely pace, stopping right in front of him. Meanwhile, Harry was still being chased by the basilisk at the far end of the chamber. But without Riddle's spells adding pressure, he was doing far better. Riddle, however, stood frozen where he was, staring blankly at Tver. "Good evening, Tom Riddle." "Gee, good evening." A moment later, he realized something was off. "Wait, you know who I am." His eyes widened in disbelief, his grip tightening around the wand. The pressure Tver gave off was overwhelming. But Tver didn't strike. He only cast a glance at Percy lying on the floor, then at the diary beside him. "I know plenty of things you don't. But those aren't things you get to be curious about." 17-year-old Voldemort simply didn't know enough. Even if Tver questioned him, nothing useful would come out of it. So Tver raised his wand. A golden orb shimmered with intricate runes as it descended onto the diary. It wrapped around it, forming a thin golden membrane. The moment it sealed, Riddle felt his connection to Percy snap. The flow of life force stopped instantly. "You." Riddle lifted his wand in fury, but he didn't even finish the movement before he realized he couldn't move at all. Tver didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he looked toward Percy, who was beginning to wake up. There was still a child here who needed his help. A soft groan escaped Percy as he stirred. He sat up, holding his aching head, his confused gaze drifting from the diary, to Riddle, then to Tver. "Wait. Professor." The realization jolted some clarity back into him. He tried to push himself up, but his limbs were too weak. "Don't force it. Rest for a bit." Tver handed him a piece of chocolate. Come to think of it, ever since arriving at Hogwarts, his wallet had become dominated by chocolates with various magical effects. Good thing wizards didn't worry about cavities. Percy stared at Tver in a daze. Only after confirming there was no blame on the professor's face did he accept the chocolate, guilt tightening his chest. He fumbled with the wrapper, tore it open, and took a huge bite, accidentally chewing off a bit of the wrapper too. "Professor, I was wrong." He swallowed a lump of chocolate and choked out the words, his voice almost breaking. "Oh. And what exactly were you wrong about?" I shouldn't have studied the diary just because I was curious, and I definitely shouldn't have let it control me." Tver shook his head and bent down to pick up the diary. "Do you know what this is?" "This." Percy looked lost. "It should be some kind of dark magic item, something that controls people." He answered without confidence. "No. This is a Horcrux." Tver briefly explained what a Horcrux was and what it did. "So, this is young Voldemort." Percy's eyes flew wide. He'd actually been chatting with Voldemort for months, and even treated him like a trusted older brother. That's right. So being controlled by Voldemort isn't something shameful. Plenty of people older than you couldn't have resisted. But Percy still lowered his head in guilt. "That doesn't mean you did nothing wrong." Tver let out a cold, short laugh at the diary. "Your mistake was meddling with a Horcrux before you had enough strength. Percy, in the world of dark magic, no one cares about right or wrong. If you're strong enough, no one will say you're wrong. So your only mistake this time was that you weren't strong enough. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Tver's Strike. Hearing Tver's calm but commanding tone, Percy's eyes grew brighter. "Yes. I'll do everything I can to grow stronger." Tver nodded in satisfaction. Percy had excellent comprehension, but his family had sheltered him so well that he'd never truly faced the darker side of the magical world. A bit of student-like naivety still clung to him. After this experience, he would surely learn to treat the wizarding world with more caution. As for his strength, he still had a full year of Tver's guidance ahead of him. Even after graduation, Cynthia could take over his training. There was no rush. But then Tver remembered something. He lifted the diary. "I remember you've already learned the clemency. So how did you let a Horcrux get into your head so easily?" Percy's gaze flickered. He stammered, pointing at the diary. "Well, at first I just wanted to mess with him. He got really flustered and angry, and I got a little carried away feeling proud of myself. That's when my clemency slipped." Tver looked unsurprised. Marvolio had used this trick on him constantly back when he was still trapped in the ring. The moment you think you're in control, or that you've managed to toy with a Horcrux, it seizes on that instant of arrogance, digs into the cracks of your mind, and pries open your deepest secrets. Voldemort was a master at playing with people's hearts. So he managed to read you. Percy nodded, embarrassed, looking as though he'd just confessed to having wet the bed as a kid. Heh. He told me everything you planned to do, Tom Riddle rasped. His body trembled, and he looked as if he'd run for miles, weak and exhausted as he let out a cold laugh. Breaking free of Tver's control had cost him most of what little life force he had left. So what? Tver asked, unfazed. Riddle ignored his indifference and only grew more smug, the kind of smugness that came from thinking he'd scored a point. Your student is scared, Riddle said with a mocking grin, looking straight at Percy. Percy immediately dropped his head in shame. He told me he was excited when he first learned you planned to overturn the statute of secrecy. But the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Which makes sense. Even I, the Dark Lord, failed out of nowhere. And you think you can do better? Riddle swayed his head, and if he weren't so handsome, the gesture would have been downright punchable. When I fought the Order of the Phoenix, plenty of Death Eaters under me were arrested by Aurors, some were even killed. Poor Percy got so spooked by the scenes I described that he's been having nightmares every night. I have not. The chocolate gave Percy enough strength to spring to his feet. He glared at Riddle furiously. If his wand were within reach, he probably would have attacked. Tver looked at Percy with curiosity. Worry was normal. Percy's strength wasn't high yet, and their mission was unbelievably difficult. And Voldemort had only magnified the fear in his heart. But still. Did this also mean he doubted Tver's strength? Caught by that look, Percy hesitated, then whispered. I'm just worried about you. Headmaster Dumbledore is so powerful. I was afraid he might kill me. Tver finished for him. Percy didn't answer, but that fear was clearly buried deep inside him. Actually, you're still young. You could wait until Dumbledore grows old, and then we could. Riddle let out a sharp, unmistakably cold laugh. By then, it'll be my era, Voldemort's. Enough. Tver glanced at him with icy indifference. Blue-violet flames curled to life around him, then surged forward, swallowing the body Riddle had struggled so hard to maintain. He didn't even get the chance to scream. The diary, of course, remained intact, and Riddle wasn't truly gone. Percy startled back a step, only to realize the flames were growing brighter and stronger around them. I understand your worry, Percy. To be honest, Tver felt a quiet warmth at the sentiment. Dumbledore truly was an obstacle, powerful, influential, a figure whose very presence commanded the wizarding world. Whether he could defeat him or not, the backlash or fear that would erupt if Dumbledore were harmed was nothing Tver wanted to deal with. That was why he had made so many preparations aimed specifically at Dumbledore. Still, Percy needed to see his strength for himself. At the very least, it would steady his confidence. Come to think of it, he had never shown Percy that spell. Tver let out a soft laugh. The flames roared higher, filling half the Chamber of Secrets in an instant and enclosing him and Percy at the center. His robes billowed without wind, and the slight curve of his lips carried an effortless, almost artistic ease. He slowly opened his arms, an inviting gesture, yet one that radiated absolute authority. Don't worry, Percy. Our cause will burn like this flame, unstoppable. The moment he finished speaking, the fire surged into the shape of a massive fire dragon. Its wings swept outward, sending scorching heat rolling toward the oblivious basilisk. Even the drifting sparks carried such destructive power that Percy's face went pale. Fiendfire. Devastatingly powerful fiendfire. And not only was it completely under the professor's control, it was even more aggressive in his hands. Faced with such overwhelming might, both Harry and the basilisk froze. In that one stunned second, the enormous serpent, once towering like a moving mountain, offered no resistance at all. The fire dragon consumed it instantly. Harry was swallowed by the flames as well, but the fire moved around him with eerie precision, curling aside to avoid touching him. Even so, the heat felt as if it were burning straight into his heart, freezing him in terror. Only after a long, breathless moment, when the heat finally eased, did he slowly turn around. There was no sign of the basilisk. Not even Ash. If not for the injuries from being thrown aside, he might have believed the creature had been nothing but a hallucination. On the other side, Percy wore the exact same expression. He had seen it even more clearly, how the basilisk had vanished from existence without so much as a twitch. A ridiculous thought came to him, perhaps the creature hadn't even had time to feel pain. Professor, is this fiendfire? He asked numbly. He had believed he already commanded fiendfire freely, convinced he'd mastered the fiendfire curse. But after witnessing this, he realized he would need centuries to reach this level. This is the spell my teacher Grindelwald was most proud of. Tver lowered his hands and gently patted Percy's shoulder. Back then, he nearly destroyed Paris with it. Percy's mouth fell open. Your teacher. Tver gave a mysterious smile and stepped beside him, watching as Harry edged toward them, trembling. I will surpass my teacher. I will surpass Dumbledore as well. Do you believe that? He turned toward Percy, confidence shining in both smile and voice. Percy remembered the roaring flames from moments before. This time, his gaze held no fear, no hesitation. I believe it completely. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Leaving the Chamber of Secrets. Harry only realized it was Professor Folly standing there once he got close. So that spell earlier was cast by the professor. That was way too cool. He'd thought it was Riddle's spell, something meant to wipe out both him and the basilisk. But now the basilisk was gone, Percy looked much better, he himself was unharmed, and Riddle had vanished. At last, his heart settled. I should remind you, Tver said with a pleasant but threatening smile, that you snuck into the Forbidden Forest at night, wandered around the castle, and finally slipped into the Chamber of Secrets. You've broken at least 100 school rules along the way. Harry's relaxed grin froze instantly. He stood rooted to the spot, stiff as ice, just 10 feet from Tver. What do you even do when a professor catches you breaking rules? Panic. Immediate panic. Luckily, Fawkes swooped in to save him, circling above their heads and letting out 2 urgent cries. Only then did Tver relent. It was obvious Dumbledore was calling them, and besides, Tver would never really punish Harry. No matter how many points he deducted from Gryffindor now, Dumbledore would just add them back at the end of the year. He was simply offering a friendly reminder not to be so reckless. All right, let's go. Everyone upstairs is probably worried sick. Tver picked up the sorting hat from the ground, the Gryffindor sword had fallen out of it earlier. Strange enough that the hat mumbled to itself, but it could also hide Gryffindor's sword. You two grab onto Fawkes' legs. He'll carry you up. What about you, Professor? Harry asked. Me. Tver suddenly rose off the ground, floating effortlessly. I'll be right behind you. Whoa, that's, Harry began, grabbing the Phoenix's legs. Before he could finish, a powerful force yanked at his hands. He and Percy were suddenly pulled upward, shooting out of the Chamber of Secrets. The flight was surprisingly comfortable. Warmth pulsed from Fawkes' talons, spreading through Harry's body. It shielded him from the pressure of the high-speed ascent and eased every bit of exhaustion in him. It even gave him time to glance back at Professor Folly. Even at Fawkes' incredible speed, Professor Folly followed them smoothly, not falling behind for a second. He even managed to smile at Harry's stunned expression. They moved so quickly that Harry barely had time to enjoy the flight before his feet hit solid ground again. They were back in the girls' bathroom. Moaning Myrtle looked delighted to see them, then immediately pretended to be disappointed. Oh. You're still alive. Why do I feel like that makes you upset? Harry joked. He was in a good mood now and didn't mind teasing Myrtle. Fawkes gave another impatient cry, and Harry hurried after him. But Professor, where is Fawkes taking us? Tver, who had been staring absent-mindedly at the Phoenix's tail feathers, snapped out of it at Harry's question. Most likely to see Headmaster Dumbledore. He is his pet, after all. Once they stepped out of the bathroom, he noticed Ron and the others were no longer waiting outside the office. Only the blood splattered from the basilisk's wound remained as proof of the fierce battle the night before. Yes, after all that chaos, the night had already passed. Morning sunlight poured over them, driving away the lingering chill and clearing the shadow that had hung over Hogwarts for so long. Harry chatted happily with Percy about how he dodged the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, as well as the spell Tver had cast. He even hinted, a bit hopefully, that he wanted to learn it someday. After all, the strongest spells he knew were the disarming charm Snape had taught him and the blinding light charm from Professor Folly. And honestly, those 2 spells had bought him a lot of time down there. The disarming charm had slowed Riddle, and that sudden burst of blinding light had saved him from the basilisk's fangs. Then he'd managed to hack off the Fong with the sword, otherwise he would never have lasted until the professor arrived. Percy didn't mention the fiend fire, but everything he said was filled with admiration for the professor. They chatted for a bit before noticing Professor Folly had stopped walking ahead of them. Go on in. I imagine everyone's waiting for you. Tver pushed open the door to Professor McGonagall's office. For one brief second, the room went silent, then Mrs. Weasley broke into a run. She slipped neatly around Tver and swept Percy into a fierce hug. Percy. A moment later she spotted Harry beaming beside him and pulled him into the hug too. No surprise there, Mrs. Weasley simply had that kind of boundless warmth. If Tver weren't a professor, he probably would have been pulled in as well. All right, Molly, Mr. Weasley said, patting her shoulder, they still have a lot to explain. Fawkes fluttered his wings and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder by the fireplace. Tver smiled as Dumbledore's shoulder dipped under the sudden weight, then stepped forward to hand over the sorting hat and the diary. The soul inside hadn't been destroyed, Tver had kept it intact for Dumbledore to study. But ever since Tver walked in, Dumbledore's gaze hadn't left him. There was a depth to it so profound that even without a clemency, Tver couldn't decipher what he was thinking. After a moment of silent regard, each failing to read the other, Dumbledore finally turned his attention to Harry and Percy. Tell us, he said gently, about your remarkable adventures last night. Harry flushed. Professor McGonagall was watching him. All of his elders were watching him. He hesitated, then slowly began recounting everything that had happened in the chamber. He started with the voices only he could hear, how he gradually deduced the creature was a basilisk, and how he'd gone into the Forbidden Forest to confirm it. But when he mentioned using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Snape in order to test Professor Folly, Professor McGonagall finally lost patience. You've broken plenty of rules before, but have you ever considered how dangerous it is to suspect a professor and wander the castle at night? If Professor Snape hadn't intervened, you'd have been basilisk food. Harry lowered his head in shame. Professor McGonagall looked ready to continue, but Dumbledore raised a hand to stop her. That's enough, Minerva. Their reasoning wasn't unsound. Their methods were wrong, yes, but their intention was to protect the school. Now then, would you tell us what happened inside the chamber? Harry straightened and told them how he followed Percy into the pipe system, then fought the basilisk and Tom Riddle. Who exactly is this Tom Riddle? Mrs. Weasley burst out. Ginny said the one in the diary controlled anyone who wrote in it. But Percy isn't Ginny. Why was he controlled so easily? Ginny had already explained the diary before they arrived, but none of them knew the full truth yet, and they were barely containing their questions. Dumbledore lifted the diary. He is, in fact, Voldemort. The name made the Weasleys and Professor McGonagall gasp. Very few know that Tom Riddle is Voldemort's given name, so it's understandable why Percy and Ginny were manipulated. He is exceptionally skilled at influencing the mind. Mrs. Weasley immediately tightened her hold on Percy again. This time, Mr. Weasley didn't even try to dissuade her, he wrapped an arm around Percy as well. Dumbledore watched the tender scene, eyes softening. After a long moment, he gently suggested the Weasleys take Percy to the hospital wing to rest. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 153, Destroying the Diary. After Professor McGonagall led the Weasleys away, only Tver, Dumbledore, and Harry remained in the room. Dumbledore set the sorting hat on the desk, then began examining the diary with great interest. Harry felt a flutter of fear. This was Voldemort's. Professor Dumbledore, what are you going to do with the diary? This. Dumbledore gave the little book a shake. What do you think we should do with it? Destroy it. Harry blurted. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized how loud he'd been. In the quiet office, his voice sounded almost painfully sharp. Dumbledore didn't mind in the slightest. He chuckled softly, as if Harry had given a very satisfactory answer. Quite right. I was planning to destroy it. Tver nodded in understanding. It seemed the headmaster had already figured out what this thing was, and had no intention of trying to coax more information out of Riddle. He knew it would be pointless. Dumbledore, looking suddenly excited, walked over to Harry and placed the diary on the floor. Well then, interested in doing it yourself, he asked, straightening up and looking at Harry with clear expectation. Me. Harry pointed to himself with his free hand, bewildered. How am I supposed to destroy it? Before, there really wasn't a way. But if I'm not mistaken, the sword in your hand has absorbed basilisk venom. Now, you can simply stab it with the sword and destroy the evil soul inside. Dumbledore stepped aside, watching Harry with open encouragement. Harry drew a deep breath. Truth be told, he'd been holding in a lot. He'd been chased around all night, only for the basilisk to be taken out effortlessly by Professor Folly in the end. Grateful as he was for the professor's help, he still felt a bit bitter that he hadn't been able to take revenge on the basilisk himself. Now he finally had the chance to personally destroy another enemy. A small smile tugged at Harry's lips. He raised the sword high, shooting a quick, excited glance at Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Folly. Then he brought it stabbing down with all his strength. At once, his hand went numb from the force of the impact. The sword had slammed so hard into the floor that the recoil rattled his bones. But it also drove clean through the diary, ripping open a jagged hole. The gash looked almost like a mouth being forced open, and from it burst a screech so sharp it felt like it could tear straight through his eardrums. At the same time, that mouth began to vomit out blood. Thick streams of ink gushed wildly from the diary, spraying over Harry's hands and robes. The sword was drenched as if it had been caught in a downpour, ink running down the blade in heavy drops. The diary's twisted, agonized screams went on, so long that Harry felt his ears had stopped working, the entire world narrowing to that one horrific sound. And then, all at once, the screaming stopped. Harry looked down. Only a little ink was still seeping weakly from the mouth, in the diary's cover. Completely worn out, he pulled the sword free. Somehow, that one stab had left him more exhausted than his entire battle with the basilisk in the chamber. His head was buzzing, faint and foggy. Bang. The violent crash of a door flying open snapped Harry out of it. Lucius Malfoy stood in the doorway, staring in surprise at Harry's back, then eyeing Tver with a look of dark amusement. Dobby stumbled in behind him, his huge, watery eyes wide with panic. Dumbledore. Lucius snarled, barely containing his rage. I don't recall the board ever voting to let you waltz back into Hogwarts on your own authority. He was shaking slightly with fury. The last time he'd been this unsettled was when the Dark Lord fell from power. This had been his grand scheme of the year, and now, with Dumbledore back, it felt as if all his efforts had gone to waste. The board didn't, Dumbledore replied calmly, but its members did. He straightened, confidence in every line of his posture, and stepped past Harry to stand directly before Lucius. The day after I left, Madame Shafik wrote to me herself, asking me to return to the castle. Dumbledore advanced on Lucius one step at a time, his gaze as sharp as the sword still clutched in Harry's hand. Under that pressure, Lucius was forced to retreat, step by step. I'll convene the board and have her removed, he shouted, the bluster in his voice barely covering the panic beneath it. Dumbledore let out a soft, dismissive laugh. Indeed, someone on the board is to be removed, but that someone is you. Tonight, I learned the Weasley children were also attacked. The other 10 board members have all written to me about your threats against them. Lucius, all 11 members of the board have unanimously voted to dismiss you. Lucius's face darkened at once. The attacks in the castle aren't over. Without me, how do you plan to resolve anything? Lucius had laid all his plans with the intention of using the diary to his advantage, waiting for the moment Dumbledore was forced from the school so he could swoop in as the savior. He would gain the glory for stopping the attacks and seamlessly take the position of headmaster, the Horcrux would absorb life force, rebuild a body, and begin its resurrection. But this supposedly flawless plan had been sabotaged at every turn. The ministry and the board suddenly had people opposing him, even the newspapers refused to take his side. And after Rita disappeared, many reporters assumed she'd been threatened and, out of solidarity, began attacking the ministry as well. The problem was, he hadn't even found a single hair of Rita Skeeter. Fudge was an idiot too, unable to handle the pressure and dumping the blame onto him in front of the media. As if he could handle it better. Now, the monster in the chamber was his last hope. All he needed was to announce that he, Lucius Malfoy, had resolved the Chamber of Secrets incident, and everything would fall into place. At that thought, relief flickered through his chest. Horcruxes, he'd been terrified when he first discovered what they were. Who could possibly have anticipated involvement in something like this? You needn't trouble yourself about any of that, Dumbledore said, stretching out a hand toward Harry. We've already taken care of all the dangerous pieces. He didn't look back, but Harry knew exactly what he meant. With a slight grimace, Harry glanced at the diary lying on the floor, its cover punctured, ink still trickling out. He didn't even notice how badly his robes were stained. He pinched the corner, lifted it, and placed it in Dumbledore's waiting hand. See. Dumbledore held the diary right up before Lucius's face, droplets of ink splashing onto Lucius's clothes. The culprit has been dealt with. Lucius was too furious to speak. His cheeks puffed with rage, his eyes bulging like a startled toad. If not for years of polished manners, he would have started shouting. Catching Dobby's frantic winks, Harry suddenly said, Mr. Malfoy, you're the one who slipped the diary to Ginny, weren't you? During the summer holiday. Lucius's eyes flickered, but he still lifted his chin proudly. And your evidence? Dumbledore moved smoothly between them. We have no evidence, of course. But if Arthur were to learn that it truly was you who placed such an object in his daughter's hands, I doubt he'd mind spending another summer on your estate. Lucius's pride shattered again. His eye twitched, and he glared at Dumbledore for several long seconds. Dumbledore met the glare without flinching, he even smiled lightly. Lucius realized then that his year-long scheme had completely collapsed on him. Enraged, he spun around and stormed toward the door. Dobby. We're leaving. Seeing Dobby's reluctant expression, Harry's eyes brightened. Professor, may I return the diary to Mr. Malfoy? Of course. Dumbledore handed it to him cheerfully and watched as Harry sprinted after the retreating Lucius. The room fell suddenly quiet, leaving only Dumbledore and Tver, who had been watching the whole scene, standing in an odd, lingering silence. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 154, The True Lie. Seeing there was no more drama to watch, Tver was about to leave. He still had to go comfort poor, heartbroken Uncle Lucius. But before he could take a step, Dumbledore suddenly called out to him. Tver, do you know where I've been all this time? Tver turned back in surprise. This wasn't heading in the right direction. Feeling the shift in atmosphere, he reined in his earlier enthusiasm. Did you take a trip to relax? Dumbledore shook his head, amused, and gently set down the sword Harry had left behind. Only after doing so did he speak, sounding almost reflective. Yes, and no. He suddenly turned around, facing Tver, his expression now serious and solemn. I went to Austria. Austria. The word made Tver's pupils contract instantly, though he kept his face perfectly calm, even pretending to be more casual. Austria is wonderful. I used to visit quite often. The food there is great, surprisingly suited to my taste. And the music, of course. Austria's famous for it. You can see bands performing in the streets all the time. And the parades, they. Tver rambled on, but Dumbledore's eyes only grew more and more amused. He even sat leisurely in Professor McGonagall's chair, as if silently saying, "Go on. I'm listening. Please. Continue." Tver could no longer pretend. With a resigned sigh, he simply sat down in front of Dumbledore. "Judging by your face, your trip to Austria wasn't pleasant." "No. Not pleasant at all," Dumbledore said, giving him a look that was half smile, half accusation. "In fact, I was very unhappy. I thought for days. Hesitated for days. I had to prepare myself mentally before I finally decided to go there again. After more than 50 years, I went back to Austria. And then to..." He paused. "Nurmengard." It might not be exactly 50 years, but ever since Grindelwald was imprisoned, Dumbledore never returned, not once. So it can only be more than 50, not less. Tver's heart dropped. The moment he heard Austria, he'd already suspected Dumbledore had gone to look for his teacher, Grindelwald. He knew this day would come eventually, but he didn't expect it to come now. Just last year, Dumbledore had still been drowning in old grief. Tver had honestly thought it would take him several years to fully confront it. Years he believed he could still run around freely under Dumbledore's nose. He didn't expect Dumbledore to gather his courage so soon, and actually go see his teacher. And then, after all that emotional preparation, to arrive at Nurmengard and find it empty. No wonder he was furious. "I want an explanation," Dumbledore said through clenched teeth. "An explanation for why Grindelwald is no longer in Nurmengard." His bright blue eyes blazed with anger, practically shooting sparks at Tver. Tver gave a strained smile, desperately trying to smother the flames roaring off him. "Since you've already been to Nurmengard, you should know the place is practically falling apart. It could never hold the headmaster anymore." "That is still no reason for him to leave Nurmengard," Dumbledore said coldly. "Ahem, maybe he just stepped out for some fresh air." Tver offered weakly. "Staying cooped up in one place for too long is terrible for your health. And Nurmengard is cold and damp, perfect for developing joint problems. You wouldn't want the headmaster catching something, would you?" "Ha." Dumbledore let out a short, humorless laugh, some of the fury fading from his expression. "You certainly seem very considerate of him. But I need to know where he is now. I really don't know. The headmaster's always been the type to do as he pleases. For all I know, he's already left Europe and gone off somewhere to have fun." Tver said bluntly. He'd always wanted the two of them to meet again, but looking at Dumbledore's blazing temper right now, if he handed his teacher over, Dumbledore would probably drag him straight back to Nurmengard. And then his teacher would absolutely murder him. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his eyes hidden behind the gleam of his spectacles. "Truth be told, I don't care where Grindelwald is, or even what he's planning." "Oh." Tver blinked, thrown off. "But I do care what you are planning. Tver, from the moment you first set foot in this castle, I have been watching you. Last year, you told me you needed the Philosopher's Stone to save your life. I gave it to you. But this year? I saw you allow Voldemort to control Ginny. I saw you allow the Basilisk to roam the castle and attack students. So tell me, what excuse do you intend to give me this time?" Dumbledore slammed his hand onto the table with a sharp crack. Fawkes, startled, jerked awake on his shoulder, then quickly tucked his head back under his wing, pretending to sleep again. Tver's expression stiffened instantly. This was bad. His performance last night, and Ginny's testimony, must have tipped Dumbledore off to some of the things he'd been doing over the past year. "The headmaster is staying at room 10, Leon District, near the University of Vienna," he blurted out immediately. Honestly, if he didn't sell out his teacher now, what? Wait for Dumbledore to burn him instead. The office fell silent for one beat. "I'll go," Dumbledore said at last, shaking his head with a helpless smile. "But I'm still concerned about your intentions, Tver. What you do in the castle doesn't matter all that much to me. But you cannot harm the students. They are innocent." By the end, his voice held a faint sadness. Tver dropped the playful act, straightened, and looked at Dumbledore seriously, more serious than before. "My intentions are the same as yours." Dumbledore raised his head in surprise. "The Chamber of Secrets wouldn't open without a reason. So even when I learned the monster was a basilisk, my priority was figuring out who was manipulating everything. Isn't that exactly what you were trying to do?" But I had no way to flush the basilisk out, Dumbledore replied. From the moment Colin was attacked, he had known the creature responsible. He simply hadn't discovered its movements yet and couldn't risk alarming it. Same here, Tver said with a grin. That's why I distributed the badges, to protect every student from the basilisk's gaze. At the same time, I was secretly investigating the heir. When Ginny told me about the diary, I realized it must have been slipped onto her during the summer, most likely during that scuffle between Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley. So at Christmas, I worked with a reporter to test Malfoy's reaction. As I expected, he reacted far too strongly. It confirmed my suspicions, he was the one behind everything. So after that, all I needed was to figure out where the diary was, and the entire case would resolve itself. Of course, what happened last night was my fault too. If I'd noticed Percy's condition sooner, if I had stayed in my office, Hermione and Snape might not have been petrified, and Harry and Percy wouldn't have ended up in the chamber. Tver lowered his head, sniffed once, looking exactly like a remorseful little house elf who'd done something wrong. But in reality, he was hiding the spark of triumph rising in his chest. Dumbledore's stance had softened. He believed him. It was the most perfect kind of lie, every detail was true. He even included parts Dumbledore didn't know yet. He simply left out his actual goal. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Chapter 155, Dumbledore's bottom line. After a long moment, Dumbledore gave the smallest nod, barely noticeable, but Tver caught it clearly. I really do need to thank you on behalf of the students. Your badge proved far more effective than I imagined. He couldn't quite explain it, but something about Tver's phrasing bothered him, though he couldn't find the flaw. Tver truly hadn't harmed any students. On the contrary, he'd been attentive, thoughtful, and diligent in his teaching, even sharing several rare little spells. And honestly, the steps he'd taken, confronting Lucius and distributing those badges, were more thorough than what Dumbledore himself had considered. If Tver weren't Grindelwald's student, Dumbledore would have gladly groomed him as a successor. He never should have agreed to let him attend Durmstrang. It had only intensified his own doubts. With that thought, Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Tver's eyes, however, brightened. So, does this mean my badge materials can be reimbursed? I upgraded them specially this year. It used up quite a bit, no, a lot, of magical supplies. Very expensive ones. No. Dumbledore snapped, glaring at him. We've already lost a governor. The school's funding is limited. Of course, he added suddenly, smiling in a far too friendly way, if the Folly family were to join the governors. I wouldn't mind reimbursing you. Ah, my head hurts. Must have been injured in the chamber, Tver said dramatically, covering his face as he sprang to his feet. Terribly sorry, I'd better get to the hospital wing. But before he reached the door, Dumbledore called out again. Tver. He leaned forward, his gaze steady and unnervingly calm. Grindelwald cannot leave Austria. That is my bottom line. Why did this sound so familiar? Wasn't your bottom line something entirely different last year? But Tver wasn't foolish enough to point that out. Professor is enjoying the music in Austria right now. He has neither the time nor the interest to wander. Of course, if the professor did decide to wander, no student in the world could stop him. I'll seek him out over the summer. I hope he'll still be at the address you gave me, Dumbledore said, his expression complicated, toned deliberately even. He tried to brace himself for meeting Grindelwald again, but perhaps he wasn't quite ready. Tver's smile widened. The professor and I will be awaiting your visit. 3 times now, and this time, Dumbledore didn't stop him from leaving. He'd barely walked a short distance down the corridor when he ran into Harry returning. Harry was still covered in mud, with ink occasionally dripping from his clothes. His expression was heavy, though freeing Dobby had brightened him a little. Professor Folly? Is Headmaster Dumbledore still inside? He is. Do you need something from him? I have something I want to ask him, Harry said, eyes shifting uneasily. Then go ahead. But after that, remember to stop by the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey should check you over. Maybe it was the unexpected concern, but Harry seemed to relax a little. He pressed his lips together, nodded, and jogged toward the office. Tver didn't need legitimacy to know what weighed on him. It had to be whatever Riddle said in the chamber, making him worry he'd been sorted into the wrong house. Please. A boy whose first instinct is to use a disarming charm is not getting into Slytherin. Tver chuckled softly and shook his head, turning toward the hospital wing. He wasn't actually injured, of course, but he had to keep up appearances, didn't he? Click. Only after taking the 17th photo did Tver finally lower his camera, earning a helpless look from Madame Pomfrey. Snape, frozen mid-battle stance, stared ahead with wide eyes. There was no fear in his expression, only the faint irritation of someone who'd underestimated his opponent. The pose was dramatic enough to look rather impressive. Tver had seen this moment once already in Ginny's memories, but witnessing it in person was different. So he took out his camera and captured Snape from multiple angles, carefully documenting this rare opportunity. He was certain Snape would be very grateful when he woke up. Severus is the first professor to be attacked. Even though Minerva says the chamber business is resolved and there won't be more incidents. News that Professor Snape has been petrified will still send the students into a panic, Madame Pomfrey said worriedly. Whenever panic spread, all kinds of useless amulets and potions would circulate around the school. She already had her hands full with anxious students facing exams, and now another wave of chaos was coming. It was exhausting. And with Snape petrified, she now had to take over potion brewing duties as well. Are the mandrakes still not mature? Tver thought for a moment. In the original timeline, the mandrakes matured after the chamber was resolved, near the end of term. But now it was only March, months away. Professor Sprout says they'll need more time. They're close to maturity, but their growth has slowed, Madame Pomfrey sighed. You can try mooncalf dung. As far as I know, it can speed up a plant's growth. Does the school have mooncalf, or at least their dung? You should ask Hagrid, Tver said, nodding toward the massive figure entering through the door. Hagrid immediately spotted Tver and Madame Pomfrey and hurried over. Hagrid, when did you get back? Madame Pomfrey asked, pleasantly surprised. Just now. Heard Hermione and Ron got hurt, so I rushed over. Hagrid looked around the room. It was packed. The petrified victims included Mrs. Norris, Colin, Justin, Hermione, Snape, and Ron, who'd been knocked out by his own spell. And Hagrid himself, he still had no idea what he'd cast, but his whole body felt sore. Only after Tver used a well-placed counterspell had the pain eased enough for him to fall into a deep sleep earlier. As for Ginny and Percy, Madame Pomfrey had confirmed they were fine, and they'd happily dragged the Weasley parents off to tour the castle again. Where's Harry? Hagrid asked, confused. He'd heard Harry fought the monster in the chamber and came straight here out of concern. He's talking with Dumbledore. Forget that for now, Madame Pomfrey interrupted just as Hagrid was about to ask more. Hagrid, does the school have mooncalf? Or even just their dung? Knowing magical creatures better than anyone, Hagrid nodded immediately. Course we do. Professor Kettleburn keeps a small herd on the far side of the Forbidden Forest. They've even got their own little cave. That's wonderful. With that fertilizer, they'll recover much sooner. Exactly, just in time for end-of-term revision. Tver agreed cheerfully. Thud. At those words, Ron, who had only just managed to lift his head after being awakened, collapsed back onto the bed. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Arresting Lockhart. To celebrate the end of the attacks, and to calm the students, Dumbledore held a grand feast that evening. At the banquet, Professor Lockhart, who had been missing for an entire night, finally reappeared dressed like a flamboyant peacock. When met with Harry and the others' disdainful stares, he claimed he'd spent the entire night preparing every exam paper for the remainder of the school year. No one bothered responding to his self-advertising, everyone was too absorbed in the feast. I've got great news, a Gryffindor student whispered mysteriously to a friend. What news? Snape's been petrified. His friend sighed heavily. I've got news too. Thanks to the mooncalf dung, the mandrakes will mature in less than half a month. Dumbledore took the opportunity to inform the students about the remaining arrangements for the school year. Except for potions, which will be self-study until Professor Snape recovers, all other classes will resume as normal. I hope you make good use of the remaining time to revise, especially those preparing for OWLS and NEWTS. A wave of groans rose across the hall. For the first time in their lives, students actually missed the basilisk. After Ron's bragging and Harry's confirmation, everyone now knew the creature in the chamber had indeed been a basilisk. So in between their complaints, they discussed the monster with excitement and fear. After the feast, students either reveled in the long-lost feeling of freedom, especially the Weasley twins, or passed around whatever information they had about basilisks. Naturally, they clustered around Harry and Ron, eager to hear more about the chamber and the monster. Ron's storytelling grew more and more dramatic. Harry, on the other hand, spoke honestly. He told them how Tver summoned a dragon of fire that burned the massive basilisk to nothing. Unfortunately, very few believed him. Harry, did you even go into the chamber? Ron's version sounds more real than yours. A young wizard stormed off after hearing Harry's account. Students who had taken the time to research basilisks understood how terrifying they were: long-lived, enormous, nearly impenetrable scales, a killing gaze, and venomous fangs. How could some light, airy fire dragon possibly take it down so easily? Harry just shrugged. He and Ron had earned the school's Special Services Award. Although the cancelled Quidditch match wouldn't be replayed, the 200 points alone were enough to secure Gryffindor another house cup. And with Dumbledore clearing up his doubts and confirming he belonged in Gryffindor, Harry felt lighter than ever. As for Parseltongue, well, that was simply because a part of Voldemort's power had transferred to him that night. So now, even facing Snape, he felt like he could stay calm. 10 points from Gryffindor for making noise in the Great Hall. Snape stood there, staring at Harry with a blank expression, though a faint, almost invisible smile touched his lips. Fresh out of the hospital, he was still pale, but it didn't stop him from materializing right in front of Harry. That small smile made Harry's stomach drop. He'd rather face 10 Lockharts than face this Snape. Even if Snape had saved them earlier. And because of that, Harry held his tongue, even though the loud student had been a Hufflepuff. And for wandering the castle earlier, another 20 points. Any lingering respect Harry had evaporated instantly. Professor, Hermione, now fully recovered, stepped forward to stand beside Harry. I asked Professor Folly. He said he wouldn't hold Harry accountable for those earlier rule violations. Snape turned his gaze on Hermione, and this time there was unmistakable irritation in his eyes. So he didn't mention not holding you accountable for impersonating me, did he? 30 points from Gryffindor. With that, he turned his head away, refusing to look at any of them, and strode off in a fury. Ron opened his mouth to protest, but Hermione quickly stopped him. This is way better than I expected. I thought we'd lose 100 points, she said brightly. Part relief for the small deduction, part joy at having fully recovered. But didn't you say Professor Folly wouldn't hold it against us? Harry said, baffled. I never said that, Hermione replied, flashing a mischievous smile. I came straight to find you two right after leaving the hospital. I haven't even seen Professor Folly yet. Harry and Ron stared at her, eyes wide. You lied to Snape, they blurted out together. Hermione tugged them both down, hissing for quiet. I heard from Madame Pomfrey that Professor Folly's been pretty relaxed lately. He's probably in his office reading right now. So? Harry asked. So we can go talk to him. Hermione said excitedly. But, we did suspect the professor, Ron muttered, though he followed them anyway. That's exactly why we need to apologize, Hermione insisted. We should own up to our mistake. You didn't see him that night, the professor was incredible, Ron rambled, repeating everything Harry had told him. The more Hermione heard, the more thrilled she became. She never doubted the professor's strength, in her mind, it didn't even have an upper limit. But as they reached the third floor, they were met with a surprising scene. Several stern men in dark uniforms stood outside Lockhart's office. When the trio appeared, the men instinctively shifted to block the door. Who are you? Ron asked, emboldened by the fact they were inside Hogwarts. The Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, Gerard replied coolly after giving them a quick glance. Ron sucked in a breath. Seeing the confusion on Harry and Hermione's faces, he whispered urgently. They usually handle routine enforcement, but guarding a door like this. There might be an aura inside. Gerard's eye twitched. If Dawlish hadn't specifically ordered him to be polite to students, he'd have snapped at the boy already. Even if they were guarding the door, you couldn't just announce it out loud. Meanwhile, inside the office, Lockhart was far more distressed. What are you all doing here? He demanded, staring wildly at Dawlish, and at the watching Tver and Dumbledore. To arrest you, of course, Marvolio said with a shrug. Arrest me? A cold dread crept over Lockhart. Why? I'm a Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. His voice cracked as he stumbled back a step. Dawlish noticed his hand slipping beneath his robes. Reaching for his wand. Dawlish's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, letting him make his little move. Don't you know how the stories in your books really came about? I found the victims myself. I have more evidence than you have schemes rattling around in that head of yours. An elderly witch, after receiving treatment, told me she was the one who drove away the abandoned banshee. Dawlish listed incident after incident, recounting each victim's account, driving Lockhart further back with every word. Tver, is this true? Dumbledore asked with a tired sigh. He had known Lockhart lacked real strength, but never imagined his former student could sink so low. In some ways, the permanent damage caused by memory charms was no less cruel than dark magic. If Dawlish didn't have solid evidence, he wouldn't have come storming in like this. Tver watched the scene unfold with perfect calm. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Dobby the House Elf's Warning. Cornered and at a loss for words, Lockhart completely lost his composure. He fumbled for his wand in a panic. Before he could touch it, a flash of red light struck him. Not only did he miss the wand, his entire hand ballooned painfully. Ow. His shrill scream was so piercing that Tver winced. Don't make such a scene. Class is about to start. Marvolio curled his lip and flicked his wand again, removing the swelling from Lockhart's rapidly puffing hand. But that only made Lockhart latch onto the gesture like it was his last hope. Before his hand had even recovered, he turned desperate eyes toward Dumbledore and Tver. Headmaster Dumbledore, help me. I'm your student. I assure you, the Ministry will treat you fairly and justly, Dumbledore sighed. Seeing Lockhart like this, he already understood that Lockhart really had committed an unforgivable crime. Unwilling to watch any further, Dumbledore pushed past the large man standing at the door. He merely nodded to Harry and the other two, then strode away in silence. Left with no one else to appeal to, Lockhart turned to Tver. Tver, help me. I've helped you so much, you can't just watch them take me away. I still have to help you write the exam papers. Tver laughed lightly. Sorry, but you've already finished this year's exam papers. I don't need you anymore. For the first time in his life, Lockhart hated his own diligence. Marvolio, however, had no patience left. He ended the matter with a clean stunning spell, then had his men haul Lockhart out. He exchanged no further words with Tver, he merely cast a fierce glare at Harry and the other two waiting outside before marching off. Only Tver was left in the office. He neatly packed everything into a single trunk, though the photographs on the wall were less cooperative. They shouted at the top of their lungs about being innocent, even threatening to expose everything that had happened here. No doubt about it, Lockhart had indeed done quite a bit in the international wizarding world. Especially the photos, some people might not know who he was, but they had definitely seen Lockhart's face somewhere. Not that it mattered. Marvolio wasn't someone who acted without certainty. If he'd come to arrest someone, it meant he already had solid evidence and a complete plan for handling public opinion. A feat like this would probably earn him an Order of Merlin. Voldemort getting a medal, this world was getting stranger by the day. Tver stepped out of the office, amused. What are you three doing here? He found the trio standing there, trembling. What were we doing again? Ron whispered, immediately looking to Hermione for rescue. Hermione shot him an exasperated look, took a deep breath, and said, "We came to apologize. If it weren't for you, Harry wouldn't have gotten out of the chamber safely. We're really sorry for doubting you." She bit her lip, her face full of guilt. To think they'd suspected such a good professor, it was truly unforgivable. Remember what I told you last year? Don't judge a person too quickly, Tver reminded them solemnly. He had no intention of becoming the permanent scapegoat, that role was far better suited to Snape. The three of them lowered their heads at once, too ashamed to speak. All right, come back to my office and tell me, what made you start suspecting me? Tver said with a smile that eased the tension. I don't think I've done anything particularly detestable, have I? Harry and Ron, ever carefree, immediately perked up and began chattering about all the things that had made them suspicious. Of course not. You're not Snape. It's just that the professor's research is terrifying, studying Neville, Hermione, and all that. It's hard not to be suspicious. Tver opened the door and chuckled. That's just normal academic research. If you knew anything about Muggle science, you'd realize it's nothing unusual. Of course, in the wizarding world, research involving souls or the human body was still taboo. So Tver brushed past it lightly. Harry and Ron didn't think too deeply about it, they didn't enjoy thinking deeply in the first place, and nodded along. Hermione looked like she wanted to say something, but remembering how she had doubted him earlier, guilt pressed down on her and she stayed quiet. Sit down. Pumpkin juice all right. The three nodded obediently and settled onto the small sofa. Tver had noticed more and more students coming to his office lately. One chair wasn't enough, and conjuring extra seats every time felt rude, so he simply brought out the sofa he liked to lounge on while reading at night. I've noticed you all really love pumpkin juice. The tea I prepared hasn't been touched in 2 years. He pulled over a chair and sat across from them, with 4 large cups of pumpkin juice floating along behind him. But something in the room clearly wasn't happy about not getting any pumpkin juice of its own, thumping irritably from under a black cloth. Ron shivered for no reason. Pointing at the cloth-covered cage, he asked, Professor, what's in there? Tver glanced back. Creatures you're familiar with, and about to become even more familiar with. So we'll be seeing them in class. Ron stretched his neck excitedly, as though that might let him see through the black cloth. That's right. Tver nodded. But what I really want to know is, did you start suspecting me just because of my research? He did have his own hidden agenda, of course, but he doubted these young wizards could see through anything that subtle. Or, had he slipped somewhere? The thought made his expression grow a little heavier. Harry, Ron, and Hermione misunderstood at once, assuming he was displeased with them. Their hands shrank back from the pumpkin juice. Actually, it's mostly because of Dobby. Harry figured that since the professor had been wrongly accused, it was fine to bring up the house elf. The night Colin was attacked, before you came into the hospital wing, Dobby showed up there. Tver knew this happened in the original plot and nodded for Harry to continue. Encouraged, Harry spoke with more confidence. Besides telling me he tried everything to get me out of school because he wanted to protect me, he also said you'd had a very cheerful chat with Malfoy's father over the summer. He told me I should keep my distance from you. Of course, Dobby turned out to be wrong, Harry added quickly. Only then did Tver remember that little house elf. He had made the same mistake Voldemort once did, completely underestimating a house elf. House elves were stronger than many other magical creatures, but compared to wizards, their abilities weren't especially impressive. They were beings with a high baseline yet a limited ceiling, operating on a magical system entirely different from wizardry. And because their magic wasn't the same, many ordinary restrictions simply didn't work on them. That tended to give them surprising advantages. It seemed growing stronger and living comfortably had made him arrogant without noticing. Tver quietly raised the priority he placed on house elves, and other magical creatures, in his mind. Chapter 158, The Acromantula. The next day, news of Lockhart being taken away spread not only among Harry's trio but throughout the entire castle. At first, quite a few students who had once been, or still were, Lockhart fans were unhappy. They protested loudly and even threatened to write letters condemning the Ministry of Magic. Lately, criticizing the ministry had practically become a daily hobby for wizards. But the moment they received the newspapers delivered by Owl, all their complaints vanished. Gilderoy Lockhart, My Life of Deception. Once again it was an article by Rita Skeeter, with another sharp, attention-grabbing headline that instantly drew every eye. Unlike her usual style, this time Rita presented solid, irrefutable evidence. With Marvolio's help, she compared each of Lockhart's heroic deeds with reality and laid out the truth in full. She even included statements from the real victims. Lockhart's crimes, using memory charms to steal others' achievements and put his own name on them, were completely exposed to the entire wizarding world. There was so much material that she couldn't fit it all into one issue, so Rita switched to a serialized release, one exposed lie per day. Tver strongly suspected this was just a daily profit stunt to boost sales. But he had to admit, it worked. Her articles caused an uproar throughout the castle, and from then on clouds of owls arrived every morning with more papers. Some fans insisted on defending him at first. Later, there were no fans left. Everyone simply chatted cheerfully about whom Lockhart had deceived next or which part of his books was probably exaggerated. Students even dusted off their textbooks, Lockhart's own series, trying to guess which character was about to be revealed as a victim. But all that aside, what mattered most to them now was class. And their long-held wish had finally come true, every remaining defense against the dark arts lesson would be taught by Professor Folly. Room 11. Tver arrived right on time, carrying a cage. Sorry, I was held up for a moment. As usual, he led them to the open space at the back of the classroom. He set the cage down and offered a brief apology, but none of the students cared about the delay. Their eyes were glued to the cage. It wasn't big, not even as long or wide as their calves, but whatever was inside clearly felt their attention. It thumped restlessly against the bars, making sharp banging sounds. Ron nudged Harry excitedly with his elbow. He had recognized it at once, it was the same cage they'd seen in the professor's office. And inside was the first magical creature opponent Professor Tver had prepared personally for them. Of course, last year's troll didn't count, most of the class hadn't been there for that anyway. Tver looked at their eager faces with amusement. Instead of pulling off the black cloth immediately, he let the suspense build. Originally, I didn't plan to give second years anything like this. First, you're preparing for your final exams, and second, you still don't know that many spells. But since you're about to start revising, I decided to give you a tense, exciting combat lesson first, so afterward you can focus properly. So I need you to promise that after this class, you'll study seriously, no slacking off, no complaining about boring lessons. All right. Tver coaxed them in the tone of someone bribing children. The students found it a little strange, but of course they weren't about to refuse, why would they? They had to revise anyway, and now they finally got to do something other than the light ball game. They agreed without hesitation. Cut the nonsense, Professor. We'll be as good as little babies from now on. Ron shouted. The students didn't find it embarrassing at all. Instead, they burst into cheers and laughter. Tver's lips lifted in a small, satisfied smile at their enthusiasm. All right, all right. He raised his hand, bringing the room back to silence. It's a deal, then. Now we begin the real lesson. He stepped beside the cage and pinched the corner of the black cloth. With one pull, the contents were revealed to the young wizards. Everyone craned their necks eagerly for a better look. But Ron, sitting in the front row for once, sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening like blown-out lanterns. He let out a strangled gasp, too terrified to even scream. Because inside was a spider. And not just any spider, but the very acromantula he and Harry had encountered in the Forbidden Forest not long ago. The acromantula seemed to recognize him too. Its 8 eyes locked onto Ron with savage focus, and its 2 shrunken venomous fangs clicked open and shut non-stop. If Tver hadn't shrunk it beforehand, half the class would have fainted on the spot. But precisely because it was tiny, the bold students were instantly dissatisfied. "Professor, why is the spider so small?" "Yeah, I wouldn't even need magic. One stomp and it's done. It's not even as big as my cat." They'd imagined facing some fearsome, towering monster and then heroically blasting it away with their wands. And instead, this. Tver ignored their complaints and pointed at the spider, which grew angrier under the bright light. "Who can tell me what this is?" "It's an acromantula, Professor." To everyone's surprise, Harry answered first. "Correct. An acromantula." Tver tapped his wand approvingly. Come to think of it, was this the first time Harry had spoken up so quickly in class? According to legend, acromantulas were originally bred by wizards. Whether that's true is impossible to confirm now. They've existed longer than Hogwarts itself. Early on, ancient wizards raised them as guardians, for their homes or treasure. But don't let that fool you. Wizards abandoned the idea because acromantulas breed rapidly, fight effectively in groups, and, most importantly, refuse to be tamed. One careless moment, and their owners end up as spider food, chewed and swallowed whole. I knew it. Hagrid probably thought acromantulas could be trained and would happily tell us clues about the chamber. Ron muttered angrily. So, remember this, don't provoke acromantulas out in the wild. Even if they show some intelligence, it doesn't change their brutal, man-eating nature. Tver didn't even need to release the spider, his warning alone drained the color from their faces. Their earlier bravado vanished instantly. This was a spider that ate people. But it's tiny. It couldn't even bite off my pinky. Seamus said cluelessly. Tver wasn't annoyed. In fact, he appreciated the setup. With a mischievous smile, he opened the cage. The instant the spider leapt out, it expanded, growing to half a man's height. And half a man measured by Tver's height was no small thing. Its 8 long legs stretched nearly 15 feet, and the front pair of chelicerae clicked excitedly. Its glowing fangs gleamed with a vicious, predatory shine. Judging by how the students immediately scrambled backward, they were truly terrified now. This was one of the largest acromantulas Tver had chosen, second only to Aragog. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, The Defeated Acromantula. Realizing the acromantula was about to pounce, Tver pretended not to notice and let the students retreat step by step. Then. Ah. The moment the acromantula leapt, the girl in the front row squeezed her eyes shut and released a scream loud enough to shake the castle. It took a long moment before she felt her friend nudging her shoulder. Whatever they were saying didn't register, her ears weren't taking anything in. She slowly opened her eyes to see the acromantula suspended in midair, fangs bared and legs thrashing. But that was all, it wasn't moving any closer. Weren't you saying you could crush it with 1 foot? And Seamus, weren't you the one complaining it was too small? Tver held his wand aloft, guiding the spider back toward him. Seamus let out a nervous laugh and waved both hands quickly. If classmates weren't packed behind him, he'd have backed straight into the wall. So, never underestimate any magical creature, even if it looks tiny at first. Don't forget, we live in a world where magic changes everything. After reminding them, Tver froze the acromantula in place. Come on, get closer. Take a good, careful look. Otherwise you won't know how to deal with it in a moment. The students' eyes flew wide, too stunned to speak. They'd been so terrified they'd almost forgotten this acromantula was for their combat practice. Looking at those razor-sharp fangs, it became painfully clear, they wouldn't be stomping the spider, it would be chewing on them for an afternoon snack. Terrified but unable to refuse, they edged closer and studied it piece by piece under Tver's guidance. Female acromantula are larger than males, but both are dangerous. Size isn't what makes them lethal, the fangs are. Their venom causes paralysis. It won't kill you outright, but being unable to move in front of an acromantula is practically the same as death. Tver pointed at its fangs with his wand. So later, your main priority is to keep it from getting close, and above all, don't let it bite you. The students had nothing to say. As if they could control that. Why not just not release the spider at all? Seeing their faces, Tver finally chuckled. Don't worry. I'm going to teach you a spell designed specifically for spiders. If you cast it together, even this one won't be able to hurt you. Only then did they start to relax. Alright, wands up with me. The hand movement isn't important, but the incantation is. Aranea exumai. Aranea exumai, about 40 voices. They repeated it in a chaotic jumble, some students accidentally firing blue sparks and setting off a small wave of panic. Still, Tver nodded, satisfied. Very good. Now we. Professor. I don't think this is a good idea. Harry swallowed hard. He could tell half the class hadn't said the spell correctly. You're only teaching it once. Ron rasped beside him. Don't worry, Tver said with a laugh as he lifted the spell restraining the spider. This one is made for fighting spiders. It's actually very simple. Relax. The students scrambled backward in fear. Raise your wands. They struggled to lift them in the packed crowd. And cast. The acromantula's vacant stare sharpened at once. All 8 eyes gleamed with excitement as they locked onto the young wizards, especially Harry and Ron. Arenia exume. Aurelia exumi. Arena exumi. Ron waved his wand in pure panic. Not even a spark came out, let alone a proper spell. Hard to tell whether mispronouncing it was a blessing or a disaster. Harry, meanwhile, had handled plenty of acromantula before. This one was bigger, sure, but it was only one. Arenia exumi. A sharp burst of blue light hit the spider's soft belly, knocking the charging acromantula backward in an instant. Harry flashed Ron a wide, triumphant grin, and Ron finally exhaled in relief. Watch out. As her classmates gasped, Hermione quickly fired off another spell, forcing the spider back again. Can you two please focus? The spider is still here. She shot the pair an exasperated glare. Tver added smoothly, that's the drawback of this spell. It's easy to learn and handy to use, but it doesn't pack much power. So when you're casting it, pay attention. Watch how the spider moves. Don't relax just because you pushed it back once. Encouraged, the students realized the acromantula really wasn't that difficult to deal with. Honestly, there were 40 students here. They didn't even need the blinding light charm. Just Lumos alone could probably blind the thing. Besides, it wasn't like Tver actually meant to kill his own students. If he did, even a few hundred years wouldn't be enough time to serve in Azkaban. Once the students settled down, they practiced under his protection until they finally mastered the spider banishing char. The spell really wasn't that hard. Compared to the blinding light charm, it was practically effortless. Unfortunately for the spider, that only meant things were about to get worse for it. Under Tver's instructions, the students formed a loose circle, several young wizards in each direction firing spells at it. Every step the spider managed to take forward sent it skidding back several paces. Even Ron, flushed with excitement, cast the first, and only, fully correct spell his wand had ever produced. By the end, the massive acromantula was bouncing around like a ball, blasted into the air again and again by the young wizards. Its 8 eyes were filled with utter hopelessness as it sailed back and forth through the air. It hadn't touched the ground for 10 whole minutes. For the first time, the fairly intelligent creature realized how useless its tough carapace really was. It could block damage, sure, but it couldn't do anything about being knocked flying. The students kept at it gleefully all the way until class ended, when Tver finally rescued the poor acromantula. Yes, rescued. Back in its cage, the spider was unbelievably well behaved. Not only did it skip the usual threatening clicks, its long legs barely twitched at all. Was it dead? Tver poked it worriedly. He still needed the spider for several more classes. All right then, looks like you all enjoyed yourselves today. Once he confirmed the spider was merely depressed, Tver smiled at the group. We did. This spell is amazing. I didn't even blow anything up this time. Spiders. I've never been afraid of them. Ron puffed out his chest proudly. Good. Now, remember our deal. There's a workbook on the front desk. Everyone go up and grab one to take home. 1 unit per week. Lockhart might have left the castle, but the assignments he created definitely hadn't. And with no one to share half the teaching load anymore, Tver certainly needed a way to drain some of the students' energy. He watched, satisfied, as the students, faces fallen, picked up the thick workbooks in a daze. Judging by the size of them, they might not even finish before summer break. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, The Basilisk reappears. Just like last year, Tver was once again in charge of all 7 grade levels. After grinding through classes non-stop, he reaffirmed a familiar belief. He really needed another professor to share the workload. Fortunately, with finals approaching, most classes were focused on review. And to make sure the students accepted that plan without complaint, Tver had spent the entire previous week giving them fun, easy lessons instead. For the lower years, 4th grade and below, it was all about spider-fly fun. Aside from the first years scrambling a bit, the other 3 grades thoroughly enjoyed themselves. At least no creatures were harmed, if you didn't count the acromantula that got played half to death. The 5th years and above, however, had a very different activity. In the Colosseum, during the 6th year advanced class. Professor, I heard the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk. Is that true? Bulstrode called out before class even started. The room went instantly quiet. All eyes turned to Tver, who was adjusting a statue. They had already heard the story from Harry, Ron, and even Percy, but they still wanted to hear the official answer from the professor, and more importantly, they wanted to learn that flashy fire spell. After hearing Harry swear up and down multiple times, they had finally begun to accept that the outrageous magic might actually exist. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, the spell just went far beyond anything they could imagine. They had never seen, nor even heard of, magic that terrifying. It was indeed a basilisk, Tver said with a shrug. But I can't show you the real creature anymore. Just like with the troll, he had planned to drag the basilisk out to use as a teaching tool. But during the chamber incident, wanting to show off a little in front of Percy, and having just received Ravenclaw's abilities, the Protego Diabolica he cast had instantly vaporized the basilisk. The student's eyes lit up. That basically confirmed the fire spell was real. Professor, can you teach us that spell? Bulstrode asked again. Percy stood with his hands on his hips, watching the others with amusement. That was fiendfire. There was no way the professor would teach it to them. He'd be lucky to learn it in private himself. Tver raised an eyebrow, suddenly getting an idea. Of course. Woohoo, the students cheered. Not. Their cheers cut off immediately. Don't even think about it. That's not a spell you can learn, and the school absolutely won't allow me to teach it. He pointed his wand at the pile of unused stone. But you will get the chance to face a basilisk, and defeat it using your own methods. The students instantly understood why the massive stones had always been sitting there in the arena. The blocks began to melt together as if fusing, and their tops reshaped into a huge, vicious serpent head. The head moved with uncanny flexibility, whipping toward them as if it were alive. Its yellow eyes swept across the group. Anyone who met its gaze felt their body stiffen. Before their stunned eyes, the serpent head broke free. It stretched farther and farther, its enormous body and trembling tail forming before them. 10 seconds later, the stones were gone entirely, replaced by a giant serpent taking up half the arena. The real basilisk had been vaporized, but he could always transform a new, fake one. Tver stood proudly at the edge of the arena and announced this to them. As you can see, this is the basilisk. You already know its specific traits well enough, I won't repeat them. Try defeating it using your own methods. As if understanding his words, the basilisk reared its upper body high, flicking its tongue in a threatening display. Just a reminder, this time, you'll all attack together. But remember, the basilisk's eyes can still cause petrification. Then, let the battle commence. Without giving them even a moment to prepare, the basilisk whipped its head and swept it hard toward the students on the ground. Impedimenta. Asterisk. Combat Season Percy was the first to react, leading his teammates in casting their spells. But this time, the basilisk was made of stone. Tver hadn't altered the petrified skin's properties, giving the basilisk even stronger defenses. So the head only slowed slightly, its sweeping force barely reduced. Fortunately, the other students had spent a year training for combat, their awareness and reflexes greatly improved. So they all ran for it. Naturally. Avoiding attacks had become their most polished skill this entire year. And don't underestimate it, their evasive maneuvers were surprisingly well coordinated. Those farther away had enough room to cast impedimenta and transfiguration spells, doing their best to slow the basilisk. Meanwhile, the students closest to it sprinted straight for safety, not worrying in the slightest about getting hit. That kind of trust was something most teams could never achieve. Seeing its attack fail and even give the students time to regroup into 3-person squads, the basilisk grew furious. It slid forward aggressively and lunged again toward the center of the formation. People often assume snakes move slowly because they glide. In reality, a snake's forward strike is incredibly fast, so fast most people can't react at all. In an instant, an entire 3-person squad was swallowed whole. If not for the glowing badges on their uniforms and the professor watching from the sidelines, everyone would have thought those students had actually died. A wave of fear crashed over the group. This basilisk wasn't holding back. While they'd been watching its head, more than 10 classmates had already been petrified. Don't panic. Percy shouted, eyes shut. All attackers and distractors, close your eyes and follow your support player's instructions. Crystal quickly grabbed Percy and Charles by the shoulders, tracking the basilisk's movements by watching its body instead of its eyes. All support players, do what I'm doing and guide your teammates. With that, she ignored the confused students nearby and hurriedly whispered to Percy and Charles. Percy, fire straight ahead. Charles, hit your 11 o'clock with the softening charm. Both followed the commands immediately. A moment later, they heard the basilisk recoil. The attack had been repelled. Seeing this, the surrounding students copied the tactic at once, forming odd 2 front 1 rear formations. Accuracy suffered with the front 2 attacking blind, but they had the numbers. And with the basilisk's massive size, every movement exposed it to nearly 10 spells at once, causing its lunges to falter again and again. It managed now and then to petrify a few careless support players and break apart their small squads, but it paid a much higher price. Chunks of stone were blasted off its body, and even its prized serpent head was becoming badly damaged. The students' morale surged higher and higher. Chapter 161, The Secrets of the Chamber. Half an hour later, the basilisk's massive body finally crumbled into a heap of rubble, and the student it had swallowed was released by Tver. The few remaining teams collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, leaning against each other and gasping for breath. But every one of them was smiling. Percy lay on his back on the stone-dusted floor, staring up at the bright blue sky and the occasional drifting cloud. His emotions were still running high, a sentence stuck somewhere in his throat, something he wanted to say but couldn't quite voice. He broke into a wide grin. It was the first time he had defeated such a powerful opponent using ordinary magic, without relying on dark spells or any tricks. He had beaten the basilisk fair and square. More importantly, this time he had truly fought side by side with his teammates, finally understanding the value of working together. He thought back to what he'd said at the start of the term, and to Professor Folly's reply. This victory really did belong to all of them. The other students felt the same. They crowded together with their teammates, arms slung over shoulders and backs, loudly bragging about their moments of glory. After a full year of study, in this moment, they finally understood what teamwork meant. Of course, there was also a flicker of respect for Harry rising in their hearts. How had he managed to take on such a terrifying creature all by himself? Similar end-of-lesson scenes played out in the 5th and 7th years. Everyone had witnessed the basilisk's ferocity and experienced the power of cooperation. For a while, the castle's atmosphere improved noticeably. Especially between the houses, thanks to the cross-house team formations, the usual competitive tension had eased a great deal. Students spent their days talking excitedly about working together, leaving no trace of the gloom the basilisk had brought before. At the very least, when Tver gave quizzes in class, no one complained. Late at night, after finally squeezing out a bit of free time, Tver quietly cracked open his office door, leaving only a sliver. He peeked through the gap at the hallway outside. Spotting the faint glimmer of golden threads above him, he let out a satisfied smile. So that was the magic Dumbledore used to keep an eye on him. As long as they were inside the castle, headmasters could make use of various privileges granted by the school. That was recorded in Lady Rowena's writings. Still, this particular bit of clever magic was probably Dumbledore's own work, and Tver wasn't able to decipher it yet. Avoiding it, however, was much easier. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself, suppressing his magical presence to the lowest possible level. The Tver standing in the doorway vanished at once. Even if Snape had been there, he wouldn't have sensed anything amiss. Only then did Tver make his way toward the girls' lavatory. Creak. The newly repaired door still couldn't hide the marks of age. Tver closed it helplessly. Moaning Myrtle drifted out from her cubicle, puzzled. Who's there? Who's in here? She scanned the entrance in confusion, but saw nothing out of place. Had she imagined the sound? Wait, could ghosts even have auditory hallucinations? Lost in her doubts, Myrtle failed to notice the small hole that had appeared behind the sink, hidden from her view. Tver couldn't speak Parseltongue, but he knew Transfiguration. All he needed was the exact location of the entrance. Opening a small gap using Transfiguration was child's play. The wall wasn't especially hard, nor was it protected by any charms. If he weren't worried that other pipes might be too narrow or contain something strange, Tver could have crawled through any of them. He slipped down the pipe and reached the chamber once more. But the basilisk skin he'd seen earlier was gone, taken by someone, though he couldn't tell who. Basilisk hide was excellent potion material, Tver thought with a trace of regret. The tear in the chamber door was still there, but a slow pulse of magic was knitting it back together. The repair was so gradual he wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't been sensing the magic directly. And it was precisely that lingering magic that made Tver nod in satisfaction. It's not your magic I fear, but that you might truly be a bare, empty chamber. After receiving Ravenclaw's guidance, he shifted his attention to the remaining two founders. When it came to Salazar Slytherin, the most obvious legacy he had left behind was this Chamber of Secrets. His last visit had been rushed, and it wouldn't have been appropriate to search the chamber in front of Harry and Percy. Recently, time had been tight, and he'd also needed to keep Dumbledore's suspicions at bay. Only now did he finally have a moment to come back. Tver stood at the entrance without stepping inside, running his hands along the stone door that faintly pulsed with magic. The way this magic operated resembled ancient magic, runes carved into an object and activated according to certain rules. The clever part was that there were no visible runes at all. After investigating for quite a while, drawing on the knowledge and understanding he'd gained from the two founders, he finally realized that the runes and the magic had merged into one. It was strange, to say the least. In simple terms, the runes here were made of magic itself, while the magic drew its strength from those runes. This resolved the problem of magic not being able to store itself on non-magical materials and allowed the magic to exist for an extended period. With that in mind, Tver understood how the door functioned. As if magic still had its basic rules. Runes were runes, magic was magic, how could the two possibly blend? Even with his limited knowledge of ancient magic, he understood that without actual, physical runes, the magic would have faded long ago. Unable to figure out the principle behind the door, Tver decided to stop thinking about it altogether. Because he had another method, the will line. Where there was magic, there would be a will line. He could follow that line to find the magic's owner. Namely, Salazar Slytherin. Tver placed his hand on the point where the magical reaction was strongest. His magic surged as he slowly closed his eyes. He didn't actually need to, but it felt appropriate. The next second, he wished he had kept them shut. Chaos. The will line was like a tangled ball of yarn, one that a cat had already played with. It wrapped around the door in all directions. Even if he strained his eyes, he couldn't make out where it began or ended. But one thing he was certain of, both its starting point and its endpoint were inside the door. Wait, had Salazar Slytherin become the door? If anyone had been here, they would have seen Professor Folly, always composed, wearing a stunned expression for the first time. He blinked several times in confusion, and with the faint dark circles around his eyes, he looked almost like a panda. I don't know anything. After all, I'm just a little professor. After thinking it over all night and nearly draining his magic, Tver still couldn't figure out what was going on with the door. Luckily, he'd run into a similar situation in the Room of Requirement and already knew the Founder's secrets weren't easily uncovered. With that in mind, he let himself relax and left for now. Frustration was unavoidable, but he had plenty of patience these days. After all, an entire group of students was waiting for him to hand out their exams. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, The Decorated Marvolio. The warm summer sunlight streamed into the Gryffindor common room, where students were absorbed in tackling mountains of homework and revision materials. Only occasionally, when a few tired students lifted their heads to glance out the window, did they sigh over Professor Folly's wicked intentions. Such beautiful weather, and they were stuck indoors. What a waste. Ever since the last enjoyable practical lesson ended, the professor had handed each student a workbook. It supposedly contained all the defense against the dark arts exam questions from the past 20 years, along with many basic concepts and their advanced versions that appeared on the OWLS and NEWT exams. It was meant to give everyone early exposure to the kinds of questions they would face and a sense of their difficulty. But there was too much, and it was far too hard. The more fun the previous lessons had been, the more miserable they were now as they worked through the exercises. Especially because several professors had noticed how effective this method was and began doing the same, releasing workbooks for their own subjects. Transfiguration class. As Professor Folly said, your lack of theoretical knowledge has already begun to affect your practical magic. That was my oversight, and it must be corrected. Professor McGonagall pointed at the thick exercise book. Charms class. To put together this workbook for you, my dark circles now rival Professor Folly's, Professor Flitwick joked. So don't you dare waste my hard work. And don't say I didn't warn you, every year's final exam will include questions taken from this book. Because of that, the students abandoned their usual habit of rote memorization and threw themselves into endless practice problems. Unlike ordinary exercises, every concept here was clearly summarized and labeled with its source to help them find where it appeared in the textbook. The questions involving practical spells even included illustrations for easier understanding. After all, the purpose was to help them learn magic and fill in their knowledge gaps, not to force them into mindless drills. Theory always had to serve practical application. Hermione, I heard from George there's a doubling charm that can copy answers. Ron collapsed onto his textbook with a thud, muttering weakly. Harry looked yearningly at Hermione as well. They weren't even halfway through their work, while Hermione had already moved on to checking answers. Don't even think about it. I'm not lending you my answers, she said offhandedly. And the solutions are all in the textbook or your notes. It's really not that hard. Not that hard. Ron shot upright, his voice suddenly rising. We spend ages searching and still can't find a single correct answer. He jabbed a finger at one of the questions, grumbling loudly. Hermione set down her textbook with a sigh and pulled the workbook from his hands. One glance and she knew the problem. This is a question on the similarities and differences between the memory charm and the false memory charm. It's just a warm-up for the OWLS. She flipped through Standard Book of Spells, Level 2, then handed Ron the page with her notes. Didn't we discuss Lockhart before, didn't we? I thought you guys knew all about his specialty. Can't imagine what we'd do without you, Ron said, accepting the book with a sigh. Didn't you worry we'd get you in trouble? We stopped paying attention to Lockhart altogether. Was he tried already? Hermione immediately pulled out a thick stack of newspapers and flipped to the latest issue. The verdict came out just a few days ago. For using the memory charm on over 30 witches and wizards, causing irreversible severe damage, he was ordered to forfeit all income he gained through stealing others' work to compensate the victims, and sentenced to 20 years in prison. He's probably already in Azkaban. Thinking of Hagrid's shaken expression when he'd mentioned Azkaban after returning, Ron went pale. Isn't that the Auror who took Lockhart away? Harry pointed at another photo in the paper. Yeah. He even glared at us, Ron grumbled. The lower half of the article about Lockhart was entirely about that Auror. Dawlish stood proudly beside Minister Fudge, the medals on his chest gleaming even in the photograph. Hermione spread open the paper so they could all read the report. This man is named Dawlish. Rita says he's the most capable Auror the Ministry has had in the past decade. In just 1 year, he's captured half of all wanted criminals. This time, he received the Order of Merlin, second class not only for exposing Lockhart's crimes, but also for bringing peace to the wizarding world. Ron frowned in confusion. Rita Skeeter wrote this. I thought she'd say this Auror didn't deserve the medal. She did say that, but what she meant was that Dawlish deserves a first-class order instead. The Ministry should give capable employees the honors they're due. Hermione, unaware of Rita's fame for tearing people apart in the wizarding world, assumed this was normal. But to Tver, far away, this was anything but subtle. Can't you keep a low profile? Just take the medal and leave it at that. The Ministry's bound to get criticized again soon, and people will naturally remember you then. Holding the insignia, Tver scolded Marvolio as if he were hopeless. Tver had just received the second medal from Dervish and Banges and handed it over to him. And somehow, Marvolio still managed to turn a good thing into a bad one. Receiving a medal was a blessing, an extra layer of prestige that made others think twice before crossing you. But openly pushing for a higher-ranking order? That was just begging for Fudge to resent him. I didn't mean to, Marvolio said, sounding wronged. That woman Rita took it on herself. By the time I realized, the papers were already out. He hadn't expected Rita to suddenly become so cooperative. When he'd gone to her home, the place had been stacked with glowing articles about them. The kind that could make him blush. There had even been pieces about Tver and Cynthia, practically ready for publication. If he hadn't stopped her in time, Tver himself might have been the one knocking on her door. Hearing Marvolio complain, Tver could only sigh. Then tell her to stay quiet for a while. After some time passes, we'll let her tear into the Ministry again. Is something going on? Marvolio was long used to Tver's predictions. If he'd said Dumbledore would join their side someday, Marvolio might have believed him. That's not important right now. What matters is, how's Lucius? Ha. Marvolio let out a wicked little laugh. Plenty of officials are fed up with him. They blame him for the Ministry being criticized for months. Fudge hasn't spoken to him in 2 months. Weasley seems determined to go against him. With Cynthia's subtle help, he's ruined several of Lucius's sales operations and confiscated loads of dark magical items. Good. Give him a bit more time. He might even come knocking on his own. Tver's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Compared to the original plot, Lucius had merely been raided a few times and had grown distant from the Ministry. Hardly a devastating blow to the Malfoy family. But the difference now was that Tver could offer them an additional possibility. A better one. All he needed was to place a more significant chip on the scale, just enough to tip Lucius's final choice. Chapter 163, Luna's Confidence. The Malfoy family affair was finally nearing its end, but before that, Tver still had to proctor the students' final exams. He had already witnessed plenty of cheating attempts last year, and the students were well aware of his anti-cheating measures. This time, they simply gave up on the idea altogether. The little imp keeping watch over them was not someone to mess with. At Tver's suggestion, all students would take their exams according to OWL standards, written tests in the morning, practical exams in the afternoon. Excluding the 5th and 7th years, he would only need 5 days to finish this last task of the school year. The written portion was, of course, provided by their former, beloved Professor Lockhart. Tver hadn't even bothered removing his name from the exam papers. After all, it was probably the last gift he had left for the students, and likely his final signature in this world. 20 years in Azkaban was, in everyone's eyes, practically a death sentence. For the practical exams, the 1st and 2nd years naturally faced Hogwarts' now traditional light ball game, only in an upgraded version that incorporated quiz questions. What Tver hadn't expected was how much pressure the students felt during the finals. The moment they realized they had gotten an answer wrong, some showed clear signs of emotional collapse. Even the usually confident Draco Malfoy turned bright red and completely flustered over one incorrect answer. Tver had no choice but to extend the answering time a bit, hoping to ease their nerves. After all, this was a practical exam, answering questions wasn't supposed to be the main focus. For third years and above, the exam was a real battle. Much to their disappointment, Tver chose to take it easy this year and didn't personally participate as he had last year. Every spare moment recently had gone into studying the Chamber of Secrets door, especially at night, when he'd burned through countless hours of sleep. His dark circles had reached a new record since arriving at Hogwarts, so he decided to rest a little during the exams. Instead, he sent out a team of chain hammer statues to test each group. Yes, this year's practical exam would be done in teams, with scores divided into team scores and individual scores. If a team scored poorly, no individual score would be very high. But even if a team score was excellent, personal scores wouldn't necessarily be the same. Their grades were based on both teamwork and individual performance. The final result would be the sum of the two. To Tver's pleasant surprise, after a full year of training, quite a few teams were now able to defeat the chainhammer statues. According to his settings, doing so didn't require overwhelming offensive power. The key was coordination, smooth, accurate teamwork with no mistakes. That was far more difficult than simply boosting attack power. Thankfully, their teamwork had been sharpened during the Basilisk training session, raising their abilities enough to overcome the statues. Even those who still couldn't defeat them performed far better than before. When scoring, Tver even had to consider how fast a team managed to defeat a statue. Given another year, he was sure they'd create an entire speedrun ranking board. In his good mood, he raised everyone's practical scores considerably. At least their summer report cards would bring them some joy. Of course, those with poor theoretical performance would still have heavier summer homework than the rest. Regardless, 1 week later, he finally wrapped up all his teaching duties and officially entered leisure mode. His only remaining annoyance was that door in the Chamber of Secrets, now more than halfway restored. Over the past weeks, he had only managed to barely sort out the wool lines inside it, confirming that both the source and endpoint were rooted in the door itself. As for why, he still hadn't figured it out. Deep in thought, Tver headed toward the Great Hall. Along the way, he passed many young wizards hurrying there for the upcoming year-end feast, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the House Cup. Did you hear? The ghosts of Ravenclaw and Slytherin have vanished. I don't think that's strange at all. Those two houses always have so much on their minds, anything could happen. Not like us Gryffindors, so pure and innocent, a young lion declared, chin tilted proudly. I feel like innocent isn't the right word, his friend muttered. But if the bloody Baron is gone, what about Peeves? It feels like no one in the castle can stop him now. Professor Flitwick should be able to. Last time Peeves was causing trouble in the trophy room, Filch threatened to call Professor Folly. Little did they know, Professor Folly was walking right behind them, listening to every word. Professor, are you going to the banquet too? A playful voice popped out of nowhere. It was Luna Lovegood. Tver's thoughts snapped back at her sudden appearance. The two Gryffindors were startled as well. With awkward expressions, they muttered, "Loony. If you don't know how to behave, I can write to your parents over the summer and let them teach you some manners before you return to Hogwarts." Tver looked at them without a hint of expression. Both boys immediately turned pale. Apologize. We're sorry. Asterisk. Once they blurted it out, they bolted down the corridor. It was their first time seeing Professor Folly so stern, he looked like Snape had possessed him. Actually, I'm used to it, Luna said, holding a stack of papers. She shook her head lightly, looking almost like a little elf. That's not a good habit, Tver said, not pushing the topic further. What do you have there? Some notices. My shoes seem to wander off on their own. Luna showed him the flyers and pointed to the wall, which was already covered with several copies. Wander off. Tver looked down at her bare feet, puzzled. This was clearly student mischief, and depending on how you saw it, it bordered on bullying. Yes, Luna said with complete certainty. Some things are here, or there, waiting for me to find them. Even if I don't know where they are now, I somehow run into them bit by bit. She smiled softly, her eyes as steady as her voice. She always spoke in a dreamy, mysterious way, yet Tver couldn't shake the sense that her words carried meaning. Just like when he had met her earlier in the third-floor corridor. I can use magic to find your shoes easily. Tver pulled out his wand, intending to help her this once. No, Luna gently stopped him. I think I've already found them. They had just walked past a junction. Around the corner, a pair of shoes hung from the arm of a statue. Clearly, they were hers. That odd feeling crept over Tver again. Had she known she would find them here? Or had she simply seen through her classmates' prank all along? Chapter 164, The End of Your Banquet. As Tver pondered, Luna retrieved the shoes, slipped them on, and stood up again. You have a lot of raxperts around you, she said softly. What are those? Tver blinked. Raxperts, she repeated. Tver immediately understood, one of those little creatures that existed only in her world. How should I deal with them, Miss Lovegood? He asked helplessly. He knew there wouldn't be an answer. At least, not a normal one. Might as well treat it as small talk before the feast. Luna leaned in mysteriously, tiptoeing and stretching her neck, but compared to Tver's towering height, she was far too short. So Tver bent his knees to meet her halfway. They'll go away on their own. What exactly was I expecting? Tver sighed and straightened up again. So there's nothing I can do right now. Luna tapped her forehead thoughtfully. Not necessarily. I think you'll always find a way. She said it casually, yet with that same unwavering tone and steady gaze as before. For a moment, Tver almost believed her. I'm losing my mind, believing something like that. He shook his head at himself, though oddly enough, his heart felt calmer. Her voice carried a strangely soothing quality, it was impossible to deny. If you figure out a way, can you tell me? Luna asked, sounding genuinely excited. Of course, Tver replied without thinking. After all, he wasn't going to encounter creatures that didn't exist. But there's something I can tell you right now, he added, pointing at the papers in her hand. Ravenclaw loses 1 point for putting up unauthorized flyers. As he stepped into the Great Hall, he couldn't help grinning at Luna's stunned, bewildered expression before bidding her farewell. No sooner had he taken his seat at the staff table than Professor Flitwick leaned over and asked curiously, "What happened to make you so cheerful?" "I taught a young witch a lesson, helped her understand the importance of following school rules." Tver looked around the hall with satisfaction, already eager for the evening feast. Red and gold banners, symbols of Gryffindor, hung everywhere. Behind the staff table, a massive banner painted with the Gryffindor lion dominated the wall. Harry and Ron's Special Contribution Award had earned Gryffindor 200 points. Even Snape couldn't deduct that much in such a short time. Last year he'd been distracted, but not this time. Tonight, he was going to enjoy himself. At the very least, he planned to behave in front of Dumbledore. It's wonderful to see such joyful, peaceful smiles on your faces once more. Dumbledore stood, and the Great Hall fell instantly silent. Every student turned to him with bright, cheerful eyes. Dumbledore returned their expressions with an emotional, heartfelt smile. This year, we faced many challenges, the Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, trust, and more. But I'm glad to witness you overcoming them. Trust. The students immediately recalled their suspicion toward Harry and lowered their heads in shame. Of course, many students, and professors, stood up bravely. Harry Potter, who ventured into the Chamber of Secrets to battle the Basilisk and save his friends. Ron Weasley, who guarded the petrified professors and friends despite his injuries. I was just trying to protect Hermione. I'd have been happy if Snape got carried off by the Basilisk, Ron said smugly, basking in his classmates' admiration. Hermione Granger, who deduced the Basilisk's presence with keen reasoning. Professor Snape, who courageously fought the Basilisk while protecting the students behind him. But Professor Snape was petrified. How did Potter escape from the Basilisk's jaws? Malfoy asked in utter confusion. Tver knew he was questioning Harry, but still. Judging by the furious twitch in Snape's eye, Malfoy's summer potions homework was about to become very unpleasant. Unbothered by the rising chatter, Dumbledore continued speaking on his own. And of course, our Professor Folly, thanks to his badge, the Basilisk's gaze caused no fatal injuries. It was also thanks to him that the Basilisk was destroyed in time, rescuing Harry and Percy from the Chamber of Secrets. Cheers erupted instantly from young wizards across all 4 houses, filling the Great Hall with chaotic excitement. Dumbledore had to raise his voice, even adding a touch of magic. Let us give a round of applause to the teachers and students mentioned above, and also to ourselves, for making it through such a perilous year. Thunderous applause shook the hall. Students clapped until their palms turned red, unwilling to stop. The professors were delighted as well, raising their glasses to one another, smiling broadly. Even Snape, when Tver offered a toast, returned it with a look of pure impatience. Professor Charity Burbage, who was usually at odds with him, even walked around the long table to apologize to Tver. I'm sorry for the way I treated you before. Perhaps I really do need to learn more about the dangers hidden within the magical world. Please don't worry about it. We're all doing this for the students, aren't we? Tver gently clinked his glass against hers. Burbage paused for a moment, then smiled softly. Indeed. Maybe I should learn more about Durmstrang as well. Otherwise, my prejudice toward it is no different from the prejudice toward Muggles that I despise so much. You're always welcome. If there's anything you're unsure about, feel free to find me anytime, Tver said warmly. Every professor at Hogwarts was a master of their field. If he could gain the support of a Muggle studies expert like Burbage, it would make his own proposals much easier to push forward in the future. He very much wanted her to accept some of his ideas. After this brief interlude, Dumbledore awarded the House Cup to Gryffindor and announced the official start of the banquet. Tver looked contentedly at the feast laid out before him. One of Hogwarts' grandest banquets of the year, it truly was something. And of course, the dessert was even better. Perhaps moved by how often Tver dropped by the kitchens asking for cookies, the house elves had specially left a large plate of cranberry shortbread at his seat. They were even packed neatly into a paper bag, clearly prepared for him to take home. It would be unreasonable not to take them. With complete peace of mind, Tver tucked them into his small pouch while enjoying his delicious pudding. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Master and Servant at Daggers Drawn. Nocturne Alley. Crunch, crunch. Tver's gaze rested on the Borgin and Burke's shop across the street as he deftly pulled another small cookie from his bag and slipped it into his mouth. This time he was dressed in a tailored suit, topped with a long coat, black on the outside, crimson on the inside. If he weren't carrying a paper bag in one hand and nibbling cookies with the other, he could have passed for a young aristocrat on his way to a ballroom. As it was, he simply looked like an aristocrat eating cookies. Marvolio beside him wasn't disguised as dollish today. He had reverted to his usual wickedly handsome appearance, a rare sight. If not for the plain black robes he wore, he could have easily charmed half the witches walking by. He tilted his head up with mild exasperation. The sun now hung high overhead, bright enough that even gloomy Nocturne Alley looked washed in light. They had been waiting almost all morning. Are we really just sitting here doing nothing? Malfoy Manor is under ministry surveillance. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to be seen there with you, Tver said lazily. He hadn't expected the ministry to continue watching the place even after Arthur Weasley uncovered the illegal items. The Weasley family had already gone off to Egypt, yet the surveillance order still hadn't been lifted. Cynthia had explained that certain ministry officials had insisted on it, purely to retaliate against Lucius for dragging the ministry into scandal. Not because the Malfoys were universally hated. It was simply that everyone liked to kick a man when he was down. The family hadn't actually fallen, but this was their way of expressing dissatisfaction with Lucius for manipulating the ministry. Tver, of course, found the whole situation delightful. The worse the Malfoys fared now, the better. After a little more time, once the officials found new targets and forgot about him, Lucius would bounce back. And that would make a whole year of Tver's scheming go to waste, absolutely unacceptable. They didn't have to wait much longer. Before Tver opened the second packet of cookies, and just after the 17th suspicious wizard drifted past pretending not to stare, Lucius finally appeared. This time he didn't bring Draco. Alone, he carried a small bag, wrapped in a muted black cloak, skulking along with exaggerated caution. His face was hidden. His signature blonde hair was completely concealed. But Tver and Marvolio recognized him instantly. Robes of that quality simply didn't appear on Nocturne Alley's dark wizards. Only wealthy families owned garments so understated yet unmistakably elegant. Good afternoon, Uncle Lucius. Tver stepped out from behind his cover, waving cheerfully as if stumbling upon him by chance. Marvolio followed behind, looking like he was settling in to enjoy a good show. Lucius had just reached for the door of Borgin and Burke's when Tver's greeting made him start violently. He jerked backward, then exhaled in relief when he realized who it was. Oh. It's you, Tver. He had finally found an opportunity to discreetly dispose of the last of his family's dark artifacts. For a moment he thought an aura hound had sniffed him out again. And this is. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Lucius frowned, eyeing Marvolio with the usual Malfoy disdain. Marvolio bristled immediately. We met last year. Back then you were clueless, but at least you looked more impressive than you do now. He looked away with a dismissive snort, as if Lucius wasn't worth acknowledging. A flicker of anger crossed Lucius's face. He now remembered the two men he'd seen in the shop last year. So where's your partner? Or, your master? The words hit Marvolio's pride like an arrow. True, Tver did control him. But Tver had always protected his ego by avoiding outright mention of that fact. Lucius had stomped directly on the sore spot. Marvolio lunged forward, eyes blazing. Lucius didn't back down. He'd been drowning in Malfoy family troubles for months, and just when he'd managed a breath of relief, Marvolio had come along to rip open the wound again. Seeing the two Yin-Yang warlocks about to start fighting, Tver shot Marvolio a sharp glare and immediately pulled Lucius into the shop. Without their disguises, plenty of nearby wizards had already noticed the brewing conflict. Welcome. Burke's smile froze mid-expression. He didn't recognize Tver, but anyone who could yank Lucius Malfoy around like that was clearly not someone to provoke. Marvolio, who had just been trading glares with Lucius, felt the pressure even more. The building next door still hadn't been fully repaired from their last encounter. And this time, there was no Mr. Percival present to keep him in check. What was he supposed to do? Burke forced out a bitter greeting. Welcome. What brings the three of you here? Hopefully nothing. At this point, he didn't even want the Malfoy family's business. Tver finally let go of Lucius's arm. Uncle Lucius, go ahead and take care of your business first. Lucius huffed, shot Marvolio a disdainful look, then carried his small bag to the counter and began muttering to Burke. Tver took the opportunity to drag the fuming Marvolio into a corner, lowering his voice. Lucius will be our ally in the future. There's no need to stoop to his level. With so many pureblood families, why choose the washed-up Malfoys? Marvolio glared at Lucius's back with obvious resentment. Because the Malfoys are the easiest to sway, Tver explained calmly. A powerful family that still bends with the wind like this. There aren't many left. Pureblood families were usually either rigid to the point of stupidity or missing a few screws entirely. Someone as sharp and flexible as Lucius Malfoy was becoming rare. Tver needed such a figure, someone who could act as a leader and help him manage the other pureblood families. And among those with enough prestige who could still be pulled into his camp, the Malfoys were the only real candidates. This was the reason why, even in the original timeline, Voldemort punished the Malfoys but never abandoned them, even after Lucius lost a Horcrux. Otherwise, Tver wouldn't have spent an entire year orchestrating things just for this opportunity. Marvolio's anger cooled somewhat. In the end, he couldn't go against Tver, and he certainly didn't possess the overwhelming dominance Voldemort would later display. With my wand pointed at his head, I could still handle this, he said flatly. Tver could only stare at him with a complicated expression. Marvolio waved a hand dismissively. All right. I know your way is more effective than mine. He curled his lip. But if he provokes me again, don't blame me for tearing him apart. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 166, Strengths and Weaknesses. After a moment, Lucius and Burke both showed polite, grudgingly friendly smiles. What they truly thought, of course, remained known to none but themselves. Still, business was business, and with customers arriving, Burke's mood inevitably brightened. Especially now that there was another Mr. Folly present, according to Lucius, someone capable not only of handling Lucius but of suppressing Marvolio as well. That alone eased his nerves considerably. So, what brings the young master of the Folly family here? Mr. Burke asked, hands clasped before him, his face full of obsequious enthusiasm. He especially liked dealing with young nobles, they were always generous and rarely picky. Lucius also glanced at Tver with curiosity. The Folly family was among the pureblood houses farthest removed from dark magic. It was hard to imagine someone from that family appearing in Nocturne Alley, let alone in Burke's shop. Tver signaled for Marvolio to keep watch at the entrance. Once Marvolio had stationed himself there, Tver turned to Lucius. I came here. He paused. For Uncle Lucius. A subtle, meaningful smile curved his lips. Lucius frowned. Tver's expression made him uneasy, like prey being coaxed into a trap. He even wondered whether this entire encounter had been planned. Before he could speak, Tver stepped closer and continued. I've heard the Malfoy family hasn't been doing well lately. The estate has been raided several times, the servants have left, and more crucially, it seems quite a few people in the ministry are dissatisfied with you. Lucius's gaze darkened. That has nothing to do with you. However poorly the Malfoys fare, we're still better off than most families in the wizarding world. But Uncle Lucius, do you remember what we discussed last year? Can you really bear to watch the Malfoy name fall this far? Or have you not yet seen through Fudge and those politicians? When they need you, you're a friend. When they don't, you're Gringotts. Tver finished softly. Lucius didn't explode, not even close. He gave a cold, humorless laugh. 1,000 years ago, the Malfoy family already understood that. We know those politicians' minds better than anyone. But, Tver, Gringotts still makes money. Tver raised a brow, just as he expected. And now? Can the Malfoy branch of Gringotts still earn anything? Lucius's cold smile vanished, replaced by irritation. At this point, forget earning money, merely avoiding fines was a blessing. When the ministry bleeds the Malfoy fortune dry, Uncle Lucius, what will you do then? Tver asked gently. Voldemort will return in a few years. But you lost his Horcrux, and then Dumbledore destroyed it. Do you think he'll forgive you? Lucius Malfoy. His sudden rise in volume jolted Lucius from his thoughts. The Malfoy family stands at a crossroads. Will you wait to decline, or rise to glory once more? The decision lies with you. Tver tilted his head slightly, gaze calm and cold, carrying an undeniable air of superiority. Lucius met Tver's eyes, mind racing. The more he thought, the clearer it became. Suddenly he understood Tver's strange comments last summer about Muggles and the Statute of Secrecy. He was trying to become a new Dark Lord. After a long stretch of silence, Lucius finally parted his dry lips. Whichever path the Malfoy family chooses, shouldn't it have nothing to do with you? His tone lacked confidence. He was afraid, yet also hoping Tver would offer stronger leverage. Sensing his meaning, Tver's smile deepened. Marvolio, why don't you show everyone your other face? Lucius was surprised. He'd assumed Tver would demonstrate his own power, like Voldemort had, using overwhelming force to recruit or eliminate. Instead, he turned toward the doorway. There, Marvolio had already shifted into another visage, grinning savagely. And that face, Lucius recognized it instantly. But before he could speak, someone else provided the answer for him. Dawlish. Burke, who had been trying his absolute best to remain unnoticed, suddenly shrieked. He knew this aura far too well. Over the past year, Dawlish had become the one person nobody in Knockturn Alley dared provoke. His appearance always meant someone was about to suffer. More than half the fugitives he'd captured had been taken down right here. Sometimes, while Burke was in the middle of a business deal, Dawlish would barge in with his men, all menace and intimidation, dragging away customers he'd been politely negotiating with. And judging from Burke's horrified expression, Dawlish's methods were anything but gentle. At this point, in Knockturn Alley, Dawlish was practically synonymous with the Grim Reaper. Burke tried to speak again, but when Marvolio's gaze shifted toward him, he swallowed every word instantly. Meanwhile, the confusion in Lucius's eyes only deepened. He had attended Dawlish's medal ceremony. He knew the man was highly valued in the ministry, rumored to be next in line for the head aura position. And yet this very figure was obediently standing behind Tver. If it were just one. The ministry surveillance of the Malfoy family will end soon, Tver said calmly. You've pulled so many people to your side within the ministry. What exactly are you planning? If you intend to overturn the Statute of Secrecy, this won't be enough. As someone who once followed Voldemort, have you ever wondered why he failed? Tver asked. Marvolio let out a sharp snort. But Tver ignored him, continuing. We both know Voldemort's approach was destined to fail. No one willingly becomes a slave. Once oppression begins, even if Dumbledore didn't exist, someone else, and many more, would rise to resist him. Dividing wizards and muggles purely by bloodline is nothing more than a way to gain profit. But what if we could gain far greater benefit from muggles? No wizard would be enslaved. No one would need to spill blood. All we need to do is focus on our own craft, use the wonders of magic to help muggles. Even something as simple as healing would make them willingly offer enormous wealth. Isn't that how the Malfoy family built its immense fortune 1,000 years ago? We only need to support one another. It benefits both wizards and muggles. A new world is waiting for us to create, waiting for us to claim its wealth. Tver spread his arms, confidence radiating from every inch of him. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window at the perfect moment, washing over him, blazing like fire. No, he wasn't like the sun. He was the sun. Chapter 167, Malfoy and Burke. Lucius's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He already understood just how enormous the wealth behind such a future could be, more clearly than anyone else in the world. But the problem was. Many people have had the same idea as you, yet they're either dead or rotting in prison. How can you guarantee you'll succeed? He was tempted, deeply tempted, by the future Tver described. Though harder to achieve than Voldemort's path, it would be far more acceptable to the masses. Yet his solid grasp of magical history meant that the failures of Grindelwald and Voldemort hovered constantly in his mind. If it were truly so easy, 2 generations of Dark Lords wouldn't have been defeated. Tver laughed softly, stepping out of the sunlight and stopping beside Marvolio. A guarantee. No one has ever dared guarantee the success of their cause. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Tver Fawley, currently the sole student of Grindelwald. Under the stunned stares of Lucius and Burke, he patted Marvolio's shoulder. And as for this man, Lucius, you're very familiar with him. Marvolio, already in silent sync with Tver, let out a cold laugh. His face twisted again, becoming wilder, more vicious. Beneath the transformation, faint traces of his original features still lingered. But now, Burke finally understood why that eerie familiarity had struck him when he first saw Marvolio. This was Voldemort, the shop's former employee. It was a past Burke preferred not to revisit, one neither side of the war would want him speaking of. But that didn't mean he had ever forgotten this man. Lucius, meanwhile, was trembling so hard that his pale lips quivered uncontrollably. This is. Remember the diary you lost? Tver said. Voldemort created several Horcruxes. This is one of them. Younger, more progressive in thought, and... Tver studied Marvolio's unsettling Voldemort face, a slightly friendlier version of Voldemort. Marvolio forced a helpless smile, though paired with Voldemort's features, it looked grotesquely wrong. Lucius was so terrified he nearly fell to his knees. Even the original Voldemort hadn't frightened him this deeply. Master, he managed with a stiff smile, I didn't know it was you, any earlier disrespect was purely ignorance. His feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Don't worry, Lucius. He goes by Marvolio now. He's very agreeable. Come on, change back and smile. Marvolio shot Tver an expressionless glance, shifted back into his original face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Lucius felt even more horrified. Uncle Lucius. Tver stepped forward, straightening the collar Lucius had disheveled in his panic. No need to be afraid. This time, you stand on the side of justice. You'll gain the wealth you deserve, and no one will insult or spit on you. On the contrary, many will thank you. Thank you for bringing them wealth they could never earn in a lifetime. The Malfoy family will return to how it was 1,000 years ago, thriving in both the wizarding and Muggle worlds. And we will protect you. Protect you from harm, whether it comes from wizards or Muggles. So, what is your choice? Lucius's eyes flickered for a long moment before he clenched his teeth and said, The Malfoy family will follow your will, my master. After all, even if Voldemort, the original one, returned, he would still have to serve him. He might as well choose the master who seemed more promising and wealthier. And besides, they had a Voldemort here as well. With that thought, his confidence grew. At least his status was now comparable to Voldemort's, that was progress, he told himself. Stop with the master business, it sounds downright weird, said Tver with disdain. We're equals, Uncle Lucius. Just call me Tver. No, no, no. I'd rather call you Professor. Draco still relies on your guidance at school. Lucius hastily tried to ingratiate himself with Tver, having already grasped who held the real authority here. Though merely a Horcrux, Tver commanded such absolute obedience from Voldemort, proof his power was not to be underestimated. Add in the mention of Dumbledore earlier, and he finally understood why Tver had executed his earlier actions with such practiced ease. That was the signature move of a Dark Lord. Yet human joys and sorrows rarely align. Beside them, Burke was now squirming uncomfortably. Hearing such monumental news, learning of the schemes between the former Dark Lord and the new generation, he was utterly flustered. In the magical world, overhearing what one shouldn't hear usually meant either death or being tortured into madness. Take the case of Lockhart, who'd been all over the newspapers, permanently damaging someone's memory was considered a lenient punishment among dark wizards. The more Burke thought about it, the more terrified he became, his mind replaying countless agonizing tortures. His feet inched toward the counter, where numerous priceless life-saving artifacts lay. He no longer cared about Galleon's suffering, survival was his sole focus. Where might you be headed, Mr. Burke? Tver inquired with a smile. Hearing that voice, Burke's heart skipped a beat, freezing him in place. In that instant, his thoughts turned to the house where 2 generations of Dark Lords had plotted their uprisings. Surely it would be worth a fortune someday. Perhaps it would even be mentioned in a history of magic. Could he leave a name for this master of his? Then he could die without regret. His mind, reeling from fear, began to wander wildly, one moment fixated on torture, the next wondering if the property deed was still valid. You haven't gone completely mad, have you? Marvolio's voice suddenly filled Burke's ears. I didn't even say anything. I was just trying to win him over, Tver sighed, spreading his hands helplessly. Since he's already acting foolish, we might as well make him a proper fool. Pin a crime on him and toss him into Azkaban. That way, we avoid trouble and get rid of him through the Dementors. Lucius swiftly slipped into character, playing along with Tver and the others. Only then did Burke's mind slowly return to normal. He stared incredulously at the trio teasing him. What, if I'm not actually mad? Then it depends on how clever you really are, Tver said with a smile. Burke instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he remained useful, as long as they still needed his skills, he wouldn't just avoid trouble, he might even score some benefits. The thought instantly brought his merchant instincts to the fore. Gentlemen, I'm actually quite discreet. Very few people know I once had the privilege of recruiting Lord Voldemort. You should ever need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. I'll definitely give you a preferential rate. Tver and his 2 companions simultaneously offered friendly smiles, silently observing him. Burke swallowed hard. Cost price. Don't worry, Tver stepped in front of Burke, meeting his gaze. I know business isn't easy. We'll pay you well. Just keep this matter confidential, and never refuse any of our requests. Otherwise, everything you fear will come to pass. He leaned close and murmured into Burke's ear. With his mastery of alchemy, Burke was already counted among the elite few in Britain's magical circles. Unlike the Dervish and Banjas brothers, he had delved deeper into certain niche branches of alchemy. In a sense, he was truly one of a kind in British alchemy. So recruiting him was well worth the effort. This was precisely why Tver had chosen to confess to Lucius here. He had come today specifically for these two men. Mr. Burt nodded frantically. He dared not, nor did he wish to refuse. Finally, a chance to latch onto a powerful patron. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, The Face Mask. After settling the Malfoy family issue, Tver finally got a moment to breathe. Marvolio and Cynthia, however, were a different story. They'd been run off their feet. Because Sirius Black had escaped. Every Auror in the Ministry had been dispatched to hunt him down, and the ever-reliable Dawlish was no exception. The Ministry's workload skyrocketed overnight, forcing Cynthia into exhausting, back-to-back overtime shifts. Fudge had initially wanted to keep the whole thing quiet until Black was safely back in custody. But he underestimated both the reporter's instincts and the level of chaos caused by an event serious enough to send every Auror into the field. The moment journalists learned Azkaban had suffered its first breakout in history, they didn't need any prompting. Nearly every newspaper plastered the story everywhere. Even the usually nonsensical The Quibbler joined the frenzy, though its reporting remained as ridiculous as always. They described Black as the lead singer of a pop band who'd been thrown into Azkaban as a scapegoat by the Ministry. In any case, the Ministry was under tremendous pressure. After being criticized over the Chamber of Secrets incident, they desperately needed a win to restore their reputation. Unfortunately for them, not even Marvolio, and certainly not Tver, the transmigrator, had any idea where Black was now. And even if they knew, they weren't planning on telling the Ministry. Tver didn't feel particularly strongly about Black one way or the other. If anything, the deaths of Harry's parents involved several people, Snape leaking the prophecy, Dumbledore's failure to act as secret keeper himself, Pettigrew's betrayal. Black's arrogance was only one sad thread woven into the tragedy. Given Voldemort's unstoppable rise at the time, even without switching secret keepers, the Potters might not have been protected for long. If blame had to be assigned, it belonged solely to Voldemort, the one who committed the crime. Can't you at least predict where Black is hiding now? Marvolio suddenly appeared and collapsed into the seat across from Tver, completely exhausted. Cynthia managed to maintain a semblance of poise, though the fatigue on her face was hard to miss. I already told you, I don't do predictions. Tver, as comfortable as if he owned the place, picked up the teapot and poured them each a full cup of pumpkin juice. He even pushed over his own biscuits for them. The house actually belonged to Cynthia. Located in the London suburbs, it had been home to Tver and Marvolio for the past while. Jeff sometimes stopped by to clean, which made Tver feel perfectly at ease living here. Besides, at his own home, his parents were always off enjoying their time together anyway. He'd rather stay here, read, and enjoy afternoon tea. He finally understood what Luna had meant before the banquet, just go with the flow. Marvolio didn't even complain about the overly sweet pumpkin juice this time. He picked up the cup and drained a huge gulp. Cynthia took a small sip, then suddenly realized there was a dash of restorative potion in it. She immediately switched to tiny sips, yet somehow still finished almost as quickly as Marvolio. But didn't you predict Black would break out? Marvolio set down his empty cup and tapped the table, waiting for Tver to pour him more pumpkin juice. Never mind. I can't just know anything I want through prophecy, Tver said, sounding helpless. Marvolio pursed his lips in annoyance. Cynthia quickly finished her cup of pumpkin juice and, trying to cover her embarrassment, hurried to change the subject. By the way, I heard Fudge is relying on Malfoy again. Apparently he even wants to give him a position at the Ministry. Tver poured more pumpkin juice for them at an unhurried pace, making sure to refill his own cup as well. Don't worry. Lucius's actions were on my instruction. Fudge still has several years left as minister, so it's necessary to maintain a friendly relationship. And besides, you two can stage a little tit-for-tat with Lucius in the Ministry. That way, Lucius gains more of Fudge's trust, while the two of you establish an image of opposing the pure-blood families. Fudge will be thrilled to see that kind of internal rivalry among his subordinates. Tisk. Marvolio swiped a biscuit from Tver's hand with a look of admiration. Another trick learned. But aren't you worried Lucius might turn on us? Our influence hasn't fully grown yet. Tver didn't mind the question. He picked up another biscuit. Right now he's like this biscuit, held firmly in my hand. As long as he's not completely foolish, he won't betray us, at least for now. Of course he's still watching, waiting for the situation to become clear before placing his real bet. But he won't do anything to disrupt things. That's exactly how the Malfoy family has survived to this day. With that, he tossed the biscuit into his mouth. Marvolio and Cynthia exchanged thoughtful looks. No wonder my original self relied on and despised the Malfoys at the same time. Smart people like that are the hardest to control, but you have no choice but to use them. Then how do we make sure he stays on our side? Cynthia asked. That's what we're about to work on next. Tver smiled slightly and leaned back in his chair. Sunlight spilled through the parasol above, falling across his face. Remember those antiques at Malfoy Manor that no one would buy? Jeff has already helped sell part of them. Marvolio immediately made a disdainful face. Who would buy that junk? It's completely useless. Wizards wouldn't, of course. But what about Muggles? Tver narrowed his eyes smugly. Muggles. Marvolio froze for a moment. Even if Muggles would pay good money for them, what use is Muggle currency to the Malfoys? Cynthia, who had far more experience in trade, instantly thought of several possibilities. Not necessarily. Gringotts uses up the Muggle currency it exchanges every year. Plenty of raw materials, food, fabric, and so on, are purchased from the Muggle world and then sold to wizarding merchants in exchange for galleons. No, no, no. If we only sell antiques, we'll eventually run out. That's why I had Jeff use the money to acquire a company. Tver took out a small box and placed it in front of them. Cynthia pursed her lips, feeling a flicker of jealousy because the box was decorated with the face of a beautiful woman. Marvolio picked it up carelessly. The box, slightly larger than a palm, was rather delicate, though such refinement meant nothing to him. What is this? It's a face mask, one that's about to become wildly popular. And what exactly is a face mask? Cynthia, however, understood Muggle products. A face mask is a type of skincare item Muggles often use. It makes their faces smoother and fairer. Fairer. Marvolio touched his own face without thinking. What he disliked most about his current appearance was how it lacked ferocity. It did not match his aesthetic at all. What would anyone want with that kind of softness? This time, Cynthia was the one who looked confused, staring at Tver. With the looks the three of them had, they certainly didn't need anything like this. Or rather, the wizarding world already had magical ways to keep one's skin fair and soft, it just depended on whether you wanted to use them or not. Chapter 169, The Seed. Tver watched them helplessly. I think you two need to learn more about the Muggle world. These face masks and other cosmetics are necessities for Muggles, especially Muggle girls. Even in the wizarding world, plenty of young witches want them too. Marvolio clicked his tongue in disdain. He had absolutely no interest in Muggles. If it weren't out of respect for Tver, he would have thrown the box of masks away already. Wait, why was he even bothering to show Tver any respect? So he really did toss the box back onto the table. Wizards have potions. Why would they need Muggle masks? Or has their science already become more effective than potions? Tver picked up the box again but didn't answer immediately. Instead, he casually opened the packaging, tore open the sachet, and pulled out the damp mask inside. Technology definitely isn't at that level yet. But what if this mask contains potion ingredients? He held up the mask for them to see, and both of them were already staring in stunned silence. Wouldn't the ministry detect it? Cynthia asked quickly. Tver simply laid the mask flat on the table so they could see it more clearly. And also because it was a bit sticky to hold. This mask is produced entirely by Muggle industrial machinery, and most of its materials are Muggle-made. The only exception is the final ingredient, a beautification potion diluted thousands of times to enhance its effects. The beautification potion isn't made up, it's actually in the original canon. At that level of dilution, no one except a potions master on Snape's level could detect it. So regardless of which side is doing the testing, no one will find anything. Marvolio's expression practically said, there's actually a trick like this. He even forgot his disdain and touched the mask out of curiosity. Isn't producing beautification potion difficult? Did you kidnap Snape? Tver laughed and shook his head. Of course not. The Folly family owns shares in Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions. After some friendly negotiation, Madame Pimpernel will provide the beautification potion at cost. In truth, it had been a trade. He exchanged 16 photos with Snape for 16 improved potion formulas, then used those for negotiations with Madame Pimpernel. He wasn't about to resort to threats. What? Mr. Burke wants to complain. I can't hear anything. Marvolio also confirmed that the potion component in the mask was extremely diluted, almost impossible to detect. After all, it was nearly impossible to distinguish such tiny magical fluctuations from normal interference during testing. But are you sure the beautification potion won't get exposed during Muggle production? Marvolio asked, then paused. Wait, the house elf. That's right. Jeff will handle the dilution of the beautification potion himself. The Muggles will simply assume it's a new formula developed by the company. And for that, I've invested in several research institutions. Tver was actually curious whether Muggle labs were capable of analyzing potion components. Unfortunately, their technology wasn't advanced enough yet. But going through all this trouble to make money, wouldn't using a philosopher's stone for alchemy be easier? You could skip the whole conversion to Galleon step. You're using this to make wizards long for the Muggle world, aren't you? Marvolio suddenly hit the point. Tver smiled in satisfaction. Truly worthy of Voldemort. As long as his mind wasn't malfunctioning, this prodigy was the most capable asset in the wizarding world. Wizards who depend on gold I hand out will only become lazy, useless pigs. But if we spark their own initiative, they'll become the strongest force to tear down the Statute of Secrecy. And the Muggles will realize magic is a gift, something that can help them. Wizards won't be enemies, they'll be friends. Tver rose to his feet, sunlight pouring over him as he extended a hand like some god descending to earth. What I want to do is plant a seed in everyone's heart, wizards and Muggles alike, and let it take root and grow. Even if we fail someday, someone will inherit my will and continue down the path of overturning the Statute of Secrecy. Besides, we're not going to fail, are we? He looked at Marvolio and Cynthia with anticipation, waiting for them to show at least a spark of inspiration. With words this grand, with momentum this overwhelming, anyone in a normal novel would be kneeling in awe. Instead, both of them only frowned, saying nothing. Seriously? A reaction would be nice. Standing like this is exhausting. But you're seeing Muggles through rose-tinted glasses. The original purpose of the Statute of Secrecy was to protect the wizarding world from Muggle harm. Cynthia shook her head. She had originally wanted to say his idea was a bit childish. Marvolio didn't hold back at all. You're far too naive. The moment Muggles learn about the wizarding world, their first instinct will be to plunder it. Then force the entire wizarding world to serve them. It will never be as gentle as you imagine. Friends. They'd be lucky if they aren't dissected. He shook his head vigorously, making his disapproval of Tver's optimism very clear. So that was what they were worried about. Tver had thought they were pointing out an actual flaw in his plan. He sat down and took a calm sip of his now cold pumpkin juice. I understand the darkness in human hearts far better than you think. Why else do you think I chose this point in time to push my ideas forward? Oh. Marvolio stared at him in surprise. Because this is the only time in history when 3 Dark Lords exist at once. As long as you, me, and the headmaster work together, we can control the upper echelons of Muggle governments worldwide and guide events toward peace. In truth, Tver also wanted to drag Dumbledore onto their ship. If he succeeded, the plan would become even more secure. It was why he put so much effort into maintaining a friendly impression in front of Dumbledore. Marvolio suddenly sprang to his feet, pointing at Tver. Ha! You finally admit you're a Dark Lord. I mean, I am trying to overturn the Statute of Secrecy. Completely speechless, Tver grabbed a biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth. Throwing it at Marvolio would have been a waste. Marvolio wasn't worth the biscuit. But to make all wizards realize this, we'll need more publicity. Won't that increase the chances of the Ministry finding out? Cynthia still looked uneasy. To make wizards see the benefits of integration, those who defended the Statute of Secrecy would definitely notice. But without helping wizards see those benefits, there was no way to win them over. It felt like a dead end. Relax. I'll keep things under control. For now, besides us, only the Malfoys know about the masks. Before our faction is built up, this business will only be used to draw in certain pureblood families. And they won't be stupid enough to reveal their own money-making method. Tver was being extremely cautious. Dumbledore, the final boss, wasn't fully on their side yet, and the wizarding world's mindset was still old-fashioned. He definitely wasn't going to jump out and get himself killed this early. Chapter 170, Harry's Trouble. They talked late into the night, polishing the plan, patching weak spots, and tossing around new ideas. Do you know the girl on the cover? Cynthia asked cautiously. How could I possibly know her? All of that was decided by the company, Tver said helplessly. Although the company had been founded at his suggestion, everything was handled strictly the Muggle way to avoid attracting attention from the wizarding world. He never appeared before any employees, and Jeff, following his orders, went only in disguise. They hadn't even resorted to the Imperius Curse. Instead, they used a confundus charm to create the illusion of an investor who issued instructions to the professional manager. It wasn't actually that simple, but the details aren't important since they don't affect the main plot. By evening, Jeff had finished his tasks and operated back home. This was exactly why Tver chose him. If the worst happened, a house elf's magic made escape effortless. Good evening, Master. Good evening, Mr. Marvolio and Miss Cynthia. Jeff bowed gracefully. The young master had explained the purpose behind these tasks. Though Jeff was moved by the trust placed in him, he couldn't deny his lingering concerns. But he couldn't tell the master or mistress anything about it. He could only hope the young master would gain more allies who would help him. So even though the young master had emphasized multiple times that courtesy wasn't necessary, Jeff still kept a respectful demeanor toward Marvolio and Cynthia. Cynthia hurried out a good evening, while Marvolio simply waved. He knew better than to act superior to Tver's family's elf, especially one who was effectively their future partner. Tver looked at him with curiosity. Who would have thought you'd improved this much? If I told everyone you were Voldemort, they'd say I was insane. Ha! I'm a brave, battle-hardened Auror of the Ministry now. What kind of little cookie are you to accuse me of something like that? Marvolio smugly snatched the cookie from his hand and raised his eyebrows in challenge. To be fair, his job at the Ministry really was satisfying. He commanded a group of obedient subordinates, and above him, aside from Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, only Fudge could give him instructions, not even orders, really, more like requests. With Moody retired and Scrimgeour promoted, there wasn't an Auror more capable than him. After receiving his medal, the upper ranks even began welcoming him into their circles. He looked down on them, of course, but it was still far more comfortable than running around with a pack of underlings, murdering and burning everything in sight. At least he didn't have to worry about Dumbledore showing up to kill him. If that ever happened, Tver would be the one in front. For the first time, Marvolio understood how reassuring it was to have a boss who had your back. Tver didn't know what he was thinking, but seeing him so satisfied felt odd. Was Voldemort's re-education really working? Forget him. Jeff, how are things with the company? Jeff smiled warmly as he watched the three of them banter. Hearing Tver's question, he blinked before responding. The first batch of face masks is finished, but are we truly giving them all away for free? He knew better than anyone how costly this batch was. Just the beautification potion alone cost enough galleons to send the Weasley family to Romania again. It's just a marketing strategy. The galleons we spend will turn into more pounds, which we'll use to buy the raw materials the wizarding world needs, then convert back into galleons. Does the wizarding world need that many raw materials? We're not spending that many galleons. We only need to maintain a balanced flow. Our goal isn't to earn galleons. Only then did Jeff relax. What he trusted most about the young master was his careful, steady planning. Then I'll prepare dinner for everyone. After Jeff left, an owl appeared, again for Cynthia. She immediately untied the envelope and skimmed through the letter. Harry Potter used magic on his aunt and violated the statute of secrecy for the second time. But Fudge wants the matter suppressed and is sending Aurors to protect Harry. Probably worried about Sirius, Marvolio said casually. He was sick of the Black situation. According to Tver, they couldn't actually catch Black. Meanwhile, Fudge and the other high officials nagged him daily, leaving him stuck in the middle. He chuckled with undisguised schadenfreude. Who knows which unlucky soul will get sent over? Maybe they'll actually run into Black. So, Tver, your plan. But the next second, his smile disappeared. Another owl was coming, and it was coming for him. Ha! Look at this unlucky guy. Hurry up and open the envelope. Don't keep the owl waiting, ha 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 ha. Tver and Cynthia were laughing so hard they nearly collapsed. By the time Jeff arrived with the food, Marvolio had already stormed out, muttering curses all the way. Where's Mr. Marvolio? Don't mind him. Let's eat. Marvolio soon arrived on Privet Drive, but he did not look pleased. He stood before the Dursleys' door with a stormy expression. Knock, thud, thud, thud. He slammed on the door 3 times, if it could even be called knocking. Vernon Dursley yanked it open, fury written all over his face. If you're, oh. He froze when he saw Dawlish's imposing build. "Yes, sir, how can I help you?" Marvolio first looked over his unkempt hair and the torn pant leg. Dawlish. Auror from the British Ministry of Magic. Here to deal with tonight's incident. Normally, the improper use of magic office handled such things, but considering Harry's importance and the ministry's fragile reputation, Fudge didn't dare risk even the slightest mistake, so he'd sent him instead. Vernon didn't know what an Auror was, but the words, Ministry of Magic, were enough to tell him this was a government official. He immediately trusted him. That's wonderful, he began to shout, but seeing Marvolio's dark expression, he swallowed it down. Hurry and fix my sister's condition, then throw that boy into prison. Sorry, but something this minor won't lead to any punishment for Harry. Now, where is the victim? Marvolio said impatiently. When he drew his wand, Vernon didn't dare argue further. He might deny magic all day long, but facing it directly still terrified him. In there. I dragged her down, and she's still floating in the living room. Marvolio walked inside at last. Even he couldn't help being startled at the sight of Harry's aunt. She had swelled enough to nearly fill half the living room. She wasn't floating anymore, she was wedged in. Dudley and Petunia were curled up in a corner, trembling. Marvolio quickly cast the counterspell, letting the air escape from her, and wiped her memories of the event as well. Naturally, he didn't forget to do the same for the dog she'd brought along. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Of Course It's You. After finishing all this, Marvolio went on, Where's Harry now? I need to talk to him. Ha! How should I know where that brat is? He just threatened me with a little stick and dragged his luggage out the door. Vernon jabbed a finger at the tiny space between his head and his body, as if he actually had a neck there. See? I'm going to press charges. Sorry, but find your neck first. Marvolio took a quick look around the living room, muttered, He's always this accurate, and left, ignoring Vernon's loud complaints behind him. A second later, he appeared at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. According to Tver, Harry had boarded the night bus after leaving the Dursleys. It was a magical form of public transport, an emergency service for witches and wizards. Whenever someone needed it, it would appear much like apparition, then send its passengers hurtling across Britain at impossible speeds. And Harry's destination this time was the leaky cauldron right in front of him. So Marvolio had simply come here first. Judging by the situation, he had even arrived a little earlier than Harry. As for whether he might be wrong. Marvolio would believe Tver even if he said Harry would someday kill him with a disarming charm. Not long after, Fudge apparitioned in, having received his message. He hadn't even steadied himself before blurting out, Dawlish, where's Harry? Marvolio pointed toward the road ahead. Under the darkness of night, only a few scattered Muggle cars were passing by. On his way. But you said Harry was on the night bus. Then how can you be sure his destination? Fudge didn't finish. Because a triple-decker bus burst into sight at the far end of the road like a streak of lightning, racing straight toward them. With a sharp screech, it came to a perfect stop in front of them. Fudge stared, stunned, at Marvolio's faint smile. You're always so exceptional, he muttered, then stepped forward to pat Harry on the shoulder as he climbed down. So you really were coming here, Harry? Marvolio wasn't sure whether he should smile at Fudge's praise. Forget it, he was exceptional. His gaze drifted toward a nearby alley. In the shadows, a dog had slumped close, only just arriving. It was nearly half his height, covered in black fur, but life on the run had left it bony and filthy, its coat dull and matted. Even so, it was bold enough to poke its head out, as if worried Marvolio wouldn't recognize it as an animagus. So this was Black's animal form, just as Tver had said. Marvolio studied the large black dog. Sensing the threat in his eyes, Black immediately spun around and disappeared into the alley. Of course, it also happened to be the moment Fudge finished speaking and ushered Harry inside the pub. Dawlish, wait for me a moment. I need to have a few more words with Harry. Even Fudge seemed a bit embarrassed to be relying on an elite aura like Dawlish for something like this. Whether that embarrassment was real or just courtesy, Marvolio didn't know, and certainly didn't care. He clicked his tongue and followed them in at an unhurried pace. Because the owner of the leaky cauldron shared his name, he had remembered this place well over the years. There were no other guests inside. Tom was behind the bar, leisurely polishing a glass. When he heard footsteps, he looked up with a cheerful expression. The minister? Tom rushed over to them. This late? Would you like something? Beer? Brandy? No, just prepare a room for Harry. Fudge lifted his hand with the air of a superior, stopping Tom's enthusiastic movements. But Harry felt extremely confused, or rather, he'd been baffled ever since getting off the bus. According to Fudge, he was to stay in the leaky cauldron and Diagon Alley until school started. He had to return on time every evening and wasn't allowed to wander anywhere strange. Even after term began, he wasn't allowed to leave the school during Christmas break. The restrictions were stricter than anything the teachers enforced. But I used magic outside school. Oh, Dawlish has already taken care of that. You wouldn't want to be expelled, would you? Fudge said, his expression stiff. Harry only felt more confused. I saw the notice about Black on the bus. Has he been caught? Oh. Fudge's body jolted slightly. He'd been worn out by this case lately. We'll catch him. Soon. By the way, Harry, this is Dawlish, the Ministry's outstanding auror. If you ever run into trouble on the streets, you can go to him. Fudge patted Marvolio's shoulder proudly, as if drawing some comfort from it himself. Yet to Harry, the way this auror was looking at him felt stranger than everything else that had happened tonight combined. He certainly hadn't felt this odd during their previous encounters. We won't disturb your rest. Fudge pulled Marvolio along as they stepped out of the pub. Outside, only a few Muggles passed by now and then. The cool night breeze brushed past them, and the hand Fudge was holding slipped free. Dawlish, leave the pursuit of Black to the others. For the next few months, your mission is to protect Harry, he instructed solemnly. You think Black will attack Harry? Exactly. Your mind is as sharp as ever. Fudge's pleased smile carried a hint of self-satisfaction, clearly proud of his own clever plan. Much easier than chasing after Black's trail. But you can't be the only one protecting Harry, so I'm planning to send Dementors to Hogwarts this year. This time, Marvolio couldn't keep calm. Are you insane? Dumbledore will kill every last one of those Dementors. Don't worry. As long as someone goes to persuade Dumbledore, he'll agree. Fudge gave a strained laugh. The fact that even the Minister of Magic couldn't force Dumbledore to obey clearly bothered him, and being exposed by his subordinate left him even more embarrassed. Who could possibly persuade Dumbledore? Fudge's awkwardness vanished in an instant. You, of course. Besides you, who else in the Ministry is capable enough? With an expression that practically shouted "I believe in you," he enthusiastically slapped Marvolio on the shoulder. Chapter 172, Persuading Dumbledore. Hogwarts. So I have to accompany you to the school to persuade Dumbledore. Tver sighed helplessly as he watched the gates slowly open. Marvolio had ultimately accepted the task of convincing Dumbledore, dragging him back to Hogwarts first thing in the morning. Marvolio swept a hand out grandly. Look at this beautiful campus. Can't you feel even a little longing for something this beautiful? The problem is that in a few years you'll bring an entire army here and tear the place apart. Tver silently grumbled. But Marvolio wasn't wrong. Without noisy students, the castle truly felt quieter and more serene. Bathed in sunlight, Hogwarts seemed particularly bright and inviting. No wonder some professors chose to stay over the summer. Free room and board in a place like this really was more pleasant. They both slowed their pace to take in the scenery. Why would you take on such a thankless task? Even if Dumbledore agrees, he'll still be displeased with you. It's still better than running around outside. If you'd let me catch Black, would I be acting southwest out of place? Marvolio complained, his lips twisting in annoyance. Besides, you're here. With you around, how could we possibly fail to persuade Dumbledore? He clapped a heavy hand on Tver's shoulder as if Tver were there solely for him to order around. If I didn't have something to discuss with Dumbledore, I wouldn't be here with you at all. Tver slapped away his hand and noticed someone coming down the staircase. Professor Fawley. What brings you back to the school? Hagrid asked, holding a book and looking delighted. I need to talk to Dumbledore, Tver said, gesturing at the book in his hands. And you? The last time I saw you this happy was when you came back from Azkaban. Hagrid grinned broadly, scratching his head while proudly showing off the book. The Monster Book of Monsters, that unruly thing lay perfectly tame in his hands. Professor Kettleburn's retiring, and Dumbledore's decided I'll be taking over care of magical creatures. This is the textbook I'll be using for my lessons. I just went to ask Dumbledore about preparing the coursework. His face was flushed with excitement, the smile stubbornly pushing its way out from behind his beard. And what did Dumbledore say? Marvolio asked. He said it was an interesting idea. Hagrid frowned, only just noticing Marvolio's presence. An Auror? What are you doing at the school? He demanded sharply. Hagrid's memories of Aurors and Azkaban ran deep, and he recognized Dawlish instantly. Don't be rash, Hagrid. Tver said quickly. She couldn't deal with either of them getting hurt. Dawlish is here for the same reason I am, to discuss something with Dumbledore. Only then did Hagrid manage to push down the surge of anger. With Professor Fawley present, Dawlish couldn't possibly cause trouble. And surely Fawley wouldn't harbor any harmful intentions toward Dumbledore. All right. Dumbledore's in his office. The password is Fizzing Whizbees. Thank you. And here's some advice: spend more time on lesson prep, especially considering the danger posed by the magical creatures that might appear in your class. If students get hurt, it'll reflect badly on your future teaching. Tver offered the reminder sincerely. He doubted Hagrid would take the advice easily, but it didn't hurt to try. After bidding Hagrid goodbye, he pulled the still grumbling Marvolio toward the headmaster's office. Fizzing Whizbees. Tisk, Dumbledore's tastes are always so strange, Marvolio muttered resentfully. But he knew he was here to ask for something, so once he stepped into the office he quickly switched to a more agreeable expression. Dawlish. I thought you were here to take away another professor. As if he'd heard Marvolio's earlier jab, Dumbledore said it the moment he saw him. Even Marvolio didn't know how to respond. He couldn't very well admit that the Ministry wanted to station Dementors at Hogwarts, could he? Don't worry. This time they want to bring Dementors to the school. Marvolio, degree. Tver sat down in front of Dumbledore with the ease of someone who seemed to visit this office all the time. Which wasn't wrong, he had been here many times, probably more than anyone who wasn't a headmaster. But Dumbledore's expression darkened instantly. I've already discussed this with Fudge. Hogwarts does not welcome Dementors. Those things belong in Azkaban, and only in Azkaban. Angry, Dumbledore resembled a lion. His age didn't lessen his presence at all, if anything, it added the weight of time to it. Tver calmly poured himself a cup of tea. For some reason, tea was the only drink available. Exactly what I said. But they insist that wherever Black is, that place might as well be Azkaban, and the Dementors have to follow him. Capturing Black is the responsibility of the Ministry. It has nothing to do with Hogwarts. Dumbledore casually took out a hidden pitcher of pumpkin juice, poured himself a glass, then tucked it away again. The house elves are on holiday too, so my supply of pumpkin juice is running low. Seeing Tver's stunned expression, he gave a brief explanation before taking a sip. With how possessive he looked, Tver nearly wondered if this Dumbledore was someone in disguise using Polyjuice Potion. But Black is connected to Hogwarts students. That gives the Ministry the authority to act. Marvolio finally snapped out of his shock and stepped slightly behind Tver's shoulder, staring firmly at Dumbledore. If he hadn't used Tver as a human shield, his stance might have looked more commanding. Unable to bear Tver's resentful stare any longer, Dumbledore personally poured him a cup of pumpkin juice. "You two know each other well?" he asked casually. "We're friends. Dawlish is the Ministry's rising star now. You could at least hear him out." Tver lifted his cup, taking small, satisfied sips. Dumbledore looked toward Marvolio. "Of course I'm aware of Dawlish's recent progress. To be honest, it's beyond what I expected. Your academic achievements were the best of your year, but you always made mistakes when it came to actual combat. I never imagined you would change this much. But now the Ministry seems to have changed as well. Are they just waiting foolishly for Black to show up?" A faint, cold smile tugged at Dumbledore's lips as he leaned back in his chair, lifting his chin slightly, displaying, for the first time in front of them, the quiet arrogance of the greatest wizard. Tver didn't mind at all, he even stepped aside deliberately so Dumbledore's focus would fall more directly on Marvolio. Marvolio shot Tver a resentful glare. It was his fault he hadn't been allowed to go after Black. "Black is cunning. We can't track him down. The only place we can be certain he'll appear is Hogwarts. Even you wouldn't want Harry Potter to get hurt, would you? And the Dementors will only stay outside the school walls. Their sole target is Black. They won't harm students by accident." Tver desperately wanted to stop Marvolio from setting up such a dangerous flag, but he spoke too fast, too late. Dumbledore was visibly moved by the assurance. He also didn't want to put the Ministry in an awkward position, nor did he want rumors spreading that Dumbledore refuses to be governed by the Ministry. "Very well. I agree to let the Dementors guard the perimeter of Hogwarts, but only the perimeter." Chapter 173, Remus Lupin. After Dumbledore nodded, Marvolio visibly relaxed. When Voldemort had split off this fragment of soul, he'd only been out of school for a few years, and Dumbledore's overwhelming presence had left a deep imprint on him. Tver, however, grew tense. Because Dumbledore's attention had shifted to him. "Before I go visit your teacher, there's one more thing I need you to do." Tver swallowed without meaning to. "What's so urgent that it has to be done by me?" Anything Dumbledore treated with such gravity was never something simple. "That depends entirely on you, on whether you still want a defense against the dark arts professor." Dumbledore laced his fingers together on the desk, expression smug, as if saying checkmate. "Time, place, person," Tver said helplessly. "Starting now, Remus Lupin." "He seems to have run into some trouble," Dumbledore said, giving Marvolio a glance. "From all sides?" Tver frowned. What kind of mess could cause trouble from that many directions? He knew Lupin well enough, the poor werewolf professor from the story. In his past life, seeing Lupin and his wife lying on the ground together had left him heartbroken for a long time. But getting into trouble with both the Ministry and dark wizards? That didn't sound like Lupin at all. Dumbledore soon cleared up his confusion. "Lupin is a werewolf. You don't mind that, do you? The Ministry wants him registered and kept under strict monitoring. On the other side, Lupin refuses to associate with werewolves, especially Fenrir Greyback's lot. So now he's stuck between both groups, facing the distrust, even outright hatred, of ordinary wizards. His situation is far from good, especially since his current whereabouts have been exposed to Greyback." Tver let out a speechless sigh. "So being a decent werewolf is harder than being a dark wizard? This wizarding world really is something." Marvolio shook his head with a laugh, his tone laced with scorn. Even Dumbledore remained silent. He had no way, and no standing, to refute it. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Lupin's current state was something Dumbledore, as its leader, couldn't escape responsibility for. "It's fine. It's because the wizarding world still has problems like these that we have to keep working to fix them," Tver said quickly. Dumbledore brightened at once, a genuine look of relief crossing his face. And once again, who knew for the how many time, he found himself wondering how to shape Tver into a true successor. "Then I'll leave Lupin to you. He might be at Never mind, I don't actually know where he is. Tver, _. Couldn't you at least give me an address? How am I supposed to find him in a country this big? Maybe we can track Greyback's location. If that doesn't work, we can ask someone from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Years of Auror experience let Marvolio come up with multiple options immediately. Excellent, Dawlish. I'm delighted to see you've grown into such an outstanding man. Dumbledore's praise flowed freely. Only Tver knew this was just Dumbledore's habit of winning people over. Think about it, if the greatest wizard personally praised you like this, most people would be ecstatic and obedient. Luckily, neither of them was most people. Tver said a friendly goodbye to Fawkes before dragging the slightly floaty Marvolio out of the office. Come to think of it, was this the first time Dumbledore has ever praised me like that? Marvolio murmured dazedly once they stepped outside the castle. Tver stared at him in exasperation, yet another child starved for affection. If you could turn over a new leaf, Dumbledore would praise you every single day. Spill it. Where is Greyback now? How should I know? Marvolio snapped back, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. Then why did you just say you could find someone to check? That's exactly why I need to find someone. 5 minutes later, they appeared at the Leaky Cauldron. The pub was bustling, but as soon as they entered, they spotted a familiar figure. Professor Fawley. Harry had just come down the stairs, heading for lunch. He was still adjusting to living in the pub, so sleeping in was perfectly normal. But the moment those words left his mouth, a small stir rippled through the pub. Professor. When did Hogwarts get such a young professor? Is he a Fawley? Witnessing this scene, Marvolio muttered helplessly, that's why I love using pureblood families, they grab everyone's attention the moment they show up. Don't forget, you come from a pureblood family too. Tver whispered back before stepping forward to meet Harry, drawing Marvolio's glare away from the onlookers. You're staying here? Yes, I moved in last night. Harry replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, blowing up his aunt and running away from home wasn't exactly something to brag about. Professor, did you need something? Ah, we're here to introduce a new professor. Noticing Harry's worried expression, Tver added, don't worry, this year's professor will be outstanding. I'm actually afraid he might steal my thunder. No way. Harry declared loudly, though his rumbling stomach made his voice sound weaker than intended. No sleeping in during the holidays either. Besides, skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. Go eat now. Harry sheepishly rubbed his empty belly, but before he could speak, someone pushed past him. So this must be Professor Fawley, the one Cedric always talks about. A man appeared before Tver with a broad smile, his large hands grasping hers warmly. I'm Amos Diggory, Cedric's father. I currently work at the Beast Division. Thank you for looking after Cedric at school. Tver was startled by his warmth, blinking twice before recovering. Cedric does very well at school. I haven't really had to look after him. You're too modest. Many of your views at home are highly appreciated by his mum and me. They seem quite logical. Enough pleasantries for now, Marvolio stepped in front of Amos. Where's Remus Lupin? Or Fenrir Greyback's location? Oh, right. Dawlish. Amos finally fished a crumpled parchment from his pocket, its texture suggesting it had passed through many hands. Lupin's last known location was a month ago in Diagon Alley, reportedly buying chocolate. Greyback, however, was last sighted in Grimmauld Place, London, just last night. Tver took the paper and scanned it. It was filled with records on both men, though Greyback's took up the bulk of the page compared to Lupin's sparse few lines. Lupin's behavior is relatively benign, so we've kept a lighter watch on him. Don't be fooled by the few entries, he actually appears in public far more often. Greyback is the exact opposite. Whenever he surfaces, he inevitably draws attention. Amos explained immediately. Then why have I heard that the Ministry is investigating Lupin's whereabouts? That I don't know. Lately, the Ministry's been in chaos trying to track down Black. Orders are flying everywhere. Dawlish knows about it too. Seeing Marvolio nod in agreement, Tver finally put the paper away. Alright, let's hurry over there. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, The Aurors Are Here. Just now, when Grimmauld Place was mentioned, Tver hadn't had a clear picture in mind. But standing here in this small square, his memory gradually sharpened. This was the home of Sirius Black, the ancestral estate of the Black family. But today's target wasn't the Blacks, it was Lupin. So was Lupin here to revisit the past, or to track down the escaped Sirius, hoping to capture an old friend and send him back to prison? Tver looked over the surrounding houses. They were similar in style, yet every one of them carried an eerie gloom, a stark contrast to the lively Diagon alley they had just left. Some windows were shattered, paint peeling off the doors like exposed wounds. But Lupin's trail certainly wouldn't reveal itself so easily. Ha! Tver shot him a displeased glare. What's so funny? This is an emergency. Tver couldn't guarantee that Marvolio showing up here as an Auror wouldn't trigger a chain reaction among werewolves like Greyback. Nor could he guarantee that Lupin's fate would follow the story's version, safe and sound, returning to teach. If anything went wrong, he'd have no idea where to find another suitable defense against the dark arts professor. Yet Marvolio ignored his anxiety entirely, laughing freely. My clever Tver, he wheezed between laughs. If Lupin and Greyback had started fighting in the street, the Aurors would have sniffed it out ages ago. Sniffed it out? Are you implying that you Aurors are dogs? The laughter vanished from Marvolio's face. Let's look for signs of Lupin. Marvolio led Tver through Grimmauld Place, moving with practiced familiarity as he searched for suspicious traces. If they really fought, it'd either be somewhere no one could see, or they'd have dealt with any Muggle witnesses. He deliberately searched the more secluded areas. Don't you Aurors investigate when a wanted criminal is sighted? Tver asked as he followed, relaxed enough to chat. Wanted criminals are still wizards. Operating once or twice is normal. We only move in after confirming their main hideout multiple times. Otherwise we'd spook them, and they'd be even harder to catch. So you can determine a fugitive's hideout. They're fugitives, how could they have a fixed hideout? They usually lie low in Muggle neighborhoods, then appear in wizard areas where they can hunt. Other Aurors catch one or two fugitives by sheer luck. But I'm different. Marvolio stopped and looked back smugly. Dark wizards always leave traces, more or less, and those traces help me track them easily. Tver turned his head away, unimpressed, and looked around the alley-like space. Well, it wasn't exactly an alley. It was fairly wide, just hidden by surrounding buildings and easy to overlook. But unlike other alleys, the ground here was uneven. Werewolf corpses are hard to dispose of, and their transfiguration skills are poor, so they often leave obvious signs like this. Marvolio tapped a slightly elevated mound with his toe. There's a werewolf corpse buried here. He pretended to sniff the air, as though detecting a scent. There should be a Muggle corpse too, likely an innocent bystander caught up in this. Tver didn't answer. Instead, his expression grew solemn as he crouched before the mound, inspecting it carefully. Could this be Lupin? As Marvolio moved his foot, the raised patch slowly split open down the middle, revealing two bodies stacked beneath. The upper one was a man dressed like a vagrant, a massive wound across his neck nearly severing his throat. The corpse beneath was dressed little better, robes tattered and patched. The only slightly better feature was that the body was intact, no additional wounds, and the hair was thicker. But the face was smeared with the vagrant's blood, making identification impossible for now. A werewolf. Struck by the killing curse, said Marvolio with absolute certainty, I believe, if Dumbledore's description is accurate, that Lupin wouldn't resort to using the killing curse. Hearing this, Tver's heart tightened. Lupin truly disdained using the killing curse. Only Greyback's pack of dark wizard werewolves would wield it so recklessly. So this was Lupin. Damn it, had he arrived too late? But he probably isn't Lupin, Marvolio remarked, amused by Tver's tense expression. You can barely make out surprise in his expression. Probably just friendly fire from his own team. Don't doubt it. Werewolves rarely get proper education. Their magic is all over the place, and accidentally hurting their own is common. That's exactly why I've always looked down on them. Tver slowly stood up. Couldn't you have told me sooner? Isn't it perfectly normal for me to speak slowly? Marvolio blinked innocently twice, hands spread wide, though the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his smug satisfaction. So how exactly are we supposed to track down Lupin using these two corpses? Tver asked. Ahem, they're right here. Marvolio pointed triumphantly at the nearby house. Calm down. Your sharp mind will spot the anomaly here. Tver obediently quieted himself and soon detected magical fluctuations emanating from behind the wall. He chuckled as he drew his wand. He had indeed panicked momentarily, failing to notice such obvious signs of combat. It seemed his lack of recent combat had dulled his sensitivity to magical fluctuations. Time to step up his training, he thought, shooting a mischievous glance at Marvolio beside him. That look made Marvolio's heart skip a beat. He swiftly drew his wand and aimed it at the wall. A flash of crimson light erupted. Boom. The wall instantly shattered, and the dust had not even settled when Marvolio charged through the gap. Aurors are here. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 175, the credit rolls in. Several figures behind the wall were still fighting when the sudden crash made them jump. Orus, one of Greyback's werewolves, froze, his wand hanging uselessly in midair. They all stopped at the same time and turned toward the billowing dust. "Could you maybe try being a bit more graceful?" Tver said, clearly annoyed. He blew lightly across his wand, sweeping all the dust and fallen bricks together into a neat pile off to the side. Which, of course, exposed them completely. Marvolio was still frozen mid-charge, and with his massive build he looked like a battering ram ready to be unleashed. Tver, in contrast, looked perfectly composed. His right hand held his wand, the left resting lightly over it before his chest. A faint smile touched his lips, and with his elegant, immaculate clothing, he looked more like someone arriving for a dinner party than someone crashing a fight. "Is Mr. Remus John Lupin here?" I am." Lupin raised his hand hesitantly. He wasn't sure why, he just felt he should. The werewolves who had been crowding around him instantly jumped back, terrified of being dragged down with him. Orus or not, anyone could tell these two weren't far off from being werewolves themselves. They were ruthless. Tver let his smile fade and took his time examining Lupin from head to toe. The two of them couldn't have been more different. Lupin's hair was the gray of settled ash, and deep lines creased his face far too early. His complexion was pale and drawn, as though exhaustion clung to him like a shadow. His worn robes looked even worse than those of the other werewolves, thin, shabby, patched in every imaginable way. But his eyes were clear and steady, carrying a quiet resolve. And he didn't seem injured. No one dared make a sound while Tver inspected him. After a long moment, Tver finally drew back, satisfied, and the smile returned to his face. "Perfect. Task nearly accomplished. I'm delighted to inform you, Mr. Remus Lupin, that you have been hired as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Your appointment letter will be sent once Headmaster Dumbledore gives final confirmation. Please try not to wander too far, or our all might have trouble finding you." The silence that followed was downright eerie. Lupin stared at the unruffled Tver and the unbothered Marvolio beside him. What was happening? He'd literally been fighting moments ago, and now two people had arrived to tell him he'd been hired as a Hogwarts professor. Was this the wizarding world he knew? Or had everyone simply been knocked silly in the brawl? But "I never applied for a position at Hogwarts," he said uncertainly. "Ah, that's a question you'll need to take up with Dumbledore. I'm only delivering his message." Tver had clearly decided everything already. Once Lupin stepped foot into the headmaster's office, the rest wouldn't be up to him anymore. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. All right. Fine. Lupin nodded numbly. He then pointed toward the werewolves opposite him, who had huddled together nervously the moment they heard Dumbledore's name. "I still have something to deal with. I'll need a moment." Tver frowned. "Can't we go back to Hogwarts first?" "But they won't let me leave so easily." Lupin sighed helplessly and raised his wand again. "You'd better step back. Their aim is terrible. If they hit you by accident, it'll be a mess." Tver only sighed and slowly lifted his own wand. No need to bother. With a gentle sweep from right to left, the bricks in the corner rose into the air, forming a massive wall that blotted out half the room. And in the next instant, just as dread crept across the werewolves' faces, the bricks shot forward like thousands of darting birds, trailing clouds of dust as they hurtled straight toward them in a ferocious barrage. Crack! The werewolves scrambled, flinging their wands in panic and using every spell they'd ever learned to block the incoming storm of bricks. But this time, even their terrible aim didn't matter. Professor Folly had very thoughtfully provided them with enough targets to bury them alive. Bricks shattered one after another, yet an endless number still hovered in the air. Even the fragments joined the assault, whipping toward them from every direction. Aside from Greyback's powerful build, the other werewolf wizards were thin and frail compared to their wolf forms. Their bodies were already covered in bloody cuts, and wherever the bricks struck, ugly bruises bloomed across their skin. Their already ragged clothes were torn to the point of disintegration. Fortunately, there weren't any women among them, or this story wouldn't be fit for print. "We've got no quarrel with Lupin. You can let him go. Actually, just let us go. It was all Greyback's idea." Greyback, furious, clamped a hand around the man's throat and lifted him like a chick, holding him up as a shield. "That man who hasn't even moved yet, that's Dawlish. He'll never let a bunch of dark wizards like us walk away. You've made that big a name for yourself among dark wizards." Tver looked at Marvolio in surprise. Marvolio spread his arms with smug flair, looking exactly like a certain self-proclaimed expert. "Of course. No one understands dark wizards better than me." The werewolves' defenses finally buckled. Now and then, one collapsed under the barrage, only to be buried by the next wave of bricks. "You're not planning to kill them all, are you?" Marvolio asked, worried. Feeling sentimental about your former subordinates? Obviously. A dead dark wizard is far less valuable than a living one. Relax. They're not dead. Watching the two of them chatting away as if nothing were happening, Lupin couldn't hear what they were saying, but judging by their easy expressions, it was something casual. His worldview felt like it was on the verge of collapse. When had the werewolves, feared across the wizarding world, ended up completely helpless before a single wizard? Careful. Out of the corner of his eye, Lupin saw Greyback suddenly move after staying still the whole time. He shouted the warning instantly. Greyback used his massive frame, bigger even than Dawlish's, to plow straight through the flying bricks. Within moments, he had forced a path through the barrage and charged toward Tver and the others without slowing. Triumph lit up his eyes, and his sharp teeth gleamed. He was the strongest werewolf. Even without transforming, he could easily tear a normal person apart. Thud. He barely made it a few steps before he was slammed flat onto the ground, pinned beneath several enormous hands. More hands materialized, piling over him until he was completely submerged. Greyback tried to brute force his way out, but after only a few struggles, an even larger palm pressed down over him, muffling him into silence. With Greyback no longer serving as their shield, the remaining werewolves had no strength left to resist. One by one, they were buried under the mountain of bricks. Only then did Tver realize that in gathering enough bricks, he'd somehow torn down most of the walls in the area, leaving only the load-bearing wall wobbling precariously. All right, they've let you go. Off you go to see Dumbledore. Seeing Lupin still look hesitant, Tver teased, "What's wrong? Forgotten how to get back to Hogwarts? Worried you can't find the headmaster's office?" Lupin let out a small laugh. "All right. Thank you, both of you." He loosened his shoulders, suddenly looking much lighter, and waved goodbye to Tver. As soon as Lupin disappeared, Marvolio rubbed his hands together and strode eagerly toward the piles of rubble. Perfect. Time for me to rack up some credit. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, A Letter from Dumbledore. Lupin successfully became the defense against the dark arts professor, Tver finally relaxed, Marvolio earned major credit, and the werewolves received a suite in Azkaban. A bright future for all of us. Tver enjoyed a long stretch of comfortable, carefree days. He spent his time at Cynthia's house, reading, having afternoon tea, discussing the face mask business and company operations with Jeff, and practicing combat techniques with Marvolio and Cynthia. From time to time, letters arrived from Lupin, and they would plan out the new school year's curriculum together. Just like the previous year, they would split all the classes evenly and take turns teaching. But to Tver's delight, Lupin proposed many excellent ideas for the coursework. He wasn't skilled at using written tests to deepen students' understanding of theory, but when it came to practice, especially dealing with dark creatures, he had plenty of experience. In his own words, "I've run into more dark creatures these past few years than wizards." So Tver felt completely at ease handing over most of the textbook content to him, and even took the liberty of requesting a salary raise for Lupin from Dumbledore. For both of them, of course. Though Dumbledore still hadn't replied. Even so, Tver remained in a very good mood, smiling through every business discussion with Jeff. Young Master, Mr. Lucius has excitedly submitted quite a few new proposals. Jeff brought over a stack of papers covered from top to bottom with writing. Just toss them in the bin. Tver's smile vanished. Ever since the first batch of face masks had become a massive hit in the Muggle world, the company's reputation had skyrocketed. Even though the first batch was given out for free, earning nothing and actually losing money, the effect was extraordinary. The entire British fashion world was buzzing about the mask's miraculous results. So before the second batch had even been produced, merchants were swarming the company like sharks scenting blood. Judging by their offers, the deposits alone would easily cover the initial costs. To boost Lucius's confidence, Tver had, accidentally, let that information slip. After several days of researching and brushing up on Muggle knowledge, Lucius finally understood. His 10% share had earned enough in just a few days to buy an entire Quidditch team brand new broomsticks. Firebolts, at that. Even though the money couldn't yet be converted into galleons, with so many supply contracts in place, they could fill a vault with galleons at any moment. Lucius was so excited he barely slept for days. Eventually, Narcissa kicked him out of bed, and he ended up in his study, racking his brain and churning out a mountain of proposals. Naturally, they all involved using magic to manipulate people and promote the product. If he hadn't had a sliver of rationality left, reminding him not to draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic or the Wisengamot, he might have actually tried implementing them. But none of these suggestions were ever going to be used. Once they arrived at Tver's desk, their only destination was the trash. In fact, not even the trash. Jeff gave a casual wave, and the papers in his hand went up in flames and disappeared. What about the second batch? Are we selling them straight away? At this, Tver couldn't help but grin. No. For the second batch, aside from supplying a few shops, we sell half and keep half. Once the benefits of the first half show up publicly, then we slowly release the rest. Isn't that still selling? Why make it complicated? Marvolio had just come home, finished with his day of babysitting. To create the illusion of scarcity, Tver said. He didn't need a mirror to know he was wearing a wicked expression. That way, the face mask shifts from a fashion trend to a social topic. Once that happens, everyone, men, women, young, old, will know about it. The technology of this era wasn't nearly as advanced, and information didn't spread quickly. Advertising only through newspapers or television could reach only specific groups. But once something became a social topic, scarcity marketing would turn it into public conversation. The invisible advertising effect would be immeasurable. After spending time learning from him, Marvolio had grown quite familiar with Tver's sly business methods. So after thinking it over, he immediately understood just how powerful this strategy was. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Good thing you're not strapped for cash, or you could topple the magical world's entire financial system with money alone. Tver's excitement faded, replaced with a hint of disdain. If I actually tried that, the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts would show up at my door the very next day. They'd confiscate everything I own and toss me into Azkaban under some made-up charge. Even if their rules are full of loopholes, even if there's nothing in the law that forbids it. That was how the wizarding world kept its financial orders stable. A rather crude system, really. Only strength could truly protect wealth. The Malfoy family had spent years and a fortune building connections within the ministry. Dumbledore, on the other hand, only had to wait for the ministry to curry favor with him. And that was why making money had never been Tver's real focus. Alright, come on, let's have an exciting duel. With a dramatic sweep of his hand, he activated the room's protective wards. Jeff took one look at the atmosphere and immediately scampered off on his short legs. Young master, I'll go prepare dinner. Marvolio's face collapsed. What about Cynthia? Wasn't she eager to be your sparring partner at the beginning? I'm not sure why, Tver said, scratching his head. She's been coming home much later lately. Always just in time for dinner. Thinking back to the intensity of their recent training sessions, Marvolio instantly understood. She's terrified of you. But that was something he absolutely could not say. If he annoyed Tver, the men could keep him pinned in a duel until morning. After weeks of combat practice, Tver had mastered nearly all the spellcasting techniques Ravenclaw left behind. His casting speed had become noticeably faster, and his grasp of transfiguration was advancing rapidly. Fighting him wasn't particularly dangerous, after all, they were on the same side now. But it was exhausting. Spells flew at you non-stop, as if magic cost nothing. And that wasn't even the worst part, transfiguration spells came at you from every possible angle. One lapse in concentration, and even someone as strong as Marvolio could get caught and end up humiliatingly tied up by conjured ropes for a few seconds. A few seconds were more than enough to get teased for the rest of the day. Thankfully, before they even finished taking their stances, Jeff came back carrying an owl. Young master, you have a letter. Tver took it, brows knitting deeper the longer he read. What's wrong? Marvolio asked. Dumbledore is coming tomorrow. Not here, he's going to the professor's home in Austria. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, A Conversation Across Half a Century. University of Vienna, Austria. An elderly man walked slowly across the campus. Even during the holidays, there were still students coming and going, some staying behind to study or conduct research, others simply visiting for leisure. There were older professors as well, strolling with students, colleagues, or partners, chatting with either easy smiles or serious tones as they moved along. But few were as alone as this old man. Perhaps he was the only one. The morning sunlight was growing hotter, the summer sun beginning to show its strength. He seemed a little dazed. If the Muggles around him were able to notice him at all, someone would probably have approached to check on him. But clearly, whatever troubled him wasn't physical. Grindelwald had already received Tver's letter and knew Dumbledore would be coming. It wasn't until yesterday, when Tver personally arrived to tell him the news, that he realized just how unprepared he was. He had no idea how he was supposed to face Dumbledore. Resentment. That should have been the answer. If Dumbledore had stood by him, the two of them together could have brought the wizarding world, and even the Muggles, under their rule long ago. Instead, Dumbledore not only refused to help, he even joined with outsiders to destroy the empire Grindelwald had painstakingly built. The result was 50 wasted years in Nurmengard, and his strength still hadn't fully recovered. By all logic, he ought to resent him. But after thinking about it for a long time, Grindelwald realized that ever since he walked out of Nurmengard, that emotion was simply gone. Had time washed it away? He didn't understand. For the first time, Grindelwald found that he, who once read and manipulated others' hearts with ease, could not see clearly into his own. Long time no see, Grindelwald. At some point, another white-haired old man had appeared beside him, walking with him at the same unhurried pace as the other elderly figures on campus. Albus Dumbledore. A name he could never forget, even after 50 years apart, even though both of them now looked nothing like they once did. This was still Albus Dumbledore. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. He knew better than anyone that Dumbledore was always capable of the astonishing and the unexpected. Exactly as he had always been, unchanged. And in the instant Grindelwald saw him, all the thoughts swirling in his mind suddenly quieted. "When did you get here?" he asked with a small smile, his tone calm, as if speaking to an old friend. Dumbledore stared straight ahead, but his expression refused to relax, as though he were the one who had lost 50 years ago. Just now. He pointed toward the academic buildings deeper inside the campus. Tver told me a great deal about the University of Vienna. Since it wasn't yet time for our meeting, I thought I'd walk around a bit. Didn't expect to run into you. Grindelwald let out a soft laugh. As if Dumbledore had come here just to wander. He had probably noticed him long before and walked over on purpose. No doubt about it, Dumbledore truly had that kind of ability. But Grindelwald didn't call him out. Instead, he followed his gesture and looked toward the teaching building he had seen countless times before. Yes, Tver always has such unconventional views. He didn't cause you any trouble at Hogwarts, did he? Dumbledore felt an immediate sense of relief. Too much trouble. In his first year, he dared to scheme against Voldemort, and even me. Of course, one could understand his motives for the Philosopher's Stone. But by his second year, he was letting the basilisk run amok in the castle and even associating with Death Eaters. If any students had been harmed, I'd have sent him straight to Azkaban. He claimed to be angry, yet his face held a smile, as if discussing a mischievous child. Grindelwald understood Dumbledore's feelings toward Tver all too well. He chuckled and shook his head, as if he could see Tver performing the very actions he described. He certainly has his little schemes. Sometimes he gives me a headache. Back in Nurmengard, he even wanted to turn the place into an amusement park and make me the director to collect the entrance fees. He even said, "You don't want to leave anyway, so why not make the most of it? You'd be the most dedicated employee here." He mimicked Tver's tone, making Dumbledore clap his hands and laugh so hard he nearly lost control of his cover spell. "I never imagined he had such an amusing side," Dumbledore said, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. "Ha! How did you endure it?" Grindelwald shook his head swiftly, sighing helplessly. "How could I endure it? If he hadn't been so persistent in demanding my help, I never would have taken him on as a student." "Oh. Would you mind sharing your story with him?" A child like him, Dumbledore paused, must have had a difficult time, right? Grindelwald's smile instantly faded, his eyes clouding with painful recollection. "I remember it was winter, bitterly cold, with a light drizzle falling. I woke up early that day, thankfully I did, and sensed something unusual stirring in my magic. Please forgive me. The defenses at Nurmengard are truly outdated, especially for wizards like you and me. For safety, I had to employ certain protective measures." Dumbledore nodded in understanding. He had seen it himself, without extra protection, a dark wizard with ill intent could very well have slipped inside. In truth, it had been his responsibility. But Grindelwald ignored the brief flicker of guilt on Dumbledore's face, his expression still lost in memory. "Following the trail, I sensed a small child had slipped in. That was Tver. A first year at the time, frail, sneaking in during the Christmas break. His magic was extremely primitive, barely capable of casting spells, relying only on slow, clumsy curses. Yet he managed to dismantle my protective wards one by one. But before he could finish, he collapsed from hunger and exhaustion. Still, Dumbledore, if someone had told me before that an 11-year-old could break my defenses, I never would have believed it. Not even we could have done it at 11, even with all his clever tricks. Until I met Tver, that little boy who collapsed before my eyes." "So you took him as a student?" Dumbledore couldn't help asking. "I sent him to find you first," Grindelwald said with sudden laughter. "When it comes to teaching, who in this world could rival you? But he came bearing a curse, demanding I teach him dark magic or he'd die in Nurmengard, then spread rumors that I'd begun murdering students in a desperate attempt to return to power." He smiled, a blend of exasperation and fondness. Tver was utterly convinced. But I effortlessly broke through his clumsy occlumency and discovered he didn't even know a single journalist. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. "So it was you who helped him suppress the curse?" "No, you're mistaken," Grindelwald emphasized. "Tver never relied on me. He always relied on himself. Always. I had no solution for that curse. He figured out a way himself to suppress it. Can you believe it?" In just one Christmas break, he mastered knowledge that would take 3 years at Durmstrang to teach. In just 3 years, he surpassed every student in the school. By his 6th year, I had nothing left to teach him. His talent told me he could reach this level without anyone's help. More gifted than you or I ever were. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Dumbledore. Dumbledore stared at Grindelwald's resolute face, lost in thought for a long moment before snapping back to reality. As far as he knew, Grindelwald was a proud man, had always been, in fact. Back when they worked together, they constantly clashed over magic and ideology, neither willing to yield. But now. So you've changed this much. Tver's talent is truly exceptional, as you said, surpassing both yours and mine. Therefore, Gellert, I do not wish for him to inherit your will. Do you understand? The wizarding world cannot bear such ideas, neither now nor in the future. This was the first time he had spoken Grindelwald's name today. Unlike before, his tone carried a hint of plea, and a trace of threat. Grindelwald gave him a meaningful look before replying with ease. Tver actually looks down on my ideas. He often subtly disparages the path I took back then. Of course, I too have come to realize my past actions were wrong. That's why I never once considered him as my successor. He was merely my student, a very clever one. But that doesn't mean you were right, Dumbledore. Tver certainly won't inherit my will, because he doesn't need to, he has ideals far greater and more powerful than mine. Grindelwald's lips curved into a faint smile, leaving Dumbledore puzzled. What could he possibly be proud of? But Tver's concern for Muggles runs a bit high, Dumbledore said with a frown. He had meant to say far too high, but given Grindelwald's unexpectedly cordial attitude today, he didn't want to shatter the rare moment of peace. Still, you must admit many of his views on Muggles are correct. Take Muggle technology, for instance. Grindelwald motioned for Dumbledore to look toward the road, where cars streamed past. 50 years ago, did we ever see cars this advanced, this beautiful? When I first left Nurmengard, I couldn't even bring myself to believe these were the same slow metal boxes I remembered. According to Tver, in another 20 years, there will likely be cars that drive themselves. Dumbledore, Muggle technology advances too fast, while the wizarding world advances too slowly. That still doesn't justify invading them, Dumbledore said sternly. Naturally, Grindelwald answered with a light laugh. Most wizards come from Muggles. Invading them does no good, it would only tear the wizarding world apart. That's precisely why I want to go out and see the world. To see what new marvels the Muggles have created, and where the wizarding world's future might lie. Dumbledore stared at him in astonishment. Was this really the Grindelwald he knew? Hearing such words from Grindelwald was as shocking as hearing Voldemort claim he wanted to protect the world. Grindelwald didn't need legitimacy to know exactly what Dumbledore was thinking. Don't look so surprised. These are just the idle thoughts of a retired old man. After all, I'm just a failed Dark Lord. Protecting the wizarding world is the sort of thing a wizard like you should be doing. Hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent. After a long moment, he finally looked up. Protecting the wizarding world, as long as I still draw breath, no, even after I'm gone, I will continue striving toward that. Then I entrust it to you. For the sake of this retired old man's safety, if nothing else, you must protect this magical world. And preferably live a few decades longer than I do. Grindelwald answered casually. He had no intention of continuing this line of conversation. If he talked too much, he risked exposing Tver's intentions, inviting Dumbledore's interference before the boy had the strength to defend himself. At the same time, he needed to divert Dumbledore's attention, to ensure the man felt no hostility toward Tver or himself. And he needed to plant the seeds of a shared goal, so persuading Dumbledore in the future would be far easier for Tver. Sigh. He'd taken in a student, yet somehow, he was the one playing babysitter. Enough of that. Let's talk about what's happened over these past 50 years, unless, of course, you'd rather not. Why would I mind? Truth be told, I was quite taken aback by how much you've changed. Dumbledore pressed a hand to his chest in exaggerated surprise. Grindelwald couldn't help laughing. If not for your startled expression, I wouldn't have realized how much I've changed. 50 years, Albus. People always change. Dumbledore looked at him with quiet emotion. After a long pause, he replied softly, yes. People always change. Grindelwald, however, spoke with the tone of someone excitedly sharing a newly found amusement. But let me tell you, Gregorovitch hasn't changed at all. Still that stubborn old fellow. Oh. I thought after all these years his temper might have softened. Not a chance. He's actually gotten worse. Just the other day At noon, Tver, who had been busy preparing an elaborate meal, stared in stunned disbelief as Dumbledore and his teacher walked in, chatting and laughing together. "Headmaster, when did you get here?" "Oh, Tver. I arrived not long ago. Ran into Gellert outside, so we chatted for a bit," Dumbledore said casually. "I didn't know you cooked so well. I could smell it from the doorway." Chatted for a bit. Was this what chatting for a bit looked like? Tver felt his entire worldview crack. Was this some illusion Marvolio and Cynthia arranged to prank him? How could this possibly be the dynamic he imagined between Dumbledore and his teacher? In his imagination, they would either be at each other's throats or burning with fierce passion. Instead, they met like old friends, neither overly warm nor hostile. During the meal, they mainly reminisced about the past, their tone relaxed and companionable. Tver felt like an outsider. Aside from occasionally answering questions about the food, the two barely acknowledged him. Even after lunch, when they moved to the living room, the conversation simply shifted to issues in the magical world. All that effort he put into cooking, even sacrificing his beloved pudding and cookies. And those two shamelessly ate everything. As the sky darkened, Dumbledore finally stood to take his leave. "Won't you stay a little longer? We have extra rooms here." Tver finally got the chance to address Dumbledore directly. "No, the school and the Confederation still require my attention," Dumbledore said as he headed toward the door. "Thank you very much for your hospitality." "Very well. I look forward to your next visit. Farewell, Gellert." Grindelwald waved a hand lazily. Dumbledore stepped into the sunlight, waved back at them, and disappeared. Behind Tver, Grindelwald stood in the shadow of the house, silently watching the spot where Dumbledore vanished. "Teacher, what exactly is going on between you two?" The moment Dumbledore left, Tver couldn't hold back any longer. "Did you two make up?" Grindelwald turned slightly, answering in a detached tone, "That's Dumbledore. He doesn't lower his guard so easily." "Oh. But you two seemed awfully happy while chatting," Tver said. "You talk happily with him too, don't you? But did you know he was guarding against you the entire time?" Out of Tver's sight, however, Grindelwald's lips curved into a barely contained smile. Tver clicked his tongue. "So the two of you were both holding back during the conversation. Well, that's good. I was worried you'd spilled everything about me. After all, it's Dumbledore. Grindelwald shot his student a sharp glare. "And here I am, helping you test Dumbledore, planting seeds of the future in his mind." Tver's eyes brightened instantly. He hurried over and clamped his hands on his teacher's shoulders. "So that means the headmaster has already started thinking about the future of the magical world I described?" "Exactly." Grindelwald jabbed his cane proudly into the floor. "He's begun considering how the rapid rise of Muggle technology might affect wizards. As long as you keep emphasizing the threat of Muggle technology, he will naturally move toward our goals. This time, he would personally pull Dumbledore onto their ship." With that thought, Grindelwald revealed a grin that looked almost childishly competitive. Chapter 179, Limbo. For the remainder of the holiday, Tver stayed in Austria, enjoying a quiet, leisurely life with his teacher. They took morning walks, napped in the warm afternoon sun after lunch, and spent the late afternoons reading. Evenings were devoted to discussing the state of the wizarding world and the teacher's old exploits. Of course, the secrets of the Slytherin chamber were an essential topic. Ancient magic had many casting methods. Runes were merely the most widely used and stable among them. If your description is correct, Salazar's spell resembles a kind of soul-based magic. It merges the soul with the magical effect, giving the spell flexibility and a wide range of possible transformations. It's a bit like Protego Diabolica. A small flame bloomed in Grindelwald's hand, yet in Tver's perception, it was laced with elements of the shield charm, legilimency, fiendfire, and more. But unlike Protego Diabolica, this sort of magic is controlled purely by my will. It hasn't merged with another will. In principle, the soul contains magical power. But once a spell is cast, control shifts to the will line linking it, or it follows the rules inherent in the spell itself. It does not think or judge on its own. Because it contains no will capable of independent thought. The sole exception is a Horcrux. But a Horcrux is a direct fragment of soul, one that already contains magic, will, and everything else. Tver rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then mimicked Grindelwald by extending his right hand. What appeared, however, was not a flame, it was his boggart. The little imp blinked mischievously. Then, all at once, a mass of fire enveloped it, though only surrounding it. Under Tver's full concentration, the flame and the imp began trying to fuse. But their repulsion was far more intense than he'd expected, almost like water and fire. Every bit of magic he added sent the soul recoiling further back, even though both originated from him. "How am I supposed to make them fuse?" he muttered, discouraged as he dismissed both the boggart and the flames. Wait, hadn't that just fused straight into his own body? Grindelwald saw the flicker of excitement on his face and immediately knew where his thoughts were headed. Don't even think about it. That only worked because your soul is massive. If you separated a fragment of your soul and tried to fuse it back, you'd be lucky if it didn't immediately start fighting. Harmony would be a miracle. Tver let the subject drop and instead thought of Voldemort and Marvolio. Right, then with Voldemort splitting his soul so many times, isn't he worried they'll attack each other? Grindelwald gave a cold chuckle. No. Those fragments were turned into Horcruxes. A Horcrux confines and contains. They cannot revive fully until the main body is destroyed. And because the Horcruxes exist, the main body cannot be completely killed. So creating so many Horcruxes. Pure cowardice. Only after every Horcrux is destroyed can he truly die. He suddenly straightened, fixing Tver with a serious look. But this also means that if you want to end Voldemort for good, you must either get rid of that Marvolio fellow first, or find a way for him to replace Voldemort as the main body with a complete will, which essentially means killing Voldemort's true body. My advice is to choose the former. Once we bring Dumbledore to our side, we won't need a crippled soul like Marvolio at all, Grindelwald warned. He didn't want Marvolio becoming dead weight in Tver's plans. And what about the second option? Destroying the main body isn't impossible, Tver said with a frown. Unlike Grindelwald, he wanted to preserve the highest tier of magical power, reducing the likelihood of future conflicts as much as possible. And Marvolio, clearly, was far more cooperative, and far easier to control, than Voldemort. At least I don't know. Grindelwald shrugged without concern. Seeing Tver still lost in thought, he sighed helplessly. Let me remind you, ordinary methods of destroying a soul won't work. Once a Horcrux is made, the soul becomes like a rivet hammered into the mortal world, pinning the original body firmly in place. Of course, that doesn't mean he can't die. I've heard there's a liminal realm between life and death. In that space, you should be able to pull out that rivet. How does one enter that realm? How should I know? Grindelwald rolled his eyes openly at his student. Maybe you have to die a little. That's a terrible curse. Am I not still your dearest student? Tver sighed and lightly tapped his teacher's thigh, beginning to massage it. Grindelwald clearly enjoyed it. His eyes narrowed in pleasure as he leaned back in his chair, looking thoroughly content as some distant thought drifted through his mind. If you ask me, once you've used Marvolio, just destroy him. Don't let him delay your dealing with Voldemort. That coward is still dangerous. But Tver shook his head with certainty. If we can mend Marvolio's soul, his potential far surpasses Voldemort's. He's more malleable and much easier to control. And if Dumbledore ends up turning against us, we'll need a powerful ally on our side. 3 against 1, that's the only way we can say for certain we'll win. At the very least, we need Dumbledore to fear us, he added quickly. This time, Grindelwald had no choice but to agree. That possibility definitely existed, and after experiencing defeat once, he understood the need for caution. You have a point. Sigh, even at my age, I still have to help you hunt down ancient texts and do your research. I wonder when I'll ever truly retire. But that only proves how incredible you are. Tver said, flattering him as he increased the pressure of the massage. For the rest of the holiday, Tver spent most of his time discussing soul fusion and limbo with his teacher. But it was obvious such topics couldn't be solved in a week or two. They didn't make any real progress at all. The only thing remotely resembling progress was the pile of books they collected. Who knew if any of them were useful? Some came from Grindelwald's accumulation in Nurmengard, and others were borrowed from the Durmstrang library. So, when the holiday neared its end, Tver could only gather his stack of materials, say goodbye to his teacher, and return to Britain again. In the last few days, he greedily used his rare free time to return to the estate and spend several days with his parents. Of course, this was also their rest period after coming back from a trip, before beginning their next one. This summer had been far busier than expected, but it, too, came to an end. After finishing afternoon tea with his parents, Tver checked the time and headed back to Hogwarts. The new school year had begun. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 180, Dumbledore's Trust. When Tver returned to Hogwarts, it was already evening. The weather was awful. Not only was there no chance of seeing a beautiful sunset, he also had to face a rainstorm cold enough to seep straight into his bones. Sheets of heavy rain fell like a curtain, shrouding Hogwarts in a hazy blur beneath the oppressive, cloud-thick sky. It looked anything but welcoming. Especially since Tver knew exactly who was responsible for this, the Dementors stationed around Hogwarts. He suddenly understood why Dumbledore hated these bizarre creatures so much. In his place, Tver would too. Particularly after being stopped at the gate and surrounded by several Dementors. State your business. This is Hogwarts. Unauthorized individuals may not enter. Marvolio approached with 3 Dementors in tow, wearing a serious expression, yet the slight upward twitch at the corner of his mouth was painfully obvious to Tver. I'm a professor at Hogwarts. Tver snapped, shooting Marvolio a glare. If he weren't trying to hide their close relationship, he would have pulled out his wand already. My apologies, please present valid identity. Fine, Gerard, open the door. The moment he saw the fire in Tver's eyes, Marvolio abandoned the joke. The patrol members guarding the entrance looked confused. When had their fearless superior ever backed down like this? Still, none of them dared to question him and immediately stepped aside. Tver gave Marvolio one last glare before turning his attention to the Dementors. They wore thin cloaks, even thinner than Lupin's, hiding their faces completely. Only when consuming a soul would they lift the hood. The fabric concealed their ghastly gray-white skin, slick with mucus and mottled with spots. But it didn't suppress the suffocating aura of despair that seeped from them. Even Tver had to actively maintain his occlumency to fend off the emotional corrosion. It was, in fact, his first time seeing a Dementor. They were a peculiarity of Britain, and of Azkaban specifically, just as Peeves was unique to Hogwarts. Northwest other place had them. The 2 beings even shared similarities. Both were classified as non-beings. Yes, an actual magical category. They had no true physical bodies, no birth, no death. They were composed entirely of emotion. Muggles couldn't see them at all, only indirectly sensing the emotions they emitted. Which meant they could never be fully eradicated. Even if one destroyed some, or all, of them, as long as those negative emotions existed, new ones would inevitably form. This was also why successive headmasters could do nothing about Peeves. He was the embodiment of generations of students' mischief. But that didn't mean Dementors were impossible to deal with. If they dared bother him again, he'd gladly let them experience every known counter-Dementor technique. Holding an umbrella formed from gathered water droplets, Tver headed toward the castle. With the Dementors amplifying the weather, today's rain felt colder than usual, a chill that reached down to the soul. Despite being only early September, it already felt like winter. And since the Dementors were expected to stay until the end of term, he couldn't help wondering how many students would fall ill. But just as he stepped into the entrance hall, Tver's thoughts abruptly halted. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall stood by the doorway, their expressions solemn as they watched the gates, as if awaiting returning students. Something was off. Tver frowned. A sudden, ominous feeling crept into his chest. Dumbledore's expression made him feel as though he'd committed some great offense, something massive, something he didn't even realize he'd done. Long time no see, Tver, Dumbledore said with a faint glance. Even though they'd seen each other only during the summer. Tver gave an awkward chuckle, quickened his steps, and approached them, already planning how to probe for information. I'm just a little professor, hardly worth 2 headmasters greeting me in person, am I? Professor McGonagall's tightly pressed lips finally loosened a little. We're waiting for the students. Their train was subjected to a sudden Dementor inspection. Lupin wrote that Potter felt unwell because of it. Dumbledore shifted his gaze to Tver, his expression grave. I believe we agreed that Dementors are allowed only around the outer perimeter of Hogwarts. So tell me, Professor, why did they suddenly decide to inspect the train? Tver nodded as if he understood perfectly. Of course he knew this incident would happen, but the real issue was. Go ask Marvolio. What does this have to do with me? As for the sudden inspection, if he hadn't recently dealt with Fudge, he might have genuinely assumed it was a simple accident. But based on the information Marvolio provided in the past few days, Fudge had probably grown bold after Dumbledore's concessions, letting ambition get the better of him. And with Sirius Black still missing, some people had even begun shouting for Fudge to step down. All of that must have rattled him enough to trigger such a rash action. But judging by the frost on Dumbledore's face, he clearly had no patience for excuses. The Dementors are outside the school grounds, Tver said naturally. And hiding on the train, or pretending to be students, that would be the perfect way for Black to slip in, wouldn't it? Professor McGonagall looked displeased with Tver's casual tone. She still had no idea whether the students on the train were truly safe. That still doesn't justify searching the students. No, I'm having Dawlish remove the Dementors from the gates. Leave them, Dumbledore sighed. Tver, I'd like a word with you. Without giving him any chance to refuse, Dumbledore turned and headed deeper into the castle. Tver gave McGonagall a helpless shrug before quickly following him. They walked into the Great Hall, still unlit, the ceiling overhead flickering with lightning behind heavy clouds. As Dumbledore lit torches and candles, he said, I'm very grateful for the hospitality you and your teacher showed me over the holidays. If you ever wish to visit, you're always welcome. My teacher would be more than happy to host you again. Dumbledore let out a quiet chuckle as he turned back. Perhaps. But what I'm truly grateful for is that he shared so much with me. Tver, Dumbledore suddenly said, turning fully to face him, I very much hope, and choose to believe that Grindelwald told me the truth. So I ask that neither you nor he betray that trust. Will you? Instead of feeling offended, Tver had to work his clemency overtime just to conceal the joy bursting inside him. So the holiday conversation had worked. As expected of his teacher, achieving in a single day what Tver couldn't accomplish in 2 years. As you can see, Tver said with a smile, bowing with impeccable grace, I shall always remain Hogwarts' most diligent professor. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, The Feast of the Third Year. Tver helped Dumbledore decorate the Great Hall, making it look as good as new and filling it with the fresh energy of the new school year. However, this task was traditionally handled by Professor McGonagall, so even Dumbledore found himself somewhat unsure during the setup, not as skilled as Tver. To anyone who doesn't know, they'd probably think you're the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Tver, in a light-hearted mood, couldn't resist teasing Dumbledore. Ahem, Dumbledore's face flushed slightly. Minerva has always been outstanding. I trust her completely with these tasks. It was the first time Tver had heard such a refreshingly unconventional excuse for slacking off. With a, I've learned something new, look on his face, he made his way to the staff table, where several professors had already arrived early. Naturally, that included the newcomer, Lupin. He was chatting awkwardly with Professor Flitwick, clearly still adjusting to his role as a teacher. After all, a life of constant upheaval had left him unaccustomed to such a warm, stable environment. Remus, Tver plopped down beside him, her tone full of concern, how's the adjustment to school life going? Tver, you've only been here for 2 years, but Remus has been here for 7. Professor Flitwick immediately retorted. Tver paused, realizing he'd made a bit of a blunder. All right, but at least I have more experience as a professor. How's your lesson preparation going for tomorrow? Feeling nervous. Lupin seemed momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected Tver, after corresponding for half a month, to be so casual. He clearly remembered when Tver had single-handedly taken down the werewolves. It's going okay, he answered hesitantly. On the train, he had already heard plenty of students praising Professor Folly and expressing excitement about this year's lessons. He'd even overheard them saying that if another incompetent professor was assigned to share the defense against the dark arts class, they'd take matters into their own hands, either lock them in Azkaban or send them straight to St. Mungo's. This made him doubt the lesson plans he'd spent a month preparing. Even if he was struggling to find work elsewhere, surely that was better than being thrown into Azkaban. But Tver slapped him hard on the shoulder, helping to steady his confidence. Don't worry. The students are easy to please. Give them a set of questions, and they'll be happy. Besides, your ideas are brilliant, they'll love it. But aren't you resentful that I'm taking over your class? Lupin asked. Not at all. Tver slapped Lupin's shoulder even more enthusiastically, knocking off some of the little weight he'd gained. With someone as outstanding as you, I have no worries leaving the job to you. Dumbledore silently observed from the side, somewhat speechless at Tver's tendency to say whatever came to mind. Enough talk, the new students are arriving, he quickly reminded, preventing Tver from saying anything else peculiar. As soon as Dumbledore spoke, the chattering in the Great Hall quieted down instantly. The new batch of little radishes, clearly uncomfortable under the spotlight, timidly lined up and entered the hall. Seeing this, Tver couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic, looking at them as if he were an old professor. Who would have thought that these well-behaved little radishes would, in just a few days, blend right into Hogwarts' mischievous atmosphere? However, the rainstorm that day was severe, and many first years, and even some upperclassmen, had their robes soaked, trying to get as close to the torches as possible to dry off. Tver noticed several students showing signs of catching a cold. With Dumbledore's permission, he stood up before the sorting ceremony began, drawing surprised glances from the crowd. With a flick of his wand, a gentle, warm breeze began to swirl from its tip. This breeze was like the soft wind of a hairdryer, warm and comforting, sweeping over the entire hall and enveloping every student and their robes. Several students immediately stood up, spreading their arms and legs wide, forming a shape, to let the warm air reach every corner of their robes. But they didn't forget to cheer. Professor Folly, could you blow just on me? Professor, I want to learn that. Professor Folly, I'm freezing, could you give me a hug? Headmaster Dumbledore, I want a hug too. Ahem, the last 2 lines were clearly the Weasley twins fooling around. They stood up and mimed hugging, causing the students to burst into laughter. You two can hug yourselves. Tver reluctantly lowered his wand, but not before giving the twins a tap. Instantly, the twins clung to each other, unable to break free no matter how hard they struggled. The students' laughter grew louder. Feeling the cheerful atmosphere, the new students immediately felt more at ease, whispering to their newly made friends and discussing the young professor. Even when Professor Flitwick approached with the student roster and the sorting hat, smiles remained on their faces. As for Professor McGonagall, she had already taken Harry and Hermione away before the ceremony even began. Tver stroked his chin thoughtfully, watching the new students being sorted. According to the plan, Hermione was supposed to receive a specially requested time turner to solve her class schedule conflicts. Students who chose the full course load were typically given one. Not many chose this path, but Percy was one of them. That was why he had borrowed one for a brief study session earlier. However, the inner workings of the time turner were too complex and delicate. Without dismantling it, Tver couldn't understand it. And if he did take it apart, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be time-related issues. As for usage, the time turner couldn't handle too much magical energy, nor could it travel too far back in time. That's why it was usually only loaned to younger wizards to attend classes. Someone like Percy, now in his 7th year, had gradually reduced his use of the time turner because his magical energy was nearing its limit. While Tver was lost in thought, the sorting ceremony wrapped up smoothly, and the newly sorted first years sat down at their respective house tables. Dumbledore then began his pre-dinner speech. "I would like to thank Professor Folly for helping to warm you up a bit. But I must remind you, there are many unfriendly guardians surrounding the school this year. You've probably already experienced that on the train. So, do not try to provoke Dementors, and do not try to deceive them. They are not fooled by invisibility cloaks or disillusionment charms, nor will they be deterred by the shield charm of a badge. Otherwise, they will not hesitate to leave you with lifelong injuries before any professor can intervene." This was the first time the students had seen Dumbledore speak so seriously. Normally, he was like a kindly old man. But now, they felt a chill run through them. Naturally, they also remembered the terrifying sensation on the train. Who would dare provoke such horrifying creatures? Dumbledore was satisfied with the fear he saw in their eyes, which was exactly why he hadn't dealt with the Dementors on the train or at the entrance. Additionally, I am pleased to announce that this year, we will be welcoming 2 new professors. First, Professor Hagrid, who will be teaching care of magical creatures. Dumbledore was interrupted by a burst of applause from the students, filling the hall. The applause continued even after Hagrid had sat down, forcing Dumbledore to raise his hand and silence the noise. And Professor Lupin, who will teach defense against the dark arts alongside Professor Folly. This time, only a sparse round of applause followed, mostly from a few professors like Tver. The students almost started booing, but seeing even Professor Folly clapping, they hesitantly joined in for a short moment. However, the applause didn't last long, as the delicious food had already been served. The new school year had officially begun. Chapter 182, The Defense Against the Dark Arts Club. The next morning, the weather had finally cleared up a bit. Sleepy students in the Great Hall were loudly discussing the Dementor incident. Truth be told, if they hadn't been so exhausted when they returned to the common room last night, they would have stayed up all night talking. It was terrifying. Just thinking about that Dementor passing right by me yesterday makes me shiver. But wasn't it dozens of feet away from you? That doesn't matter. Tver walked into the Great Hall amidst the lively chatter. Professor Folly, a sharp-eyed young wizard, immediately shouted. Almost instantly, the students who had been chatting gathered around him. Seems like this happens every year, Tver thought, bemused. Professor, what exactly are Dementors? How can they be so terrifying? Can you teach us how to fight them? Why not make Dementors our opponents this year? My team would be the first to defeat them. Ha! Our team could take on 10. We could handle 100. 1,000. Tver silently intervened, restraining 2 young wizards who had suddenly started arguing. Gryffindor and Slytherin lose 10 points. I'll deduct them from your current totals. As for Dementors, countering them is quite difficult. I'll teach you methods suited to your abilities. The students didn't mind the professor's somewhat casual answer. After all, this happened every year, they were just engaging in their usual playful banter. After all, opportunities to get this close to the professor were rare. Lupin, however, took Tver's words seriously. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed the professor, who was happily munching on his breakfast. Are you really going to do that? Huh. Tver looked up at Lupin, a piece of bread in his mouth. Do what? Go back for a nap. Considering today was a rare day without classes, Tver had decided to pull an all-nighter in the Chamber of Secrets last night. Speaking of which, the Chamber of Secrets door was almost fully restored. So he'd just been thinking about going back for some sleep. Lupin sighed helplessly. I mean bringing the method to counter Dementors into the classroom. As far as I understand, the Patronus charm is advanced magic. I don't think students can master it, even 7th years. Having graduated from Hogwarts himself, Lupin had a good grasp of most students' abilities. Moreover, the Patronus charm wasn't part of the standard curriculum. Rather than adding an extra, high-difficulty lesson, it would be better to focus on covering any gaps in their existing knowledge. Even if you taught them, and I'm not questioning your teaching ability, it would take up too much time, possibly crowding out their regular studies. Tver didn't respond, instead looking at Lupin with a somewhat wistful gaze, leaving him completely baffled. No wonder so many people say Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts professor in the entire 7-year storyline. That level of dedication to his students alone made Tver feel somewhat inadequate. Don't worry, there's still you. I mean, I'll seriously consider it. I'll only offer extra tutoring to students who have the capacity for it. You should know that if you can casually let examiners catch a glimpse of the Patronus charm during OWLS and NEWTS, it could earn you a fair number of extra points. Only then did Lupin relax, or rather, he had no choice but to trust Tver for now. He returned to his breakfast, forming a curious sight alongside Tver at the staff table. Thinking back, the last time he'd enjoyed this modest yet satisfying breakfast without interruption was during the height of Voldemort's rampage. The students in the Great Hall didn't linger too long in their discussions before hurrying off to their first class. It was the first class of the new term. Being late meant the professor would take care of you for the entire year. Tver was unusually relaxed, chatting and laughing with Lupin about Hogwarts matters. Under Tver's subtle guidance, Lupin mostly shared stories about his experiences teaching at the school. After all, only these 2 defense against the dark arts professors had no classes scheduled for the morning. Tver, Remus, would you be interested in starting your own teaching club? Professor McGonagall suddenly approached and asked across the long table. Teaching club. Both of them looked puzzled. It's essentially extra guidance from professors for exceptional students, distinct from regular classroom content. For instance, I run the Transfiguration Club, while Phileas oversees the Charms Club. I actually meant to discuss this with Tver last year, but given the attack, all our clubs were suspended. Tver had never heard of such clubs. In his memory, the only club from last year was Lockhart's utterly disastrous dueling club. Actually, there was a Charms Club. But this must be private tutoring, the legitimate kind. Seeing both of them hesitate, Professor McGonagall added, if you don't want to, you don't have to run such activities. Some professors choose to keep things simple. The textbook material alone simply doesn't satisfy the thirst for knowledge in some exceptionally talented students. So, if a club can help them advance, it's definitely a good thing. Actually, if Remus. Actually, if Tver. They exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. You know my situation, I don't have the time to organize something like that, Lupin said quickly. He was referring to his werewolf condition. During the full moon, he was incapacitated for at least a week, unable to teach students. Let alone extracurricular clubs. Professor McGonagall nodded understandingly, her hopeful gaze shifting to Tver. Tver stroked his chin thoughtfully. Teaching one student was the same as teaching a group. He was quite skilled at giving extra lessons. Especially when there were additional benefits. All right. There are indeed some outstanding students who could, and should, receive supplementary guidance. Professor McGonagall immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Would you like me to help post the notice? At least get you a list of students who are willing to join. That would be very helpful. No problem. Should we change the club's name? No need. We can't exactly call it the Dark Magic Club, can we? Tver joked. Very well, I'll write the announcement right away. She said with visible delight. Heaven knew when Hogwarts last had a defense against the Dark Arts Club. Watching Professor McGonagall leave with a lighter step, Lupin asked curiously, is this club really that important? It certainly can be, Tver replied with a knowing look. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Combat Instruction. The next day, news of Malfoy being scratched by a hippogriff reached Tver's ears almost immediately. To be fair, this wasn't exactly Hagrid's fault. It was perfectly normal for creatures of that danger level to appear in the Care of Magical Creatures class. After all, the hippogriff's danger rating in the magical classification system was only XXX. Yes, only. Because last year, the Cornish pixie that Lockhart had prepared also had 3 X's. And the 8-eyed acromantula that Tver brought to class was even more dangerous, yet no one said anything. Of course, the difference was that a student had suffered, well, what appeared to be quite serious injuries. I think wrapping your hand in such thick bandages makes you look more incompetent. Tver had just stepped out of the office when he encountered Malfoy rushing out of the infirmary. He also noticed the peculiar bandaging. He could see at a glance that the wound underneath was nearly healed, and in a little while, there probably wouldn't even be a scar. Malfoy thought about it and realized he was probably right. He abruptly flung the sling from his hand, though the bandages proved stubborn to untangle. Professor, may I join your defense against the Dark Arts Club? He asked hopefully, his eyes fixed on the professor. He'd learned of the club yesterday at noon and had been eager to join ever since. Only his afternoon injury had delayed him until now. But Tver merely tapped his arm. If you haven't even developed the instinct to avoid harm, you cannot participate. But, a flicker of panic crossed Malfoy's face. That creature moved so fast. I was too close, I didn't have time to react. Then Hagrid should never have brought such a creature into the classroom. And that is your justification for insulting a living creature? Malfoy immediately lowered his head. Tver sighed and patted his shoulder. I've said it many times in class, never casually disparage any creature. Even if not now, they may cause you great harm in the future. If you could treat every creature with a bit more kindness, I can't guarantee it will bring you great benefit, but it will certainly make your life run more smoothly. I'm sorry, Professor. Malfoy kept his head bowed, lips pressed tightly together. Those words shouldn't be directed at me. Tver remarked indifferently, walking straight past him toward the Colosseum with his belongings. Draco Malfoy always inadvertently revealed his arrogant flaws. Without a firm reminder, this tendency could easily escalate into more severe moral issues. But first, he needed to do some soul-searching himself. Stepping into the Colosseum, Tver met the morning sun. His delay meant he arrived after the students had already gathered, lining up conscientiously by house. Surveying the fifth years, their faces brimming with anticipation, he nodded with satisfaction. This year is crucial for you. Your OWLS results will directly impact the jobs you can pursue later, and to put it bluntly, they could shape your entire lives. So I expect you to give every lesson your absolute best effort, and every single point in your textbooks, no matter the subject. I look forward to seeing you all in the advanced classes next year. The students finally relaxed a bit. After all, talk of life's trajectory felt distant to 15- and 16-year-olds. Professor, if your club stays open to us, I'd stay at Hogwarts even if I never graduated. Davies declared loudly. The young wizards instantly beamed at him. The Weasley twins even leaped over their squad, pinning him on either side. Damn it, how could you blurt out our thoughts? What if the professor finds out about our plan and deliberately lets us graduate smoothly? Tver watched them clown around with amusement. Relax, even if you never graduate, I won't let you join my club. The students' smiles vanished instantly. Davies and the others stopped fooling around and immediately stood at attention. Professor, you can't do this. Just give us a standard. I'll work my ass off to meet it, even if it means skipping sleep. Like, only accepting girls. Tver teased. George, Fred, and the others exchanged a silent glance. Not impossible. They gritted out. Forget it. I don't want to see you lot in skirts either. Tver was utterly exasperated by their shamelessness. Club membership depends on the final roster. I'll select students with the greatest potential for growth, not necessarily the strongest. Then we've got a great shot. George beamed. But definitely those with the strongest receptivity, at least willing to accept some, potentially unconventional content. That suits us perfectly, we never follow the rules. Fred laughed even harder, but seeing the professor's face darken, he quickly added, of course, we'll follow your rules. In short, any student wishing to join the club must give this serious consideration. I'll give you 2 weeks to decide. Within those 2 weeks, you may come forward to sign up at any time, or withdraw at any time. Naturally, those selected may also choose to leave at any time, though I would prefer you persevere. They did indeed hesitate. Especially when considering the professor's Durmstrang background, while free of prejudice, that school did teach dark magic, after all. They were deeply suspicious the professor might teach dark magic in the club. Tver offered no explanation. He did intend to cover some dark magic concepts in the club, but he absolutely had no intention of teaching them to use dark magic. If he actually did that, Dumbledore would be the first to arrest him. All right, think about it after class. No need to stress too much, you might get screened out anyway even if you sign up. Underscore. The students had lost count of how many times the professor had stabbed them in the heart. They'd barely savored the feeling of being chosen before being left speechless. Tver was pleased with the effect of his words. He clapped his hands, drawing their attention back to him. At least it was friendly attention. Now, let's formally begin the first lesson of this academic year. Do you recall the very first class 2 years ago? I remember it perfectly. Davies blurted out immediately, oblivious to the faint chuckles from his classmates. Back then, we wanted to duel you, but ended up getting hung up. I've been longing to experience that again. Noticing the strange looks from his classmates, he hastily added, experience your combat training. Tver shot him a peculiar glance before resuming the lesson. Indeed, after 2 years of study, I believe your abilities have improved considerably. So, shall we revisit what we covered 2 years ago? Chapter 184, Combat Instruction, 2. The moment those words were spoken, the students instantly stopped reminiscing. No, it was more accurate to say the scenes in their memories became crystal clear. 40 students from 2 houses in one class, back then, they'd been utterly powerless to fight back, forced to endure the professor's sharp tongue. If they hadn't genuinely learned so much, they would have treated him like a second Snape right then and there. Professor, I think you're wrong. George stepped forward with a serious expression. Amidst stunned gazes and Tver's curious stare, Fred joined him. Yes, you've made a colossal mistake. The twins exchanged a glance, then fixed their eyes on the professor in perfect unison. Our abilities haven't improved that much, they declared with righteous conviction. Silence hung heavy for several seconds. Exactly. We're nowhere near that good. I still need you, Professor, to teach me personally. I think I could give it a try. Cedric said timidly. Students. You too, Tver rescued Cedric, who was about to be mobbed. Don't lose faith in yourselves like that. I know better than anyone how hard you've worked these past 2 years. Have you already given up? Don't you want to try to actually defeat me once? The students' eyes grew brighter and brighter, until finally, they shone like light bulbs. Right. The professor said we've improved so much, why not give it a shot? They weren't third-year rookies anymore. Think of all the knowledge they'd gained these past 2 years, the statues they'd defeated. They'd failed before, what was one more defeat? But what if they actually defeated the professor? Their eyes suddenly gleamed with mischief. In their excitement, they'd forgotten that the assessment of their progress had also come from the professor. Feeling fired up, Tver teased. Cut the chatter and get on with it. George declared, voicing everyone's impatience. Tver shot him a meaningful glance. In that case, our third duel officially begins. His posture was relaxed, not even drawing his wand. Davies's eyes lit up. Having learned from the previous 2 encounters, he'd resolved not to rush the attack. But the professor's blatant underestimation of him. Wasn't that handing him the perfect opportunity? Not to use it would be a waste of the professor's 2 years of training. He swiftly swung his wand, sending a precise, icy red beam hurtling toward the professor's position. Just from that spell alone, one could see how much he'd improved over the past 2 years. But a transparent shield blocked the red beam. Shield charm. Davies recognized it instantly, and it was performed wandless and nonverbal. No. He suddenly sensed faint magical ripples surging beneath his feet, ripples he would never have detected before. But now, after multiple ankle-pinching incidents, he could clearly pinpoint the direction of the disturbance. He leapt backward instantly. Sure enough, numerous hands surged from where he'd been standing in the surrounding area. This time, though, they grasped at thin air, he thought smugly. The very next second, though, he saw the stunned expressions on George and the others. Before he could even ask, a red beam struck him. Instantly, the familiar ropes bound him tightly, and his whole body stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Damn it, there's no ceiling. Lying on the floor, staring up at the azure sky, Davies thought to himself, utterly baffled. Don't stop, meaning don't cease casting spells, and don't stop moving either. Because your opponents aren't pigs who'll dumbly wait for you to dodge before unleashing their next spell. Tver stood with effortless ease. His wand had appeared in his hand at some point, hanging casually at his side. A chill instantly ran through the students. That familiar feeling. They dared not linger in their stupor any longer, immediately coordinating to chant various spells. Moreover, if you halt your offense, your opponents naturally gain the opportunity to continue attacking you. So, remember what I mentioned last year? Rhythm. Don't casually cede the rhythm to your opponents, letting them lead you by the nose. Tver shouted as he parried the students' sudden barrage of attacks. His nonchalant movements infuriated the students to no end. Our attacks haven't stopped, yet you look so relaxed. Compared to their first duel, however, their offense now showed clear structure. This improvement stemmed from last year's statue battle. Having experienced team coordination, they could now divide tasks and cooperate seamlessly. The disruptors focused solely on using transfiguration spells to restrict the professor's movements. The attackers advanced in a well-layered, step-by-step assault, unleashing a continuous barrage of offensive magic that left for no breathing room. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Though they hadn't even grazed the professor's robe, no student except Davies had been hit. A surge of confidence welled up within them. Initially, they'd harbored some apprehension. After all, 2 years of experience had taught them no one would be foolish enough to doubt the professor's power. Yet now, they were actually trading blows with him. It was precisely this moment of complacency that saw a burst of crimson light explode onto the ground. They jolted in fright, but thankfully it only shattered the stone slabs, sending small pebbles flying. No. Cedric was the first to notice the pebble's peculiarity, but before he could warn anyone, several classmates were struck by the fragments. Instantly, ropes surged forth, binding them. Tver's coaching voice came through just in time. This is combat, not playing house. Maintain absolute focus until you're certain you've truly defeated your opponent. Because you can't tell if he's genuinely weak or deliberately feigning weakness, waiting for you to show a weakness. Before the students could process these words, they felt the pressure they faced surge dramatically. The professor abandoned his steady counterattack rhythm, instead unleashing shattered stones, concealed spells, and even charms that darted around with bird-like agility. Block every single one of the professor's charms. Don't relax until they're neutralized. Cedric shouted urgently, for a spell they thought they dodged had suddenly curved around and struck a student. Professor, didn't you say most charms fly straight? George asked with a grimace. This meant they'd have to expend massive energy countering charms, rendering their previously effective, fluid positioning completely useless. Right, most of them, Tver replied with a light chuckle. This is the battlefield. You won't just face wizards, you might encounter bizarre magical creatures or dark magic you've never seen before. So, don't measure any opponent with the mindset you'd use for ordinary wizards. The students looked utterly disheartened. We never thought of you as an ordinary wizard either. Chapter 185, Combat Instruction, 3. After repeated warnings, the students finally realized that conventional thinking wouldn't work against the professor. His magic was just too unpredictable. Still, Cedric and the others let out a sigh of relief. Having received extra tutoring from the professor, they knew he still had plenty of strange and unusual spells up his sleeve. While they hadn't seen much of the type that used tracing magic or altered speed, they weren't impossible to block. At least they could still keep the situation under control. But they hadn't considered the possibility that Tver might use dark magic in class. This lesson, after all, was still meant to guide them. Although he had included a lot of practical combat exercises, the fifth years still lacked enough battle experience. Especially when facing opponents who were also wizards, they were showing signs of being conditioned by the statues, having never experienced a duel. Therefore, he decided to incorporate dueling into future lessons. After all, in the wizarding world, the most common enemies were other wizards. Don't waste your magic. Do you think you have an endless supply? 7 shield charms to block a single disarming charm. With a casual flick of his wand, he shattered all 7 shield charms. See that? That's the kind of magical surge that would require 7 shield charms to block. The one I just cast only needed 6. While safety is important on the battlefield, you also need to consider your magical energy consumption. Look at you, some of you are already sweating like crazy. Professor, we're just tired from running. Then try the exhaustion that comes from using up all your magic. Tver glanced at Fred, who had spoken. Fred immediately fell silent. Because the professor's magic was starting to accelerate. In battle, Tver was gradually getting more accustomed to the Ravenclaw knowledge. His summer battles with Cynthia and Marvolio had been intense, leaving no time to casually reflect. Now, however, things were different. The students gathered before him created enough pressure, but it was still manageable within his ability to multitask. So while he appeared to fight with casual ease, at least to the students, he was mentally analyzing each spell he cast. It was a perfect opportunity, guiding the students in combat while honing his own skills. But once he picked up the speed of his casting, the students couldn't keep up. Having already endured an increase in spell intensity, they were barely hanging on. With the added speed, their defenses began to falter. To protect their classmates, the disruptors had to take on part of the protective roles. This, however, allowed Tver's spellcasting to flow more smoothly. He could easily dodge many of the attacker's spells with agile movements. The energy saved from defense went straight into offensive power. As a result, more of the disruptors had to shift to defensive duties. This vicious cycle continued until they realized they no longer had any opportunity to attack the professor. Apart from occasional, feeble counterattacks from a few standout students like Cedric, everyone else was barely managing to block the increasing number and speed of spells. With nearly 30 of them, they were being overwhelmed by the professor. A prolonged defense was bound to fail. As the first student faltered from exhaustion, their defense line began to crumble. In no time, they were all bound by the professor, lying helpless on the ground. Well, George. Oh, and Fred too, Davy said, clearly enjoying their misery. Bastard. We saved your ass once, and now you're the one who got us into trouble. George shot back immediately. Given Davies' considerable skill, they had found a way to rescue him after he'd fallen. Instead of gratitude, he had repaid them by dragging most of them into getting bound. Davies wiped the sweat off his forehead. I had no choice. My magic was completely drained, he said helplessly. Fred knew it wasn't entirely Davies' fault, his own magic was almost gone too. He had just been unlucky enough to become the main target of the professor's spells. But, of course, someone had to take the blame. You never practice your spells, always studying some incarcerous spell nonsense. Like you could ever stun a professor. Just as they were bickering, Cedric, the last one still standing on the field, collapsed between them. Hey, Cedric, you made it. George greeted him with feigned nonchalance. Hey, George. Cedric replied, his face a picture of resignation. Seems like nice weather today. Wonder if it'll rain suddenly like yesterday. Maybe. I suspect the Dementors. If you didn't see them crawling across the ground like caterpillars, you might actually think they were having a friendly chat. In reality, everyone was venting their frustration and resentment toward the professor through this method. All that talk about making huge progress or defeating the professor. Total nonsense. If anyone ever told them again they were strong enough to defeat the professor, they'd beat that person to a pulp first. Except Professor Folly, of course. Tver watched their wriggling caterpillar procession with amusement. Such childish behavior was rare for them, it was practically like sulking at their parents. All right, didn't I say before? You can try to defeat me, but don't lose heart so quickly. Over this year, I'll teach you many dueling techniques. Trust me, after this, your strength will surely improve more than in the past 2 years. Who knows, by then, you might actually be able to defeat me. Puffed. They didn't buy the professor's nonsense. But a year of duel training sounded pretty awesome. The more they thought about it, the happier they got. Before, they'd only battled statues or light orbs, hardly satisfying. But now it was different. Dueling. They needed opponents. The professor was out of the question. Given his lazy habits, their opponents this time would likely be classmates. At that thought, the glances they exchanged grew noticeably sharper. Seeing their expressions shift, how could Tver not know what they were thinking? Exactly. This year, you'll practice dueling in teams, and your opponents will be your classmates. There will also be dueling-related competitions. The team that wins first place in their class will compete against the top team from the neighboring class for the top spot in the year. Yes, Tver intended to introduce dueling competitions on a small scale at Hogwarts. Unlike the one-on-one duels at Durmstrang, however, these would be conducted in teams. This was because Hogwarts' curriculum focused little on dueling, and teammates were needed to complement each other for a complete, tense, and thrilling duel. But since your 5th years, Tver produced a thick stack of exercise books. The students were familiar with these, though this set was clearly more significant than last year's. Its thickness alone was twice as substantial. These are past OWL exam papers. I specifically enlisted an outstanding Hogwarts graduate who achieved full marks in every subject to prepare them for you. You mustn't disappoint this senior's efforts. He suddenly recalled the image of Marvolio grumbling as he worked through the practice questions Tver had compiled, leaving detailed solutions in the margins. TSK. With Voldemort indirectly tutoring them, these students were truly blessed. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, The Meeting. Professor Tver's class ended smoothly, and it quickly sparked gossip throughout the school. Dueling. Not the silly dueling club of Professor Lockhart, which was more like a child's game, but real, actual dueling. The announcement of a dueling tournament got everyone even more excited. They had learned from Professor Flitwick that this was a tradition at Durmstrang. And Professor Folly had been Durmstrang's champion for 4 years straight. The students didn't know much about Durmstrang, but they now had a simple idea. Dueling champion equals Professor Folly. If I win the dueling tournament, that means I equals dueling champion. So, I equals Professor Folly. At the very least, winning this championship would prove that they had combat talent almost as good as the professors. They couldn't help but think back to the professor's effortless yet graceful moves as he easily took down older students. Their faces were filled with hopes for the future. The title of dueling champion, it's going to be mine. This thought quickly took root in the students' minds. Of course, the most talked about club in the castle was the professor's defense against the Dark Arts Club. If there was a trending topics list, this would definitely be at the top. Though the professor's classroom lectures were serious, that just meant they could learn powerful magic in the club. Not the boring textbook spells like the disarming charm or impediment jinx, but actual, formidable magic. Otherwise, the professor wouldn't have been so serious with them. Because of this, the office was packed with students trying to sign up with Tver in the past few days. Eventually, he had to hand the job of collecting names over to Percy before things calmed down. Honestly, though, did they not realize that spreading rumors about the club teaching dark magic could get it shut down by Dumbledore? Sitting in his office, Tver thought helplessly. Hey, are you asleep with your book? Marvolio's voice crackled through the badge. Tver might be busy. Don't keep interrupting his train of thought. Cynthia's annoyed voice followed. We agreed to report at this time. Do you think I'm enjoying this? I've been running around all day and I'm exhausted. Unlike you, sitting in your office while your credits keep piling up. At this rate, soon I'll have to call you Director Cynthia. You're already Fudge's top aura. The moment Scrimgeour retires, you'll take his place, no problem. Why did it feel like these two were arguing just to show off to him? Tver picked up his badge with a puzzled look. Alright, I know you've all been working hard. Let's get this meeting started so you can finally get some rest. Amid Cynthia's muttered, I don't want this to end so soon, Marvolio began his report. Fudge has been acting odd lately. Honestly, it seems like he believes that as long as his reasoning is proper, he can force Dumbledore to step down. Though he hasn't made a move yet, I can't shake the feeling that he's plotting something. He's been having private discussions with Senior Undersecretary Umbridge pretty frequently. As an aside, it was Umbridge who had the Ministry arrest Lupin during the holidays. Why would she do that? Tver asked, surprised. Not sure. Rumor has it that Fudge gave the order. Fudge. Honestly, Tver was having trouble figuring out what the minister's motives were. In the story, Fudge's character and thinking were pretty easy to predict, just a cowardly politician. But arresting Lupin now? Wait, could it be because Lupin was a former Order of the Phoenix member, and Fudge wanted to use this as a way to pressure Dumbledore? Tver felt like he had figured it out. Otherwise, with so many werewolves out there, why focus on Lupin, who had a solid reputation? Come to think of it, after Voldemort's fall, things hadn't been great for the Order of the Phoenix members. Part of that was because Dumbledore didn't want to interfere with the Ministry, but more importantly, it was because the Ministry was still wary of both the Order and Dumbledore himself. And the one tacitly approving this behind the scenes was none other than Fudge, who was serving as minister at the time. It seemed that this politician had already caught a whiff of power. But as long as he didn't interfere with his plans, Tver wouldn't bother with him. On the contrary, keeping him around could give Dumbledore a bit more trouble, diverting some of the wizard's attention away from him. This was exactly what Tver desired. Ignore him. Fudge is your best ally for advancement within the Ministry. Just maintain good relations with him. Any other important news? Marvolio paused briefly before casually adding, nothing much. The Ministry's been chasing Black's trail lately. Ironically, his latest whereabouts were discovered by Muggles. And the location isn't far from Hogwarts. I suspect he's already infiltrated Hogsmeade. Tver didn't have a strong recollection of Black's plot this year. The only recent detail he knew was that Black would enter the castle on a certain night to destroy a portrait. That's about it. Hey, you've got a badge yourself. Marvolio's voice trailed off, replaced by Cynthia's. Tver. Even through the sound alone, Tver could sense her excitement. I'm telling you, the face masks are selling like crazy in Britain. The buzz around the second batch has become a hot topic in every British newspaper and TV program, Cynthia's slip of the tongue. The profits have already been successfully converted into galleons, even at a slightly better rate than Gringotts. But Lucius surprisingly agreed to prioritize using this batch of galleons to purchase beautification potion. But what about the third and fourth batches piling up in the warehouse? The first two batches sold so well that the company staff won't make any decisions on their own. They're just waiting for Jeff, the investor, to give the word. Tver sighed helplessly. Handing the company over to professional managers wasn't just to avoid detection by the Ministry of Magic, it was also because he didn't want to waste his time on this business. I don't love money, I genuinely have no interest in it. As long as it makes money, handle it however you see fit. Company matters are now your responsibility. Remember, our focus remains on the statute of secrecy, not profit. The face mask business is merely a model for pureblood families and ordinary wizards, the more profitable, the better. But it's not a priority. After all, even if we sold our face masks on the street corner, we'd still make a fortune. Tver decisively handed this operation over to Cynthia, partly as a training exercise for her. After all, dealing with Muggles would be unavoidable in the future. As for him, he was perfectly content to remain a humble professor. Afterward, they discussed the matter of the limbo. Yes, Tver had asked Cynthia to search the Ministry of Magic's archives for any records concerning this phenomenon. After all, the Ministry housed a department called the Department of Mysteries, dedicated to investigating such extraordinary occurrences. However, Cynthia's work was somewhat removed from the Department of Mysteries, and she hadn't yet uncovered any useful information. Chapter 187, Boggart. Marvolio and Cynthia were both top-tier students, the best of the best. Even if their knowledge wasn't as solid as Tver's, they still had unique insights across various fields. Of course, the main reason was that Marvolio had experienced a soul split, and Tver wanted to study the fragmented soul within him, hoping to reverse engineer the process of soul fusion. After all, he had already started to sense something when touching the door to the Chamber of Secrets. Just like the two previous founders, Salazar Slytherin still lingered in the castle through some means. And this method must be connected to the magic he left behind in the Chamber of Secrets. However, Marvolio himself was completely unaware of becoming a Horcrux. Voldemort had only ever thought of splitting his soul through murder and then storing it in a container. Marvolio, or Voldemort, as he was now, had only one sensation regarding soul-splitting: agony. From Marvolio's description, Tver felt something odd. It was as though splitting the soul resembled schizophrenia, fragmenting one's own mind. But this fragmented mind occupied the entire consciousness, not just a part. Looking at Voldemort's deranged mental state, Tver couldn't help but wonder if he had truly separated a part of his personality. Their conversation stretched into the evening, finally concluding with Cynthia's reluctant goodbye. Because Tver needed to eat. Lately, the nights had been getting colder, and dusk fell faster than before, so both students and professors hurried to the Great Hall for dinner. If he arrived late, his favorite dishes would be gone. However, as he stepped into the hall, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Apart from Slytherin, the students from the other 3 houses had gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Occasionally, an eerie chuckle would escape before quickly being stifled. The Slytherins, subtly isolated, were observing their flushed faces and restless glances. Clearly, they knew what the other students were discussing, but for some reason, they had to restrain their excitement. Tver's curiosity couldn't be contained. As he walked through the hall, he deliberately slowed down, trying to overhear the gossip. "Did you hear? Snape showed up in the afternoon defense against the dark arts class." Afternoon. He didn't have any classes in the afternoon. Could it have been Lupin's class? Had Snape come to observe? It was Professor Snape, a young witch, who adored potions, declared with slight annoyance. Her Gryffindor classmate, however, didn't seem to care. "You should know, Alyssa, that wasn't Snape himself." "Cut the crap. Everyone in the castle knows about it by now. The real question is, does anyone know what Snape was wearing at the end?" "What was it?" "I'm not telling you." The Hufflepuff wizard who had started the conversation quickly surrendered before he could be beaten into silence. "Don't get mad, I'll tell you," he shouted. Snape was wearing a frilly green gown, a tall hat on his head, and worst of all, a moth-eaten vulture perched on the hat. Rumor has it he also had a big red handbag, though I'm not sure if that's true. Only the students in that class know. He looked at his classmates, winking at them. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Hufflepuff loses 50 points for disruptive behavior in the Great Hall. Snape's face was as cold as a Dementor's, draining the cheerful atmosphere wherever he walked. By the time he reached the staff table, the lively buzz in the hall had quickly cooled. But now, Tver understood exactly what had happened. Snape in drag. Lupin had brought a boggart to class, and it turned out Neville's greatest fear was Snape. In a comical display of magic, the boggart transformed into Snape wearing his grandmother's clothes. Damn it. He hadn't realized it was this afternoon's class. By the time the news had spread throughout the school, he only found out then. Tver felt a pang of regret. If only he'd gone to pretend to audit the class and captured that iconic moment on camera. But looking at Snape's dark, brooding face, he doubted that showing up with photos would earn him a potion recipe. More likely, it would earn him a death sentence. Fortunately, Snape's gaze was fixed on Lupin. As Tver passed by, he didn't even spare a glance his way. Tver looked at the staff table, which felt 100 times colder than the atmosphere in the Great Hall, and for a moment, hesitated. His seat was right between Lupin and Snape. Facing Snape's icy glare, the thinly dressed Lupin clearly couldn't handle it. He quickly glanced at Tver, silently gesturing to the empty seat beside him. Driven by a desire to observe, no, to rescue his colleague, Tver eagerly sat down between them. Sure enough, as soon as he took his seat, Snape's gaze grew even colder. "Thank you." "This time, well, it was my mistake," Lupin murmured. It wasn't that he feared Snape. But having a professor, though it was just a boggart disguised as a woman, become the subject of such a scene wasn't exactly ideal. "You really should have called me." "Ah, but I did ask you to sit beside me, didn't I?" "What I meant was," Tver didn't lower his voice, "let me take a look during class too." Rip, snap. Snape's knife and fork were so forceful that they sliced through the plate. "Boggart, yes, just a boggart." Tver emphasized with the utmost seriousness. "I'm quite fascinated by these non-beings." Yes, boggarts, like Dementors and Peeves, were non-entities that the wizarding world still hadn't fully understood. As for whether he had other thoughts. No, absolutely not. That's a shame. From what I understand, that poor boggart has been reduced to a wisp of black smoke, thanks to a certain professor's masterpiece. Lupin pointed vaguely in Snape's direction. Tver nodded in understanding. But even if you could capture a boggart, studying it would be difficult, Lupin said. Truthfully, I'm just curious about what I fear most. Forgive my arrogance, but I honestly can't think of anything right now. Perhaps loved ones. Tver suggested, the only thing that came to mind. No, fear has nothing to do with strength, Lupin said thoughtfully. Some people are powerful precisely because they harbor fear. Tver paused, reflecting on his words. Well said. Let's discuss whether thoughts can influence boggarts. Lupin's expression twisted into a strange grimace as he stifled a laugh. Probably not. The occlumency spell can't block boggarts, they shape themselves based on emotions. We can't exactly seal off our emotions, can we? Actually, it's not impossible. Tver thought for a moment. If another boggart appears, please let me know. Sure thing. Lupin readily agreed. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Courage. The boggart situation remained unresolved for the time being, but discussions about Snape in women's clothing continued to pop up like peas in the castle, surfacing in every corner. This only intensified Snape's hostility. As fellow professors, Lupin could withstand Snape's death glare. But the other culprit, Neville, wasn't so fortunate. The weekend, 2 weeks into term. Professor, Snape will definitely poison my food someday, and it'll be one without an antidote. Neville blurted out, his face pale, his eyes brimming with tears that he blinked back just in time. During dinner, Snape's gaze had been fixed on him the entire time. When he turned around, Snape had stared right back at him, not even blinking, his lips curling into a sinister smile. This wasn't the first time. Snape had been treating him this way for a while now. Neville couldn't even sleep properly. For the first time, he felt there was a punishment in this world more agonizing than direct punishment. It had completely destroyed the little confidence he'd painstakingly built up through his talents. Tver looked at Neville helplessly. In situations like this, even he didn't dare cross Snape. Don't worry, Professor Snape wouldn't dare harm you. At worst, he'll use you for potion testing or pile on extra homework. He wouldn't actually poison you. Yet the more Tver spoke, the paler Neville's face became, his head drooping lower. All right, if you're truly afraid, then face Professor Snape bravely. Shout at him and demand to know why he treats you this way. Neville's eyes lit up, and he jerked his head up. Will that make Snape leave me alone? Pretty much, Tver nodded firmly. It'll get him to punish you directly. After that, he probably won't single you out so much. I'll try my best. Neville sighed, his expression complex. Both for the professor's sake, and for Snape's. Come on, let's go post the list together. The list? Neville asked, confused. He was here for a private lesson. The Defense Against the Dark Arts Club roster, Tver reminded him, standing up and carrying a scroll of the draft list around the desk. We might even run into Professor Snape. I'll speak to him personally about you. Neville froze, only realizing the professor had already stepped out the door. He hurried after him. Professor, are you going to help me? Tver didn't speak, he merely shrugged with a smile. After 2 years of private lessons, Neville knew this meant the professor preferred not to explain. But that didn't mean his earlier words were false. A smile finally spread across his face. Feeling uplifted, he believed he could even face a Dementor with greater ease. Professor, am I on the list to join the club? Not yet. Or rather, I haven't considered any lower-year students. Those on this list are at least 5th years. Your skill level isn't quite there yet. The club was primarily intended for outstanding 5th years and above. As they neared graduation, they had mastered most of the textbook material. Of course, even that only laid the groundwork for the club's curriculum. So naturally, students below 5th year wouldn't stand a chance, they might not even understand the advanced terminology. At first, Tver had considered recruiting exceptionally talented underclassmen, but she realized their foundations weren't solid enough. Exposing them to advanced material now would only be counterproductive, so she abandoned the idea. Neville felt a pang of disappointment. But since it was for upperclassmen, wouldn't he be eligible in a few years when he advanced? Besides, the professor hadn't abandoned the idea of private lessons. In fact, he was receiving even better treatment than the club's students. With that thought, his disappointment vanished instantly. Wait here for me. If Professor Snape appears, tell him to wait until I return. If not, I'll take you to his office. With that, Tver left Neville at the Great Hall entrance and headed toward the entrance hall. Neville felt a bit uneasy. He desperately wanted to follow the professor to post the list, but he opened his mouth and closed it again without speaking. He couldn't let the professor think he couldn't handle even this small task, could he? Come on, Neville, you can do this. He silently encouraged himself. Neville. The sudden voice made him flinch violently, his recently restored color fading back to pallor. I'm sorry, it's my fault. What are you talking about? What's your fault? Hermione asked, puzzled. Neville looked closely and recognized Harry and the others, finally letting out a sigh of relief. And nothing. Then what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to Professor Folly for a private lesson? Ron asked, a hint of envy in his voice. The professor went to post the club roster. He told me to wait for him here, Neville said, gesturing toward the entrance hall. But Harry and the others were more concerned about the roster. Are we on the list? Harry asked urgently. Hermione and Ron looked at Neville with equal anticipation. All three had signed up, personally approaching the professor first thing. Neville didn't keep them in suspense, immediately revealing the professor's final restriction: only upperclassmen could join. Harry and the others pouted in disappointment. But that disappointment was quickly drowned out by a cold voice. What are the four of you doing here? Plotting more mischief. Snape had appeared behind them unnoticed, his cold face tilted slightly upward, his gaze fixed on them through narrowed eyes. Neville truly froze with fear, his neck shrinking back as he fell silent. But Harry stepped forward. No. We were just discussing the defense against the Dark Arts Club. Umph. You lot. Unless Folly is blind, there's no chance you'll be accepted. Struck at the heart of their concerns, Harry and the others hung their heads in disappointment. Snape took 2 cold steps forward, positioning himself directly before Neville. Especially you, Neville Longbottom. Your talent is so poor even Folly couldn't teach you. If I were you, I'd find a corner to stay in and stop wasting everyone's time. Quite the opposite, said a voice. I think Neville is quite outstanding. And that goes for the 3 of you as well. Tver placed a hand on Neville's shoulder, smiling at Harry and the others. If I may be so bold, with talent like Longbottom's, the sort that could stab himself to death with a wand, a wooden stick would serve him better than a wand. Snape clearly regarded Neville as his battleground and launched an attack on Tver. You have that kind of ability. Tver looked down at Neville in surprise. You must teach me sometime. Neville instantly broke into a smile, tears streaming down his face. I'll try my best. Indeed, in a way, Longbottom has nothing left but effort, the kind he talks about, anyway. Snape shot a resentful glance at Tver, clearly mocking his sharp tongue. This time, however, Tver nodded earnestly. I think being able to speak up is enough. After all, many lack even the courage to open their mouths. What people need isn't necessarily exceptional talent, but the courage to take responsibility. What do you think, Professor Snape? This time, his words carried no trace of sarcasm. He looked at Snape with genuine sincerity. So sincere that Snape was momentarily lost in thought. Humph. After a long pause, he gave a light snort, turned, and strode away. What he didn't know was that the instant he turned his back, Tver's sincerity deepened into something profound. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 189, Percy's Growth. The list for the defense against the Dark Arts Club quickly spread throughout the entire castle. To the disappointment of most students, their names weren't on it. This was only natural, Tver couldn't possibly accept every student who signed up. After all, nearly every student had signed up. Even those who hadn't were simply due to scheduling conflicts. Moreover, Tver had specifically emphasized the difficulty of the club's activities, which was also why he chose upperclassmen. After students from other clubs explained this, everyone gradually understood. After all, Professor Folly had stressed this point repeatedly in class, so they weren't surprised by the outcome. What did surprise them, however, were the smug expressions on the faces of those who were selected. Make way, please. A distinguished member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club is about to attend class. George strutted through the common room with an air of utter self-importance, pacing back and forth, as if determined everyone should know he'd been chosen. Only the truly gifted among us are worthy of such a precious opportunity. Fred mimicked his every move, the two of them splitting up so that their boastful voices reached every corner. Can you two behave yourselves? Percy asked, exasperated. Wow, isn't this Mr. Percy Weasley, the top name on the list? George and Fred swarmed around Percy, bowing like devoted servants. Though private lessons were more valuable than club sessions, and though it was merely the top spot on a list, Percy's face flushed a rare crimson. Ahem, it's nothing to brag about. TSK, getting private lessons from the professor is different, huh? Look down on the club classes now. George sneered. I don't look down on them. Then tell us, what exactly does the professor cover in your private lessons? Fred winked slyly. Hearing this, the students in the common room turned expectantly toward Percy. Those in the club were eager to preview lessons, while those not enrolled were simply curious. Few at Hogwarts showed no interest in the professor's private tutoring. If it were ordinary material, Percy wouldn't mind sharing. But could he tell them the professor had taught him yesterday how to curse objects? My private lessons aren't related to the club curriculum, Percy explained. The professor said he'd cover standard material in the club, but with a special twist. That was all Percy could say. Saying more would likely expose the professor teaching him dark magic. So, you're learning unconventional stuff in your private lessons? George mused, rubbing his chin. Percy's heart sank instantly. Had they caught on to something? Could it be? Fred glanced at George. How to be a great head boy? No, the professor wouldn't stoop that low. I think it must be. How to become Minister of Magic? The twins roared with laughter. Hearing this, Percy felt both helpless and relieved. I'm leaving you too. I have classes to attend. He grabbed his bag, not even glancing at his twins, who were still doubled over laughing, or the amused Gryffindors around them. Bidding farewell to the head boy, member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club, and his future excellency the minister. Under the twins' teasing, Percy climbed out of the common room, his face slightly flushed. Since the summer break began, he had indeed been researching his future duties within the Ministry of Magic. According to the professor's arrangements, next year he would be assigned directly to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. As for whether he could handle it, he had no doubts whatsoever. If a senior undersecretary of the Cooperation Department had personally acknowledged his suitability, there would be no cause for concern. Yet, deep down, he still felt a twinge of nervousness. Because the professor wanted him to become someone close to the Minister of Magic, paving his way into the heart of the ministry. Especially in Fudge's eyes, he needed to be seen as someone capable of standing up to the pureblood faction represented by the Malfoy family. Don't worry. Lucius shares our principles, but you must project an air of opposition within the ministry. Only then will Fudge feel secure enough to rely on you. Recalling the professor's words, his mind finally settled. In the past, he never would have imagined collaborating with a family like the Malfoys. Yet through the professor's guidance, he had grasped an eternal strategy of struggle. Strike at the few, win over the many. The more he pondered it, the more profoundly he understood this maxim. Recalling how difficult the Order of the Phoenix's actions had been, hadn't Voldemort's control over the majority been a greater obstacle than Voldemort himself? This realization lessened his inner dread of Voldemort. For as he analyzed, even if Voldemort were to rise again, once the wizarding world recognized their cause as the majority, Voldemort was destined to perish once more. Thus, Percy set aside his distaste for the Malfoy family, determined to win them over as allies. At the very least, allies bound by shared interests. This realization only strengthened his resolve. Truly, the professor always saw things with greater depth than he ever could. "What are you thinking about, Percy?" a boy asked with concern. His two teammates, Crystal and Charles, suddenly appeared beside him, each carrying a backpack as they headed toward the Colosseum. Of course, they were heading to class together. "We called out to you several times, but you didn't respond," Crystal added calmly. "I was thinking about club stuff. The first club activity is next week, and I'm a bit nervous," Percy smiled faintly. He had become adept at concealing his thoughts and knew how to redirect others' attention. Sure enough, Charles and Crystal's focus shifted to the club activities. All three of them had become club members, a decision that was, of course, undisputed. After chatting for a while, Percy feigned ignorance. By the time they entered the Colosseum, they still hadn't reached a conclusion. But that didn't stop them from getting excited every time the topic came up. This was the mindset of the castle students, even those not selected for clubs enjoyed discussing them. Before class began, facing the students' curious questions, Tver declared loudly. "Clubs are merely extracurricular activities. I expect your focus to remain on your lessons, especially with your NEWTS approaching. Of course, if you'd rather not engage in additional combat practice during class, I can share some details about the clubs." The students promptly put club matters out of their minds. Members would eventually get to participate, there was no need to know more. Non-members didn't want to sacrifice classroom practice for activities they knew they couldn't join. "Professor, please teach us dueling right away." Chapter 190, Duel Demonstration. Tver wasn't surprised by the students' change in attitude. The school had other clubs, after all. They were merely curious because the Defense Against the Dark Arts class had its first club. That curiosity would fade over time. Given that you're preparing for exams. The students immediately wore worried expressions. They weren't worried about the exams themselves, but rather that the course wouldn't include dueling. Therefore, Professor Lupin and I have agreed, he will handle the exam material. As for me, I intend to teach you some life-saving skills before you leave this school. Tver suddenly raised his voice, startling the students. "I don't know what careers you'll choose after graduation, whether you'll seek comfort or embrace danger. But regardless, I want you to remember what you learned in this classroom when you face danger out in the world. May these lessons help you escape peril, especially threats from fellow wizards. Not just to pass exams or win tournaments. This is the skill I want you to master in your final year. Understood?" "Understood, Professor." The students immediately shouted excitedly. They didn't know if they would face danger in the future, but as the professor said, as seventh years, they would indeed have to step into the unknown world. After 7 years of study, they gradually realized that the wizarding world wasn't as peaceful as they had imagined. Considering last year's Basilisk and Black, who was still on the run outside. If they were honest with themselves, none of them could guarantee they would survive if they faced the Basilisk alone. Therefore, enhancing their combat prowess, at the very least learning how to protect themselves, had become an urgent necessity. Tver was pleased with the resolute look in their eyes. Compared to the complacent students of other years, the 7th years already possessed a sense of impending crisis. Whether it was for self-preservation or to better fulfill their future duties, this awareness would make them more diligent. Very well. In this lesson, I will teach you how to engage in wizard combat. Not the kind performed on stage, but real combat, where tactics are ever-changing and a single lapse means defeat. First, I need 2 teams to demonstrate. Naturally, after the demonstration, all teams must pair up. Professor, will we still operate in teams? But after graduation, we might not stay together, or rather, it's highly unlikely we'll remain together. Crystal asked immediately. Good question, Tver nodded approvingly. That is precisely the focus of your studies this academic year. How to grow within a team, learn the abilities of your 2 teammates, and thus demonstrate the full capabilities of a team when fighting alone. And how, when danger arises, to proactively cooperate and coordinate even with strangers, achieving a strength greater than the sum of its parts. If I may be so bold, many in the magical world should attend my lectures, it would make teamwork far easier for everyone. The students chuckled at the professor's self-praise. Yet a quiet pride swelled within them. They were privileged to study under him. But Tver faced a dilemma when selecting demonstration teams. Percy's squad was an obvious choice, they met every requirement flawlessly. But finding opponents proved difficult. Teams capable of matching Percy's squad were practically non-existent. It seemed he'd have to select from slightly weaker contenders. Just then, a boy stepped forward with his team. Professor, let us be the opponents for the Weasley. Bulstrode declared, enunciating each word. His teammates hesitated but stood firmly behind him. Tver was somewhat surprised. Bulstrode hailed from Slytherin, yet his 2 teammates were both Ravenclaw, a rather unusual combination within the house. The team was undeniably strong, though their extreme focus on offense came at the cost of stability. Simply put, they were academic prodigies with a glaring weakness. But as opponents for the duel, Tver suddenly felt they were unexpectedly suitable. Very good. That courage alone is worthy of encouragement. He surveyed the arena, then positioned himself before the remaining students, directing the 2 teams to stand at the center of the dueling grounds, one on the left and one on the right. This arrangement allowed the students to observe easily while also facilitating his explanations. With everything set, he addressed the 6 on the field. This demonstration will take the form of a duel. I'll offer guidance during your battle, and you may adjust your approach based on the situation at any time. However, since this focuses on combat technique, you may only use 3 spells: Disarming Charm, Impediment Jinx, and Shield Charm. This prevents overly complex spells that even the professor might not understand. Tver playfully poked fun at himself, but the students didn't take it seriously, understanding it was said to accommodate them. After a burst of laughter and nods of agreement from the 6, he drew his wand and cast a black curtain between the 2 teams, blocking their view. On the count of 3, the black cloth will fall, and the battle will begin. On the count of 3, 2, 1. The moment the words left his mouth, the black curtain instantly lost its support, collapsing to the ground and shrinking into a thin black line. Simultaneously, Percy and Bulstrode's disarming charms flew toward each other without a second thought. They had both precisely timed the curtain's descent, casting their spells before the battle began. The moment the curtain fell, the spells passed through the black line. Excellent timing prediction. Even in real combat, you can estimate the flight time of your spells. Use the time pour in arrival to make additional preparations. For instance, launch slower spells first and faster ones later, forcing your opponent to face 2 or more spells simultaneously. Or use slower spells to predict your opponent's movements, while faster ones deliver immediate attacks, making your spells appear more precise. The students widened their eyes, scrutinizing every detail, unwilling to miss a single nuance. Without the professor's insights, they never would have realized such profound strategy lay within such a simple opening move. After both sides blocked the disarming charm, their teammates promptly cast new spells. Strangely, Percy's side deployed 2 obstructing charms and 1 disarming charm, while Bulstrode used 3 disarming charms. Though I assigned roles to help you grasp the concept, that doesn't mean you should rigidly stick only to your assigned tasks. Tver's explanatory voice rang out at the perfect moment, but the students' attention remained elsewhere. A tense moment had unfolded on the field. The differing outcomes stemmed directly from their divergent approaches to magic. Percy's trio all cast Shield Charm, effortlessly deflecting the 3 disarming charms. Yet when Bulstrode's group similarly cast Shield Charm, they failed to fully contain the spell's power. To be precise, the disarming charms were repelled, but the impediment jinxes didn't strike the Shield Charm as expected. Instead, they collided with each other just in front of them. A mistake? No. The 2 impediment jinxes erupted in a shower of red sparks, engulfing their vision. By the time the sparks dispersed, the 3 disarming charms had already reached them. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 191, Hagrid's Condition. Even Tver was stunned by Percy and the others' tactic. An incredibly clever coordination. It requires both casters to have a millisecond perfect understanding of each other's timing and an inch perfect, 2.5 centimeters, synchronicity. Only then can they achieve the precise effect of two spells colliding in perfect alignment. Of course, even if they don't collide, these are still two highly threatening impediment jinxes. So, it's a win-win decision. Everyone should make a note of this and practice it after class. But the opponents on the field were far from relaxed. Facing the 3 disarming charms that followed, Bulstrode's teammates hastily cast 2 incomplete shield charms. But Bulstrode knew full well that even if he cast a full shield charm, it wouldn't hold. He acted decisively, pushing both hands outward and, at the same time, shoving his wand into a teammate's hands. Ahem, that was a bit of a rule exploit, Tver commented with a hint of resignation. As long as you're unarmed, the disarming charm only causes knockback. So, Bulstrode merely staggered backward, but his teammates were able to use that moment to avoid the disarming charm. But remember, in real combat, your opponents could use all sorts of strange spells. Never assume this is just a disarming charm, or that its recoil won't be strong enough to send you flying. The danger in the latter is just as serious as being disarmed. Percy and the others were momentarily stunned by this move, forgetting to continue their attack. This gave Bulstrode's team a chance to regroup. After this exchange, both sides had roughly figured out each other's habits. Their spells are incredibly powerful, and using shield charms to block them is draining our magic. They have a deep understanding of magic, it's better to block them outright. The strategists on both sides quickly assessed their opponent's strengths. Then, the battle took an unusual turn. Seeing that their opponents were relying on shield charms to block, Percy's team switched to relentless disarming charms to drain their opponent's magic. Meanwhile, Bulstrode's side began experimenting with their opponent's technique, trying out magic collisions. To their surprise, they managed to pull off a successful 3-way magic collision. The situation froze in an eerie stalemate. Of course, this was partly because they were limited to just 3 spells each, unlike Tver, who could work wonders with shield charms. But it was also a great opportunity for a demonstration. Both sides were skilled combatants, quick to absorb Tver's real-time advice and apply it in the heat of battle. Percy, when dodging, keep an eye on your teammates' positions, even a pig wouldn't bump into its own team. Bulstrode, when distracted by spell residue, pay attention to your opponent's movements. You're staggering, not blind. C. On a chaotic battlefield, you must stay focused at all times, watching not only your opponents but your allies as well. The battlefield is chaotic, not your minds. Before class ended, Tver delivered his final summary. Your academic workload this semester will be heavy, so my dueling lessons won't take up too much time. Therefore, you must think independently and practice diligently. This arena will remain open to you. After dinner, before nightfall, you may come here anytime for brief combat drills. Of course, the use of curses, or even a hex, is strictly forbidden. He shot a subtle glance in Percy's direction. There will be no homework assigned for dueling class. Reserve your free time for exam preparation. The students finally breathed a sigh of relief. 7th-year subjects were fewer, but their difficulty had skyrocketed, leaving them struggling to keep up. Now, finally, half a class, had no homework. After class, Tver walked back to the castle with them, overhearing their discussions and complaints. Wonder when Professor Lupin will find another boggart. Otherwise, we'll never get this class, said Crystal, sounding annoyed. Only Harry and his friends had ever seen a boggart, and even that had been destroyed by Professor Snape. Even without a boggart, there are other fun dark creatures out there. But look at my schedule. Charles pulled out a parchment and pointed to the afternoon classes. We still have care of magical creatures this afternoon. I already regret choosing this class. He rarely complained, but the usually amiable Charles could only barely refrain from mentioning a certain professor's name. What, are you still caring for flobberworms? Crystal stifled a laugh and teased. Yeah, ever since that Malfoy got hurt, Professor Hagrid has been endlessly making us feed those weird worms. I've even catalogued the effects of 17 different foods. But the problem is, this isn't even on our NEWTS syllabus. Charles looked up at Tver with pleading eyes. What, you want me to teach this class? Tver asked, amused. To her surprise, Charles nodded earnestly, and the other students who'd chosen this class looked at her expectantly. Professor, your lectures on the Acromantula were fantastic. You'd be perfect for this too. And the trolls. I think your explanations about magical creatures are fantastic, except for the lack of protection. Tver was startled by the students' sudden enthusiasm, even more so by how poorly Hagrid was now regarded. Consider that Lupin had won over most students in just 2 weeks with his captivating lessons and deep knowledge. Some were already chanting slogans like, Lupin is the second best defense against the dark arts professor in Hogwarts history. Of course, this was in comparison to the top 2 professors. But for Hagrid, another new professor, the reaction was entirely opposite. Students were even starting to miss Professor Kettleburn, who was equally notorious for causing trouble. That professor's lessons were equally perilous, perhaps even more so. But at least he didn't lose heart so easily. If they hadn't known this professor now had only one arm and half a leg, rendering him physically incapable of teaching, they would have carried him back themselves. Don't underestimate Professor Hagrid. His knowledge in this subject is more than sufficient to teach you. He's just lacking a bit of confidence right now. Tver offered a few words on Hagrid's behalf. Hagrid was simply flustered by the classroom accident. Truth be told, he was genuinely naive. He didn't seem to realize that with Dumbledore backing him, even the Ministry couldn't easily remove him from his post. His explanation somewhat dispelled the students' discontent, barely boosting their confidence in the course. At least the grumbling had quieted down a bit. And you can always ask Professor Hagrid for some exam materials, he'd be more than happy to provide them. When it came to being helpful, Hagrid was second to none. And given his current state, this was the only way he could truly assist the students. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 192, Club Activities. Tver's explanation to Hagrid spread among the students, who still grumbled. After all, no matter how much he explained, feeding flobberworms was never going to make them happy. But deep down, there was finally a flicker of hope. They started to hope that care of magical creatures might get better. However, compared to Hagrid, the students' main focus was on tonight's event. That's right, the first meeting of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club was tonight. If I could join the club, I'd gladly sit through divination every day and listen to Trelawney's ominous ramblings. Ron watched the Weasley twins boast in the common room with envy, while Percy stood off to the side, resigned. Actually, we not only have to suffer through divination, but we can't even join the club. Harry propped his chin up, his eyes also filled with longing. Ever since Professor Trelawney made that ominous prophecy during the first divination class, Harry's mood had been affected, though Professor McGonagall insisted it was just part of the annual tradition. Especially since Professor Trelawney stared at him tearfully every lesson, as if a giant black dog were about to pounce on him. That black dog was the omen she had foretold. It was enough to make him lose focus on his homework. Now, the only thing keeping him going was the classes with the two Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. How could such outstanding professors only teach one subject? They should each teach one, no, two, subjects. Ideally, both potions and divination should be taught by Professor Folly and Professor Lupin. Stop daydreaming. It would be worse if you can't even finish your homework, Hermione said as she sat down beside them, looking utterly exhausted. Ron and Harry jumped in surprise, almost knocking their homework into the fireplace. When did you get here? Ron asked, still startled. Just now, obviously, Hermione replied dismissively, pulling out a thick stack of homework, much larger than theirs. Ron frowned, but his surprise grew when he saw the mountain of work. How are you going to finish all that? And I thought you were with us in Defense Against the Dark Arts today. Wasn't that you who disarmed 3 people? Of course it was me, Hermione said without even looking up. Then how do you have time for Muggle studies homework? Those classes overlap. This time, she didn't answer, burying herself in her assignments. All of this, of course, was thanks to the time turner. But she had promised Professor McGonagall she wouldn't tell anyone, not even her closest friends. Ron pouted but didn't say anything. After all, they were depending on Hermione to help them with their homework. Let's start with the divination homework. That's the one subject Hermione can't help us with, Ron suggested. Harry nodded in agreement. What should we write? Simple. Just add ominous to all your prophecies, and you'll definitely win Trelawney's favor. But before they could come up with any prophecies, they were interrupted by George and Fred's cheers. Oh, it's already 6:50. Sorry, guys, we need to hurry or Professor Folly will be mad. George pretended to act coy, only to get a sharp smack on the head from Fred. Seriously, can you act normal? I can't even watch this, Fred said, annoyed. The classmates nodded in agreement. Save some energy for showing off when we get back. Gryffindor, ring in equal to _ ring in equal to. By the time the two were chased out of the common room, time was running short. Percy, unable to stand their antics, had already reached the classroom. Professor, he asked, staring at the room in disbelief. This was room 11, where they'd had lessons before. But now it was empty. The desks and chairs were gone, and even the lectern had disappeared. Professor Folly stood in the middle of the room, wand raised, his back to the door. The entire classroom was filled with his magic, so thick it almost felt suffocating. It was terrifying. Percy took 2 steps back, moving away from the doorway before he could breathe easier. Sensing the movement, Tver finally turned around. Oh, it's Percy. Is it time already? He glanced at the clock that had suddenly appeared on the wall. "Come in and sit down, then." Percy swallowed hard, sensing that the magic still filled the room, but the oppressive weight had lifted. Only then did he cautiously step inside, like a child about to learn to swim. The professor's magical power was immense. Even though Percy had mastered many advanced spells and was far stronger than other students, he still couldn't withstand the professor's pure magical force. The spell in the Chamber of Secrets had probably not even been the professor at his full strength. Percy walked in somewhat dazed. But it was only when he reached the professor's side that he realized. There was no chair. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, a comfortable, plush stool materialized before him. It was the most common type found in the common room. But how on earth had the chair appeared? He stared at the professor in shock. Yet Tver did not explain, nor did the other students who arrived later. They discovered to their astonishment that any chair they imagined would appear. Sofas, wooden stools, long benches. They frantically tested what seating could materialize. The Weasley twins even conjured a seesaw. Naturally, they earned a scolding from the professor and were sentenced to sit on the seesaw all evening. Tver watched them with satisfaction, not because of the students, but because his experiment had succeeded, just a little. This was the result of his attempt to mimic the room of requirement. Every chair had been conjured by his own transfiguration. And, of course, there was the legilimens peering into their thoughts. But building a true room of requirement was still beyond his current capabilities. "All right, everyone, sit properly. You two, stop messing around and get back to your seats." Tver glared at the Weasley twins, beginning to regret selecting them. Once the twins transformed the seesaw into a bench and sat down obediently, Tver looked over the rest of his students again. "A very warm welcome to all of you. In many ways, you're all exceptionally gifted, or uniquely eccentric wizards," the Weasley twins exclaimed, high-fiving each other. "You two fall into the latter category." The twins immediately slumped, shadows seeming to settle over them as they exuded a defeated aura. Tver pursed his lips, ignoring their antics. "Therefore, I believe you are all capable of participating in additional activities, delving deeper into the study of magic. That is the very purpose of this club, research. I won't be teaching you new spells here. Instead, I'll guide you in researching existing magic." Disappointment washed over them. They had hoped to learn the professor's impressive and powerful fire magic, only to find themselves studying the same old spells. Tver chuckled softly. "Well then, tonight's task is to try inventing a new spell." Chapter 193, Chapter 193, The Creation of Magic. Creating magic. The members were immediately stunned by this statement. Even students who didn't usually pay much attention to the magical world knew that creating new magic hadn't been seen in decades. Of course, this was partly because magical research was rarely disclosed openly. Newly created spells were often treated as family heirlooms by the wizards who invented them. But this wasn't something they could do. "I know you don't yet possess that level of ability. So strictly speaking, what we're doing is expanding an existing spell, broadening its utility to create an effect similar to a new magic." Though they understood the logic, hearing it directly from the professor still felt strange. "Do you recall the pressure charm and the blinding light charm I taught you earlier? These are examples of modifying existing spells to achieve results comparable to new magic. But those were my own creations. Tonight, however, you yourselves will modify a spell." The students immediately looked up with excitement, their eyes locked on Tver as though they could drown him with their gaze. They had all learned those two spells and were well aware of their power. Now, a third such spell was about to be born from their own hands. Their faces flushed with excitement. Tver nodded and stood up from his chair. "But before we begin, let's talk about something that happened here in the castle. Have any of you heard about Professor Snape wearing a certain outfit?" he asked with an unabashed laugh. "Ha!" One student couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, while others tried to stifle their amusement by covering their mouths. Even those who hadn't seen it firsthand had heard vivid accounts from their classmates. "Now, let's think about this. If we cast that spell directly at Professor Snape, would he wear that outfit again?" "But Professor, that's a boggart banishing spell, specifically designed to counter boggarts." Percy immediately interjected. The other students looked at Tver in confusion. How could the professor make such an obvious mistake? Tver nodded indifferently. "Correct. It's a restrictive spell, limited in its application or target. But the point is, my friends," he paused, building up the students' curiosity, "we should never impose restrictions on magic. Magic is a boundless creation. It springs from a wizard's imagination, and imagination should never be confined by rules." The students were stunned by the professor's words. Their mouths hung open in awe, unable to speak. Only their wide eyes reflected the admiration they felt. "So, our task today is to transform the boggart banishing spell into a ridiculous spell, making this magic usable on any object, or even people. Don't think pranks are meaningless. No, we think they're incredibly meaningful." George and Fred's faces were bright with excitement. This is an experiment, an attempt to give confined spells new meaning. Then other confined spells, like the Patronus charm against Dementors, could undergo the same transformation. We chose the Boggart banishing spell today precisely because it's relatively simple, making it easier for us to study and practice. But Professor, we haven't practiced the Boggart banishing spell. Cedric raised his hand, his excitement tempered by concern. Don't worry, it's an easy spell. I'll conjure a Boggart for you to practice on. Tver waved his wand, and a large box capable of holding a person appeared in front of them. Of course, he couldn't conjure a magical creature. A Boggart merely peers into one's mind and manifests their deepest fear. So why not simulate one himself? Using legilimens and transfiguration, he could create a crude version that would suffice. Under his guidance, the students lined up and began their Boggart adventure. Yes, adventure. Boggarts thrived on fear and surprise to terrify their victims, but these students were some of the best in their year. Armed with knowledge of the Boggart's nature, they had no reason to freeze in terror and fail to cast their spells. Thus, Tver watched as students transformed the Boggart into clowns and werewolves, creatures that were now forced to wear garish, colorful clothing. They were all imagining Snape's female attire, deciding to replicate it on various creatures. Once everyone had their turn, Tver quickly intervened before they could go for another round. All right, tonight isn't about playing around, Tver said, dismissing the box in their seats with a flick of his wand. I assume you've all mastered the Boggart banishing spell. Now then, let's discuss the possibility of using this spell on a person. He placed a dummy in their midst and had everyone form a circle around it. If we imagine this as our greatest fear, would the spell still work? Percy, care to try? Ridiculous. Percy flicked his wand sharply, but the dummy showed no reaction. Now, here's the strange part. What if I told you that the Boggart I just conjured was actually a transfiguration of mine? Why would it still work then? Tver wore a puzzled expression, his left hand supporting his right, which rested on his chin. The students gasped, their faces showing the same stunned look, the world has ended, expressions. That's impossible. Davies muttered, too stunned to come up with a response. Tver didn't explain right away. Instead, he transformed the dummy into a werewolf, Davies's greatest fear. Now, try casting the Boggart banishing spell on him again. Ridiculous. Davies said, waving his wand frantically. This time, of course, there was no way to dress the werewolf in colorful clothes. Professor, does this mean the Boggart banishing spell only works on Boggarts because we're mentally fixated on that idea? Bulstrode, who had been deep in thought since the beginning, suddenly spoke up. Honestly, from what he understood, this felt a bit like a concept from dark magic, one that required the caster's unwavering will. As if reading his mind, Tver nodded approvingly. Exactly. The spell only works when you firmly believe in that idea. But because of that unshakable belief, the spell can only manifest on a Boggart. Then we need to shift our perspective now. If our unwavering belief is that this spell can be used on others, could it then truly be cast upon a person? So what exactly is the answer? Crystal asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Tver shook his head. Honestly, I don't know either. That's exactly why we must work together to tackle this challenge, one that could shock the magical world. This will be our club's current focus, so, he glanced at the time. After club meetings, I also hope you'll reflect on this in your free time and share your insights during our next gathering. Do you realize? This club isn't a classroom for lectures, it's for pioneering research at the forefront of magic. The students, who had been frowning, immediately perked up. A problem even the professor couldn't solve. The cutting edge of magical research. The thought that these breakthroughs might emerge from their own minds sent waves of excitement through them. I'm glad I don't see fear on your faces. With that, our project is officially launched. Our first club meeting is successfully concluded. Thank you all. Tver was deeply satisfied that they hadn't been intimidated by the obvious challenges. Or perhaps, they hadn't yet realized the full extent of the difficulties ahead. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Wolfsbane Potion. The club's project quickly leaked out. Of course, Tver hadn't asked them to keep it confidential. After all, he needed everyone's wisdom, ideally, it would reach the professor's ears so they could offer some valuable advice. What disappointed him, however, was that the professors either wore expressions of disdain, Snape, or smug, I'm rooting for you, looks, then claimed they couldn't help with the issue. It made sense, really, because this very problem was also occupying Tver's own thoughts. While contemplating soul fusion, he had come up with a line of reasoning, the transformation of will. After numerous attempts, he realized that re-merging soul and magic was likely impossible. Yet the Chamber of Secrets door was undeniably real. Therefore, he concluded that Salazar must have altered his soul to some degree, transforming it into something that could merge with magic. The test subjects were his means of verifying whether such a transformation existed. It was a bit embarrassing to admit, but it seemed he'd treated the entire club's students as test subjects. Even so, the club's progress remained predictably slow. By Halloween Eve, they could only occasionally cast the Boggart banishing spell on fake Boggarts. Tver had braced himself for this, though the students, new to magical research, hadn't yet tasted such tedium. Alright, I hope you all realize that every advancement in the magical world involves researchers enduring long stretches of tedium. Only through this can the final results become truly delicious. Understood. Tver offered a reassuring word to the disheartened students. That concludes today's seminar. Some of you have dates in Hogsmeade to attend, after all. The students immediately giggled, glancing at Percy and Penelope, whose faces flushed crimson at the teasing remark. Though seminars were normally held on Sundays, today was Halloween Eve, and the first Hogsmeade trip of the school year. So Tver deliberately scheduled a morning wrap-up before dismissing everyone. Whether they headed off on dates or elsewhere was none of his business. After seeing the students off, he restored the classroom to its original state. There wasn't much to restore, the desks and chairs had been hidden with transfiguration spells, so he simply undid the spells. Even this rudimentary version of the Room of Requirement drained a significant amount of magic. Despite his vast reserves, the effort felt taxing. What's the matter? Studying magic drained your reserves? Care for a cup of my potion to sample? On the staircase, Tver encountered Snape carrying a cup of potion, along with his greetings. Slytherin truly lived up to its house name, the head of house's words were as venomous as ever. Thank you, but no thanks. I'm quite confident in my own concoctions of this sort, Tver replied with a smile, leaving Snape's hostility nowhere to land. But this is for Lupin, isn't it? Of course. I've specially modified it, perfectly suited for him. Snape deliberately emphasized the word specially, as if afraid Tver wouldn't recognize it as a wolfsbane potion. Wolfsbane potions weren't meant to kill wolves, they were designed to help werewolves retain their sanity during the full moon, even after transformation. This particular wolfsbane potion had indeed been improved. According to Lupin, aside from tasting even worse, its effects were enhanced in every other way. Why don't you give it to me? I'm heading over to his place anyway. Tver was indeed going to see Lupin, who had informed him he'd found another Boggart and wanted Tver to come and take it back. Snape was more than happy to offload the task, he couldn't bear the sight of Lupin's face. He shoved the cup into Tver's arm so forcefully it nearly spilled. Handle it, he said, his voice laced with cold amusement. Just remember, he'd better take another dose tomorrow. Otherwise, it won't be stable enough. And the students in the castle? They won't tolerate his other face. When the time comes, I won't mind giving him a taste of magic myself. As soon as Tver took the cup, Snape turned and walked away without looking back. Tver felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Ever since Lupin arrived at the school, it seemed Snape's attention had shifted entirely to him. It was as if Lupin's face was perpetually set in a sneer. After a moment's thought, Tver shrugged and continued toward Lupin's office. Having someone else take the heat for him was no bad thing. But Lupin's office already had another visitor, Professor Folly. Professor Folly. Harry stood up as if he'd done something wrong, looking at him nervously. Tver ignored his peculiar expression and handed the potion to Lupin first. A potion brewed for you by Snape. He's got a whole cauldron full left. You'd best go over and drink a cup every day for a while. If it was about drawing fire, then naturally, the more attention drawn, the better. This is a potion brewed by Snape. Harry's face was written with disbelief. Quite right, Tver knew exactly what he was thinking. Rest assured, Snape has 100 ways to kill Lupin, but he wouldn't stoop to using potions. Thanks, but shouldn't you check on that Boggart first? Lupin took a sip of the potion and shuddered involuntarily. Clearly, the taste was as indescribable as he'd claimed. It's fine. I can see Harry has a flood of questions he wants answered. Tver sat down beside Lupin, who was sipping his potion, and looked at Harry, waiting for him to speak. Harry felt flustered by the two professors' attention. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head and said, Actually, it's about the Boggart. Why didn't you let me deal with it that day? To be honest, that was my fault. I just didn't want Voldemort appearing in front of everyone, Lupin answered bluntly. But that was a Dementor. So you want to face a Dementor again? I mean, there was a Boggart inside it. Harry hesitated awkwardly, unsure if he could truly face a Dementor again. Tver couldn't help but laugh. It's just a Boggart. Even if it were a real Dementor, it wouldn't scare you this much. Harry's just a child, not a powerful wizard like you. It's perfectly normal for him to feel afraid. After all, Dementors truly deserve to be feared, Lupin countered, sounding slightly annoyed. Tver waved his hand dismissively. No. What I mean is, Harry possesses the courage to defeat a Dementor. He just needs to tap into it himself. Turning his gaze to Harry, Lupin sipped his potion slowly, saying nothing more. A heavy silence settled over the office. Harry felt awkward in the silence, his eyes shifting between the two professors, unsure what to say. "Oh, I nearly forgot," Lupin said, as if suddenly remembering after finishing his potion. "There's the Halloween feast tonight. You should hurry back." Harry breathed a sigh of relief and bid farewell to both professors. Chapter 195, The Werewolf's Bracelet. "Why did you say that to Harry?" As soon as Harry left, Lupin slammed his empty cup down and couldn't help but confront Tver. "I didn't say anything wrong," Tver shrugged nonchalantly. "I just want him to be braver, at least brave enough to face a boggart." Lupin sighed. "Harry's still just a kid. It's perfectly normal for him to be afraid. Besides, even many adult wizards are terrified of dementors." Tver pointed toward the window without turning his head. Outside, against the gray sky, 1 or 2 dementors glided past. "The thing is, Harry needs to face dementors now, just like he had to face Voldemort 13 years ago," Tver continued. "Back then, many people gave him the courage to face it, sacrificing their lives for him. But now, it's up to him to fight on his own." Lupin was a little confused by Tver's words. He figured that someone so closely connected to Dumbledore, even if not his successor, would probably end up joining the Order of the Phoenix eventually. So, did that mean they were colleagues? "I'll help him," Lupin said firmly. "And there will be many others who'll help him too." Tver raised an eyebrow. "How will you help him?" Lupin's bright expression immediately faded as Tver chuckled lightly and stepped over to his side, tapping the empty cup still stained with potion residue. Lupin stared blankly at the cup, his thoughts darkening. His werewolf condition was the root of his deepest insecurities and the reason for his miserable situation. Otherwise, with his excellent grades in school, inheriting his father's legacy, and securing a job at the Ministry of Magic would have been easy. But everything came crashing down because of that one word, werewolf. A flicker of satisfaction briefly shone in Tver's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Tver pulled a bracelet out of his pocket, a simple, woven cord bracelet, faintly glowing with a deep blue light. "This is an early Christmas gift for you. Of course, whether or not you use it is entirely up to you." Lupin looked at the bracelet in surprise. It was simple, just yarn woven together. But he immediately sensed a suppressive aura emanating from it. He hesitated, then cautiously reached out his hand. No, it wasn't his imagination. The bracelet definitely had a magical aura, one that suppressed both magic and physical strength. "This bracelet is meant to restrain you," Tver explained. "When you transform into a werewolf, the magic in this will limit your movements. If you're able to keep your sanity, you can easily unlock the clasp. If not, this bracelet will keep your body locked in place." Lupin finally understood the purpose of the bracelet. It was a safeguard for the times when he forgot to take the Wolfsbane potion and lost control of himself. It would protect both him and the people around him. Without hesitation, Lupin took the bracelet. The blue light slowly faded, but if Tver was right, the power would resurface when he transformed into a werewolf. He tugged at it with a smile, it was surprisingly sturdy. "It's woven from unicorn hair. Not even a werewolf could tear it apart," Tver added casually. Lupin's mind went back to Hagrid's generous gesture. Hagrid had produced a large amount of unicorn tail hair the very next day after Tver mentioned it. "There's also a clasp. It's not complicated, but it takes a little time. You definitely won't be able to undo it once you lose control." Lupin examined the clasp. It resembled a watch buckle. He tried it and, just as Tver had said, couldn't easily undo it. The more he looked at it, the more he was impressed. If it worked as well as Tver claimed, this would be the best Christmas gift he'd received since Black was thrown into Azkaban. He sighed at the thought. What if it comes off on its own? Tver shrugged. "You can try." Lupin looked up at him. Tver didn't seem to understand why his smile suddenly seemed tinged with sadness, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was accepting the bracelet. "Left hand or right?" Lupin asked, slightly flustered. "Whichever you prefer." He immediately slipped the bracelet onto his emaciated right wrist. The moment he fastened it, he noticed something peculiar about the bracelet. It was tightening. Soon, the bracelet clung tightly to his wrist, no longer resembling a bracelet at all. Instead, it had fused into his skin, forming a pale ring that stood out starkly against the thick hair on his hand. Yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever, no pain from the constriction, nor any sense of magic being blocked. Only then did he truly relax. He would wait for the full moon to personally test the bracelet's power. "My mistake, I hadn't considered skin tone differences," Tver said, shaking his head with mild disappointment. "No, I think it's wonderful," Lupin smiled happily. "Thank you so much for the gift. Looks like I'll have to put a lot more thought into what I give you in return. Wearing it is the best gift you could give me." A faint smile touched Tver's lips. "Enough of that. Let's go to the Halloween feast. You wouldn't believe the chaos that erupts every year around this time. I never get to enjoy a proper meal. That's probably your fault. I never encountered this much trouble in my 7 years at Hogwarts. In his good humor, Lupin playfully teased Tver for once. With a light-hearted mood, Tver slipped the box containing the boggart into his wallet, then draped an arm around Lupin's shoulder as they chatted cheerfully toward the Great Hall. Lupin's spirits soared even higher as he admired the hall's exquisite decorations and Tver's imps. This marked Tver's third Halloween feast, and the pre-dinner imps had clearly become a castle tradition. This year's imps will still carry sweets that can help you ward off the chill from outside the castle, Tver explained. But this time, the imps will possess the ability to cast shield charms. That means if you can't hit them between 2 shield charms, your attacks will be ineffective. In a cheerful mood, Tver had deliberately added a special twist for the students. Watching their grim faces as they frantically attacked the imps, he felt tonight's puddings and cupcakes tasted far more delicious. Professor. A Gryffindor student panted as he ran over. With an ominous feeling, Tver heard him say, I need you to come to the Gryffindor common room entrance. Something's happened. Tver glanced at the cupcake he was halfway through eating. This counts as progress, right? He consoled himself silently. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream